10:21. Confronting Aizen. The sun was gradually setting. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. But this dark gem exudes a kind of dark light, as if it has a breathtaking power. At the feet of the man, there was a girl with long orange hair. A trace of soul energy is quietly blending into the black collapsing jade. Blue dye. Naruto recognized the big boss in the god of death at a glance, and his body was shocked. He didn't expect him to be here. Who is the person who fell under his feet? Just when he was about to explore something, Aizen suddenly sensed something. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Not good. The next moment, Naruto hurriedly left here and ran towards the road before. Really? Just when Naruto returned to the place where Feijun was before, he saw that Aizen had come to Feijun and was staring at her with interest. You, who are you? Feijun was taken aback by this sudden appearance. Aizen ignored her, but murmured, another soul with spiritual power, it seems that my luck is not bad. As he spoke, he walked towards Feijun. In Aizen's eyes, Feijun seemed not to be a person, but an object, with no emotion in her eyes. Who the hell are you? Don't come here again. Feijun saw the black gem he was holding in his palm. The breath emitting from it made her a little scared, and she couldn't help but step back. You don't need to know who I am. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I just want to borrow something from you. Aizen smiled, her face full of harmless looks, but Feijun felt in her heart more and more fearful. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Why are you here for no reason? What about Naruto? Could it be that Naruto was given by him? Just as she was thinking wildly, a golden light flashed in front of her eyes. A tall and straight figure appeared in front of Feijun and stopped her behind him. It was the Naruto who came. Just listen to him say lightly, "Stop here, God of Death, she is not someone you can move." Oh, Naruto's sudden appearance made Aizen slightly startled, because even with his strength, he could only see Naruto's movements clearly. This Shunbu technique is really brilliant. Grim Reaper. No, you don't even have Zanpakuto, but you can use your spiritual power to use the God of Death technique, Shunpo. Who are you? Aizen asked in confusion. There was a wary look on his face. Don't care who I am, since you are the God of Death, you should maintain the order of the souls of the corpse and soul world. Looking at your actions, do you want to do something hurtful? Naruto stepped forward and looked directly at Aizen's eyes. In a cold voice, get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Aizen heard the words, but smiled faintly. Naruto frowned. Suddenly, the figure in front of his eyes flickered, and a gleaming blade suddenly appeared on Naruto's chest. Pass through the chest. Lord Naruto, Feijun screamed as she saw this scene, her eyes were split. However, Naruto's figure slowly faded and disappeared, turning into an afterimage and disappearing. Instead, he appeared behind Aizen. Instant step. So fast. Aizen was surprised again. He knew that his speed and strength had reached the captain level, but this guy actually escaped his fatal blow. He also appeared behind him. Who is it? How could such an existence appear in Liuhun Street? Aizen didn't have time to think, because Naruto raised his palm, which was already aimed at his waist. Broken down number 4, by Lei. Boom. A bright white thunder light suddenly shot out from Naruto's palm. A long trajectory was drawn in the air and hit the place where Aizen was. The explosion sounded, and the powerful spiritual pressure formed a whirlwind, which directly sent Feijun who was in the vicinity flying out. In the smoke and dust, Aizen appeared. He resisted with Zanpakuto in his hand and blocked Naruto's blow. Captain-level spiritual power, he exclaimed in surprise. Naruto frowned. Aizen actually blocked his ghost attack directly with Zanpakuto, and he didn't have any injuries all over his body. His strength was definitely more than what he showed. You are very interesting, I hope we will meet again next time. Aizen laughed suddenly, and disappeared in a flash. Naruto let out a long breath, and hurried to Feijun to help her up. Are you all right, Feijun? Naruto held her in his arms. Feijun turned pale from the shock of the powerful spiritual power wave just now, and felt that she was being hugged by Naruto, and there was a trace on her face. Yuhi dizzy. No, it's fine, how are you, Naruto-sama? She shook her head and asked again with concern. I'm fine, that guy was driven away by me. Sorry, it was my mistake to leave you here alone. Naruto said, if he had known that Aizen was here, he would have never dared to use his current ability. Deliberately checked in the past. However, now that he has exposed his spiritual power, Aizen has also noticed himself, and the situation is critical. Lord Naruto, is that one just now the god of death? Feijun finally recovered a little and asked him again. Naruto nodded. Well, it's the Grim Reaper, but it's a dangerous guy. It seems that we have to enter the Jingling Court and become the Grim Reaper so that we can avoid being persecuted by him. He thought right, if he didn't have the identity of a god of death, wandering around in Liuhun Street as an ordinary soul would not be able to effectively obtain the protection of the soul world, and become a god of death. After the establishment of a god of death, even Aizen couldn't blatantly attack him. Therefore, after the appearance of Aizen, the matter of becoming a god of death has become more urgent. Otherwise, once Aizen makes another move, he will become more passive. Lord Naruto, there are such bad guys in the god of death, aren't we very dangerous in the future? Naruto patted her on the shoulder, smiled and said, don't worry, no matter what world or place there are dangers and plots, it is unavoidable, but as long as I am here, I will never let you get hurt. 1022. Jingling Court sends someone. Feijun nodded heavily. She found herself more and more inseparable from Naruto. When she was in danger just now, the first thing that came to her mind was Naruto's figure. Hearing Naruto's promise, Feijun revealed that Yuhi was dizzy, and her heart was suddenly filled with a sense of peace of mind. Oh, yes, there are still people over there. Naruto suddenly realized something, hugged Feijun and hurriedly came to the slope where the little girl was before. What's wrong with her? Feijun couldn't help but walk over when she saw this, turned over the girl's body, reached out and probed her breath, slightly relieved. Alive. Naruto nodded. Of course, if she dies, her body will directly turn into a spirit child. Feijun face a Yuhi. Naruto carefully looked at the girl's appearance and frowned slightly. So familiar, this girl seems to be called Matsumoto Ranchu. In the plot of memory, she is a representative vice captain. He racked his brains for a long time, and finally remembered some plots about her. He remembered that Matsumoto Ranju should have been with Ichimaru Silver when he was a child. I don't know why Ichimaru Silver is not beside him now, or maybe he didn't find it next to him. And the scene I encountered just now was exactly the matter of Aizen extracting a part of her soul from her body. Really, to encounter such a troublesome thing. Naruto murmured, carrying the Matsumoto Ranju on the ground on his back. Let's get out of here first. Jingling Court. Technology Development Bureau. What happened to the Reiatsu that appeared just now? It's so strong. A death god in white overalls looked at the instrument in front of him and said in shock. This Reiatsu fluctuation seems to be a battle. Another person guessed. This Reiatsu is almost a captain-level existence. Could it be that the two captains are only competing? No, the instrument shows that there is only one spiritual pressure, and the other spiritual pressure seems to be hidden in some way. There must be a secret about this matter. I think it is better to report it to the captain for disposal. But the captain is now at the critical stage of the experiment. Don't disturb me easily. There was a lot of discussion. What's wrong? At this moment, Urahara Kazuki suddenly came over and asked in front of everyone. Captain. A captain-level Reiatsu appeared in the 76th district of Ryahun Street just now. Please take a look. The team members hurriedly pointed the information displayed on the instrument to Kazuki Urahara. Urahara Kazuki frowned. Sure enough, something strange has entered the Soul Realm. Hurry up and contact the 2nd Division and the 1st Division Captain. Yes. Soul Street. Naruto is going to Jingling Garden together with Higen and Matsumoto Ranju, and he is also asking about Mebus along the way. If you can find Mebus on the way to Jingling Garden, it would be the best. If you can't find it, you have to rely on the power of death to find it. At this time, it has been 3 days since Matsumoto Ranju was rescued that day. At that time, after Lu Anju woke up, Naruto asked her about the past, but she had no memory at all. Not only did she forget that she was persecuted by Aizen and took away some of her soul, she even forgot her former companion Ichimaru Silver in the original plot. This made Naruto feel puzzled and strange. After Aizen pulled out her soul, she must have used a memory replacement technique on her, but it is impossible to forget all the memories after being born in Liushin Street. In this regard, Naruto, who can't understand, can only attribute it to his own butterfly effect. Brother Naruto, do you really want to be a god of death? On the way, only a 10-year-old little loli, Lu Anju asked him. Naruto nodded and smiled at her. Then I will also become a god of death, Lu Anju said with oath. Why do you want to be a god of death? Fei Zhen laughed at the side. Lu Anju looked at the two with a serious look. Because you rescued me, gave me food, and provided me with protection, so I want to become a god of death and repay Naruto brother in the future. Ranju is really sensible. Fei Zhen couldn't help but reached out and touched her head. Sister Fei Zhen, didn't you say that you also want to repay Naruto brother? Will we repay Naruto brother together in the future? Lu Anju looked at Fei Zhen again. Fei really covered her mouth and smiled. Okay, let's talk about it when the time comes. You guys, you have to be qualified to become a god of death first. Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. I will definitely work hard. Lu Anju's face was full of determination. The group of 3 continued to Jingling Court, moving towards the goal. Naruto is in order to be able to cultivate with better resources, while Fei Zhen and Ranju are in order to repay Naruto's kindness for saving them. The 3 have the same firm belief. Ahead, we passed through another district, and we had already reached the 46th district. The law and order here is a little better, and it is no longer so chaotic. And there are also some places to provide people with accommodation, and there are even places where people can take a bath. This made the 3 of Naruto feel good. In a place like Soul World, although the whole world is made up of spirits and there is not so much filth, a girl would still feel awkward if she didn't take a bath for a long time. Since Fei Zhen was assigned to District 78, it has been difficult for her to even drink water, let alone take a bath, so being able to encounter a place where she takes a bath is simply paradise for her. The chrysanthemum is of course the same. Therefore, the 3 of them took a good bath in the hotel, only to feel refreshed. It's so comfortable after taking a shower. Naruto came out of the simple bathroom and couldn't help but exhale. Although there is no high-end place like on Izumi, it is very good to have a place to take a bath. Seeing that Fei Zhen and Ranju both entered the bathroom together, and there was a sound of laughter, Naruto couldn't help showing a faint smile on his face. For the past few days, he has been wandering around in the 70-odd districts where no grass grows, making him really look like a savage. It's still a comfortable life. Thinking like this, he couldn't help laying down on the bed to rest. Yo, was it you who made the noise? At this moment, a powerful Reiatsu suddenly descended in front of Naruto's window, and there was a hint of excitement in his crisp tone. 10:23. Arrest. Naruto looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a graceful figure standing there on the windowsill. The slender legs, the slender waist, the towering double peaks, and the long purple hair were tied into a ponytail in the mind, showing youthful vitality. The slightly dark complexion can hardly hide her naturally beautiful face, and it has a bit of wild taste. Yichi, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. The visitor was Sifeng Yei, who was the captain of the 2nd Division in Jingling Court at this time, and was also the 22nd generation head of the Sifeng family. The absolute leader among the gods of death. Yi jumped off the windowsill and came to Naruto. Thank you for remembering me. Yi said lightly, his face suddenly stern. Uzumaki Naruto, I am now officially arresting you on the charge of traveling in trouble. Follow me back to the jingling court. What? Naruto never expected that Yi was actually here to arrest him, which made him look a little stunned for a while. Swish swish. At this moment, countless gods of death in battle suits suddenly appeared around, surrounding the entire room and the hotel. What? At this moment, Feijun and Luan Jujung, who had just finished taking a bath, came to Naruto's room together, and when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but scream in unison. Yi glanced at them and ignored them, just staring at Naruto's expression without moving. Suddenly, Naruto laughed. He spread out his hands and said with a smile, Yi, when we meet in 100 years, is this how you welcome me? Shut up. However, Yi, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, suddenly became angry. You liar. What you said at that time was not true at all. Saying that you are a member of the second division is completely false. Back then, when I returned to Soul World, I found out the names of all the members of the second division through relationships, and found that your name was not there at all. Naruto was startled. Sure enough, the lie was exposed. At that time, she was just talking nonsense, but this girl actually went to investigate herself, really. He helplessly smiled bitterly. Okay, Yi, I really lied to you at that time. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Yi couldn't help but stun for a moment, and then he hummed with a cold face, as an apology useful. You are now a highly dangerous element in the Soul Society. Jing Lingting has already launched an investigation on you. If so, don't blame me for being rude. When they met in the virtual circle 100 years ago, Yi was still a little girl. At that time, she had just become a member of the second division, and was assigned by the family and the second division to practice. However, in the sinister virtual circle, she is separated from her comrades and is in grave danger. If Naruto hadn't rescued her at that time, perhaps she would have already died in the virtual circle. Later, the incident of meeting Naruto in the virtual circle became an eternal memory in Yi's heart. Back in the Soul Realm, she had been looking forward to Naruto being able to come back from the virtual circle. This wait is 100 years. In the past 100 years, she has grown from a little girl to a generation of family owner and captain, and she is no longer that young girl. But in the past 100 years, she also learned that Naruto did not file in the Shinigami at all, and there was no such a person in the Shinigami. It made her feel cheated. Thinking of Naruto's warm and bright smile, Yi felt very ironic. It turned out that this guy was just a big liar. She hates being tricked. Naruto also knew that it was wrong to lie, but it was just a nonsense of his own unintentional. How would he know that this kind of thing would make Yaiki care for so long, and he was still worried after 100 years. Jing Lingting already knows of my existence. Since that's the case, I'll go back with you to be investigated. Naruto said with a calm smile. That's what you said. Yi suddenly smiled when he saw this, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Wait, Yi, before I go back to investigate with you, I hope you can help me take care of the two of them, Feijun and Ranju. Naruto pointed at the Feijun girls again. Lord Naruto, brother Naruto. Feijun and Ranju looked worried. Naruto walked over, patted Feijun's shoulder with one hand, and touched Luanju's head with the other, with a bright smile on his face. You two don't have to worry, this Lord Yi is a very good person. We used to know each other, so you can wait for me to see you at ease. Quote. But, the two of them still had a reluctant expression on their faces. At this time, Yi, who was watching silently on the side, suddenly said, Are you Feijun and Luanju? You also have spiritual power in your body. I can give you a chance to become a god of death. Really? The two women couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Yi nodded a little. Come with me, I'll talk about it all in Jingling Court first. So, Yaiki and her subordinates took Naruto and the three to Jingling Court. Hey, Yi, you don't have to go too far, do you? In Jingling Court, in the supervision tower of the supervision team belonging to the 2nd Division Worm's Nest, Naruto stood in the prison and shouted to Yaiki in front of him. Yi closed the door of the prison and looked at him lightly. You have now been judged to be dangerous to the Soul Society, and I will interrogate and manage it. Except for me, no one can enter here without my permission. Quote. But I have already explained what I have to explain. I am indeed not a god of death, I am just a high-spirit pressure individual who has strayed into the virtual circle, and my knife is not a zanpakuto, it is just a treasure, and it is long ago. It has been lost. Naruto looked at Yaiki and called out, Zanpakuto's affairs, he must not reveal, even if he lied to you once again now, he could not reveal Uzumaki's affairs. Moreover, after coming all the way to Jingling Court with her, Naruto always thought that Yi would definitely take care of himself with his old love in mind, but he didn't expect that after asking a few questions, he would directly put himself in this place where felons were imprisoned. Now he's really in a hurry, won't she really take revenge on herself for lying to her? In my impression, Yi is definitely not such a person. Hee, do you think I would believe you? I, who was deceived by you 100 years ago, will never believe you again. Yi sneered. Quote. Naruto was silent. 10:24. Arrangements for Night 1. What about Feijun and Ranju? Naruto asked again. I have arranged for them to temporarily stay at Saifengyuan's house. Huh, that's fine, but how long do you want to keep me locked up? Naruto relaxed after hearing this. Even though Yi locked herself up, it was still morally right for her to arrange the affair between Feijun and Lu Anju. As for himself, it doesn't matter if he is locked in such a place. If he wants to go out, this kind of prison will never hold him. After all, his body is so strong that he can't even restrain the space, how can he be held in a mere prison? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. What? It seems that those two girls are very important to you, Yi said with a slight frown, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. Naruto smiled. They are the people I met in Liuhun Street a few days ago, but I promised to protect them and make them the gods of death. If it wasn't for you, I would never have agreed to be imprisoned here. Planted a place. Quote. Naruto's words made Yi stunned. He seemed to be very special when he heard what he said, and the two girls seemed to have a normal relationship with him, so he felt inexplicably happy. Humph. Yaiki, who noticed that his mood was a little abnormal, couldn't help but snorted coldly, turned around and left, leaving only one sentence for Naruto. Liar, just stay here. When will I feel in the mood? Okay, let's let you out. Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he still believes in Yi. After all, whether it is from the original book or the feeling of the time he spent with her in the virtual circle, Yi is of course not a bad person. On the contrary, it has been 100 years since her judging from the fact that Nien still remembers herself, she is still a person of temperament. Therefore, Naruto doesn't think she will harm him, and it is estimated that he is only imprisoned because he is upset, so he should play tricks and punish himself. Really, since that's the case, just follow her will and play with her, as a meeting gift after 100 years. Naruto sat down in the prison, but found that there was actually a big bed here, and he lay down comfortably on it. Yi actually prepared a bed for himself. It doesn't seem to be out of touch. Jingling Court, in the hall where the captain of the first team is located. Yi was reporting to a white-bearded old man. Yi, how did you deal with the travel disaster? The old man was the captain of the first team, Yamamoto Yuanyujai. Yi lowered his head and reported, Traveler has been successfully arrested and is currently being interrogated. You don't have to worry, there will be a result soon. Captain Yamamoto nodded slightly. Well, very good, that guy's Reiatsu has reached the captain level. After investigation, you can hand over the report to me, and I will give him a reasonable disposal. Yes, Yi nodded, then I'll leave. In a blink of an eye, Yi disappeared in place. Yamamoto stood there and murmured, the captain level Reiya, I hope he's not a dangerous guy. In the monitoring tower, Naruto was lying on the bed thinking about what happened next. Although I was in a prison, I couldn't keep myself here. If I didn't let me out for a long time at night, I would have to escape from the prison and leave, but in that case, I would become a god of death if I wanted to. It's even more difficult, so now we have to hold back first. We can't act rashly, and we should wait for the news of Yi Yi. You're quite comfortable. During the thought, Yi Yi's voice came over. Naruto slowly got up from the bed, looked at her and said with a smile, "Isn't this a blessing to you?" Che, who knows which bastard moved in this bed? Yi Yi curled his lips. In the second division, Omaeda Nozomi, who was dealing with team affairs, couldn't help but sneezed. "Okay, I came to you because I have something to tell you." Yi Yi waved his hand, took out a document, and handed it to Naruto. "Sign a name on it," she said lightly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and when he took a look at the document, he couldn't help being stunned. Second Division Captain Sifanyuan Night 1 Investigation Report. Uzumaki Naruto, born 100 years ago, has a higher spiritual pressure than ordinary souls, entered the virtual circle after being swallowed by the emptiness, and was reborn in the phantom circle for 100 years. Spiritual power has now reached the captain level and has returned to the soul realm. At present, there are no bad records, no Zanpakuto, and no death god system. Such talents should be absorbed and owned by Jingling Court, and become a death god to serve Jingling Court. In the name of the 22nd generation head of Sifanyuan and the captain of the 2nd division, I guarantee him and give him the power to become the god of death. Quote. This is. Naruto saw what was written above, and he was actually the one who vouched for him at night, and he still tried his best to defend himself and speak good words for himself. He couldn't help but feel moved. Yichi, thank you. After Naruto signed it, he thanked her sincerely. Of course, he knew that it would be very difficult for a person with such a high spiritual pressure to be recognized in this Jingling Court. However, Yi Yi made a guarantee for himself with the power of one person, which shows that he has good intentions. Humph, don't be too happy. Even if you bail you out in my name, it's not so easy to get the permission of the team, so you should stay here obediently. Also, even if you are recognized and become a god of death, in the future, you must also become my team member. Yi Yi turned his head away, snorted coldly, and left immediately. Naruto had to lie down again. And at this time, in the 5th squad, Aizen was holding a report from his subordinates. He frowned slightly and murmured, Uzumaki Naruto, the captain-level Rei Yagai, does Yaiki actually want to bail him out? Interesting. After the first meeting and testing that day, Aizen became very interested in Naruto. With an ordinary soul, without the assistance of Zanpakuto, he actually reached the captain-level Reiatsu. This is definitely a realm that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. Such people are exactly the objects that they need to observe for a long time. Aizen thought to himself, maybe, he is the breakthrough of the experiment, not necessarily. 10:25, angry. The next day, Naruto slept soundly. Suddenly there was a soft sound, followed by a thud, and the prison door was opened. Naruto woke up and saw Yi Ijung walking in with Omaeda. You were released, she said lightly. Naruto jumped in front of her at once, and said with joy, that's great. It looks like you've done everything for me. Yi glared at him. Although the main team promised to release you, it must accept the supervision of my 2nd division in the future, so your future schedule must be arranged by me. Naruto couldn't help stunned. Isn't this putting me under house arrest? Humph, your credibility is too low. Don't take you seriously because I'm afraid something will happen to you. Yi coldly snorted. Naruto smiled bitterly. However, he finally felt relieved. Compared with trying to find a way to enter Jingling Court, Yi Yi's side is more efficient. Although, the price was a few days in jail. When I came to the 2nd team's quarters, Yi Yi said to Naruto, in the past few days, I will get your records and documents ready, so you should stay in the team building first, remember, don't mess around. Run, otherwise. She stared at him threateningly in her eyes. If Naruto didn't agree, it seemed like he was going to be eaten. Naruto nodded with a wry smile. Of course he knew that Yi Yi was helping him, but he had lied to her before, which was indeed a bit too much. Now that he was under the roof, he had to bow his head. However, Naruto was still very grateful to Yi Yi. With Yi Yi's help, Naruto is equivalent to gaining a firm foothold in Jingling Court. As long as he gradually accumulates himself and strengthens his strength in the future, it will not be difficult to occupy a place in Jingling Court. Of course, all this is due to Yaiki, and Naruto will definitely find a way to repay her kindness. As soon as the knight finished speaking, he left in a hurry. As the captain of the 2nd Division, she is naturally very busy with multiple jobs. Then Naruto was led by the Vice Captain Omaeda to visit the team building of the 2nd Division. Speaking of which, Captain Omaeda, Hyjin and Ranju, do you know where they live? Can you show me there? Naruto, who had visited the 2nd Division's quarters along the way, couldn't help but said to Omaeda. He is Omaeda Nozomi Chiyo's father, strong and loyal to Yi Yi. Hearing this, he couldn't help but say, don't worry, Uzumaki Naruto, since Lord Yatra has arranged your friends, there will be no mistakes. Moreover, this is the most gentle Lord Yatra I have ever seen. Well, as the captain of the 2nd Division and the head of the Sci-fi Academy, she is in charge of various duties, yet she would actually take the time to help you handle everything in person. No one has ever been treated like this. Naruto's expression was startled, and his heart couldn't help being moved. That being the case, I don't have to worry anymore. A few days later, Yaiki found Naruto again, but the look on her face seemed to be unhappy because of something. What's wrong? Naruto asked impatiently. Yi Yi shook his head, restrained his unhappy emotions, and turned to say, it's nothing. By the way, I have already arranged for you to enter the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. You can enter tomorrow, and Fei Zhen is also enrolled with you. He Luanju, when you graduate from there, you will join my 2nd Division and listen to my command. Do you have any comments? Seeing her indifferent expression, Naruto frowned slightly, suddenly became a little angry, suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed her shoulder, slightly angrily said, Yi Yi, you are enough, in front of me, don't show your anger anymore. Those airs and tempers, right? Haven't you calmed down after so many days? Knight stunned. Suddenly she burst out laughing. Naruto, you really are. Don't forget that I'm not that little girl now. I'm already the captain of the 2nd Division. You are holding me like this. Are you trying to commit the following crimes? Be careful, I'll arrest you. In this soul world, the hierarchy is very strict. Naruto has just been recognized by Jingling Court, and he has not even entered the establishment of the God of Death. No matter his identity or status, he can't compare with a captain-level character like Yi Yi. No, what I want to say is, if you are unhappy, you should tell me. What can you do if you hide it in your heart? Are we not friends? Indeed, 100 years ago, I lied to cover up my identity. I have no choice but to lie to you. I apologize. Now you are angry with me and punish me. I can accept it, but you can't treat me like this as a friend. Friends should talk to each other about their troubles and help share, right? If I can't do it, I might as well leave the 2nd Division, leave Jingling Court, leave the Soul Realm. Go back to Liuhun Street and be my lone ghost. Naruto was really angry. He thought that after 100 years, Yi Yi would forget about himself, but it didn't. Therefore, he still thinks that Yi Yi and him are very good friends, and even the relationship is still a little ambiguous. He can endure Yi Yi being angry with himself, girls being deceived and being angry. It is normal, but he can't stand it. Yi, a handful of unhappy are hidden in the heart, do not tell yourself. Because this means that there is a gap between the two. Has the friendship really become so unfamiliar because of the passage of time? Obviously, she didn't consider herself a friend, because everything she did these days showed that she also considered herself a good friend. If that's the case, why don't you tell yourself? Naruto doesn't understand, is it identity and status that separates all of this? So, he was angry. After listening to what Naruto said and seeing his serious expression, Yi Yi was stunned. Suddenly, she burst out laughing again. Naruto frowned at her. What are you laughing at? Yi continued to smile, very happy, laughing so much that the branches trembled. After laughing for a long time, she finally said, "You liar is finally provoked. What's the matter? Do you feel the feeling of being deceived? Let you lie to me before. This is your punishment." After speaking, Yi ignored the stunned Naruto, and left the place in a flash, leaving only one sentence. Unless you have the ability to catch me, I will tell you the unhappy things, or you will never think about it. Naruto shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is this being tricked? As expected of a guy who has lived for more than 100 years, even though he looks only 18 years old, how can it be easy to become the head of the family and the captain? 1026. Talking Hearts. Yi was actually very happy. After listening to Naruto's words, her previous anger towards him disappeared. After 100 years. Yaiki is also worried about whether Naruto is estranged from himself, and also worried that Naruto has become unfamiliar with himself. But after these words, she was finally determined. No matter what kind of identity Naruto was before, no matter why he appeared in the virtual circle before, and no matter what he will do in the future. She has every reason to believe that they are still friends. Everything in the past seems insignificant under the time of 100 years, but the friendship before each other still exists for a long time. Naruto will be angry for not telling him about his unhappiness, which is enough to show that he feels the same about himself as he feels about him. Suddenly, Yi's mood became more open, and the unhappiness he had encountered before disappeared. Behind him, a figure suddenly appeared. Short golden hair and a swift figure. It was the Naruto who came out. Naruto, they say you can't catch me. My current strength is not comparable to what I used to be. Yi turned his head one by one, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and said to Naruto with a look of disdain. It made me talk so much, it turns out that you were playing with me. I must catch you today. Naruto feigned anger and dashed over. His shunpo was also very fast, more agile than the average captain. Swish. However, Yaiki's speed was faster than him. Just when Naruto thought he was going to catch her, she had already disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. I taught you your shunpo skills. At that time, being able to catch up with you was considered great. Now I'm already the captain. Although your strength has improved a lot, it's not easy to catch up with me. Yaiki's figure flashed back and forth in the wind, and the afterimages made Naruto unpredictable. Naruto calmed down and stood and carefully captured Yaiki's figure. Hey! Suddenly, he drank lightly, and the figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, came to the front of Yi. At this time, Yi just flashed, and Naruto's hand grabbed his shoulder. Caught you. Looking at Yi's shocked expression, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. However, the smile immediately froze there. Because he thought he had caught Yoichi, but found that there was only one Captain Yori in his hand. Hidden footwork empty cicada. Yaiki's voice appeared behind Naruto. Naruto turned to look, a smug smile on her face. How is it? You were able to keep up with me 100 years ago, but now you can't catch me at all. She took off Haori, revealing her slender and graceful body, and a black tights perfectly reflected her youth and vitality. Naruto knew in his heart that after 100 years, Yi had made great progress. She herself has the name of Shining God, and her speed is the second in the Soul Society, and no one dares to say the first. Naruto's speed in the previous worlds was also unique, but in the world of Death God, he could only rely on spiritual power, and before the Master's more advanced skills, trying to beat the knight in speed was simply a dream. Therefore, to become a god of death and enter the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy, for him, this is also a way to quickly become stronger. Okay, I admit that the speed is not as good as you, but you have to tell me about your unhappy things. It's hard to hold back in your heart. Naruto shook his head and sighed. Yi heard the words, a gentle smile finally appeared on her face. She dodged in front of Naruto, took Yuri from Naruto's hand, put it back on her body, and said with a faint smile, "Okay, then you will accompany me. Let's go." On a grass outside the jingling court. The two of them walked side by side. Yi looked at the sky. "You said, what would you do if your good friend did something excessive?" Naruto frowned and said, "It depends on what you've done. If it's a very dangerous thing, it should be discouraged." "What's wrong? Do you have any friends who have done excessive things?" Yi nodded. "Yeah, I have a friend. His name is Urahara Kazuki. He is a mad scientist. I recently found out that he is researching about soul strengthening, which requires a lot of souls to carry out experiments, allowed in jingling court within the scope. Although I am the captain of the second division, I will not pay attention to him, but his recent research involves some taboo fields. If it is not stopped, it is likely to cause serious consequences. I have also advised I've seen him, but he didn't listen to me, and just this morning, I saw him doing research on the soul of a newborn baby, and he's really getting worse." Yi was a little angry, but Naruto finally understood after listening to it. It turned out to be Yoichi's good friend Urahara Kazuki. This guy and Yi have been friends since childhood, so it's no wonder she cares so much. However, Naruto knew that Urahara Kazuki was a research madman, and he even used his genius mind to research things like collapsing jade. And scientific research is the best way to progress. Technology is the primary productive force. Hearing Yaiki's troubles, Naruto thought for a moment and said, "This is his internal research. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Scientific research is sometimes necessary. Kazuki's research is also essential." However, he also knew that the current Urahara Kazuki might be studying collapsing jade, but no matter what, he has no ability to intervene. There are many strong guys, and he doesn't want to be targeted by a group of people before he grows up. Therefore, he didn't want Yaiki because of Kazuki Urahara to make some big things to affect his cultivation. "Well, what you said makes sense, but that guy used babies to study. Hey, forget it. Let him do whatever he wants. I hope nothing major happens." Yi shook his head. "Leave him alone and talk about your business. Tomorrow I have arranged for you to study at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. You must seize the opportunity and cultivate well. Now you are equivalent to having a body of spiritual pressure, but there is no system. Those who have studied ghost ways, vain fights, shunpo, and slashing techniques will definitely not be able to gain benefits by fighting with a real captain." 1027. Admission. The next day, Naruto, who came out of the second division, accompanied by Yi, came to the place where the gods of death study in the Jingling Garden, the True Spiritual Art Academy. This academy was founded by Captain Yamamoto. It has been in existence for 2,000 years in the Soul World. For the past 2,000 years, almost every god of death has entered here to study. Naruto has already had the record and establishment of the god of death under the arrangement of Yi. So now he is about to start his life of study, and he must graduate from here before he can enter the 13th team of Huting to fight. Along the way, Yi introduced him a lot, and told him to study hard and not to cause any trouble. Among the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, all kinds of talented people with lofty ideals, and nobles with great power and profound background. Although Naruto's Reiatsu has reached the level of a captain, he is only one person after all, and if something happens, it will inevitably cause trouble to Yoichi. Yi has already helped him enough, so Naruto doesn't want to worry about her anymore. He will continue to study peacefully and gradually improve his knowledge in this world of death. Naruto-sama, just when he came to the door of the True Spiritual Arts Academy, a crisp voice came over. Naruto looked around, but saw that the person in front of him turned out to be Feijun. She was wearing a black antique kimono and ran over excitedly with a wooden knife in her hand. "Feijun, why are you here too?" Naruto asked suspiciously, and couldn't help but look at Yaiki next to him. Yi smiled lightly. "I arranged for her and Ranju to enter the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. From now on, you will be classmates. It turns out that, I really want to thank you. It turned out that Feijun and Ranju were allowed to enter this place to study early in the morning, and Naruto thanked again. Feijun also bowed to Yi. Thank you very much for your care these days. Feijun feels honored, and it is also a blessing for you to be able to study with Naruto in this place. Yi waved his hand, indicating no thanks. Okay, Naruto, the admission procedures have been completed for you, but you still have to take a test on spiritual power. The school will assign classes based on the results of the test. Naruto nodded, looked at Feijun again and asked, then which class are you in? Hearing this, Feijun lowered her head slightly. Yuhi said with a disappointed face, my spiritual power is the weakest, so I was assigned to class Ding 4. Quote. Yi explained from the side, before new students enter the school, they will be assigned to 4 distinct classes after being tested. They are A, B, C, and D. Class A is the place where the best talents gather, and Class B is the second. And so on. Generally speaking, there is only one Class A, and there are many other classes. After all, there are only a few people with extraordinary talents. I was a Class A person back then. Quote. So that's the case, which class is that Lu Anju in? Ranju is also in Class A. Feijun said disappointedly. She followed Naruto with Ranju, but she was in the last class because of her talent. Well, if that's the case, then I'll test my spiritual power first. Naruto thought for a while and said. Well, for the next thing, let Feijun take you there. She has been here for several days. You should be familiar with it. I'll go first if I have something to do. I have to work hard, Naruto. Yi said with a smile, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Naruto looked at Feijun. Then please take me there. Yes, Naruto-sama. Feijun bowed her head and replied. Naruto covered his forehead helplessly. Feijun, we will be classmates from now on. You should call me by my name. I don't want it. Lord Naruto will always be Lord Hyjin. Hyjin said stubbornly. No way, no further persuasion, no choice but to test the spiritual power first. The place to test spiritual power is in the central hall of the academy. The hall is very spacious, and people come in and out from time to time. It seems that they are all freshmen. And in the innermost part of the hall, there was an old man with gray hair. As soon as Naruto entered, he immediately sensed the powerful spiritual pressure on the old man. This is a spiritual pressure comparable to the captain level. Unexpectedly, in this academy, there will be such powerful characters as Reiatsu. From Naruto's point of view, the captain-level Reiatsu is estimated to be possessed only by the captain of the 13th division of the Guardian in the entire Soul Society. That is the top existence above 10,000 people, the pinnacle of the god of death. Now that I think about it, I still think it's too simple. After all, there are some powerful guys hidden in every world. Hyjin brought Naruto to the old man. Sir, Feijun called him respectfully. The old man nodded and looked up at Naruto. Is it a freshman who just entered the school? The expression on his face was calm and did not change in the slightest. Naruto nodded. Yes, I'm here to test my spiritual power. Well, to test the spiritual power, then put your hand on this. The old man took out a strange rectangular instrument. Naruto put his hand up as he said. Suddenly, a suction force came from the instrument, and the spiritual power in his body was suddenly absorbed. He was slightly startled, and hurriedly controlled his spiritual power so that it would not be absorbed by the instrument, but despite this, the spiritual power was still flowing in. At this time, a strong light suddenly emitted from the instrument, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in the old man's eyes. Naruto withdrew his hand, and the light dissipated. Feijun's soft voice sounded. Naruto-sama, your spiritual power is really strong. When I tested it, it only emitted a little light. Naruto-sama, your current spiritual power potential can definitely become a captain-level figure. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned. This test method is to absorb part of the spiritual power in the human body. The stronger the spiritual power potential, the more dazzling the light. And Naruto's spiritual power has already reached the captain's level, and the potential shown is naturally the captain's level. However, the spiritual pressure potential that this instrument can detect is only at the captain level. The old man was also greatly surprised after seeing Naruto's spiritual potential. You must know that a character with captain level potential can definitely reach the level of dissolution through hard work. Then he will become a big man, and he will definitely be able to enter the first class. 1028. Late on the first day. In the end, Naruto was assigned to Class A as a matter of course. He is in the same class as Ranju. Feijun was both happy for Naruto and secretly inferior. Her spiritual power was only the lowest level, and she was barely able to become a god of death. How could she be qualified to follow him in the future? When he left the hall where he tested his spiritual power, many people around him saw the results of the previous Naruto test, and their eyes suddenly changed. Naruto had no idea about this. After all, he knew the most about his own spiritual power. The result of this test is only produced under the control of oneself. If the spiritual power in the body is allowed to flow into the instrument, it is likely that the instrument cannot bear it. However, he didn't want to be famous for that. Despite this, Naruto is still full of expectations after entering the freshman class of Class A. This means that he has access to more resources and knowledge. After enrolling, Naruto was also assigned a dormitory, as well as some basic knowledge books. These books are very valuable, and are definitely very useful for those who do not use their own spiritual power. Of course, Naruto now possesses a tyrannical spiritual power. No matter how bad he is in using it, he does not need to learn from scratch. All he needs is some more systematic knowledge and skills of spiritual power. After getting the book, Naruto immediately watched from his personal dormitory. Now he is thirsty for knowledge, and tries to seize every minute and every second to study. Before you know it, a day has passed. Early the next morning, it was time for class. Naruto woke up and found that he was late. It was too late to read a book yesterday, what a shame. Today is the first day of school, so being late for it is really bad. He came to the place where the first class of the True Spiritual Arts Academy was located. In the large classroom, there are already a lot of people sitting there for class. Because the buildings in Soul Society are all retro buildings, the classrooms inside are also different from the classrooms that Naruto knows. Each student is sitting on a futon on the ground and listening to the teacher explain the knowledge. And the futon belonging to Naruto is still vacant. Although it was a bit inappropriate to walk in at this time, Naruto didn't care about it. Since he was late, he had to go to class. So, he came to the door of the classroom, and just as he was about to enter, the middle-aged god of death with a mustache stopped him, his voice grim. Uzumaki Naruto. I heard that you just entered school yesterday. Today is the first day of class, but you're late, aren't you? Yes, I'm very sorry about that. Naruto nodded, admitting his mistake. Well, the degree of admitting mistakes is good, but this is the Class A of Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Those who make mistakes can't just let it go. As a punishment, you can be my teaching material in this class. The middle-aged death grinned. With a faint smile, he greeted Naruto over. Naruto was stunned for a moment. At this time, the students sitting below began to discuss in a low voice. It's miserable, this guy is going to be abused. Yes, the teacher is pervert, He will definitely come up with all kinds of ways to torture people. Among the students, Luanju was present, and she also looked at Naruto with a worried expression. Really, Naruto brother is actually late, it's too bad. Hey, Luanju, do you know this guy? At this moment, a cute little girl with glasses next to her asked her. Luanju turned her head and smiled. Yes, Naruto brother is my savior. He is very powerful. He has always protected me when I was in Liuhun Street. Really, but he's so handsome. Nanao, don't hit Naruto's brother's idea. He's mine, Luanju said angrily, staring at her. Oh, I won't, I'm just talking casually, don't be so serious. Nanao said with a smile. At this time, Naruto had already walked to the middle-aged god of death. After briefly introducing Naruto to everyone, the middle-aged Shinigami said, I'll show you some of the techniques of using spiritual power today. I hope you will remember it. Yes. Naruto smiled bitterly, not knowing what this guy was going to do to him. Chopping the fist and walking the ghost, the four major skills of the god of death, look at it. The middle-aged death god raised a wooden knife and slashed towards Naruto at a very tricky angle. The sword light flashed, and Naruto saw at a glance that this guy's strength was not even at the level of a vice captain. He instinctively raised his arm and reached out to grab it lightly. The next moment, I saw that the wooden sword of the middle-aged god of death was instantly grabbed by Naruto's palm, unable to move. Wow, take it, take it. Ranju, he is amazing. The students exclaimed. The middle-aged god of death was shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to take this knife from him. It was unbelievable. He couldn't help staring at him with wide eyes. Only then did Naruto realize that his actions were out of line. He quickly let go of his hand and apologized, sorry, teacher. Middle-aged Grim Reaper's face turned white for a while, and in front of the students, a newly enrolled student grabbed the blade. What a shame. However, his self-restraint is not bad. After he calmed down immediately, he coughed lightly and said, well, your reaction is not bad. You are a good seedling, then try this next. As soon as he finished speaking, this time he directly showed his strength. The spiritual pressure comparable to the vice captain level was spread out, and a gust of wind rose directly around him. A burst of white light of spiritual power suddenly punched Naruto's chest. Naruto wanted to dodge, but after thinking about it, he forced himself to stand on the spot, and was really punched by him. Boom! Naruto's body was immediately knocked out and fell to the ground. Brother Naruto. Seeing this, Luanju couldn't help standing up, and hurriedly ran to Naruto's side to help him up, looking at the middle-aged god of death angrily. Teacher, how can you put such a heavy hand? Brother Ren will be hurt. The other students around were also in an uproar. They felt the same way about the powerful Reiki just now. If they were punched by such a strong Reiki, how could an ordinary student be injured? This teacher's hands are too heavy. Everyone was a little outraged. 1029. Bookstore. However, when Naruto stood up unscathed, the students, including the middle-aged Shinigami, suddenly stared out their eyes. The middle-aged god of death couldn't help but look at Naruto with the same eyes as a monster. This guy can not only block his own knife, but also receive his own punch. Is he going against the sky? I have never seen such a powerful student, and I have never imagined that a student can catch the full blow of a vice captain level power. The middle-aged death god knew clearly in his heart that he had indeed lost his temper just now and had used all his strength. However, after seeing that Naruto was not injured at all, even though he was shocked, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, it seems that Naruto has a solid foundation and strong spiritual power. Then, please use your fastest speed to attack me, he said to Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, this guy punched himself just now, and he used so much force. If he hadn't cooperated with him to pour out, this guy would have been shaken out by himself. But for a guy like himself, the freshman also used a strength close to the vice captain, which was too much. If it weren't for his toughness and invincibility, even a person with a captain-level Reiatsu would be beaten hard, right? However, if this guy wants to let himself attack, he must not knock him down all at once. That would be too amazing, and he doesn't want to be famous. But if he didn't punish him, he would be very upset. Naruto stood on the spot and thought to himself. Come on, use your fastest attack with the strongest force, don't be shy. Urged the middle-aged death god. He really wanted to see Naruto's potential and be able to take on his own attack. This is definitely not easy. Naruto regained his senses and nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll be rude. He suddenly rushed towards the middle-aged death god, and at the same time raised his fist and smashed it into his face. The middle-aged death god frowned slightly, because he found that Naruto's movements were full of flaws, and the next moment, he disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind Naruto. One of the broken paths, strike. I saw him pointing with one hand, and an invisible shock wave suddenly hit Naruto's back. Naruto had already sensed the other party's movements, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, Naruto suddenly slammed his feet, his body fell to the ground with a bang, his feet lifted unconsciously, and with a bang, he kicked the middle-aged death god who was about to rush up. And it's so immortal, the hit part happened to be between his crotch. Ooh! The middle-aged death god immediately covered his vital parts with his hands, and his body was half-kneeling on the ground, groaning in pain and tears streaming down his face. Naruto smiled secretly and got up. Ha ha ha. There was a sudden burst of laughter in the classroom, and the students were literally laughing back and forth when they saw that the middle-aged reaper was accidentally kicked by Naruto in that key part. Middle-aged god of death raised Yuhi's face and covered his crotch with both hands. The bursts of piercing pain made him unable to lift his head, but what hurt even more was his self-esteem as a teacher. It's a shame to be laughed at by classmates. However, seeing Naruto's innocent face, he suddenly felt powerless to do it, and he just felt like crying without tears. In the end, after the middle-aged reaper finally recovered, he no longer dared to use Naruto as a test object, and after letting Naruto sit back, he started lecturing again. Naruto laughed inwardly. All of this is of course his intention. Although Naruto has not thoroughly studied the 4 basic skills of the God of Death, he still has a captain-level spiritual pressure. Coupled with this invincible body, he wants to it's more than enough to tease a grim reaper who hasn't even reached the vice-captain. After returning to his seat and sitting down, Naruto found that it happened to be on the side of Luanju, and on the other side of Luanju was sitting a little girl with glasses, who looked cute at a young age. Hello, my name is Aiz Naneo, please take care of me in the future, Aiz Naneo greeted Naruto. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I've also taken care of you. Naruto also gave her a friendly smile. Aiz Naneo's small face couldn't help but Yuhi, seeing Naruto's warm smile, he was a little stunned. Naruto is considered to be the oldest in this freshman class, because the people who can come to this class are basically people with good talent, and basically they were dug out early. There are really a few people like Naruto. He is now making fun of the teacher, and the students in the class are deeply impressed by him. Especially some young female gods of death, when they saw Naruto's handsome blonde hair, they all paid attention to him secretly. After a day of class, Naruto went back to the dormitory to continue reading. Such days lasted for a month, and Naruto finally saw through all the textbook knowledge. He found that the knowledge in these textbooks is very basic and simple, and there is not much that can really be learned. Moreover, in the past month, he has already thoroughly studied the content taught by the teacher in the class, but he still feels that he cannot meet his requirements. Studying at the current speed is still a bit slow, so he plans to enter the big library of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, and is determined to read all the books in it. On this day, Naruto finished his class as usual, but he didn't go back to the dormitory, because even if he went back, he had no books to read, so he went to the big library. In the big library, there is a vast space, and there are bookshelves within a radius of hundreds of meters. Naruto found a book about ghost cultivation methods and began to read it with gusto. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the things recorded in this book were very detailed, and he felt that he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. What a great book and a great place to be. Naruto was fascinated by it, and he learned a lot about spiritual power and ghost realms for a while. At this moment, a puzzled voice came. Strange, why is the book I was looking for missing? Damn it, what's the matter? Did someone borrow it? The voice was very distressed, and gradually approached Naruto. Naruto was watching seriously, and he didn't pay any attention to the voice. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. It turns out that the book was taken by you. 10:30, Yahomaru Liza. Naruto finally regained his senses, and he couldn't help being a little angry when he was awakened. When I turned around, I found that there was a beautiful girl in front of me. His long black hair was tied into a braid, he was dressed in a black death costume, and he wore the armband of the vice captain of the 8th Division on his arm. A pair of transparent round eyes and a delicate face, his face was full of surprise at this time. Naruto immediately felt that she was familiar, and she must be a plot character, but he couldn't remember it for a while, and couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" "Hey, don't you mention your own name when asking someone else's name. It's disrespectful to a beautiful woman like me." The girl suddenly showed a wicked smile. "Handsome guy, looks like you're a student, I bet very famous." Quote. Naruto was even more puzzled. "Who the hell are you?" he asked again. The girl immediately looked like she was hit, and said bitterly, "Don't you even know me, the vice captain of the 8th Division, Lisa Yahomaru." Yahomaru Lisa. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. After thinking about it for a long time, he remembered some plots about her. "In my impression, she seems to be a character from the Masked Army, right?" "Well, this is true. It is still more than 100 years since the beginning of the plot. No wonder she is still in the Soul Realm." "Hey, handsome guy, tell me what's your name? You're reading a ghost book, do you want me to teach you a few tricks?" Lisa said with a playful smile in his ear. Looking into Naruto's eyes, there was a strange gleam in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Naruto. She is indeed a horny girl, Naruto thought to himself. He said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm a freshman at the True Spiritual Art Academy." "Well, is it still a freshman?" Lisa touched her smooth jade chin, looked at Naruto with malicious eyes, and giggled, "Where are the books you're reading now?" "It's what I was watching. I'm the vice captain of the 8th Division, so of course I have priority for this kind of thing. Why don't you bring it to me soon?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, seeing how he would leave it to her, and she was only a vice captain at best, and shook his head firmly. "I'm watching, you should wait until I've finished watching it." Quote. Hey, handsome guy, are you trying to disobey the order of the vice captain? This is not right. You will be punished. Lisa's body suddenly leaned over, and she raised her head with a very sharp expression. The menace looked at Naruto, but at the same time she squeezed his chest tightly with her plump breasts. Naruto suddenly felt a soft feeling in his chest, looked down at the girl who did not behave like a vice captain at all, and said helplessly, "Punish me for a book. It's impossible to pass. Even the vice captain can't abuse his power, right?" When Lisa heard this, her body leaned even tighter. "Oh. You said, I abuse, use, position, power. Then I really have to abuse it again." She suddenly stretched out her hand, pushed Naruto against the bookshelf, pressed her body tightly against his chest, and said in a very ambiguous tone, "Next, the captain will punish you. Punishment, what do you think?" "How?" Naruto couldn't help but jump. Isn't this lecherous woman trying to push herself here? No matter how lewd it is, it's impossible to be so lewd. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. Just when he was about to respond, Lisa suddenly left his body again, curled his lips and said, "Well, forget it. I have something to do today, so I'll leave first. Handsome guy, your name is Uzumaki. Human. I'll let you read the book for now. The captain will remember you. Be careful next time." After speaking, Lisa dodged and left the big library. Naruto let out a long breath. And Lisa came to the corridor after leaving the big library, and suddenly covered her chest. He murmured with a dizzy face, "Really, it's so handsome. My heart is beating so fast, I can't help but do something out of the ordinary. I'm still doing it. Oops, I'm so lustful. No, evil thoughts go away. Evil thoughts go away." And Naruto continued to lower his head to read the book. After being interrupted by Lisa, he suddenly found that it was difficult for him to calm down. This girl was really terrible. She suddenly jumped out to tempt him, and then immediately flashed, "Damn it." At night, Naruto borrowed the books he was reading from the library and went back to his personal dormitory to study. The 31 Scarlet Artillery. In the palm of his hand, a Sakura Yuhi-colored energy ball was fired, with a bang. In the training plaza of the True Spiritual Arts Academy, everyone is practicing the ghost art project. Naruto stood in the crowd, and according to the way of using ghosts, he was practicing over and over again to control the ghosts. He didn't dare to inject all the spiritual pressure, otherwise, the power of the entire Red Artillery would rise to a terrifying level, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he carefully controlled the power of the Red Artillery in the palm of his hand, and he found that doing so was very beneficial to himself against this ghost master. Brother Naruto, look, my Red Artillery is already very powerful. At this moment, Luanju came to Naruto, raised his head and said to him happily. Naruto stopped cultivating, reached out and touched the head of the chrysanthemum, and said with a smile, then show it to me. Yeah, good. Luanju happily raised her hands, closed her eyes slightly and began to chant. Kun Komer, the mask of flesh and blood, all the phenomena, the thing that flutters high, and bears the name of human beings. Scorching heat and strife, rolling back south across the sea, and marching forward. The 31 Red Cannon. Boom. I saw that a basketball-sized Sakura Yuhi-colored energy ball suddenly appeared in the palm of Ranju's palm, and it flew towards the ground ahead with a bang. Boom. The explosion sounded, and the ground in front was blasted into a small hole, and the gravel splashed with extraordinary power. Not bad, very good. Naruto praised, it is indeed quite powerful that Luanju can have such strength. Naruto is also pleased with her progress. Luanju, who was praised by Naruto, immediately became more motivated and continued to practice happily. At this time, not far from the square, Feijun was looking at Naruto and Ranju who had already entered the ghost training here, with an envious look on his face. Hey, it's really getting farther and farther away from Naruto-sama's figure. 1031. 3 years later. Naruto is very serious about the cultivation of ghost realms, even if it is the first and second ghost realms, he will study it very seriously and carefully. Although it is said that there is basically no advanced ghost knowledge in this true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, everyone who has entered here has devoted all their efforts to studying advanced ghost knowledge. And Naruto, after learning the low-level and intermediate-level ghost ways taught by the teacher in class, was not satisfied with the status quo at all. He frantically went to the library to find this knowledge, and frantically read every book. Ghost Road, Shunbu, White Strike, Slashing. For him, these skills are the essence of how to use spiritual power developed by people from Eternal in the soul world. By learning these skills, he can also deeply feel the nature of spiritual power and how to use it. And the continued development of the use of spiritual power. He is now accepting everything in front of him as a scholar. In the future, he will create everything as a pioneer. The foundation is the most important part. Only when the master has the foundation can the future be better developed. Naruto believed in this truth, so every day after class, he would enter the library of the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts and read the books carefully. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In the past 3 years, Naruto has read all the books on the cultivation of the God of Death in the library. For him, it was really beneficial. Of course, although these books are very comprehensive, there are still no records of some advanced ghosts, shunbu, and white fights. You must learn from others to get them. During the 3 years of True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, Naruto has learned all the ghost ways except the forbidden technique and used them skillfully. And under the influence of Yi, his instant pace is also blue, almost comparable to Yi, and in terms of white fights, he is a master of physique himself, so there is no need to learn more about it. The previous 2 worlds have the fighting skills he has learned are enough for him to conquer the world, and the same is true for cutting techniques. Although he is not a master of weapons, with his experience in many worlds, it is not a problem to practice swordsmanship. Of course, in terms of spiritual power, he has not neglected self-cultivation, and he has also made great progress. In short, in the past 3 years, Naruto has completed the transformation of himself. Now he is fully qualified for the position of the captain, and he has the strength to fight or even defeat the captain. It's just that he is doing all of this silently. He doesn't usually show anything. He is also very low-key in school. Every time his grades are only in the middle, his relationship with other gods of death is also relatively harmonious, and he has never had trouble. This makes Yitai very happy, and every time he comes to see him, he will teach him a lot of skills about Shunpo. True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. At the top of the tallest building, Naruto stood quietly. He looked at the blue sky and couldn't help muttering. 3 years, 3 years, although the strength has improved rapidly, but the power of this world is not as good as imagined master, the search for one's own spiritual power is still far away. Without a start, without a life and death battle, it will be difficult to achieve breakthrough progress. It seems that we have to find a way to go to the virtual circle. Nailu should be waiting there too, right? Brother Naruto, so you're here. At this moment, a crisp voice came from below. Naruto looked down, and saw Luanju looking up at himself under the building. What's wrong, Ranju? Are there any lessons today? Naruto appeared in front of her in a blink of an eye, with a smile on his face. In the past 3 years, although Luanju has not grown significantly, but because she has lived a stable life, she does not look as thin and frail now as she did before. Water Spirit logo, very cute. Really, Naruto brother, have you forgotten? Today's day is very special. Captain Yamamoto will come to guide our Class A in person. Ranju took his hand and ran to the training ground in front of him. Oh, is Captain Yamamoto coming? If so, let's go and have a look. Naruto replied indifferently. That old guy was an antique-level figure in the Soul and Soul world, and his spiritual pressure was unfathomable. Naruto now compared with him, the Reiatsu was completely unmatched. However, he also knows that he can't be too close to him now. After all, he still has many secrets hidden in him. If this old guy finds out, it will be troublesome. Zanpakuto won't be released until you graduate and officially become a Grim Reaper. For the past 3 years, Naruto has kept Kina's power deep in his body, preventing her from coming out. Because of this, Kina has complained to him many times. Also, his unique physical properties cannot be known. Therefore, in the past few years, Naruto has seldom contacted other captain-level Shinigami other than the Night One. Really, Naruto brother, he's the captain. It's very rare to be able to guide us. Don't look like you can't keep your spirits up. Seeing him like this, Luanju couldn't help but get angry. Naruto shook his head and smiled, and had to follow her to the square. Anyway, in such a case, he can't be absent. On the other side of the square, everyone else in the class had already arrived, standing straight there, waiting for the arrival of the captain. Naruto ran to the back row and stood up, and joined the waiting queue. Captain Yamamoto is the founder of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and the captain of the 13th Division of the Guardian of the Soul Society. He is the leader of the entire Soul Society. Except for the Central Room 46, his power is the highest. Moreover, his strength is also invincible in the Soul realm. He is a being admired in the hearts of every death and will-be-death person. At this moment, everyone is very excited. After waiting for a long time, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The figure gradually approached. The old man in the middle with a long white beard on his chin and a cane in his hand is Yamamoto Yuanyujai. And beside him, there were 2 gods of death, an uncle wearing a hat, and another elegant young man with long white hair. Naruto also has an impression of these 2 people. They are the captain of the 8th Division, Jingle Chunshui, and the captain of the 13th Division, Yukataki Shuru. 2,000 years ago, they were Yamamoto's first students. 1032. Martial Arts. The spiritual pressure on the 3 of them was unfathomable, and along the way, they faced the countless respectful eyes of the students with a calm expression. This is the calm aura of a captain-level character. Luanju, who was beside Naruto, also had a look of admiration, and whispered to Naruto, "Brother Naruto, look, he is a captain-level big man." We must perform better, if they are attracted to them. From now on, you can directly enter the 13th team of the Guardian. Naruto smiled lightly. Ranju, it's not that easy. If you want to enter the 13th team of the Guardian, you must rely on your strength. I'm already very good. I can definitely do it. Luanju was full of confidence. At this moment, the three people have come to everyone, and behind the three people, there are several vice captains and officers. It seems that they came here today to make adequate preparations. At a glance, Naruto saw the braided girl following Jingle Chunsui, the lecherous vice captain Lisa Yazumaru whom she met 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, she also often went to the library to read and borrow books. Every time she met Naruto, she would come to say hello to him, and occasionally looked at Naruto with lustful eyes, a complete look of hopelessness. Erotic female figure. However, at this time, she was standing behind Chun Shui, with a noble and elegant appearance, fresh and refined, with a serious face, and she could not see the lustful and corrupt nature of her heart at all. However, her eyes seemed to have been searching for something, which made Naruto secretly startle. At this moment, Captain Yamamoto stepped forward and began to lecture. The content is nothing more than the history of Jingling Court, as well as the responsibility and mission of the God of Death. After he finished speaking, the real teaching began. He pointed out one by one and let people come forward to cover up what he had learned from him. At this moment, everyone was excited. It is a rare thing to be able to show one's abilities in front of Captain Yamamoto. Everyone was excited, and went up to show everything they had to the three captains. Ghost Road, Shunbu, White Strike, Slashing, these basic skills, almost all the people in Class A are very skilled, and they practice them one by one in front of Captain Yamamoto. Hey, that's too bad. Aren't there a few good seedlings in this year's students? After watching the drills of more than a dozen students, Yamamoto Yuanyujai couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, making those students infinitely disappointed. At this time, a little girl walked over. Wow, it's Nanao, brother Naruto, she's very powerful. Ranju exclaimed softly. Naruto nodded slightly. Of course, he knew that Ai's Nanao's ability was really good. During the time he was in the library, he often saw Nanao come to borrow books and read books, and his relationship with Yazumaru Lisa still lingered. Good looking. Moreover, he also knows that Ai's Nanao's talent in ghosts is very outstanding, and she is the well-deserved first place in almost every ghost class exam. I saw Nanao Ai's stepped forward and first showed the slashing techniques Shunbu and Shido to the captains. I saw Nanao Ai's concentrated the spiritual child in his hands, and suddenly combined them in a special arrangement to form a special armband, and the white light curtain radiated a faint light. He couldn't help showing a look of admiration. Yes, being able to use and control ghosts so skillfully is a talent. Is your name Ai's Nanao? Captain Yamamoto beckoned to her. Ai's Nanao withdrew his ghost path, nodded slightly, and said respectfully, yes, please also ask the Commander-in-Chief to give guidance. Well, very good. Captain Yamamoto saw that she was talented, strong, and humble and polite, nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Your performance is already very good, and your Ghost Dao, even in the Ghost Taoist group, is very remarkable. You will enter the 8th division in the future. Follow the Jingle Chunsui captain to practice. I will also arrange for you to enter the Ghost Taoist group to continue your in-depth study. Captain Yamamoto's words immediately shocked everyone, and everyone looked at Ai's Nanao with envy and jealousy. The talent she showed really caught the attention of these big men. Thank you very much. Nanao is very honored. Ai's Nanao was also very excited and hurriedly bowed to the three captains. Well, you go back to the team first, and Captain Chunsui will arrange for you later. Ai's Nanao nodded and returned to the team with a look of excitement. Nanao, you are amazing. Luanju quietly gave her a thumbs up. Nanao smiled and nodded. Ranju, you have to do your best. And Naruto-san too. After a while, it was finally the turn of the chrysanthemum. But unfortunately, Luanju was not favored by the three captains. Although her grades could rank in the top 10 in the class, there was nothing outstanding in all aspects, so she had to return to the team depressed. Ranju, don't be sad, try harder next time. Anyway, you can graduate in 3 years, and then you will become a real death god after getting Zanpakuto. I believe you will shine. Naruto reached out and touched his head, comforting her softly. Only then did the smile reappear on Luanju's face, and he nodded heavily. I will. Brother Naruto is missing you now. It's your turn, you have to work hard. Naruto smiled slightly, but he didn't want to go up to show them anything. With the mentality of hiding if he could hide, he stood motionless. Well, is there anyone who hasn't come up yet? At this time, Captain Yamamoto said. I heard that there is another person named Uzumaki Naruto in Class A. Didn't he come? Captain Yamamoto's eyes were sharp, and he passed through the crowd and landed directly on Naruto at the back. Everyone turned to look at him. Uzumaki Naruto, he is the most mysterious guy in our class. The guy who teased the teacher as soon as school started, and disappeared after class, usually doesn't come out to participate in various activities, and spends all day in the library. I don't know what he's working on. Yeah, but his grades are only average. The 3 captains must not look down on him. Hey, that's not necessarily true. I heard that his background is very impressive. He has something to do with the captain of the 2nd division, Saifeng Yuanyi. 1033. Against Lisa. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Naruto pouted and had no choice but to go forward. In the wide square, everyone's eyes were all focused on him. Naruto slowly came to the 3 of Yamamoto and pulled out the wooden sword on his body. He thought to himself, since he couldn't escape, he could just show them something. Although he is confident that he can defeat captain-level figures with his own strength, the 3 captains in front of him are not ordinary. Captain, that is a person who has been the captain thousands of years ago, and his strength is unfathomable, much more powerful than ordinary captains. Therefore, he can't reveal any flaws to be discovered by them. However, just when he was about to use his sword to perform some basic beheading techniques, Captain Yamamoto suddenly waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute, Uzumaki Naruto, you don't need to practice with the old man will give you one directly." Problem. Naruto couldn't help but stunned. The other students were also slightly surprised. Kiraku and Uzumaki smiled faintly. Then, Yamamoto winked at Harushui. Jingle Chunshui gave a wry smile, and said lightly to Lisa Yazumaru, the vice captain behind him, "Go, kill Uzumaki Naruto." What? Except for the 3 captains, everyone else was shocked. Liza Yazumaru, who was ordered, couldn't help but look in disbelief and murmured, "Captain, is this a test for him?" Jingle Chunshui suddenly turned cold. "Kill him. This is an order." Liza Yahomaru couldn't help but tremble, but, he didn't do anything wrong. Chunshui glanced at her. "If you don't kill him, then I will do it." Lisa was shocked and finally nodded. "Okay, Captain, I will carry out this order." Chunshui nodded, and exchanged looks with Uzumaki and Yamamoto, and a slight curvature appeared at the corner of his mouth. And Luanju and the others were already stunned. After a while, when Lisa came to Naruto with Zanpakuto, Luanju, who had just reacted, rushed up and stopped in front of Naruto, shouting, "Why did you want to kill Naruto, brother? What did he do wrong?" Naruto looked at this scene, but his expression remained unchanged. He lightly pressed on the thin shoulders of Ranju, and when he saw her standing up in front of him, he was a little moved, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Ranju, this is the test of Captain Yamamoto, don't worry about me." What kind of test is this? They said they were going to kill you. Run, Naruto brother, I'll stop them. Luanju stood in front of him with a firm face, motionless. Seeing her so persistent appearance, everyone around was moved. Naruto couldn't help shaking his head. "Really, Ranju, if Captain Yamamoto really wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have sent Lisa out. Don't worry, this is really just a test." When Luanju heard this, she had to return to the team with a worried look on her face. Lisa suddenly pulled out the cold gleaming Zanpakuto, pointed it at Naruto and said, "I'm sorry, handsome guy, this time it's an order, I'll have to kill you, don't worry, I'll cry for you when you die." Oh. Naruto couldn't help but spread his hands. Well, this kind of test is really unacceptable. Deputy Captain Liza, you won't do it hard, right? However, the response to Naruto was a sudden cold light. Sharp beheading. As soon as Lisa hit the knife, she immediately slashed several knives at Naruto. The knives are connected, almost forming an afterimage. Naruto was taken aback. Lisa's slashing skills seemed to be very powerful, and the knife skills were so fast that it was dazzling. This shot was so sharp, he really didn't want to hide. In a blink of an eye, his figure appeared behind Lisa. "Hey, you don't really kill me for orders, do you?" Lisa smiled and said, "Although I can't resist a handsome guy like you, the captain's order is even more irresistible. So I can only reluctantly part with my love. However, if you can escape my slash, your instant steps are really amazing." After Naruto heard this, he had no choice but to hold the wooden knife in his hand. It seems that they want to test their own strength today. 3 years ago, I entered Jingling Court through Yi's relationship and entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. I must have been concerned by Yamamoto and the others. In the past 3 years, I have been wearing a captain-level spiritual pressure, but my performance has been mediocre. Something is wrong. So, are these people here to use the pressure of life and death to force themselves to use their true strength? Naruto sighed secretly in his heart, and now it seems that he can only reveal a little of his strength to them. Thinking of this, he clenched the wooden knife, aimed at Lisa's Zanpakuto, and said lightly, "If you want to kill me, use all your strength." Cut, handsome guy, I'm the vice captain. Riza Yahomaru suddenly disappeared in front of Naruto in a blink of an eye. The next moment, Naruto's gaze shifted to the left, a figure suddenly appeared in the line of sight. Zanpakuto slashed 10 times in a row. 10 sword shadows intertwined into one, and slashed towards Naruto's chest. What a powerful beheading technique. As expected of the vice captain. Seeing Lisa's slashing technique, everyone exclaimed. Lisa's slashing technique was the first of the year in the class of students. Haru Shui said as if explaining to everyone. However, at this time, Naruto was standing still, and the wooden knife in his hand suddenly came out in a hurry. It seemed like a shock in the sky, it stabbed Lisa's chest in an instant. Faster and faster than Lisa. First come first. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Chun Shui's eyes, and he looked at Fuzu. Swish. The wooden knife slashed through the air with a beam of light, and with the release of the spiritual pressure on Naruto, Lisa suddenly snorted and flew backwards. Boom. Lisa kept taking dozens of steps back before she stopped and raised her head in shock. What a fast beheading technique. Right. Just fast. There is a saying that is good, all martial arts in the world are invincible, only fast is invincible. And Naruto's main practice is speed, regardless of his skills. Once the speed reaches ultimate, he can often kill the enemy with one move. Just now, Naruto attacked Lisa with an extremely fast slash. Because there was spiritual pressure attached to the wooden sword. This sword cut out, it was also very powerful. Lisa was able to react and resist, and was given by this sword. Sweep out. At this moment, everyone was shocked. 1034. Graduation. Uzumaki Naruto can actually beat the vice captain. It's amazing. I didn't expect him to hide his strength all the time. I couldn't even see it clearly with such a quick cut. Yes, if it were me, I would definitely be hacked to death. A gleam of light flashed in Yamamoto Yuanyujai's eyes, and his eyes were locked on Naruto. He could see that the knife just now was not only fast, but also accurate and ruthless. This blow, even after years of fighting, even the god of death can't do it. After Lisa was repelled, the surprise on her face was gradually replaced by a dignified expression. Before, she had always held a tentative attitude, but now Naruto's strength has made her feel the pressure. Her eyes narrowed, the frivolous expression on her face disappeared, her jade face was tense, and suddenly disappeared again in a blink of an eye. Naruto stood there, smiling, but did not respond. Suddenly, a crisp and urgent ghost chant came from above him. The thunderous carriage gap of the spinning wheel, this thing has light cluster and divide into 6. The 61616 Jinchuriki column light prison. As soon as the voice fell, I saw a 6 paths light sheet suddenly appeared around Naruto, flying towards his body with a swoosh. However, just when the 6 paths light film was about to restrain Naruto's body disappeared instantly. Instant step. The next time it appeared, it was already in the sky, above the head of Lisa, who had just finished singing. Lisa was slightly startled, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Naruto stretched out a finger. The 61616 Jinchuriki column light prison. Even the chanting was abandoned, and the 6 paths light sheet formed around it, and it came to Lisa's waist with a swish, locking her body firmly. What? With a scream, Lisa's body fell directly to the ground. However, in the next instant, Naruto flashed again. When he reappeared, he was already below Lisa. Seeing the direction she fell, he stretched out his hand to gently catch her body. Lisa fell into his arms with a startled and stunned expression on her face. You lost. Naruto smiled faintly. I. Lisa opened her mouth wide and didn't know what to say. She was at a loss for a while before she realized that she was in his arms. Yuhi couldn't help her face, and suddenly said, "Handsome guy. How long are you going to hug me?" When Naruto heard this, he let go, he smiled, and untied the bondage by the way. The crowd finally started talking in shock. Okay, such a fast chop, such a fast shunpo, such a fast ghost way. Uzumaki Naruto's speed is so fast. Not only is the speed fast, but the ghost who gave up the chant can actually restrain the vice captain. How strong does that require a Reiatsu? Could it be that he has reached the captain's level? It's scary, can't see it. Liza vice captain is not a captain at all. Listening to everyone's discussion, Naruto couldn't help but think, with this strength exposed, this should be the end of it, right? This is 60% of his strength. However, before Lisa could leave, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly came from behind Naruto. He couldn't help being startled, and turned around in an instant to meet with the wooden knife in his hand. Click. A cold light flashed by, and the next moment, Naruto's wooden sword was broken in two. The cold light continued to move forward, towards Naruto's chest. At this moment, Naruto has two choices, either directly face the blade with his body, or try to escape. Of course he can't use his body to follow. In that case, the secret of his body will definitely be exposed, so he must choose to avoid it. The spiritual pressure of the whole body was suddenly raised, and the foot suddenly swayed. When the situation was critical, Naruto used the secret footwork taught by Yi. Empty cicada. In an instant, the cold light pierced the robe, and Naruto's figure disappeared. Oh, he's really a powerful guy. It's amazing to be able to dodge my sneak attack. At this moment, Jingle Chunchui's voice sounded, and the surprise could not be concealed in his tone. After seeing Naruto defeat Lisa just now, he immediately rushed up to deal with Naruto and wanted to catch him off guard. This guy is best at sneak attacks. Naruto's robe fell off, wearing a black tight shirt inside, with a wry smile. Even the captain is going to attack a little student of mine. Is this really trying to kill me? I am sorry. Sorry I couldn't help but take action for a while, but I didn't expect you to learn the footwork of Captain Yi. You deserve to be the man she chose, Jingle Chunchui said guy with a smile. Naruto smiled lightly and looked at Yamamoto Yuanyujai. Then, is it time for the captain to take action next? Captain Yamamoto shook his head and said, no need, the order I gave just now is really just to test your strength. Now I know your strength, very good, no wonder Yi will guarantee you so much, this matter will come. This is the end, Uzumaki Naruto, you can graduate from the True Spiritual Arts Academy now. And you are eligible to run for the captaincy. What? Captain's campaign. Hearing this, all the students present couldn't help but froze for a while, and exclaimed in unison. Naruto was also very surprised. He just revealed a little strength, but he was chosen by Captain Yamamoto to be the leader of the campaign. Swish. At this moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky and came to Naruto. Naruto, congratulations on your successful graduation. Since that's the case, now I will appoint you to be the third seat of my second division. It's Yi Yi. I saw that she was wearing a captain's feather woven suit, her long hair was tied into a bun, and her slender figure was slim. At this moment, she was looking at Naruto with a smile on her face. Yichi, you've really dug a talent. After Lisa and I's test, Naruto's strength has been firmly above the vice-captain's level, and his speed has even reached the level of the captain's level. Jingle Chunshui said with a smile. The man I chose, of course, is not comparable to ordinary people, haha, he is much more powerful than your Nanao. Yi Yi laughed. The appearance and choice of Yi Yi immediately caused the students below to exclaim with envy and jealousy. Naruto couldn't help but have outstanding strength, and he even won the favor of the second division captain who is a noble. This is simply a step to the sky. From an ordinary student, he jumped directly to the third seat of the second team. This is absolutely a unique promotion. At this moment, everyone was envious of Naruto. 1035. Virtual Circle Mission. Congratulations, Big Brother Naruto. After this training was over, Ranju excitedly took Naruto's hand and blessed. Naruto smiled slightly. Ranju, you have to work hard, and you will graduate soon. I will definitely try my best to keep up with Naruto brother's footsteps. Luanju looked serious. Since Naruto had already been ordered to graduate by Captain Yamamoto, and was selected by Yi to join the second division, he no longer needed to stay at the True Spirit Academy, and moved directly into the second division. Also, he officially became a Grim Reaper and released Zanpakuto from the top. In the second division team, Naruto held the handed-out Zanpakuto in his hand, shining in cold light and in brand new condition. He knew that every god of death had to communicate with this Zanpakuto, and the two sides reached a realm of water and milk, so that they could continue to exert their strongest power. However, Naruto's own power that belongs to Kunai can already be turned into Zanpakuto for his own use. If he uses this Zanpakuto again, it will be a bit redundant. At this moment, Chunai's voice suddenly rang out of his mind. Naruto, there seems to be a spiritual power in this Zanpakuto, I think I can fuse it. Huh, you said you can combine the power of this sword. Naruto couldn't help but be surprised. Chunai's voice said again, yes, Zanpakuto itself is formed by a spiritual force, and since I can transform into a knife, I can also attach myself to Zanpakuto and become the knife spirit of this knife. Soon as the voice fell, a ray of light flew out of Naruto's body and landed on Zanpakuto in Naruto's hands. Zanpakuto suddenly emitted a lustful light from Yuhi, and Naruto opened his eyes wide, only to feel an extremely strong reiatsu emanating from the sword. Then, Yuhi Guang disappeared, and Kina's surprised voice came out in his mind. It's really good. This knife is amazing. After I fused it just now, I found that the original ability has changed a little, it seems to be more than before. Stronger. Naruto was also very happy to hear it. Chunai's strength is her own strength, and the stronger her strength is, the stronger her strength is. I don't know what level of power will be achieved after Shikai. Zanpakuto tightly in his hands, thinking to himself. However, he can't use Shikai indiscriminately here, because when he used Shikai in the virtual circle before, the spiritual pressure of his body jumped directly to the level beyond the captain. Cause unnecessary trouble. Thinking like this, he restrained the urge to Shikai immediately, and thought about the next plan, entered the virtual circle to find Nailu, and use the power of his current master to find the first generation of Mebus. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Naruto was startled, put away Zanpakuto, and opened the door. Yi Yi, why are you here? The person who appeared in front of the door was Yi Yi. She was dressed in Captain Yori, with a faint smile on her face, looking noble and elegant. I felt a powerful Reiatsu just now. Did you use Zanpakuto? Yi asked strangely after entering the room. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I have to make Zanpakuto reach Shikai reconciliation as soon as possible so that I can become stronger. Well, work hard. Yi thought about it and said, but if you want to become stronger, Zanpakuto's power is not the only way. Besides, the use of spiritual power is also very important. Can even suppress other captains with her bare hands without Zanpakuto in battle. It can be seen that Yaiki's ability is definitely of the invincible type, and the most strange thing is that Naruto found that her Zanpakuto 100 years ago had disappeared, and now she never wears Zanpakuto on her body, which is also among the captains. It's an outlier. However, Naruto also strongly agrees with Yaiki's words. Zanpakuto's power is an external thing after all, not really his own spiritual power. Oh, yes, Yi, I want to go to the virtual circle in a few days. With my current status, I should be able to apply for the request to go to the virtual circle, right? Naruto asked suddenly. Yi was slightly taken aback. Naruto, what are you doing in the virtual circle? Although you have been promoted to the third seat by me now, even if you are the captain, you cannot enter the virtual circle without a good reason. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help frowning. Are the conditions for entering the virtual circle so strict? Yi smiled again. However, recently, there is a quest to go to the virtual circle in Soul Society, and all the gods of death below the vice captain can go, so you can also sign up to participate. Oh, what kind of mission? You'll know when you go. Yi smiled. Naruto nodded. Okay, then I'll go to participate. Next, after the two chatted for a while, Yi had something to do and left. Before leaving, Yi said something inexplicable to him. Culture well, Naruto, I'm waiting for the moment when you surpass me. Naruto was stunned. Afterwards, he left the team building and went to the South Gate Square of Jingling Court to participate in the mission of the virtual circle. Before that, he asked a few of his subordinates to help keep an eye on the news of the first generation of Mebus. In the wide square, in front of it is a huge light curtain of spiritual children. In front of the Linksea light curtain, a group of death gods in black military uniforms gathered. Naruto stepped forward, and then heard the introduction of this virtual circle mission. Go to the virtual circle, guide those lost souls, and ask everyone to kill at least one big virtual. It turned out to be the task of killing Daxu, which was very simple for Naruto. He happily signed up and passed through the black cavity opened by the technology of the Soul Realm, and entered the virtual circle with a group of death gods. As long as he comes here, he can take the opportunity to find Nailu. He knew that almost 100 years had passed since the time when he left the virtual circle. For more than 100 years, Nailu has been alone in the virtual circle, and you can imagine how lonely she is. Thinking of this, Naruto feels extremely guilty, and the mood to find Nailu becomes more urgent. After a burst of light, Naruto and a kind of death gods appeared in the dim virtual circle. At this moment, everyone's expressions became abnormally solemn. Because this is the real training ground for life and death, before coming here, everyone has made the determination to die. 1036. Lisa is injured. The Shinigami present are all young Shinigami with lofty ideals. They are full of enthusiasm and blood, hoping to make progress in the sinister environment. Among the gods of death, Naruto kept a low profile, the same black military uniform, with the Zanpakuto around his waist, a golden flowing short hair. At best, he looked a little more handsome. His purpose is to find Nailu, and the time for this task seems to be only 10 days. After 10 days, everyone will return here to concentrate, and then return to Soul Realm together. This is not so much a task as it is a trial. Just like when I came here to train on the night, I risked my life. Suddenly, among the many gods of death, Naruto saw a small figure, none other than Aiz Nanao, who was selected by the captain of the 8th Division before. I didn't expect her to take part in such a dangerous mission at such a young age. And when he looked at her, she also saw Naruto here. Big brother Naruto. She couldn't help showing surprise on her face, and ran over excitedly. I didn't expect you to participate in this mission too. Yeah, you actually dare to take part in such a dangerous mission, you're really brave. Naruto shook his head. Nanao said firmly. No, I can already fight independently. If I train in the virtual circle, I can become stronger. Okay, then you have to be more careful, don't get too close to the inner circle, you know. Naruto told her. After all, Nanao is still young. Although his talent is good and his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary Shinigami, this is an empty circle after all. Even if the ordinary imaginary strength is not strong, if a big imaginary emerges, it would still be fatal to her. Yeah, I see, thank you Naruto for your concern. Nanao smiled, why don't we team up with the two of us? Naruto couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and smiled bitterly in his heart. If this girl wants to form a team with him, he can't go to Nailu. He originally wanted to act alone, but when he looked at Nanao, he was full of expectations. Naruto couldn't bear to refuse in his heart. At this moment, another crisp and familiar voice sounded. Yo, handsome guy, so you're here too. Naruto turned his head and looked surprised. Vice Captain Lisa. Why are you here? Isn't this mission only those below the vice captain can participate? The girl who came to Naruto in front of her was dressed in a black military uniform and had a slender body. She smiled and said, I'm here to accompany Nanao to practice. It's just that sparring is not a mission. Is this all right? Naruto couldn't help sweating. However, since Lisa was there, Naruto didn't have to worry about it. It was enough for Nanao to practice with her. Therefore, he did not agree to Nanao's request, and turned around and left alone. I'm going to hunt for prey first, see you in 10 days. After leaving a sentence, Naruto disappeared. This guy, why are you running so fast? Could it be that I'm afraid I'll eat him? Really? Lisa muttered. After leaving the gods of death, Naruto immediately performed Shunpo, and his figure ran fast in the virtual circle. His body is like a gust of wind, and with a slight movement of his feet, he has moved a distance of dozens or hundreds of meters. In this vast world, Naruto exerted his speed to the limit, and in an instant he ran forward for dozens of kilometers. Nailu, where are you? After running for a while, Naruto stopped. He exuded his own spiritual power and carefully sensed Nailu's breath. It's a pity that the virtual circle is really too big. Although Naruto has strong strength and good perception, but after 100 years, in this virtual circle, Nailu has no idea where she went and cannot be sensed. In the vast world, how to find it? Sure enough, the strength has not yet reached a certain level. Is it so troublesome to even find someone? 10 days later, Naruto returned to the place where everyone gathered before. His expression was melancholy, and his face could not hide a trace of loneliness. For 10 days, Naruto searched for a long time in the virtual circle, but in the end he could not find Nailu, not even her breath. Perhaps, Nailu's aura has been hidden from herself. Just when he was secretly sad, an eager and tender voice suddenly came from beside him. Naruto. Naruto turned his head to look, but it turned out to be a lecherous woman, Lisa Yahomaru. However, this time, she didn't call herself handsome this time, but called her own name, and the look on her face was very wrong. Suddenly, her body fell towards her, and she rushed into her arms with a bang. Naruto was stunned. This guy came to attack the hooligan again. It's a virtual circle here. However, when his hand touched Lisa's back, he felt a hot and humid feeling in the palm of his hand. He raised his hand and saw a cloud of yuhi. It's blood. And Lisa was lying in her arms at this time, looking anxious and weak, only to see that the clothes on her body were also tattered, and Zanpakuto was also broken in two. Naruto couldn't help but startled. What's wrong? Lisa. Quick, go and save Nanao. Lisa clutched Naruto's clothes tightly, begging with an anxious and painful expression, please hurry up and save her. She was taken away by the king of the virtual circle. Now. What? The king of the virtual circle? Naruto's body shook violently. What's going on? Naruto was also anxious. However, Lisa fainted. At this time, the other gods of death who had come to gather here also gathered around, and Naruto had no choice but to hand her over to them and ask them to take her back first. Hey, do you want to act alone? Naruto's actions surprised the rest of the gods of death. Is it better to inform the captains about Akatsuki before making a decision? They all made conservative decisions. But Naruto knew that Nanao was taken away by the king of the virtual circle, and the situation was absolutely urgent. Therefore, he stopped fussing, and after asking everyone to bring Lisa back for treatment, they ran directly to the direction of Zai Palace. The king of the virtual circle should live there. Along the way, Naruto's figure became popular, and he was also thinking about this sudden thing in his heart. He thought that with Lisa taking care of Nanao, he shouldn't encounter any major danger without approaching the territory of Zai Palace, but this time, it seems that there is something strange in it. I hope that nothing will happen to Nanao. 1037. Breaking into the Void Knight Palace. Judging from Lisa's injury, the emptiness to capture Nanao must be above the Ichuka's level. Lisa's strength is definitely very strong, and she is also an outstanding figure among the vice-captains. In your Shikai's situation, her strength can even be compared with the inferior Ichuka's. But she would be seriously injured. This matter is definitely not that simple. Corpse Soul Realm, in the 5th Division team building. Aizen returned to the house, looked at a document in his hand, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto, in the virtual circle, I see what else you can do. Suddenly, a figure opened the door and entered. Aizen, I heard that you went to the virtual circle recently. What are you doing there? I didn't allow you to go to that kind of place. The lazy voice revealed a sharp tone, and Aizen looked slightly startled. Turned around and smiled faintly. Captain Pingzi, there is something suspicious over there in the virtual circle, so I went to investigate. It should be fine, right? The person who came was Mako Hirako, the captain of the 5th Division, with yellow hair and short eyebrows. At this time, his face was serious. HMPH, Aizen, don't do anything under my eyelids, your thoughts can't escape my eyes. Hirako Mako released the spiritual pressure, and immediately threatened Aizen. Aizen's face remained unchanged, with a faint smile, which made people feel harmless to humans and animals, and there was no way to start. Virtual Circle. Before the Void Knight Palace. Naruto appeared at the gate. This palace is the first time he has approached, and when he practiced in the virtual circle, he was only able to come to the inner circle. At this moment, in order to rescue Nanao, he had to break into this extremely dangerous place, a place where even the captain-level death god would not dare to enter alone. Here, also known as the King of the Void Circle, where Balagang is located, he is in charge of countless great voids, and his power is comparable to the existence of the 13th team of the God of Death. The God of Death. At this moment, a tall and thin figure appeared at the door of Zai Palace, looking at Naruto with disdain. The opponent is similar in size to a human, with deer antlers on its head, an empty hollow in its abdomen, and a deer-faced skeleton mask on its face. Are you the guard of the Void Knight Palace? Naruto's expression remained unchanged. He slowly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist, and said lightly. That's right, I am the guard of the Void Knight Palace, the subordinate Ichukastoban. God of Death, are you here to rescue the girl who was caught by Lord Giles? Tobin raised his finger and asked him. Where is she? Naruto didn't want to talk nonsense at all, and asked him directly, tell me, I'll spare you. Ha ha ha, she's in hell, you should follow along too. Tobin laughed and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his blue pupils. Sudden. A cold light flashed. Kai. Along with Biaofei's blood, Tuobang looked down at his chest in disbelief. I saw a long bloodstain suddenly appeared on his chest. The bloodstain directly separated his body and cut it in half. Naruto's figure appeared behind him, and he slowly drew back his sword and stood without the slightest expression on his face. Tobin's body was directly transformed into a spiritual child, and then absorbed by Naruto's body. Naruto took a deep breath, felt the slightly increased spiritual power in his body, and smiled slightly. Sure enough, killing the virtual in the virtual circle is the fastest way to level up. It's a pity that at this level, the general lower level Ichuka's Daxu can't bring him much growth. The leap to the top can only be achieved by beheading the very powerful Shukai. The gate of Zai Palace slowly opened. Naruto walked in on foot. Palace, it was silent and empty, cold and desolate, with huge Jinchuiki columns standing in the center of the hall, and corridors leading to the depths of the palace. Naruto closed his eyes and released his spiritual pressure. Boom! There was a sudden violent shock on the ground. Gills, a powerful guy is coming over, your tail hasn't been cleaned yet. How should you be punished? In the depths of the Void Knight Palace, on the highest throne, the skeleton Emperor Balagang was watching the one below. With a big name, he said lightly, his tone was not angry and arrogant. Lord Balagang, the other party should be the chasing soldier of the Soul Society, I will send someone to kill him. Giles, who is at the level of Watts Todd, looks like a tall and thin man. A middle-aged man with long black hair said respectfully to Balagang. Humph, no need, let the old man clean him up himself. Bring the god of death you caught too. Balagang snorted coldly, and with a flick of his body, he appeared on the other side. Giles showed a smile on the corner of his mouth and responded, yes. Is it finally here? Naruto muttered to himself after releasing his spiritual pressure. He knew that the god of death fell into Shu's hands, and the result was absolutely tragic, either being eaten or being torn to pieces, suffering endless pain. However, from Lisa's words, Naruto knew that the other party did not eat Nanao on the spot, but grabbed it directly. What exactly is this for? Naruto is unknown, but there must be ulterior motives in it. And if you want to rescue Nanao as quickly as possible, you can only try to alert the king in this virtual night palace, so that they have no time to do anything harmful to Nanao. No matter what conspiracy or purpose the other party has, as long as he enters violently, he can prevent them from continuing to act to the greatest extent. Therefore, after the release of the spiritual pressure, Naruto pulled out the Zanpakuto and suddenly slashed at the building in the Zai Palace. Boom boom boom. Under the powerful Reiatsu sword light, the building was easily split in two, and many Jinchuriki columns around it collapsed. In the case of this kind of destruction, a virtual circle of troops soon surrounded them. You really don't know where to live, do you know where this place is? A voice full of anger came over. I saw a big man with a tall stature appearing in the palace with many big virtuals, and surrounded Naruto in layers. Another Vastord-level void. Naruto frowned, there are actually more Vastords in the Void Knight Palace than he imagined. However, he didn't flinch at all in fear, and shouted coldly, let your virtual king get out. 1038. The Void King. The voice pierced through the void and echoed in the sky above the entire Void Knight Palace. The momentum is so strong that many Daxu can't help but feel for a while. At this moment, Nanao was being grasped by Giles in the palm of his hand. To be honest, she was terrified. It was the first time she came out to do a mission, faced the terrifying Daxu for the first time, and was caught by such a powerful guy for the first time. She had no room to resist at all. Of course she was afraid. Moreover, being caught by these terrifying guys, she also knows that her destiny has almost come to an end, and she has heard countless times how terrifying the existence of Shu is and how Shu eats the god of death. That kind of thought, deeply rooted in her heart, left a terrible shadow. However, now that she has really encountered such a terrifying thing, she can't help feeling sad. Is she going to be eaten by these hateful things in such a place? He still has unfulfilled dreams and a bright future. Facing the fear and unwillingness of imminent death, Nanao did not know how to resist for a while. However, at the end of this despair, the familiar sound resounding in her ears, from the sky above, suddenly woke her up. She was pleasantly surprised to find that this voice was actually the voice of the familiar Naruto big brother. King Shu, hand over Nangsu. Has Big Brother Naruto come to save him? This is really unimaginable. How did he come to such a place, and how did he defeat the enemies in this palace? Many of the guys here are at the level of captains. Hey, listen, that fool has come to save you. Little girl, are you moved? At this moment, Giles said with a smile. Naneo was stunned for a moment. Although she couldn't resist being held by Giles, she showed a look of disgust on her face and said angrily, Big Brother Naruto is a fool, all of you damned guys will go to hell. Hey, go to hell. Are you talking about the fool who called Naruto? Giles laughed, and suddenly whispered in her ear with a very terrifying voice. Tell you some news, that guy if you die, it's you who killed it. Naneo was shocked. Hey, of course a rookie god of death like you doesn't know, you're just a bait to lure him over. No, you bastards. What are you trying to do to Big Brother Naruto? Naneo suddenly screamed, trying to bite Giles' arm. Giles snorted coldly, threw Naneo out with a savage swing, and slammed into the Jinchuriki column with a bang. Little girl who doesn't know whether to live or die. Giles picked her up and held her in the palm of his hand like a chicken, and followed the Void King Balagang to the front hall of Void Knight Palace. That's where Naruto is. At the time of the slump, Chishu felt extremely sad, and she didn't understand what was going on at all, but she knew that she was the bait, and she was the one who seduced Naruto's big brother. In the powerful Zai Palace, Big Brother Naruto has no chance of escaping at all. Big Brother Naruto, you run away. He closed his eyes, Naneo murmured, tears soaking his eyes. But Naruto couldn't hear it. Of course, even if he heard it, he would never leave. Although he didn't know that all this was a conspiracy entangled in him, and he didn't know that all this was being controlled by a mastermind behind the scenes, he believed that no matter how dark the conspiracy, no matter how evil the enemy, could not stop him from rescuing Naneo. Footsteps. Because, this is not only Lisa's request, but also what he has to do as Naruto's elder brother Naneo. Big brother, isn't it just to protect the existence of the little sister? Boom boom boom. Naruto's hand slashed fiercely at the Nawastad-level big man, leaving shallow traces on his arm. Ha ha ha, Grim Reaper, are you capable of that? It doesn't hurt at all to chop. What a rubbish. The big man laughed loudly, and he slammed his fist all over Naruto's body. Swish. In a blink of an eye, Naruto suddenly appeared above the big man's head. It seems that your defense is very strong. If that's the case, then I'll change my method. This is a strength I've never exposed before anyone. Naruto stepped on the big man, and Zanpakuto suddenly fell into the sheath. He raised his fist, and a burst of white spiritual light suddenly flashed from his elbow. White fight. This is not an easy fight for nothing. In the past 3 years, he had already learned from Yi how to apply spiritual power to his body and fists, and, with his own understanding of power, he quickly developed his own white fight. The Reiatsu on the elbow suddenly exploded. And this explosion of spiritual power directly turned into a tyrannical and unparalleled driving force, sent Naruto's fist out, and slammed down on the top of the big man's head. Boom. The fist, which was not covered by any Reiatsu protection, hit the top of the big man's head abruptly in the next moment. What? A scream came, and the whole body of the big man was knocked to the ground by this powerful fist. The ground of Zai Palace was directly cracked into rubble, and the entire hall was shaking as the airwaves rolled. But, damn it, it hurts. The big man stood up staggeringly clutching his head. He was injured when his head was hit, and blood was dripping from the top of his head. He glared at Naruto, his eyes full of incredible. He shouted, "Why does a mere god of death have such a tyrannical body?" Naruto sneered. In fact, he was very dissatisfied with this power in his heart. It stands to reason that this body has completed the combination of spirit and flesh. Even without the help of spiritual power, the body alone is enough to sweep everything. However, he found that when the spiritual power is not strong enough, the power he can exert it's simply not enough to pose a threat to something powerful. In other words, the spiritual power of his current master cannot provide enough power to this special body. Therefore, even if the body is tyrannical and even the power of space can be ignored, but without the support of strong spiritual power, this body can only exert its ultimate defense power, and it has nothing to do with this limit of defense power matching attack power at all. To achieve this level, it must be done when the spiritual power is strong enough. 1039. Fierce Battle. He, this old man has opened his eyes today. A mere god of death has such a strong body. It's actually harder than a virtual body. At this moment, an old and majestic voice came from not far away. Immediately, Naruto felt a rotten and dark aura coming towards him. Looking around, he saw a huge figure in front of him pressing down like a hill. The human-shaped skeleton with the golden crown on its head is very large, more than 10 meters high, and the black energy aura is lingering all over its body, giving people a feeling of extreme depression. This is definitely a Vastord-level existence. And it is the absolute powerhouse in the Vastord class. Naruto has his information in his memory, number 210 Blade Skeleton King, Balagang. The ability to control is the power of death, which can make all objects touched quickly age and decay. Lord Balagang, you are here. Seeing the arrival of the King of Void, the big man hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Go on, let the old man come and meet this guy. Balagang waved his hand. Yes. The big man nodded and retreated according to his words. At this time, Giles also appeared here, holding Neneo's body in his hand, looking at Naruto with a wicked smile. Naruto frowned and his eyes fell on him. Let go of Neneo. Giles smiled and said, that's not good, you must know that you are our prey now. As a prey, you are not qualified to put forward conditions. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Okay, I haven't moved my body for a long time, let's play with you today, I hope your body doesn't rot immediately. Skullland laughed and waved his hand, and everyone around him immediately made room for the two of them. Get a lot of space. Lord Balagan, you don't want to kill him all at once. Giles laughed. I hope so. Balagan laughed. In their words, Naruto seems to be already dead. However, Naruto knew that none of the guys present could put him to death, but it would be very difficult, almost impossible, to kill them himself. So, the only thing I can do now is to find an opportunity to rescue Neneo. The only breakthrough was the Shu who was holding Neneo. Naruto draws Zanpakuto again, and this time, he goes straight into Shikai state. Let's dance, Uzumaki. Boom. A powerful spiritual pressure burst out in an instant. With Naruto as the center, the white spiritual pressure formed a hurricane that rose into the sky. The entire Void Knight Palace was almost broken through, and a big pit appeared directly on the spot. Naruto was full of spiritual energy, and his powerful breath was even stronger than before. Oh, Shikai's strength has increased so much. It's about to catch up with you, Giles. Balagang was slightly surprised. Giles was also obviously surprised. Yes, it is indeed difficult to deal with this level of Reiatsu. However, Lord Balagang must be very easy for you. Balagan smiled lightly, and he just waved his hand lightly. The next moment, a black aura of death rushed towards the place where Naruto was, and along the way, all objects encountered were instantly turned into dust and disappeared. This is the power of aging. Naruto did not block, and the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Giles. Give me Neneo. Naruto slashed Giles, back with a knife. Under the cold light, Giles suddenly turned around and glanced at Naruto with a smile, and then disappeared with a flick of his body. Ring. Your opponent is Lord Balagang, I won't fight you. Giles appeared on the other side of the palace and smiled faintly. At this time, the breath of death rushed towards Naruto again. Naruto's brows were slightly wrinkled, and he stepped aside again, ignoring Balagang and chasing Giles directly. Humph! You dare to chase others when you are fighting with the old man. Are you underestimating the old man? Balagang shouted angrily. The aura of death instantly became faster and more urgent, and suddenly accelerated, surrounding Naruto heavily. Damn, sure enough, the current strength is not enough to fight against the kings in the virtual circle. Naruto scolded inwardly. Giles' strength and speed are not inferior to himself at all, and it is very difficult for him to catch him. Not to mention that there is still the king of the virtual circle, Balagang. In addition, the forces of the entire virtual night palace should have surrounded this place now, right? No matter what you do, you are already in a passive state. However, he will never give up the rescue because of this. Nanao is still in Giles' hands. Big brother Naruto, run away. Leave me alone, you can't beat them. At this moment, Nanao finally woke up from his previous sluggish state, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help screaming loudly. Hearing Nanao's voice, Naruto was in a more urgent mood. He performed the fastest shunpo, after all Giles again and again, but was avoided by Gil's Kanken again and again, and the Balagan behind him also kept moving again and again. Pursuing, the breath of death is like a gangrene attached to the bones. No matter what, it is difficult to shake off. It can't go on like this. Giles' strength is obviously the strongest among the Vastords. It is very difficult to catch him, and Balagan is chasing after him. In the end, he will only be exhausted and he will be caught by them. It would be bad to live. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly stopped. As soon as he stopped, the breath of death drowned his body. Oh, did this guy give up his resistance? Or does he have no strength to chase? This is terrible, Lord Balagan, you killed him in one fell swoop. Giles looked at the aura of death said. No, big brother Naruto won't die. Nanao cried out in grief. Hey, he's only capable of this, it's really bad. Giles shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, an ethereal chant came from the black aura of death. The thunderous carriage gap of the spinning wheel, this thing has light cluster and divide into 6. The 61616 Jinchuriki column light prison. 6 paths suddenly appeared beside Giles, locking his waist in place with lightning speed. 1040. Escape smoothly. What? This is... Gilston was startled and struggled. However, after Naruto chanted the ghost way, how can it be so broken? I saw the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the black death aura, appeared in front of Giles, and slashed his arm with Zanpakuto. Kai. The blood arrow flew up, Giles screamed, and his arm was directly chopped in two. Naruto reached out to catch the flying Nanao and held her in his arms. However, at this time, Naruto's body was corroded by the gas of death before, and the clothes on his body had long since disappeared, and he was standing there naked. Big brother Naruto. Nanao was still shocked. Naruto smiled lightly, turned his head to the stunned skeleton Emperor Balagang and said, Goodbye, I'll have a good time with you next time. Swish. In a blink of an eye, Naruto disappeared. Follow me. Balagang was very annoyed, but he didn't expect that his proud ability would not work against him. Even if he was careless, he even cut off one of Giles's arms. Not to mention saving people under his own eyes, he also injured his own subordinates. Hateful. Unforgivable. Balagang was furious, and immediately led a large group of virtuals to pursue. And Naruto couldn't care about anything at the moment. He held Nanao in his arms, and started to escape at the fastest speed. The spirit of death in Balagang couldn't hurt him, and it was precisely because of this that Naruto made them appear careless for a moment, and then used the ghost way to rescue Nanao from Giles' hands. However, he is not out of the woods yet. The powerful spiritual pressures behind him were chasing after him, and it was difficult to get rid of them at all. At this moment, Nanao in his arms suddenly pulled out a tool from his body. Big brother Naruto, use your spiritual power to open this. Is this a tool used by the Soul Society to travel through space? Naruto couldn't help but look surprised when he saw it. So you're still hiding something like this. That's great. Naruto brought it over and quickly entered his spiritual power. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the original space, and Naruto quickly jumped into the crack with Nanao. In an instant, the surrounding scene changed and entered the boundary. This is a transitional space that must be passed through to connect Soul Realm and other spaces. Of course, there are other ways to directly reach Soul Realm or another space without going through here. It's finally safe. Naruto couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. If he didn't have the shuttle tool Nanao carried with him just now, he could only run around in the virtual circle with his strength, unless he waited for someone to rescue him. Or find a way to return to the Soul Realm by yourself. It seems that I will have to spend time to learn how to freely shuttle between two sessions in the future. Mind-blowing thought. Thank you, big brother Naruto. At this time, Nanao, who was in Naruto's arms, said to him gratefully. Naruto smiled slightly. Thank you, what should I do to save you? When Nanao heard this, he suddenly burst into tears. Ooh, I'm sorry Naruto bro, if I hadn't been caught by them, I wouldn't have let you take risks to save me. I heard them say, it's a bait used to lure you into the bait. I was really scared to death at the time. Bait. Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment. Hearing Nanao's cry, he suddenly had a bad idea in his heart. You mean, all this is to lure me over? Yeah, that guy named Giles told me. Naruto frowned. The virtual circle actually has such a scheme against itself. What is going on? You haven't appeared in more than 100 years. As soon as you enter the virtual circle, you are directly targeted. In that case, if he didn't have this invincible body, wouldn't he have died? Not simple. All this is not easy. The figure of Aizen subconsciously appeared in Naruto's mind. It seems that you have to be careful when you go back. Thinking like this, Naruto took Nanao through the Broken Realm and returned to the Soul Realm. Because the clothes on his body have been damaged long ago, and it is very unsightly to be naked now, but Nanao can't help Yuhi's face at such a young age. Naruto had no choice but to put her in Jingling Court and let her go back by herself, and then he flashed back to the 2nd Division team building at the fastest speed and changed into a suit. Fortunately, he was fast enough along the way, so that he was not discovered by everyone. Get everything in order. As soon as Naruto went out, he met Yaiki who heard the news. Her face was slightly anxious, with a look of concern. Seeing that Naruto had returned to the Soul Realm safely, she couldn't help showing a hint of joy, and asked, Naruto, I heard that you encountered trouble in the virtual circle. What's the matter? Naruto just told her about it again. It's really Naruto, your actions are so dangerous. Going to a place like Zai Palace to save Nanao alone, I can't even imagine it. You can actually come back alive, it's really amazing, unbelievable. Yi exclaimed in surprise. Naruto smiled and said, Fortunately, I learned the fastest speed in the Soul Society from you, so that I can successfully rescue Nanao and escape back, otherwise I will not be able to return. Under that circumstance, you were able to escape back with your speed. It seems that your speed has really taken off. Yi said with a smile. Oh, by the way, how is Lisa Yahomaru of the 8th Division? Naruto asked again. Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, when she was sent back, she found that her body was seriously injured, but you don't have to worry, now she has been sent to the 4th Division for treatment, and she is temporarily out of danger. She got the news from you over there. That's fine, then I'll go see her first. Well, let's go, this time you saved Nanao's eyes, the 8th Division owes you a favor. Yi smiled and waved his hand. Naruto smiled lightly and walked away. Lisa has been sent back to the 8th Division for training, and Naruto's visit was immediately met by Jingle Chunchui in person. When he came to Lisa's room and saw her covered in bandages, Naruto couldn't help but asked, Liza, how are you feeling? Is it Naruto? Lisa said in surprise. Yeah, I'll take a look at your injury. Naruto walked to the bed and looked at Lisa, the girl wrapped in white bandages. 1041. Broken Bee. Hey, it's so touched. Naruto, you are so good. Lisa is grateful when he is grateful, and the body shakes to sit up. Hey, Don't get excited, okay, you are a patient now, you need to rest well. Naruto quickly pressed her down. Naruto, thank you for saving Nanao. If something happens to Nanao, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Lisa, who was covered in bandages, looked at Naruto and said gratefully. Nanao is also my classmate and friend, I will save her even if you don't tell me. Naruto felt relieved when she saw that she was in good spirits, and after a few chats, he planned to leave. You have a good rest, I'll go back to the second division first. Naruto made the quilt for her, stood up and went out. Naruto, I owe you a favor this time, and I will definitely find a chance to repay you next time. Lisa shouted. As you like. Naruto waved his hand with a smile and left the 8th division. Along the way, Captain Chunshui sent him away in person, chatted a few words with him, and asked some questions about how to rescue Nanao. Naruto only said that he escaped the pursuit of the group at a very dangerous speed and did the process as not described in detail. After all, he still doesn't know who is targeting him, so he must not disclose information at will. After returning to the second division, Naruto calmed down and began to think about what he encountered in the virtual circle. Those people grabbed Nanao in order to lure themselves, and they still directly confronted Balagang. Balagang's power is definitely much stronger than the general captain level, and his spiritual pressure is only up to 100%. At the captain level, even if Shikai's power is exposed, it will at most only be able to fight against Balagang. So does the designer of this conspiracy want to kill himself? After thinking about it, he could only think of this guy Aizen. It is almost impossible for other people in the virtual circle to lay such a trap on a god of death that has nothing to do with them. Among the gods of death in the corpse soul world, it is possible to connect with the virtual circle, and only Aizen is the only one. It seems that he is already in contact with the virtual circle now. It can be seen that his strength is already extraordinary, not his current self. Able to kill. That being the case, we can only be more careful with him in the future. Also, improving your strength as soon as possible is the most important thing. After this incident, Naruto's pursuit of power is even more urgent. If his power is not enough, he can only be reduced to a pawn at the mercy of others. Therefore, in the next period of time, Naruto used the resources in his hand to start a frantic cultivation. Before I knew it, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, in addition to completing some tasks assigned by Yi, Naruto only had time to read books and practice, and even had very little time to visit Luanju and Feijun. However, his progress is not small. With his current strength, there is a trend of not losing to Yi in terms of speed. On this day, Naruto was practicing in the courtyard. At this moment, Yi walked in from the door with a faint smile on his face. Naruto, now I have something very important to tell you. Naruto stopped practicing and looked at Yi, only to find that there was a thin girl next to her, dressed in a black death costume, respectfully following Yi. The girl looked 14 or 15 years old, with a thin body, with short ear-length hair and a braid of bells and snakes. She had a pretty face and had a cold aristocratic temperament. This is Broken Bee. She will be a member of the Shinjun of the 2nd Division in the future. I will give her the 4th seat. You can take care of her in the future. Broken Bee. Naruto was stunned for a moment, with a smile on his face. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, please take care of me. Bumblebee stepped forward, looked at Naruto carefully, and found that there was nothing special about him, so he nodded lightly, take care of him. After speaking, he immediately returned to Yi's side and stopped looking at him. Yi smiled bitterly. Broken Bee is like this, Naruto, don't mind, I treat her like a younger sister, and her personal ability is also very strong. I am usually very busy, as the 3rd seat, you have to work together in the future, and you have to let her go. Naruto nodded. He wouldn't care about Broken Bee's reaction to him, but now he was thinking about something else. That is, Yaiki will betray with Urahara Kazuki and the other captains and vice-captains from the Soul Society soon. He knows the truth about this matter. Should he stop it? However, the strength of the Black Hand behind the scenes is already very strong, and he is very cautious in his actions. I am afraid that he will be beaten up by then. After all, his foundation in the soul world is also very thin. For a period of time, I have absorbed the knowledge here to grow like crazy. Forget it, only strength is the most fundamental. Without strength, everything is difficult to say. Conspiracy, let it continue. What I have to do now is to become stronger as soon as possible, strong enough to overthrow all conspiracy and tricks. Naruto. Yi saw that he was in a trance and couldn't help calling him again. Broken Bee frowned slightly. This third seat seemed to have no respect for Lord Yi, and when Lord Yi talked to him, he was still in a trance. How could such a person be the third seat? How dare you offend the majesty of Lord Yi? Such a person is really hateful. Broken Bee was secretly dissatisfied. However, Naruto was one level higher than Broken Bee no matter what, so he didn't say anything, but in his heart he was already classified as a hated person. Naruto didn't know at all that his unintentional thinking about future events had offended Shuibe. After Yi Yi's reminder, he nodded, looked at Shuibe and said with a smile, "Get along well in the future." The Broken Bee snorted softly and ignored him. Forehead. Naruto's expression froze, and Yaiki couldn't help but be stunned. Smashed Bee, Naruto is older than you, and he is also your superior. You were wrong. She touched Yi Yi's head and said indulgently. Shattered Bee's little face gave a slight yuhi, and then nodded to Naruto. Okay, I just have a job for the two of you now. There are some documents in room 3 to deal with. I think you should go to work together first. Remember to get along well. Yi pushed the Broken Bee to Naruto, took the opportunity to let the two handle the affairs of the squad. 1042. Broken Bee's Perseverance. After sending the two away, Yi Yi let out a long breath. Broken Bee doesn't seem to deal with Naruto very much. Hey, this is really troublesome. Both of them are people that they care about very much. If there is any conflict, it will be bad. Seeing the two walking towards the team building, Yi Yi was secretly worried. At this time, Naruto and Broken Bee were walking in the corridors one after the other. Naruto felt that Brobe's gaze behind him seemed to be locked tightly on him, but as soon as he turned his head, he found that she had turned her head to look elsewhere. For a time, the atmosphere was a little weird. However, Naruto is still a strong man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life, so there is still a way to deal with this little girl. Since she looks like she hates her appearance, then she might as well treat her as heir. Thinking of this, Naruto hummed a song leisurely, walked from the corridor to room 3, and started processing documents. Broken Bee also sat down, and the two sat together to divide the labor. She didn't say a word, and Naruto didn't speak either. Continue to work on the text. However, Naruto looked at her several times before he stopped talking, as if he wanted to say something. However, when he was close to speaking, he swallowed the words back. Although Naruto didn't know what she was going to say, he felt that she was really cute like this, completely different from the noble and glamorous captain in his impression. After a while, Brobe finally couldn't help it, and was the first to speak. Uzumaki Naruto, how did you meet Master Yi? Naruto was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect her to ask such a question. He smiled and said, "We have known each other a long time ago." A long time ago? When was that? Broken Bee asked immediately. Seeing her curious and concerned look, Naruto laughed secretly in his heart. It seems that Broken Bee is really concerned about Yi Yi, and his admiration for her is almost crazy. Naruto suddenly smiled and said, "Go ask Yi Yi." Broken Bee was stunned for a moment, and suddenly she angrily said, "I want to call Master Yi." It's right to call it that in front of outsiders, but Yaiki and I are very good friends, so it's normal to call it that. Naruto smiled lightly. He didn't know that just because of his name for Yi Yi, it had already caused strong dissatisfaction in Broken Bee's heart. Lord Yi is the captain of the 2nd Division and the head of the Sifeng Yuan family, one of the 4 great nobles. He is an unattainable big man, how could he be called by his first name? She stared at Naruto angrily and said angrily, Uzumaki Naruto, I warn you, I will call you Lord Yi in the future. Naruto couldn't help being stunned, and then asked strangely, what does this have to do with it? Yaiki and I are good friends, so we won't mind each other about this kind of thing. However, Shubi suddenly became angry. She stood up with a swoosh, and the documents in her hands were scattered all over the place. She stretched out her slender jade finger, pointed at Naruto's nose and shouted, me and Yaiki, Uzumaki Naruto, I hate you the most. You say it as if you have a good relationship with Yasuma. You can disrespect Yasuma just because of this kind of thing, is it? You bloody bastard. I don't want to work with you. After she finished speaking angrily, her figure flashed and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Naruto froze in place, feeling very inexplicable in his heart. He didn't understand at all that Broken Bee would quarrel with him because of this kind of thing, and point at his nose to scold him. What is this girl thinking about? Even if she and Yi were very close, and her words were a little more casual, she shouldn't be so excited. Could it be that this girl regards Yi as her own ban, and can't allow anyone to touch it? This is really bad. It seems that there will be a lot of trouble for a girl with such a problem to stay by her side in the future. Naruto smiled wryly, shook his head, and had no choice but to leave her alone for now and finish the task. The next day, Naruto was still training. Also training with Naruto is Smash Bee. Because Broken Bee became the 4th seat, and was also a member of Shinjun. Like Naruto, he was a member of Yi's direct escort team. Therefore, the yard where the two usually live is very close. Due to Yi's instructions, Brobe has to come and train with Naruto. However, she was obviously very reluctant, and seemed to be very disgusted with Naruto, a man who was very close to Yaiki. Swish. Suddenly, the Broken Bees, who were practicing separately, suddenly appeared behind Naruto, lifted their legs and kicked Naruto's ass. Naruto was slightly startled. He had been cultivating well, but he didn't expect that Broken Bee would suddenly attack. It seemed that this girl was very upset by herself, so was she taking the opportunity to make fun of herself. Hey! Does she really think she is a sick cat? Naruto sneered, turned around suddenly, stretched out his hand, and a delicate calf was already held in the palm of his hand. Bro, what are you doing? Naruto squeezed her calf tightly. Although she was wearing trousers on her calf, Naruto could still feel the delicate skin of the girl through the trouser legs. Soft, slender, like a weak willow. But this was obviously an illusion. Broken Bee was not only not weak, but also strong. The moment she was caught by Naruto on her calf, she immediately reacted and raised a slender jade finger and aimed it at Naruto's face. Broken Down number 4. By Lei. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderlight as thick as an arm slammed into Naruto's face. So cruel. Naruto tilted his head slightly, and immediately avoided the opponent's attack. The thunderlight landed on the ground with a bang, blasting a big pit, and the dust was flying. Naruto frowned secretly. This girl really deserves a fight. Then he suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Broken Bee was shocked. She didn't expect Naruto's strength to be so powerful. She thought she was already very good in the 2nd division, so she wanted to punish him. Now it seems that she is too naive. As soon as Naruto entered the 2nd team, he became the 3rd seat. How could he have no means? It's just that it was too late when she thought about it, because Naruto yanked her arm in an instant and buckled her behind her back. Broken Bee couldn't help groaning, and turned to stare at Naruto angrily and unwillingly. Let go of me. Naruto smiled and said, let go of you. You attacked me for no reason, and you want me to let go when you are caught. It's not that easy. 1043. Shame and indignant. Then what do you think? Broken Bee glared at him arrogantly and called. Naruto smiled. If you do something wrong, you must apologize. Apologize to me first. Humph. I don't want it. Broken Bee turned his head away, snorted coldly and ignored him. Naruto frowned slightly. This girl is really disobedient to discipline. She attacked herself for no reason, and even attacked herself with heavy hands. Not only that, but after being subdued, she did not repent at all. If I let her go on like this, wouldn't I be in trouble in the future? If she reaches a critical moment in her cultivation and suddenly makes a sneak attack, wouldn't it be a tragedy? Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart, and said coldly, "You still don't know how to repent." Hearing Naruto's chilling tone, Shattered Bee's heart shuddered slightly, but she hated her so much now. Where would she admit defeat? She still turned her head and said nothing, and snorted from her nose to show her dissatisfaction. Naruto frowned, and suddenly raised his slap and slapped it on Shubi's sweet buttocks. In an instant, the crisp sound echoed in the courtyard, and the broken bee trembled, and her expression couldn't help being stunned. Ah! Then, an earth-shattering scream rang out, accompanied by a strong spiritual pressure. Naruto was directly shocked by the spiritual pressure, took a step backwards, and was freed by her. "You bastard! How dare you hit me in such a place? Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Broken Bee looked ashamed and angry, and her tender face rose to Yuhi, accompanied by the skyrocketing Reiki. To kill all the enemies. Sparrow bees. She went straight into the Shikai state, and saw the Zanpakuto in her hand emit a burst of light, then turned into a sharp finger cuff wrapped around the back of her hand. Immediately afterwards, Broken Bee burst out with a white spiritual pressure, and the entire courtyard was almost destroyed by this spiritual pressure. Boom! Her body rushed towards Naruto like a shooting star, and the bees on her fingertips flashed a frightening cold light. 2-hit kills. Her fingers pointed towards Naruto's body, and the shadow of her hand almost turned into an afterimage, causing a violent whirlwind of spiritual power. It was just a spanking of her butt, which was actually the same as killing her father's enemy. While retreating, Naruto's hands were not slow, and he waved again and again, blocking all the attacks of the bees. The current Broken Bee, although it is Shikai, is still unable to compare with Naruto in terms of strength. Even Smash Bee's white attack is very powerful and the speed is very fast, but no matter how powerful it is, it can't match Naruto's captain-level Reiatsu, as well as his fighting experience and skills from several worlds. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Shobei cursed furiously, and with all his strength he attacked Naruto with all his strength, and the radiance of the Reiatsu made the other death gods in the vicinity of the second division also pay attention. Hey, what happened in the second division's quarters? Why does it seem like there is a fierce battle? You don't have to be so serious about training, right? This may not be the case, the second team is an amazing team. Hey, have you had enough? Naruto shouted while resisting the all-out attack of the Broken Bees. It's just a slap in the ass. Why is there such a big reaction? I want you to apologize. And say it, but after saying it, the Broken Bee was even more ashamed and angry. Since he was a child, although he was only a low-level noble, no one dared to hit his ass. I was actually spanked by the guy the first hated the most. Stock. She even felt that her body was defiled, and she only wanted to kill the hateful man in front of her. Shut up. Shubi was furious. She poured her whole body Reiki into her fingertips, and stabbed Naruto's chest fiercely. Seeing this, Naruto was also a little impatient. The little girl has to have a limit if she wants to make trouble. It seems that the lesson for such an unreasonable guy is still light. Looking at the rapidly approaching Broken Bee, Naruto suddenly swayed, and in the next instant, he appeared directly behind her, stretched out his feet, and swayed slightly. Broken Bee's body staggered forward, and then Naruto stretched out his hands together, grabbed her waistband directly, and lifted her in midair like a kitten. Let go of me. Let me go. Broken Bee struggled hard. She didn't expect that she would use all her strength, even Shikai, but she was not this man's opponent, and she was even defeated by him with just a few moves. How strong is this guy? This is definitely not the strength that the third seat can have. Not even a vice captain can reach such a level. At this moment, she was shocked and angry, struggling with all her strength, and suddenly, with a soft sound, Naruto suddenly loosened the waistband of the trousers that Naruto was holding onto the bee. On the ground. Naruto was still holding her trousers belt in his hand, stunned. Immediately afterwards, Broken Bee just stood up, and all the clothes on his body were scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Naruto saw that she was completely naked. Bumblebee noticed that her body was cold, and stared at Naruto in a daze. Thin, white and tender skin, petite and exquisite figure, the little hill bulging on the chest, there are bright spots on it, just like the flower bones waiting to bloom, green and full of vitality. At this moment, she seemed to be stunned. She actually stood there motionless, stunned for a few seconds, and finally let out an earth-shattering scream from her mouth, then squatted down, picked up her clothes, and ran into the next room. A jade face Yuhi almost dripping water. Naruto just came back to his senses, and he was still holding the trousers belt of Broken Bee in his hand. This is really troublesome. She accidentally pulled the belt off, and looked at her body all over again. It was such a big reaction when she just hit her ass before. Wouldn't it make Tenten think about killing him more in the future? He covered his forehead and sighed involuntarily. 10:44. Emergencies. The next day. Naruto is still training in the courtyard. At this time, the Broken Bee suddenly came over with an expressionless face. Coldly said, "Give me back the belt." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then immediately spread his hands. "I threw it away." "You." Broken Bee was instantly furious. "Haha, just kidding, I put it on the windowsill of your room." Naruto laughed. After a day, the girl didn't even shout that she was going to kill herself. Seeing her expressionless face, Naruto felt a little uneasy. Broken Bee snorted coldly and turned to leave. Naruto smiled slightly and continued training. At this time, in the 5th Division team building, Aizen was holding a report in his hand, looking at it carefully. After reading it, he couldn't help muttering, "Uzumaki Naruto, you can actually come back from the virtual circle, you are really hidden." Beside him, there was a silver-haired boy. After reading the report, Aizen turned to look at him and said, "Silver, after a while, you can go to Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. With your qualifications, definitely get into the Class A freshman class." Quote. "Yes, thank you Aizen-sama." The silver-haired boy smiled slightly. True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Faye is really learning the basics in an orderly manner. For her, every minute and second is very precious now. Compared with the days in Liuhun Street, how happy and beautiful it is now. However, she still has a wish in her heart. That is, to graduate from the True Spiritual Arts Academy as soon as possible, and then join Naruto-sama's squad, so that Tenten can meet him. The current Naruto must be busy with teamwork and training. He hasn't come to see himself for several days. After doing the math, according to the previous rules, he should come to visit him today. At that time, he must perform well and show him his progress these days. Thinking like this, a smile appeared on Feijun's face, which was as beautiful as a blooming flower. The day's course is finally over. Feijun still stayed in the academy to continue training. In order to catch up in Naruto-sama's footsteps, she must become stronger. Even if his talent is only very ordinary, even if he can only follow behind and watch his back forever, he must move forward. The 31 Scarlet Artillery. Feijun had fine beads of sweat on her face, and a faint light ball of spiritual power appeared in her palms. She tried her best to control her own spiritual power and wanted to launch it. A more powerful red artillery cannon, but the spiritual power she is currently master is emitting a size that can only be used for lighting. After a slight sigh, Feijun did not give up, but continued to train. When the sweat slipped down her smooth and delicate cheeks, and when the spiritual power in her body was drained over and over again, she still did not give up. Not far away, Naruto stood on the roof of the academy, watching Heijen training from a distance. What a stubborn girl, this effort is simply distressing. However, Naruto didn't bother her. but quietly watched her training. Feijun, who worked so hard, her persistence and perseverance looked really beautiful. Suddenly, Feijun groaned and stumbled to the ground. The body is out of strength. Naruto hurriedly appeared in front of her in a blink of an eye, hugging her frail body in his arms. Lord Naruto, you're here. A hint of surprise appeared on Feijun's face. Why do you have to work so hard? With your current spiritual power, it's too hard to do so much training. Naruto said in a slightly reproachful tone. Feijun leaned on Naruto's arms and smiled at you with peace of mind. Naruto-sama, I will not stop following in your footsteps. I want to graduate as soon as possible and become a real god of death, hold Zanpakuto and fight with you. Hey, really, there will be time in the future. With your spiritual power, although your talent is not good, you can still graduate from the academy normally, and then I will be able to arrange you into the second team, so why worry now? What? Naruto sighed and helped her to the dormitory. Along the way, Feijun leaned against his arms and chatted with him in a soft whisper. She enjoyed this feeling very much, and sincerely hoped that this journey could go on without end. However, after being sent to the door of the dormitory, Naruto couldn't go in. Feijun could only part with him reluctantly. Naruto and her agreed to see her next time and let her go back to her dormitory to rest. For Feijun, every time she meets Naruto-sama, it is a very happy thing. Being able to accompany him and say a few words to him, smelling his breath, she feels that she is full of infinite strength. Motivation. Feijun, take a good rest, don't force yourself, I'll go first. Naruto waved to her, ready to leave. Feijun smiled and nodded, and at this moment, she suddenly groaned and spit out a mouthful of blood. Huh. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then turned around quickly, hugged Feijun in a blink of an eye, and saw the appearance of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. She was shocked and inexplicable. What's the matter with you? He asked quickly. Feijun was also shocked. She didn't expect that she would suddenly vomit blood. At this time, she felt a pain in her body, and she couldn't help but panic. However, seeing Naruto's concerned look, Feijun felt that she should not let him worry about her anymore, shook her head, and said with a smile, Lord Naruto, I'm fine. Naruto frowned. He mentioned a trace of spiritual power and penetrated into Feijun's body, but he didn't find anything wrong in her body, and he was even more puzzled and worried. It's definitely not accidental that Feijun suddenly vomited blood. It must be some hidden disease in the body. Thinking of the ending of Feijun's early death in the original plot, Naruto felt even more uneasy. No, Hyjin, I'll take you to find the captain of the 4th division now. Naruto suddenly hugged her, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Lord Naruto, seeing Naruto's anxious appearance, Fei's heart felt warm, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness. Seeing that Naruto-sama cares so much about himself, even if he were to die, it would be worth it. Although she didn't know what happened to her body, it didn't matter anymore, and now her heart was full of happiness and joy. Being held in her arms by Naruto, leaping in the jingling court, and feeling the wind whistling past her ears, she only felt extra peace of mind. 1045, Body of Yin Spirit. In the 4th squad. Naruto stood in front of a young man with Hyjin in his arms. The young man is the vice captain of the 4th division, Yamada Kyosuke. He shook his head and sighed at this moment. Sorry, Uzumaki Naruto, I can't do anything about Hyjina's situation. The captain has something to do now, and I don't know when I will be back. What can I do? Naruto couldn't help but feel anxious when he heard this. He came to the 4th division and thought that he could find a way to save Hyjin, but he didn't expect that the captain of Ujiwali was not there, and the deputy captains even with medical skills. It was impossible to see Feijun's situation. This time, Naruto felt a little heavy, and even the vice captain couldn't see the situation of Feijun, and the situation of Feijun didn't seem to be that simple. Feijun, don't worry, just wait for Captain Ujiwali to come. She is the strongest god of death in the field of corpse and soul medicine, and she will definitely be able to cure you. Naruto comforted. Yeah, with Naruto-sama by my side, I don't have to worry about anything. Feijun laughed. What an infatuated little girl. At this moment, a soft female voice sounded from behind, accompanied by the light footsteps. Naruto turned his head, only to see the captain of Ujawali coming slowly. Under the loose Captain Yori, she couldn't hide her graceful figure, with a gentle and kind smile on her beautiful face, and her long black hair was tied into a big braid and stood on her chest. Her whole person's temperament is noble and elegant, but the friendly smile on her face adds a touch of approachability and tenderness to her. Captain Yusohana. Seeing her return, the vice captain and the surrounding team members all greeted her. Ujawali smiled and nodded, came to Naruto, and looked at the girl Feijun in his arms. Is it a patient? Yes, Captain, I can't see anything about her situation. Please bother you, the vice captain said respectfully. Ujawali's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Naruto. Come with me to the back room. Naruto nodded. He knew that Uno Hanariot was the medical master in the Gode 13 team, equivalent to the existence of Tsunade in Hokage. If it was her, she would definitely be able to find out what happened to Feijun and solve it, right? Naruto thought so. When he came to the back room, Ujawali sat down and motioned Naruto to put Hijin on a bed. You're the third seat of the second division, Naruto Uzumaki, right? Uzumaki asked as he went up to check Hijin. Naruto was stunned, wondering why she asked herself, nodded and said, yes, it was Captain Yi who promoted me. Well, it seems that you are very talented. Even the captain of Yamamoto said that you have the qualifications to be a captain. Ujawali smiled faintly. Naruto smiled back. Suddenly, she looked at Feijun and frowned slightly, a dignified expression flashed on her face, and said to Naruto, go out, I'm going to give her a soul check now, it's not convenient for you to be here. Naruto was stunned again, seeing that the expression on her face seemed to be a little bad. He couldn't help but worry and wanted to ask some questions, but in the end he didn't say anything. Say leave. He came to the outer hall. The deputy captain stepped forward and asked, Uzumaki Naruto, how is it? Naruto shook his head. Captain Uzawa said he would give her a major soul check. I don't know what's going on for the time being. A full body examination. The vice captain was slightly startled, and said in a heavy tone, Uzumaki Naruto, under normal circumstances, the captain would never give anyone a full body examination, unless it was a condition that even she found difficult. We'll make such a decision. Ever since I became the vice captain, I have never seen Captain Unoka do a soul check to anyone. Hearing this, Naruto frowned deeply. After a while, until dusk, Naruto's mood became anxious, and Ujawali walked out of the back room. There was no expression on her face. Captain, you've worked hard. The vice captain handed her a cup of tea. Waved his hand and said directly to Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, take a step and talk to me. Naruto looked startled, then nodded. The two walked out of the team building and came to the courtyard outside. Captain Uzawa, what's going on with Feijun? Naruto couldn't help asking. Uzawa took a deep breath and said slowly, her situation is very special. So far, I have only seen this situation from some ancient books. What's the situation? Naruto felt even worse. The body of Yin spirit. Ujawali looked at Naruto and said solemnly, the spiritual power of ordinary souls is the balance of yin and yang, but there is a kind of soul that is born with only pure yin and pure yang attributes. This kind of soul, eternal, only appears once. Naruto was startled. What's going on? Ujawali sighed slightly. Don't think that this kind of soul is rare and will be very strong in cultivation. In fact, on the contrary, this kind of soul is actually a deformed soul, and in the world of corpses, it generally does not survive for 200 years. Naruto trembled. He never thought that Feijun's body still hides such a secret. He hurriedly asked, Captain Uzawa, is there any way to save her? Ujawali looked at Naruto anxiously, and suddenly asked, is that girl important to you? Naruto nodded. I also heard what she said during the inspection just now. Regarding the matter between you and her, You entered the jingling court with excellent talent and became the third seat. In the future, you will definitely be the captain who will work with me, but, what a pity, if you want to save her, there is only one way. Please tell me, what is the solution? Naruto said anxiously. Dedicate your equal amount of pure young spiritual power to help her balance her soul. Maojawali stared at him and said. When Naruto heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Is it that simple? This is not a trivial matter. You should be clear about the importance of yin and yang balance. Once you give her the spiritual power of the pure yang part, although it will not be as life-threatening as her, it will definitely suffer in the future. This kind of yin and yang imbalance pain, and this kind of pain, must take 100 years to recover, and, in this 100 years, your spiritual power will not only fail to progress, but may also cause regression. 1046. Healing. Naruto's words made Naruto ponder. The power of yin and yang of the soul. In this regard, he also knows that whether it is the body or the soul, once the yin and yang are out of balance, the consequences will be very serious, and the imbalance of the soul seems to be more difficult to cure than the body. If you give out part of the pure yang spiritual power to Feijun, the spiritual power in the body will inevitably become unbalanced. At that time, as Ujawali said, the spiritual power of the whole body will be out of balance, and a very difficult situation will occur. However, if Feijun is not saved, her lifespan will only be 200 years. Now that she has this situation, how many more years can she live? Thinking of this, Naruto immediately decided to save her. Watching her die, he couldn't do it. Naruto suddenly laughed. Isn't it just 100 years of spiritual power imbalance? After 100 years, I can still become stronger. Hearing his heroic laughter, Maojawali's eyes flashed with admiration. He nodded and said, okay. Sure enough, a hero is a boy. If that's the case, then prepare yourself and come back to me tomorrow. Naruto nodded. Oh, by the way, Captain Unohana, please ask you one more thing. Don't let this matter be known by Feijun. Well, I see, Uzumaki Naruto, I will keep this secret for you. Uzumaki nodded with a smile. Then thank you, I will leave. Naruto said goodbye and left. Ujawali looked at his back and smiled slightly. What a gentleman. When we got back to the 2nd Division team building, the sky was already dark. As soon as Naruto went back, Yi walked over. Really, Naruto, why aren't you in the team quarters today? Broken Bee has been busy all day, and I haven't seen you come to help her. Naruto glanced at her, shook his head and smiled. This girl, Broby, doesn't want me to help her. Huh, what's the matter? Did you two get along well? Yi frowned slightly, approaching Naruto and said in a bad tone, Naruto, this is not right. If you bully Subi, I won't forgive you. What? Naruto waved his hand and smiled helplessly. I didn't bully her. Forget it. I'd better go back to the room to rest first. Wait, Naruto, where did you go just now? Yi grabbed him again and asked. Just went out for a walk. He shook his head and quickly returned to the room. Yi frowned slightly, looked at his back as he left quickly, and murmured, this guy, it seems like something is wrong. Strange. At this time, Broken Bee came out from one side. Master Yi. Yi nodded a little and asked, Brobe, how are you getting along with Naruto? Don't worry, Lord Yi, we get along just fine. Broken Bee nodded obediently and said with a smile. Yi touched her head. Well, we must continue to get along well in the future. At night, Naruto lay in bed, thinking about tomorrow in his mind. To be honest, when he made this decision to sacrifice his spiritual power to save Feijun, Naruto struggled in his heart. In order to save a woman, he ruined his future for a century of development. Is it really worth it? Maybe it's not worth it. Feijun is just an ordinary girl. Sacrificing her strength to save her will only make her strength stagnate, or even go backwards, which hinders her pursuit of strength. However, if he knew that he could save her, but watched her die in pain, he would feel even more uncomfortable. Feijun may not be his own woman, but Naruto understands her intentions in his heart. Every time he sees her adoring and admiring eyes, Naruto will be slightly shocked. Such a pitiful girl, how can he be? Can you let her go? Naruto, who has experienced several worlds, already understands. The way of cultivation lies in cultivating the mind. No matter what kind of power it is, as long as the heart is strong enough, the power of the mind can penetrate space and travel through time. Break the dimension. And now, Naruto regards giving up 100 years of cultivation for Feijun as a kind of cultivation. Abandonment will be accompanied by the loss of power, but what he will gain is spiritual satisfaction and sublimation. To the mind, power is nothing but a foreign object. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help showing a relieved smile on his face. Everything will be done tomorrow. On the windowsill, a figure appeared there quietly, with a slender figure, like an orchid blooming in the dark night. She looked at Naruto's worried look, and the doubts on her face became heavier. The next day, Naruto got up early, said goodbye to Yi, Brobe and others, and left in a hurry. Looking at the back of Naruto leaving, Yaiki also said a word to Broken Bee and disappeared. Broken Bee stood on the spot with a face of resentment and muttered, "Master Yi, why do you care so much about that annoying guy? What good is he?" In the fourth squad, Ujawali waited in the room early. "Captain Yusohana, I've kept you waiting." Naruto's figure appeared in front of her. Ujawali was sitting on the futon in the center of the room, quietly closing her beautiful eyes, and when she heard Naruto's voice, she slowly opened it, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and said, "Have you figured it out? If you regret it, it's too late, and I don't want an excellent person like you to lose the opportunity for a century of development." Naruto smiled lightly. "I made a decision, and I have never regretted it. I will never regret it in the future." "Very good. If so, please come with me." She stood up gently, opened the door of the side room, and entered with Naruto. After Naruto entered with her, he saw Feijun lying on the couch at a glance. At this time, her pretty face was slightly pale, and her beautiful eyes were closed and she fell into a deep sleep. "I let her fall asleep, and wake her up after your pure young spiritual power has rescued her, and she will never know," Ujawali said. "However, this matter must be confidentiality. I have set up an enchantment around the team building to ensure that the news will never leak out." Quote. Naruto nodded, and Ujawali thought very thoughtfully. If this matter was known to others, it would also have a bad impact on himself. At least those who were secretly peeping at him would definitely be dispatched because of this. Bar. 1047. Black Belly. "Okay, let's start then," Ujawali said lightly. She pointed to Feijun, who was lying on the bed, and the quilt on her body suddenly flew up. In an instant, she really showed her pure white body under the quilt, which turned out to be naked. This, Naruto couldn't help stunned. I saw Feijun's jade-like body completely displayed in front of him. She was lying there peacefully. The two peaks in front of her chest were like jade bowls buckled upside down. Her waist was as slender as a willow, her slender jade legs, and the mysterious grass and flowers between her legs. Naruto stared blankly for a while. He didn't understand why Captain Unohakali did this. Seemingly seeing Naruto's embarrassment, the corners of Ujawali's mouth flashed slightly, and he smiled lightly on his face. "Well, I seem to have forgotten to tell you the method of treatment. As you can see, if you want to save her, you must fuse with her, and the best way to fuse your soul is mating." Quote. Naruto was speechless. This kind of thing didn't say earlier, and now it came so suddenly, and I didn't have any mental preparation. How can I get on myself? The most important thing is that Feijun is sleeping right now. Let herself cross a sleeping girl in circles, and it seems that she hasn't asked her wishes before, right? Moreover, even if Feijun agreed, how could he suddenly enter the state without foreplay? Naruto couldn't help but froze there. "Really, Naruto, looks like you're still a baby, haven't seen a woman before." Ujawali suddenly laughed strangely. Naruto burst into tears. Does this Captain Azuki Hanalai really have the attributes of a black belly? Why do you suddenly give yourself such a show at this time? I said, why didn't you tell me in advance, Captain Usually? I have to prepare in my heart. Naruto looked at her speechlessly and said. He, didn't I tell you now? Alright, hurry up and enter the state, this is treatment. It's a serious matter. With a smile on the corner of Usuali's mouth, he looked narrowly follow him. Naruto turned his head, and his eyes fell on Feijun. In normal times, he would definitely feel that this scene was very beautiful, and even wanted to jump up and eat her, but now, he has a very powerless feeling in his heart. Before he came here with such great determination and made the decision not to hesitate to give up 100 years of cultivation time, but facing him, he actually wanted to make love with Feijun. All right. Think of it as a practice. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and had the idea that he was stepping up to the Matsuri altar, about to do something sacred. Come on, then take off your clothes. There was an urging voice of Uzuru Hanaru from behind. This woman is so scary. Naruto glanced back at her and saw that she had an interesting look on her face. He couldn't help but say, Captain Unohana, when you do this kind of thing, I think you should avoid it. This can't be done, I have to guide your pure young spiritual power by the side. As a doctor, I have already taken this kind of thing lightly, you don't need to care about me. Mao Zhawali smiled faintly. When Naruto bit Kiba, although he felt that being watched and made love by the side was a very uncomfortable thing, but that was all he could do. The big deal was that Captain Unohana was also regarded as his own woman. Well, although this kind of thought can only be kept in mind. Thinking of this, he will no longer delay, he has experienced so many worlds, and has read countless women, is he afraid of being seen by a captain of Ujiwa? He immediately waved his hand, and the clothes all over his body suddenly fell off, revealing his strong muscles, slender and well-proportioned, which was perfect. A flash of light flashed in Mao Zhawali's eyes, and Yuhi couldn't help but slightly face her jade face. When she saw the thing under Naruto's crotch, she couldn't help but look away, suddenly feeling somewhat shy. This situation has never happened to her before. As a doctor, whether it is the body of men or women, she has already been thoroughly familiar with it, and she has read it countless times, but she is still a virgin. She used to be able to maintain a calm mood. When the human body, there is a kind of faint floating in the heart. This man is really in good shape. Such an idea popped into her mind. Naruto glanced at Ujiwali, then lay down on the couch and gently embraced Feijun's body in his arms. Feijun, I'm sorry, I made you my woman without your consent. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, tasting it softly and comfortably, temporarily dispelling the embarrassment in his heart point. Mao Zhawali looked at the two of them lingering, frowned slightly, and suddenly said, let's start quickly, don't waste any more time. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and glanced at her slightly dissatisfied. For him, making love is a very beautiful thing. You must have a feeling in your heart and a feeling in your body, and then you can start. It's really uncomfortable to be driven by a duck to the shelves, and I don't even have any desire in my heart. Fortunately, Feijun's body is still very attractive, and the soft and delicate touch in his arms finally made Naruto burst into a flame of ashes. At this time, she was still asleep, and it seemed that she was forced to fall asleep by some method, letting Naruto kiss her, touch her, stimulate her, and would not open her eyes. However, with Naruto's light touch, Hijin's body finally reacted, her chest became more erect, and her legs were slightly moistened. Feeling that it was almost over, Naruto finally straightened up and all entered her body. The virgin's blood slowly flowed out, feeling the tightness and slippery inside, Naruto turned his head to look at Ujiwali. At this time, Ujiwali's face turned Yuhi slightly, and he walked over, looking at the way the two were connected, a shyness flashed in his eyes, and then his expression became normal again, and said lightly, don't move, now from the beginning. You operate the spiritual power in your body according to my method, and I am also assisting you with the spiritual power. Then, She stretched out her hand and pressed it on top of Naruto's head, and a spiritual power slowly flowed into Naruto's body, guiding his spiritual power to begin to gather, change, flow, and finally turned into a pure yang force from the two of them. Hajime's body poured into the place of intercourse. 1048. Yi Yi cares. Feijun's body suddenly emitting bursts of crimson light, her face suddenly showed a look of pain, her brows were wrinkled, and a trace of fine perspiration flowed down. Naruto watched Feijun's expression carefully, and there was a look of pain on his face. The spiritual power of the original balance of yin and yang in the body was drawn out, and the original balance of power was gradually disrupted. It was like a heavy bomb was suddenly dropped in a peaceful country, and everyone was blown to death. Significant impact. Ujawali is earnestly guiding the spiritual power in Naruto, and began to merge with the power of the yin in Feijun, gradually transforming into balance. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the three of them were suddenly wrapped in a circle of light by a powerful spiritual force, and the rays of light were so radiant that they could hardly distinguish between the figures. I don't know how long it took before the light finally dimmed. Maujawali stood up and said lightly, "Okay, the balance of yin and yang in Feijun's body is very smooth, I believe her condition is completely under control." At this time, Naruto slowly left her body, and before he could enjoy Feijun's body, he suffered the pain of being pulled out of his body's spiritual power and chaotic. Now, he feels unspeakably bad. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Naruto frowned, his body became very cold, and even a layer of ice formed. Ujawali frowned slightly, and went forward to wrap the quilt around him. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes that could not be concealed, and when he glanced at Feijun, who was sleeping peacefully, a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Standing up and putting on his clothes, Naruto thanked Ujawali. "Captain Ujawa, thank you for your hard work. Please don't disclose what happened today to anyone. As for Feijun's body, please also excuse me for your help to explain." Maujawali's expression also became serious, and he nodded solemnly. "I know, you are a good man, I will explain it for you when Feijun wakes up. Go back and recuperate in peace. In the past 100 years, you have to try your best to keep your spiritual power from going backwards, and once you adjust the balance, you will gain even greater benefits." Quote. Naruto nodded as well. He staggered slightly, as if he was still not used to this state of spiritual power imbalance. Ujawali stepped forward, gently helped him, and went to the outhouse with him. At this time, the sky was already dark, and a crescent moon hung high outside, and the cold moonlight shone down. Although Naruto was unwell, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. The moon also has a cloudy and sunny moon, not to mention the strength of your own body. Sometimes being too perfect is also a drawback, so there will be incompleteness, and sometimes, incompleteness is just a more dazzling beauty. In Naruto's heart, there was a trace of enlightenment. Everything in the world is like that. At this moment, a crisp female voice suddenly came from the yard in front of the team building. "Naruto, disappeared for a day, so you are here in the 4th division." Naruto and Ujawali were both taken aback for a moment. Swish. A figure flashed in front of the two in an instant. It was Sifanyuan Yei. As soon as she appeared, she saw Naruto looking tired and in a strange state, with a hint of surprise on his face, and hurriedly asked, "What's the matter with you? Are you injured?" Naruto waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's okay. You already look like this, are you still saying it's okay?" Yi was anxious, and turned to ask Ujawali, "Captain Ujawa, what is going on with Naruto?" Ujawali said lightly, "I'm sorry, Captain Yei, I can't say it. This is a secret." Secret? Yi stared at Naruto and Ujawali, trying to see what was going on between the two, but Naruto and Ujawali were very calm, and they didn't do anything bad. "Look. Okay, let's not disturb Captain Unoa anymore, let's go back." Naruto smiled and pulled up Yoichi's arm, turned and was about to leave. "No way, you must explain everything to me today. I'm your boss. It's caused by the 4th division after I went out for a day. How can I leave in peace? Come on, Naruto, who made you look like this? Yi asked him anxiously. How could she be as elegant and calm as the captain of the 2nd division before, but now she seems to be worried about her boyfriend girl. Seeing this scene, Ujiwali smiled and said, Captain Yaiki, don't worry, Naruto will become like this. I will explain it to you in person tomorrow, but before that, let Naruto rest first, he tired. Yi's body shook slightly. Okay, Captain Ujiwa, I'll visit again tomorrow. Yi nodded a little, and then stopped pressing. Naruto smiled helplessly. He knows that this incident must not be concealed from the people around him, and what he can do now is to minimize the impact of this incident. All of this will bring trouble to Ujiwali. When he helped Naruto back to the 2nd division, Yi kept a worried look on his face. It was not until she sent him to the room that she finally let out a sigh. Naruto, you have a good rest. She didn't ask any more questions, just turned and left. Seeing her leaving back, Naruto was slightly taken aback. He knew that Yi was worried about himself, just as he cared about her unhappiness at the beginning, but this time, it was his own decision, without taking into account her feelings. However, he couldn't tell her about this kind of thing. The best way is to hide it. It seems that we can only let Ujiwali help explain. The most important thing right now is to take care of your body. Speaking of which, the feeling of yin and yang imbalance in the body is really uncomfortable. He smiled wryly, sat cross-legged on the bed, and entered a state of cultivation. In the 4th squad, Ujiwali was sitting under the eaves sipping tea and admiring the moonlight around him. Whoosh! The next moment, a slender figure instantly appeared in front of her. A gleam of light flashed in Ujiwali's eyes. He took a sip of tea, and said lightly, I knew you wouldn't be able to bear it, Yi. Yeah, if I don't figure this out, I can't sleep peacefully. Yi came to sit down in front of her, but was surprised to find that a cup of tea had already been made in front of her. 1049. Complete Shikai. At this moment, Naruto is cultivating the spiritual power in his body. After separating out a large amount of pure young spiritual power, Naruto is now very uncomfortable, as if he has a feeling of being out of strength, and he can't use any strength. However, he did not give up the idea of recovery. Because he has experienced many worlds, and his experience is already very rich. The imbalance of yin and yang may be difficult to cure here, but in other worlds, it is not so difficult. As long as he can further control the spiritual power, he believes that it will not take 100 years to recover. The way of strength lies in the heart. Naruto deeply understands this truth. He tried to start to enter into deep cultivation. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his consciousness space. A fiery yui-colored waist-length hair, a well-proportioned slender figure, and a gentle smile on his face. It is Uzumaki Kina. Naruto. She came to Naruto and looked at him reproachfully. You, really, to make such a sacrifice, but only to bear it silently, how distressed you make me. Naruto chuckled. This is a decision I made. I think it is beneficial to practice. Although I say that my current state is very bad, I find that my current state of mind has changed a lot, and it seems that my soul is stronger. Hearing this, Kainai shook his head helplessly, stepped forward and patted Naruto's head lightly. You're going to mess up. Naruto dodged and rubbed his nose with a wry smile. At this moment, Kina suddenly laughed. However, Naruto, it's a very wise decision for you to do this. Just because of your current spiritual growth, I can already pass on more power to you. Huh, Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words. You, really, never forget, I'm in your body and will always help you. When you are in pain, don't be alone again, you know. Kina stepped forward, suddenly light, and he hugged Naruto's body lightly. The next moment, a ray of light emerged from Kinai's body and gradually entered Naruto's body. Outside, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. His body sitting on the bed suddenly stood up, and then he pulled out the Zanpakuto beside him, and bursts of yuhi-colored light flowed from the blade. He suddenly murmured, "Uzumaki's power, Shikai's power is full." Boom! In the room, with Naruto's body as the center, an incomparably violent spiritual force Uzumaki was formed. The powerful Uzumaki force almost knocked the entire room apart. The spinning spiritual force crushed and shattered. Naruto was in the center of Uzumaki of spiritual power, feeling the powerful spiritual power that was constantly pouring in from the surrounding nature, and the whole body was immersed in a wonderful feeling. And the pure young spiritual power that had been lost before was miraculously replenished and recovered little by little during the influx of countless spiritual powers around. Not only that, Uzumaki's spiritual power has not dissipated, and countless spiritual powers around him are still pouring into his body. His spiritual power is increasing at an extremely fast speed. A suffocating reiatsu spread from him. What's the matter? Almost all of the gods of death who were sleeping were awakened by this spiritual pressure. What a strong spiritual pressure. This is a spiritual pressure that surpasses the captain's level. The gods of death suddenly lost their sleep and looked at the direction of the second division's quarters. Broken Bee clearly felt the pressure of this powerful spiritual pressure. She felt right, this is Naruto's spiritual pressure. At this moment, her small mouth opened slightly, and she murmured incredulously, "This spiritual pressure is actually stronger than Captain Yi. How can this bastard do this? Is this fake?" She quickly got up, put on a random dress, and rushed towards the direction of Naruto's room. The other captains also sensed this spiritual pressure. Uzumaki Naruto. In a short period of time, he has grown to such a stage. It seems that the experiment must be carried out as soon as possible. In the 5th division, Aizen said secretly. At this moment, even the commander-in-chief was awakened. After a while, the spiritual pressure on Naruto finally dropped. Zanpakuto in his hand, and the Zanpakuto had changed a little at this time. The blade became sharper and firmer than before, with a faint yuhi-colored shimmer flowing on it, and the handle of the blade turned into a crimson yuhi color, just like Chennai's yuhi hair, gorgeous and flawless. Is this the real Shikai of Uzumaki? The previous one was just an incomplete Shikai. Naruto murmured. The power of Uzumaki, engulfing all things, reconciling yin and yang. It turned out that Chennai's power was already so powerful. The current Naruto can truly feel his own unparalleled power. Previous state of incomplete Shikai, this is several times stronger. If it is divided according to the level in the virtual circle, with his current spiritual pressure, he has definitely reached the level of the king in the Vastord level. Compared with the self-proclaimed King of Void, Balagang is only stronger than weak. And, not only that, he also discovered that Uzumaki after being completely Shikai has new abilities. All of this is simply too much of a surprise. Naruto held Zanpakuto in his hand and just wanted to scream up to the sky. However, he finally suppressed this urge, gradually calmed the reiatsu in his body, and took back Shikai's power. When everything calms down, Naruto not only found that the unbalanced spiritual power in his body had completely recovered to its original state, but even the spiritual power in the normal state had greatly increased. The body became lighter, and the spiritual power became more substantial, almost overflowing. It seems to be twice as strong as before. Great. Thank you, Kinai, Naruto said softly, looking down at Zanpakuto. As if the blade was responding, a yuhi light flashed slightly. Sure enough, the sacrifice made for Feijun this time is not a bad thing. The way of strength lies in the heart. If my mind hadn't made such progress, I wouldn't be able to make great progress in Zanpakuto's cultivation. It is a very wise decision to make such a decision. Naruto secretly rejoiced in his heart. 1050. Dashu. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto. While Naruto was immersed in the wonderful feeling of his own power improvement, a dissatisfied voice suddenly came from the door. Crisp, cold, but unable to hide the shock. Naruto packed up his mood, stepped forward to open the door, and said with a slight smile, "Bro, what's wrong?" Is there something wrong? Broken Bee stared at him with wide eyes. You exuded that spiritual power just now, right? When Naruto heard the words, he couldn't help but screamed badly. Practice just now. I inadvertently entered the complete Shikai, and I didn't have the power to capture it all. Such a strong spiritual pressure has definitely been known by everyone in the soul world. This is really troublesome. The strength of this Reiatsu is enough to attract the attention of many people, especially that guy Aizen. In this way, isn't the strength of one's spiritual power completely exposed in front of others? Oops, it's bad. Naruto scratched his head. Suddenly, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Accompanied by a strong spiritual pressure, a gust of wind rose. Naruto's body was shaken, and the next moment he rushed forward, hugged the delicate body of Broken Bee, and rushed forward. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the house behind Naruto was directly smashed into pieces by a powerful spiritual pressure, and the explosion sounded like a thunderclap in the dark night, shocking the soul. Broken Bee let out a coquettish cry, and before he had time to react, he found that he had been crushed by Naruto. A strong masculine aura rushed towards his face, and Broken Bee was flustered and struggled. Damn. What are you doing, you bastard? Get out of my way. She kicked Naruto wildly. Naruto then let go of her, turned around, and looked at the figure behind him in the explosion. It's a phantom. The strength of that spiritual pressure alone has already reached the Vastord level. Not only that, this virtual body looks more like a human, but there is a virtual mask on the head, and in this virtual spiritual pressure, there are even some hidden spiritual pressures of the god of death. Roar! This sudden Daxu roared directly and rushed towards the place where Naruto was. Naruto hurriedly pushed the Broken Bee away, and before he had time to speak, he was approached by the sudden rush of Shu. Boom! Dashu stretched out his strong arm and slapped Naruto's head fiercely. Naruto reached out and lifted Zanpakuto, a block. The air wave roared out, and the Broken Bee beside him flew out fiercely. What kind of monster is this? Shubi screamed and got up. Just as he was about to rush over, he was stopped by Naruto. Stop for me, don't come over if you don't want to die. Broken Bee stood on the spot, staring blankly at the sudden appearance, her heart suddenly tightened. Damn, what are you trying to do? I can fight too. She then appeared behind Daxu in a blink of an eye and slashed at Daxu's body. When sound, Broken Bee's Zanpakuto slashed at Daxu's body, but it didn't even cut through its skin. Let's go. Naruto was shocked. Is this girl dying? Daxu turned his head sharply, raised his foot and kicked the body of Broken Bee. Boom! The Broken Bee kicked out directly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. In midair, her face was full of disbelief. This virtual is actually so strong. Naruto appeared beside her in a blink of an eye, hurriedly caught her and hugged her in his arms. Hey, are you all right? Broken Bee wilted in his arms, and passed out before he could answer. Naruto bit Kiba, put the Broken Bee in place, and rushed towards the big virtual. Zanpakuto slashed out fiercely, a half-moon-shaped sword light flashed in the air, and slashed on Dashu's body with a bang. Dashu let out a painful roar, and a bloodstain was ripped open on his chest, but it quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Super speed regeneration. Naruto frowned. This virtual appearance is too unusual. And there is the spiritual pressure of the god of death on his body, it is definitely not an ordinary virtual. In this regard, he can only think of one person, Aizen. It is very likely that this guy made something. He cursed secretly, his figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Dashu, and slashed at its chest again. This time, Dashu raised his palm directly, and a gorilla Yuhi-colored light emerged from his palm. Flicker. Naruto was slightly startled, and hurriedly accelerated his slashing speed and slashed towards his arm. Boom. Explode. However, this virtual flash was unexpectedly fast, and it went straight to Naruto's Zanpakuto. Naruto's arm trembled in an instant, and his body was violently lifted out by a huge force. The light of the explosion illuminated the surrounding night, and it also allowed Naruto to see this big virtual body more clearly. Its whole body seems to be covered with a layer of armor, the mask on its head is hideous and terrifying, its stature is tall, and the Reiatsu is full of terror and chaos. Naruto knew that the battle here would definitely involve Broken Bee and the gods of death who lived nearby. At this time, gods of death had already surrounded them one after another. With the power of gods of death, they would definitely be killed in seconds. He bit Kiba, suddenly his body accelerated, and slammed into the big virtual. Boom! I saw Naruto stretched out his hand and grabbed Daxu's neck, rushed into the air, dragged a long trail in the air, and came to a mountain behind Jingling Court. Boom! Naruto directly pressed Daxu's body into the soil, and the powerful spiritual pressure directly blasted a huge dirt pit around him. Just as he was about to raise his arm, he stabbed Daxu in the chest with Zanpakuto. But I saw Dashu suddenly opened his mouth, and one of the Yuhi-colored virtual flashes shot out. At such a close distance, Naruto reacted instantly, a Shunpo disappeared in front of it, and the virtual flash slammed into the sky, like a Yuhi-colored meteor in the night sky. It's just a terrific fic. Naruto wiped his sweat slightly, but luckily just now, he made a decisive decision and moved it here, otherwise the second team's quarters would be completely destroyed, not to mention the Broken Bees and other ordinary players. Inflicting heavy casualties, that would be bad. At this time, there are mountains and fields all around, and for the time being, you don't have to worry about accidentally hurting other people in the battle. It's just as good. Naruto has just realized the complete Shikai. In this case, let's use this big virtual to open the knife. Thinking of this, an excited smile appeared on his face. 1051. Full strength. Let's dance. Uzumaki. Naruto let out a low voice, and along with his low voice, the Zanpakuto in his hand flashed, and in an instant, a strong storm of spiritual power was set off around him, and the surging spiritual power formed a huge Uzumaki around his body. The sky changes color. The earth shook. Boom. When the gust of wind dissipated, Naruto stood quietly and his eyes fell on Dashu. Dashu seemed to sense the threat in front of him, and suddenly took a step back. However, just as it exited the moment, a blade of light fell from the top of its head. As if the thunder from the Silver River, the rainbow light above the 9 heavens, and Naruto's Zanpakuto, fell directly on Daxu's body. Boom. Dashu Kanken raised his head, raised his arms and blocked it. The air within a radius of 100 meters was shaken, and a violent air wave spread from the body of the two to the surrounding. The surrounding trees were directly uprooted by the gust of wind carried by the air wave, and the ground where the two of them were was lifted up by a cloud of mud. The powerful fluctuations of spiritual power made the gods of death in the entire corpse and soul world horrified. At this moment, countless death gods are rushing to the place where this spiritual power fluctuation is. The 13th team of the Guardian is all dispatched. At this time, Yi had already felt this spiritual pressure, and he hurried over halfway through the conversation with Maoji Walai. After a moment, all the members of the Gote 13 team are here. Team 1, Captain Yamamoto. Second team, Knight 1. The 3rd division, Fengchaolojiro. The 4th team, Mao Zihua is strong. 5th division, Hirako Mako. The 6th division, Kuchiki Silver Suzu. The 7th division, Aikawa Luowu. 8th division, Jingle Chunchui. The 9th division, the 6-car Boxing West. The 10th division is vacant. The 11th division Cross House Shiki Kenpachi, the 12th division Urahara Kazuki, the 13th division, Yukataki Shuru. Except for the vacancy of the 10th team captain, almost all the other teams have arrived. Also came with their respective vice captains. They looked at Naruto who was fighting fiercely in the arena and the inexplicably appearing Daxu. At this time, the battle between the two has entered a white-hot stage. Naruto had already noticed that a group of gods of death had come here. However, the strange thing is that these guys are only watching the battle, and they don't even look like they want to come up to help themselves. Even Yi was just watching excitedly from the side. In this case, Naruto's strength has long been exposed. There is no way, since this is the case, he can only defeat this big virtual with his own power. He gripped Zanpakuto tightly, dashing over and slashing at the Daxu. Daxu's strength is also very strong. His arms are as hard as iron, even countless times harder than iron. Naruto's Zanpakuto clashed with its arms, making a sound of golden iron. It's really amazing, this spiritual power has already surpassed the level of the captain. This guy seems to be only at the level of Shikai. It's really scary. Jingle Chunshui knew Naruto. Compared to a few months ago, the feeling that Naruto brings to him has changed drastically. If his strength at that time had already reached the captain level, then his current strength would have surpassed the ordinary captain level. Even himself, in Shikai's state, isn't necessarily stronger than him. Captain Ujiwa, this seems to be a little different from what you said. Yi smiled, looking at Naruto's soaring strength. His heart was filled with joy. She had heard about Naruto from Captain Ujiwa before. When she heard that he actually sacrificed his 100 years of cultivation time to save an ordinary woman, and was willing to endure the pain of 100 years of spiritual power imbalance, this made her feel uneasy. Unexpectedly, the person who emits such a strong spiritual pressure now is actually the seriously injured Naruto that Captain Ujiwa said. This filled her with doubts. And Maojawali was also full of doubts. Naruto was in a very bad state before, but she was very clear. After all, making such a sacrifice is definitely not an illusion. However, now Naruto's situation is unbelievable. This guy is actually able to survive in a desperate situation and stand up. Ujawali murmured, "What a formidable guy." And the other captains looked at Naruto at this time with different expressions. Most were full of surprise and disbelief. A little-known guy, who seems to be just a newly promoted death god, has such strength, which makes it difficult for them to accept it for a while. What is the origin of this guy? This spiritual pressure is actually more exaggerated than me. If D is solved, wouldn't it be stronger? Hirako Mako sighed. Is this the man in Yoichi's mouth? No wonder he was quickly promoted to the third seat. Urahara Kazuki muttered. Roar. At this moment, Daxu, who was fighting Naruto, suddenly erupted. Naruto stabbed it in the chest with a knife and pierced it through the chest. However, Dashu, as if he was dying, rushed towards Naruto, grabbed Naruto's body with both arms, and opened his mouth to bite Naruto's neck. Naruto snorted angrily, although he knew that his body would never be hurt by this kind of thing, but at this time there was a large group of people watching, so he couldn't expose the mystery of his body. He suddenly let go of Zanpakuto, clenched his fists, and a burst of white Reiatsu light burst out from above his fists. Boom. Immediately afterwards, he directly slammed his fist on Daxu's chin. Daxu's body trembled, he cried out in pain, and his head couldn't help but lean back. One glance, and then the whole body suddenly swells. Not good. This guy is going to explode. Hurry up. Yi couldn't help but yelled. Captain Yamamoto and others also all looked shocked. This level of self-destruction is absolutely earth-shattering. Even the people around me will all be affected. And Naruto, who is in the center, is estimated to be blown to pieces. Grabbed Zanpakuto with both hands and pulled it hard. Kai. Blood is pouring out. Boom. Then, a strong explosion sounded, and the sky in the entire Soul Realm was as bright as day. Naruto's figure was directly submerged in the exploding Uzumaki. 1052. Captain. 6 more. The aftermath of the explosion still reverberated in everyone's ears. Looking at the dazzling white light, Yi froze in place as if all his strength had been drained. No way. Was Naruto just killed by this big phantom? This fact is simply unacceptable. She reacted and rushed towards the center of the explosion like she was going crazy. Captain Yei, please calm down. Ujawali stopped in front of her in a blink of an eye. As soon as the knight stopped, his face had already lost his usual calmness. How could he still be calm? However, at this moment, Naruto's voice sounded in the field. Wow, it's so dangerous. I was almost killed. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and they looked behind Yi, only to see Naruto standing there with his upper body naked, the Zanpakuto in his hand slowly returning to the sheath. Naruto. Yi turned around abruptly with a surprised look on his face, and looked at him all over. Are you alright? Looking at her concerned look, Naruto was very moved. Usually Yi gave him the impression that he was very noble and calm, as if he had everything in mind, but when facing himself, he showed but he is so concerned and chaotic. She has always believed in herself, cared about herself, and took care of herself. Even after 100 years, she still cares about herself so much. This kind of friendship will always be remembered by Naruto. I'm fine, but thanks to the footwork you taught me. I'm sorry, I made you worry. I'm really sorry for hiding the past from you. Naruto bowed his head and apologized to her. I was almost scared to death by you. You guys always make me worry. Yi finally relaxed when he saw that he was alright, and couldn't help but let out a coquettish anger. It was a wonderful battle. This old man is also an eye-opener. Uzumaki Naruto, Shunpo is really going to be out of the blue. It seems that your potential is really good. At this time, Captain Yamamoto walked towards Naruto. Come on, he said to him lightly. Even with the strength of this Daxu, few of the captains present can match it. It seems that you are only a mere third seat in the second team. You are a poor talent. Naruto smiled lightly. Since his strength has been exposed, he can't keep a low profile. Yamamoto suddenly said, the position of the captain of the 10th division is still vacant. Uzumaki Naruto, come and participate in the team entry test tomorrow. Wow. As soon as these words came out, everyone around him, whether it was the captain, the vice captain, or the other gods of death, all exclaimed in surprise. No way. Captain Yamamoto actually designated him as the captain of the 10th division. Uzumaki Naruto, I've never heard of this name before. It's so powerful. Yeah, it's very likely that it's just a student who graduated from the True Spiritual Arts Academy this year. I didn't expect to be the captain of the 10th team just after taking the third seat in the second division. A peerless genius. Hearing Yamamoto's words and the surrounding discussions, Naruto was also very surprised. At this time, Yi patted Naruto on the shoulder, smiled at him and said, Naruto, you have finally grown into a god of death who can be on your own. Very good, let's go. I can no longer be the third seat of the second division. I've come to bind you. Becoming captain is the way you have to go. Having said this, Yi encouraged again, but don't think about stopping like this. The road to strength is still very long. Come on, I will work hard with you. Who will become the captain? Naruto nodded. After a while, everyone left. Only Captain Yamamoto and Urahara Kazuki were left at the scene, as well as some Shinigami who were conducting on-site investigations. It's definitely not that simple to happen. This phantom is different from ordinary phantoms in terms of strength and nature. It actually carries the spiritual pressure of the god of death, and its fighting method is also very similar to the god of death, but it can launch phantom flashes, and its strength is extremely powerful, even stronger than the captain level. Be strong. As the director of the Technology Development Bureau, Kazuki Urahara, the captain of the 12th Division, of course, had to investigate such a suspicious matter. In fact, based on his experience, he already knew in his heart that this must be man-made. Judging from the state of this big phantom, it was the product of the death god's soul-strengthening experiment. It's just that, in this world of corpses, apart from doing these experiments by himself, who else is still doing it? This has to be something to watch out for. When Naruto and Yaiki returned to the 2nd Division team building, Broken Bee had already been placed in the room. Although she was seriously injured by Daxu's attack, fortunately it was not too serious. After her own spiritual pressure conditioning, there is no danger anymore. As long as you rest for a few days, you will be fine. And Yaiki had learned the whole story from Ujawali before, although she felt uncomfortable about Naruto sacrificing his spiritual power for a girl, but because of this, she felt even more that Naruto was a worthy person to trust, to rely on, and to wait for a man. In Naruto's room, Yi Ijung and Naruto were sitting on the couch chatting and drinking. Because after tomorrow, Naruto will basically be the captain. At that time, the team will be busy and the time to get together will be less and less. Therefore, Yi planned to have a long talk with Naruto here all night. The two were drinking and chatting, and they were very happy. Yi talked about what happened in the virtual circle 100 years ago, and was amused by himself who was trying to be strong at that time but twisted his feet, and was very happy because Naruto carried her all the way. After that, they chatted. Yi said the resentment that Naruto had ignored her for 100 years, and how excited it was until the moment they met. How did Naruto know that the chance encounter in the virtual circle would have such a big impact on this absolute strong woman in the corpse and soul world, known as the instant god? Moreover, Yi even said that over the years, she had used her own strength to find him in the virtual circle. Naruto couldn't help sighing secretly. At this point, if he still can't understand Yi's mind, he can really find a piece of tofu and kill him. The beauty is deeply affectionate. How can Naruto understand everything Yi has done for himself? Next, Naruto continued drinking and chatting with her, and before she knew it, the time had passed. When he woke up the next day, Naruto covered his dizzy head and opened his eyes, but he couldn't help being surprised. 10:53. Night 1's long-cherished wish. I don't know how to describe the scene in front of me. I saw that I and Yi were lying on the bed at this time. Their clothes were messy, and there were still unfinished food and wine jars on the side table. And the most surprising thing is that Yi was completely naked. That slightly black skin, delicate and smooth, exudes a unique luster. She is lying in her arms at this time, and Naruto's own clothes have long disappeared. The two were skin to skin, and they were covered with quilts indiscriminately. Still a hint of Yuhi dizziness on Yi's face, as if he drank too much last night and hadn't woken up yet. Naruto covered her head and wanted to get up, but found that Yi's jade arms were clasped even tighter. She tightly wrapped her arms around her neck, and pressed her beautiful face against her chest. And her naked body was wrapped around her body like an octopus. At this moment, Naruto instantly felt the feeling of the round and full place on her chest pressing against his chest, heavy, soft, with an amazing elasticity. And her pair of slender jade legs were directly entangled around Naruto's waist. What's worse is that the bulging place under Naruto is aligned with the gap between her spread legs, lying in the middle of the grass. Naruto groaned and groaned weakly. In such a tempting scene, how could he bear it? He stood up all of a sudden and pressed against her place. Just go right in. Yi seemed to feel the discomfort under her body. She pouted and hummed lightly. She moved her body and changed her position to continue sleeping. But this time, Naruto was even more difficult to endure, because Yi actually pressed her slender and smooth thighs directly against Naruto's crotch, as if she had been bitten, and Yi shook and rubbed slightly. Well, can't stand it. Naruto was lying there, and the stimulation below was even harder like a Jinchuriki column. She wanted to push Yuichi away, but her arms were so tight that she wouldn't let go. No. If it goes on like this, it will definitely be unbearable. But Yi still slept soundly, without any signs of waking up. No way. Naruto had no choice but to reach out and pat her face lightly. My head is so dizzy. Yi murmured and opened his beautiful eyes, looking lazily at Naruto below him. Naruto, why are you in my bed? She asked suspiciously, as if she hadn't realized the huge trouble she had brought to Naruto. Naruto looked at her with a wry smile, waiting for her to wake up. 3 seconds passed. Yi finally shuddered, and a Yuhi-tite appeared on his jade face. She quickly lifted the quilt to take a look, and found that she had nothing on her body. Naruto, it looks like we had a relationship last night. She immediately covered her head and sighed, but she didn't look like she was screaming and getting angry. Hey, what does it mean to have a relationship? Don't you even know this? I'm still wearing pants. Naruto suddenly cried out in tears. And the best thing you should do now is put on your clothes. There is no time to sigh. Looked at Naruto's bulging crotch, his face became even more moist, and he spat softly. Really, I thought I was having sex after drinking last night. Now it seems that nothing really happened. She reached out and touched between her legs and smiled helplessly. There was still a hint of regret in his tone. Her actions almost made Naruto spit out a nosebleed. Is Yaiki really such an open person? Why wouldn't there be any extreme reaction to being naked in front of him? The kind of reaction that was like a broken bee's clothes falling off before was considered normal. Hey Naruto, suddenly, Yi leaned over and asked with a smile, what do you think about my body? Does it look good? Why are you suddenly asking such a question? Naruto's heart beat faster. His eyes fixed on her delicate body, and he glanced up and down. Although Yi's complexion was slightly dark, his body was well proportioned and uneven, as if it was natural, but also with a wild charm. Of course it looks good. Naruto couldn't hold back. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi's shoulder. At this moment, he had the urge to overwhelm Yi to the ground. That's right. But since nothing happened to us last night, it means that the time has not yet come, so let's pretend that this thing has not happened now. Yi saw the fire in Naruto's eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly pushed him away, and quickly got up and put on her clothes. While dressing, she smiled and said, I usually sleep naked. I probably did it when I was drunk last night. Naruto stared blankly at her getting dressed, but the flames in his heart could not be extinguished. No way. Pick up your own ashes, and then just think about it. Looking at Naruto's fiery eyes looking at him, Yi was secretly ashamed and happy, but his face showed a narrow look. Naruto, last night was your best chance. It's too late now. Let's talk about it when you catch me. She glanced at Naruto's bulging crotch, smiled slyly, and disappeared in an instant. Naruto was stunned. What did Yi mean? He thought he could get into a fiery relationship with Yi, but he didn't expect that she suddenly rejected him. This came so fast that he ran away before he had time to hold Yi. In fact, Yi's heart is very complicated now. If she has a relationship with Naruto, she is still very happy to accept it. However, in a sober state, she didn't want to be his woman in such a logical state. As a strong woman known as Shunshin, the captain of the 2nd Division, and the head of the Sifanyuan family, Yi is behind these countless dazzling halos, but deep down she is also eager to be conquered. She longed for a strong and gentle man who could crush her both in strength and emotion. Undoubtedly, Naruto has not yet met this requirement, and his current strength is far from enough. Therefore, she has been cultivating and protecting Naruto, giving him the best environment to develop, and letting him conquer herself like the man in her ideal. This is Yi's long-cherished wish, the pride of being a strong woman. 1054. Entry Test. Naruto managed to suppress the burning fire in his heart, and finally got dressed and left the room. He remembered that he seemed to be going to the first team today for an entry test. Captain of the 10th Division. This title is quite majestic. Of course Naruto likes it very much. Although he will not be able to get along with Yi for the time being, he has also gained an identity and status because of this, which will be more beneficial to his future practice. Therefore, Naruto is still looking forward to being the captain of the 10th Division. What happened last night made Naruto secretly wake up. That phantom that suddenly appeared was definitely man-made. In the future, only by becoming stronger step by step, can I get rid of all the conspiracy and tricks. And becoming the captain is undoubtedly the best choice to protect yourself at the moment. In the hall where the first team is located, Captain Yamamoto stood in the first place, and the captains of the other divisions stood on both sides. Because today is the moment to decide the position of the 10th Division captain. Team entry test, every captain must come to participate. When Naruto came here, he found that Yoichi was already in line. Captain Yamamoto, I'm here. Naruto stepped forward and smiled faintly. Let's start the team test. Well, very good. It seems that you are very confident. Yamamoto's eyes flashed a light. However, before entering the team for the test, the old man has to tell you something, because every captain in the past has always only those who need to get the solution can do it, and you are a special case. As far as I know, you just got Zanpakuto a few months ago and you still can't solve it, right? Naruto nodded. Yes, my dissolution has not been completed. So, your team entry test will be different from the previous team entry test. A rare smile appeared on the corner of Yamamoto's mouth, and he slowly said, your team entry test will be the same as the one with the exception. All captains except me fight. Naruto was surprised. Fight with all captains. He couldn't help but glanced at the captains around him and smiled bitterly. However, Yamamoto added, of course, instead of letting all the captains besiege you, you are asked to fight with them in turn. As long as you can reach the level of their satisfaction and approval, you can pass the team entry test. In the past, it was right the tests are all tested by the old man and myself, and the difficulty is also controlled by the old man, as long as the old man is satisfied. But now you are different, what you need to do is to satisfy every captain. It's an additional condition that you can't solve. How? After Naruto listened, his eyes flashed, he glanced at the surrounding captains, and smiled lightly, no problem. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the surrounding captains also showed a trace of excited smiles. In that case, let me come first. Yi Yi was the first to stand up. Naruto nodded and looked at Yi Yi. At this time, her face had long since lost the drunkenness of yesterday and this morning. She was dressed in the captain's feather-knitted suit, and she was full of heroism and AWE-inspiring momentum. Come on, let me personally feel the progress you have made these days. Yi Yi smiled lightly, and with a flash of body shape, he and Naruto came to the midair above the team building. In order not to destroy the surrounding buildings, the battlefield is in midair. As the two reached the air, the other captains came out of the hall one after another and looked up. Yi Yi, don't be merciful. Naruto looked at her and smiled. Absolutely not. Yi Yi smiled faintly, his figure flashed, and he was already rushing towards Naruto. This time, I'll use Shunpo and Shirataka to fight you. Yuichi's Captain Haori suddenly fell off, revealing her perfect figure in a tight battle suit, her smooth jade back exposed. Instant open. Yi Yi gave a light drink, and saw that a white spiritual pressure suddenly appeared from all over her body, attached to the surface of her body like a substance, and condensed a lot behind her. Captain-level solution with the change of his own spiritual power. From this point of view, Yi Yi is indeed a fighting genius. However, Naruto is not afraid of this momentary opening. Because in terms of white fights, Naruto's self-confidence is only stronger than Yaiki. After all, he has combat experience in multiple worlds, and it must be much stronger than the combat mode of this world. He smiled faintly, watching Yi Yi always rush towards him, wrapped in an infinite momentum and gust of wind. Swish. His figure disappeared in a blink of an eye. Yi noticed Naruto's movements in an instant, and her body flashed in an instant, and the white light blasted in another direction like thunder. Naruto just appeared under Yaiki's fist. He had to lift Zanpakuto and put a slight stop on his chest. Boom. In an instant, an explosive force erupted from Yaiki's fist, and Naruto's arm burst, and his body flew upside down toward the ground. However, just as Naruto was about to approach the ground, Yi Yi appeared behind him again and punched him. In a hurry, Naruto smiled slightly, and a faint arc flashed across the corner of his mouth. He did not dodge or evade, and he suddenly twisted in midair, miraculously dodging Yi Yi's attack, and then he stretched out his hand. Grabbed Yi Yi's arm and threw it forward fiercely. Call. Naruto's body was suddenly thrown out by Naruto. When she reacted, she found that Naruto had disappeared in place. The next moment, a fist fell in the air, hitting her shoulder. A flash of admiration flashed in Yi Yi's eyes, the precision of this shot and the agility of his skills have caught up with him. This guy is really great. A dazzling ray of light burst out from her body with a sudden bang. Instead of dodging, she raised her fist and faced Naruto. Boom! The fists of the two collided in midair, making a loud noise, followed by a wave of air that spread around. It's actually comparable to Captain Yae's instant opening. Is this guy's white attack so powerful? The captains below couldn't help but secretly startled. It seems that Yaiki has taught him a lot of shunpo skills. If the collision strength just now, if there is no instant open skills, it will be difficult to produce. Urahara Kazuki frowned slightly. 1055, all approved. At this time, Naruto's figure appeared in the air, and he saw a white spiritual pressure lingering on his body. The highly dense spiritual pressure even completely shredded the clothes on his upper body, leaving him naked. Sturdy body. Yes, Naruto, I've never taught you instant opening. I didn't expect you to be able to develop this kind of instant opening-like ability yourself. Yi said with admiration. Naruto smiled lightly. In fact, he has already learned this kind of Reiatsu technique, and he is confident that he can use it better than Yi. He used this technique before when he fought against the Vastord-level Daxu in the virtual circle. However, in the Soul realm, he couldn't reveal the more concise skills, so he could only cover the high-density ghost spirit pressure all over his body, similar to the instant opening. And after Yi saw that Naruto also used a technique similar to the instant opening, his bellicose heart also increased, the spiritual pressure of his whole body was high, and he rushed towards him again. For a time, the two collided in midair, and the airwaves of the spiritual pressure were overwhelming, oppressing the other gods of death in the jingling court. After a long time, the two finally stopped. The spiritual pressure on Yi's body gradually dissipated. Looking at Naruto, who was still in the sky with spiritual pressure, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very good, Naruto, you have passed my level. I am very satisfied with you. Performance. Naruto then withdrew all his spiritual power, wiped the sweat that was not visible on his forehead, and said with a smile, I thought you were going to fight me all the time. Next time I have a chance, I'll definitely have a good fight with you. This time it's a test, so that's it for now. Yi blinked and returned to the ground in an instant. Looking at the other captains, the next one. Well, after the second division, let me come to the third division. The young man with long curly yellow hair stood up gracefully and said with a smile. His figure flashed, and the next moment, he was in front of Naruto in a blink of an eye. Captain of the third division, Jiro Fengchaolu. He politely greeted Naruto with a gentleman's salute, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course Naruto knew that this captain was also a powerful figure. Even though he looked like a gentleman, his ability was also very powerful. Uzumaki Naruto, please give me more advice. Naruto also saluted. Yes, this is a duel between gentlemen. He smiled. Naruto also smiled faintly. The two sides stood in the air. Naruto had already consumed part of the spiritual energy in his body due to the battle with Yaiki just now, but he was not afraid at all at this time. Suddenly, Fengchaolu stretched out a finger and aimed it at Naruto. One of the broken roads, rush. Boom. An invisible Reiatsu shock wave blasted out from his fingertips in an instant, hitting Naruto's chest. Naruto stretched out his hand to block Zanpakuto, and immediately let the shock dissipate. Play it, Jinsha Luo. Zanpakuto liberation language came. The next moment, accompanied by a powerful spiritual pressure, the Zanpakuto in Fengchaolu's hand suddenly turned into a long golden whip, and at the end of the whip, a golden flower bloomed. Immediately afterwards, he swung his long whip violently and swiped towards Naruto's position. The attack range is very wide. Naruto raised Zanpakuto to block, and Zanpakuto was immediately entangled in the whip. Cut. He curled his lips and pulled hard, pulling Fengchaolu's body towards him, and at the same time he stretched out a finger and whispered in his mouth, the fourth broken way, Baile. Boom. In an instant, a thunderlight as thick as an arm shot towards Fengqiao Luzhiro. The 39 circular gate fan. Fengqiao Luzhiro was also slightly already, and immediately used a defensive ghost way, forming a circular blue energy shield that was constantly rotating in front of him. Boom! The power of Naruto Bele slammed on the round gate fan and was immediately blocked. But it also caused Fengqiao Luzhiro to relax his control over Zanpakuto, and let Naruto pull Zanpakuto out, and Shin dodged and approached his body. In terms of the speed of the sprint, Naruto is confident that even these veteran captains can't compare with him. Fengqiao Luzhiro quickly pulled back, but because he was holding a long whip, it was very inconvenient to move. As soon as Naruto approached, he immediately fell into passive. Stop! Just when Naruto was about to slash at him, Fengqiao Luzhiro reached out his hand to stop him, and then smiled bitterly. Uzumaki Naruto, I recognize you, you can instantly see my Jinsha Luo's weakness. This is the first time I have encountered such a keen observation opponent. After he finished speaking, he withdrew Shikai, and Naruto also stood up with a knife, and said with a smile on his face, I passed the prize. Fengqiao Luzhiro smiled faintly, and then he dodged back to the ground. Next is the captain of the 4th division, Uno Hanaritsu. However, she looked up at Naruto, but nodded directly and said, well, I have seen the strength of Uzumaki Naruto, and I am inconvenient to fight, so I will directly agree, let the 5th division captain Hirako come on. Quote. Cut, it's really troublesome, since that's the case, I won't take any action, Hirako Mako grinned. Everyone was stunned. Then the other captains also expressed their approval and did not directly participate in the battle. Well, it seems that it turned out that it was only me and Yi who made the trial stone. Fengqiao Luzhiro said with a wry smile. Captain Yamamoto glanced at everyone and said, since none of you plan to test Uzumaki Naruto's strength in person, then this old man will no longer be reluctant. Here, this old man officially announces that Uzumaki Naruto is the captain of the 10th division. There are objections. Everyone was silent. That is, there is no objection. Naruto appeared in front of everyone and asked strangely, why don't you all fight me? Hirako Mako said indifferently, I don't want to play against an opponent who consumes a lot of spiritual power, that's not interesting at all. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Is this the arrogance of being a captain? After thinking about it, he smiled relievedly. Right, compared to them, I haven't even completed the dissolution yet. If these captains really want to embarrass themselves, they can definitely suppress themselves with their dissolution ability, but they will never use it at ordinary times. Just real ability. Since they all recognize themselves, why not do it? 1056, Captain of the 10th Division. After becoming the captain, Captain Yamamoto personally delivered the 10th Division Captain Haori to Naruto. Naruto smiled and replaced the Captain Haori on the spot. The moment he put on that floating feather weave, a leadership temperament that radiated from the inside out immediately made other people's eyes light up. Short blonde hair, a warm smile, and a tall figure. Suddenly there was an idea in everyone's heart that, this guy is the captain. In fact, it is no wonder that everyone thinks this way. Naruto has experienced several worlds, been a Hokage, a savior, and a magician of God who is admired by thousands of people. He has the temperament, let alone the leader of a team, even if it's not an exaggeration to be God. Okay, from now on you will be the captain of the 10th Division. Go back and arrange the team first. As the new captain, you have to get along well with the team members. Captain Yamamoto said to him. Naruto nodded. The next step is to leave each other. Because of Naruto's new appointment, other teams must also explain some situations. In this way, Naruto successfully became the captain of the 10th Division. In less than half a year, such an achievement has been achieved, which is a legendary existence in the Soul Society and even the Jingling Court. A day later, the second team was in the quarters. Broken Bee's injury was almost recovered, and then she remembered that she hadn't seen that annoying guy since the day before yesterday. She couldn't help but feel very good. She walked out of the door and saw Yi Yi. Master Yi. She was slightly overjoyed and hurried over to say hello. Well, Broken Bee, how are you recovering? Yi Yi asked softly, rubbing her head with a smile. Broken Bee nodded heavily. I'm almost healed. Thank you Lord Yi for your concern. Well, you should be concerned about your subordinates. Yi Yi said with a smile. By the way, Broken Bee, I will accept you as the third seat of the second division in the future. You have to behave well. The third seat. Broby couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and asked in doubt, isn't he the third seat Naruto Uzumaki? She was slightly surprised. That bastard wouldn't be promoted to vice captain. That's not right. Vice Captain Omeitien Shijujin is a powerful faction. He won't retire so soon, will he? Yi Yi heard the words. A slight smile appeared on his face. Naruto, he has become the captain. What? Broken Bee suddenly jumped up in exclamation, and then realized that he seemed to have overreacted, and calmed himself down again, looking at Yi Yi in disbelief. Master Yi, this can't be true. Right. I haven't been out of the house these days. I didn't expect him to be the captain. Yeah, he is the captain of the 10th division now. As expected of the man I like. Yi Yi touched the head of the bee. You have to work hard, at least you can't be much worse than him. Quote. Broken Bee was speechless for a while, and his heart was very complicated. That nasty bastard actually left and became the captain of the 10th division. That's a high-ranking figure, and he actually took the position without warning. It's unbelievable. However, when she heard what Yi Yi said, she couldn't help but feel jealous. What can't be much worse than him? Is he that good? Just a nasty bastard who got shit luck. It's really disgusting that Lord Yi is still so concerned about him. Do not. In the final analysis, I have to become stronger myself and replace that hated guy's position in Lord Yi's heart. Broken Bee thought to herself. Well, by the way, Broken Bee, after all, you and Naruto have worked together for a while. Although he has become the captain of the 10th division, he has to keep in touch with him in the future. He still has a lot of you to learn from. Where's the place? Yi Yi said again. Broken Bee was immediately stimulated again, slightly raised his mouth, and looked reluctant. However, when she saw Yi Yi's soft eyes, she couldn't help but nodded yuhi. As long as Yi Yi is happy, she will do whatever she wants. At this time, in the 10th division team building, Naruto was orderly arranging the team affairs. He called all the team members and concentrated in the hall. The vacancy of the captain's position before the 10th division was due to the lack of qualified personnel for a while. Although there were several officers who were already shikai in the team, none of them had the talent to serve as captains. Therefore, the appearance of Naruto gave Captain Yamamoto hope. Although he was only shikai, his basic abilities were already very strong, even surpassing that of ordinary captains. He is competent enough. Captain Kurosaki Yiksen. Although he was young, he also had good strength. It's not Naruto's turn. Looking at the team members standing in a row in front of him, Naruto had a faint smile on his face. Beside him was Vice Captain Isshin Kurosaki, who was introducing Naruto to the situation in the team. The 10th division, as a patrol and guard team, usually not only has to pay attention to the situation of the whole soul world, but also the virtual circle and the situation in the world. Once there is a problem, report it to the team immediately and send someone to deal with it. However, the current 10th team's team affairs, because there is no strong captain-level figure, can't play a real role in many things. Therefore, when Naruto takes office, he also has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Looking at the group of Shinigami who were still skeptical and unbelieving, Naruto didn't bother to justify anything for the time being. After all, he just took office and he didn't have any outstanding performance, so how could he be able to convince everyone? If you want to be recognized by the team members, you must first do some deeds. Therefore, although everyone has a very skeptical attitude towards him now, he will never affect his state of mind because of this. For him, as long as he does his own thing well, he will naturally let everyone see himself. Ability. Moreover, his focus is not on this. Being the captain is at best just providing space for him to better settle down. Only in this way can he cultivate stronger power. Of course, although he does not necessarily want the 10th team to shine in Jingling Court, he will never allow his team members to be bullied and underestimated by others. If anyone dares to provoke, he will definitely stand up and be ruthless. Take a lesson. 1057. Feijun's dedication. After Naruto had dealt with the 10th division for a few days, he had basically settled down. These days, the captains and vice-captains of other teams have also come to congratulate Naruto on his new appointment. Captain Yamamoto also came over to have a good talk with him about the history, development, and future of the Soul Society. Although Naruto thought he was very wordy about this, as the captain, he still had to give him face, and it can be said that he is equivalent to being promoted by himself. After Captain Yamamoto came, Hirako Mako, Urahara Kazuki, Yoichi and others also came to visit and brought many small gifts. Especially Urahara Kazuki, the gizmo that he sent over is very good. On this day, Naruto finally waited for the captain of the 4th division, Uno Hanaritsu, to arrive. The two sat in the house, drinking tea. Captain Ujiwa, how is Feijun's situation now? Naruto asked her straight to the point. It had been almost 10 days since the incident at that time. He also asked Ujiwa Liejun about Feijun, but she always said that the spiritual power in Feijun was balancing yin and yang, not all at once. You can get used to it completely, so it will take a while. And today, Ujiwali came to visit, and Naruto couldn't help but ask her. Ujiwali covered her mouth and smiled softly, teasing, Captain Naruto, you really care about Faye. This is the same as what she kept asking me about you. She is fine now and has fully recovered. It's here. Really? That's great. She won't have to suffer that kind of pain in the future. Naruto said with joy. Ujiwali laughed, and she clapped her hands. I didn't have any gifts for you when I came here today, but looking at you, luckily I brought Feijun. Following Unahakali's words, a figure walked in from outside. The figure looks weak, but the look on his face is Yuhi moist, with a crystal luster. Lord Naruto. With a soft cry, tears suddenly welled up in Feijun's eyes, and then, regardless of Maujawali's presence, she rushed directly into his arms. Naruto stretched out his hand to catch her, hugged her in his arms, and said with a slight smile, Really, Feijun, what are you doing so excited, and crying? Helping her wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Naruto showed a gentle look on his face. Is your body okay? Yeah. Feijun nodded, Yuhi dazed and said, thanks to Captain Unoka for taking care of us these days. It's not in the way, it's not in the way. Maujawali smiled slightly. Suddenly, Feijun hugged Naruto's jade arm tightly, and suddenly burst into tears. Ooh, Naruto-sama, Captain Ujiwa has already told me everything you did for me. Ah, woohoo, why are you being so nice to me? Naruto was stunned for a moment, watching Heijen's tears dripping down. He couldn't help but look at Ujiwali in doubt. Ujiwali smiled secretly and said, Naruto, forgive me for my mistake. I accidentally slipped my tongue on this matter, so I told Heijen the whole story. Naruto was stunned when he heard the words. No wonder Feijun was so excited. However, he didn't believe that Maujawali would leak his mouth. This woman looks so gentle on the outside, but she is a bit naughty and black on the inside. It's a really distressing character. Alright, Captain Naruto, I won't disturb the relationship between the two of you, so I'll say goodbye. Ujiwali suddenly stood up and smiled. Then, before Naruto could save her, she had already retreated. When Feijun saw her leaving, she hurriedly stood up and said, Captain Unohana, I'll see you off. She has been taken care of by Unohana Lai these days, and she is very grateful to her. However, Ujiwali stopped her from doing so, and after whispering a few words in her ear, she walked away. Yuhi stood there with a jade face that rose, completely forgetting to react. Looking at her reaction, Naruto couldn't help but be very puzzled. He didn't know what exactly did Ujiwali tell her. That night, Naruto returned to the room after finishing the teamwork. Feijun was temporarily living in the 10th division, and Naruto planned to let her cultivate for a few days before arranging to study at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Lord Naruto, can I come in? Just as Naruto was about to go to bed, there was a sudden knock on the door by Feijun. Naruto had to get up and open the door. Feijun was only wearing a thin pajamas, her black hair fell on her shoulders, and her big eyes shone with a charming light. She was looking at Naruto eagerly. Naruto quickly let her into the house. Feijun, it's so late, what's the matter? Asked Naruto, who made her sit on the couch and planned to pour water for her, but was stopped by her. Naruto-sama, I can't sleep. Feijun lowered her head and said softly. Naruto can't help but stunned, can't sleep. Do you come to find yourself when you can't sleep? Looking at her thin body and her slightly wet hair, her heart suddenly jumped. Looks like she just got out of the shower. Taking a breath, Naruto immediately smelled a delicate fragrance of a girl. Looking carefully at her jade-like profile, it seemed to be dyed with a layer of Yuhisha. Naruto's heart suddenly warmed. At this moment, Feijun suddenly turned her head, raised her jade face and looked at Naruto's eyes pitifully and said, Lord Naruto, please allow me to sleep with you. I can only feel at ease when Lord Naruto is by my side. Sleep. Hearing Feijun's words, why didn't Naruto understand what Feijun meant? He immediately stretched his arms around Feijun's slender waist and said with a chuckle, Feijun, if you sleep with me, it will be dangerous. Feijun was stunned for a moment, feeling the feeling of Lord Naruto's fiery palm pressing against her waist. She lowered her head slightly, and said shyly, Lord Naruto is not a monster, how could it be dangerous? Besides, and Naruto-sama, I'm willing to do whatever you want. Boom. Feijun's words suddenly acted like a catalyst, causing Naruto's heart to burst into flames, and he immediately put Feijun in his arms, bowed his head, and opened his mouth to cover her soft little mouth. With a wave of his hand, the lights in the room went out, and in the gloom, Naruto pressed her on the bed. Lord Naruto. 1058. Secret. After a long and happy moan, there were bursts of ups and downs in the room, like weeping. It didn't take long for Feijun to hear a pleasing screeching sound. There seemed to be 2 flames burning in the room. Early the next morning, Naruto opened his eyes and found that Feijun was still lying in his arms. Her jade arms were still holding her hands tightly, and their lower bodies were still tightly connected. Naruto-sama. Feijun opened her eyes faintly, saw Yuhi looking at him with a dazed face and asked, is it done? Yeah, it's done, you slept little last night, you should continue to sleep. Naruto said with a smile. He gently pulled away from Feijun's body and made her lie on his chest in a different position. Feijun let out a soft moan, a wave of Yuhi appeared on her face, closed her beautiful eyes, and quietly enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. She dazzled Yuhi with a satisfied and happy smile on her face. At this moment, she was like a dream. She never thought that she would become the woman of Naruto-sama, and she suddenly experienced such a wonderful feeling. She thought that with her own qualifications, it would be difficult to catch up with Naruto-sama in this life, but she didn't expect it to be like this. When she learned from Captain Unohana that Naruto-sama had suffered so much for her sake, her heart was hurt and moved. Fortunately, she later learned that Naruto-sama was not in serious trouble, but his strength soared, which made her feel a little more at ease. Despite this, she still felt that she would not be able to repay Naruto-sama's kindness even if she was smashed to pieces. The only thing she could do at the moment was to dedicate her body to him, even if it could give him a little joy. She felt very happy. Naruto looked at Yuhi's face and closed his eyes. He couldn't help but think of the madness last night. This girl seemed to be draining her body last night, and kept asking for it, even though she was made to have high tides. But still trying to endure. In the end, Naruto was afraid of breaking her, so he stopped scolding her. At this time, she was leaning on her body. Her jade face after being moisturized was radiant, and that dizzy Yuhi was more like the sunrise on the horizon. It was simply beautiful. Unable to bear, Naruto gently kissed her soft lips. Feijun opened her eyes at once, feeling Naruto's love for her, and was extremely happy in her heart. She stretched out her hand, suddenly grabbed the giant object under Naruto, and said with a smile, "Sir Naruto, you are here. It's so refreshing in the morning." Naruto was held by her. His body trembled slightly, and he said with a wry smile, "I can't take it anymore if you are like this." Unexpectedly, Feijun laughed. "It's okay, as long as Naruto likes, I can do anything." She suddenly moved between Naruto's legs, opened her small mouth and aimed at Naruto and swallowed it, and she actually started to swallow. "Oh, Hikaru." Naruto couldn't help but let out a soft whistle. The warm and moist mouth brought him an unusually warm and moist feeling. He gently pressed her head with both hands and gently, moving body. Feijun felt Naruto's excitement, and was eating him even more. Seeing her lustful and slutty appearance, Naruto couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hyjin, what did Captain Unohana say in your ear yesterday? Why did you have such a Yuhi face all of a sudden, and you came to me at night? Where's the room?" Feijun lifted Yuhi's face and smiled. "This is a secret, Captain Unohana won't allow me to tell you." Naruto was even more strange, but Feijun lowered his head and started eating harder. Naruto didn't have time to ask questions, and enjoyed the incomparable comfort at the moment. After a while, Naruto spurted out, and all the essence of life entered her small mouth. Feijun frowned at the fishy smell, but she swallowed it in the end, with a happy and contented look on her face. "Get up, get dressed, wash up." After Naruto finished all of this, he looked at Feijun, who was still lying on the bed sheet panting slightly, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Feijun, you should rest in your room today." Just now, he did it with her again, and sent her to the top 3 times before giving up. This morning, after exercising, Naruto was even more ferocious and invigorating. Afterwards, he went to deal with the squad team, and then went to the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy to communicate with the academy about Feijun's curriculum arrangement. Last night, in the process of making love with Hyjin, Naruto had already understood some of the conditions in her body. After her spiritual power was balanced, her previous weakness had completely disappeared, and instead, an unprecedented strength erupted. All of a sudden, Feijun's spiritual power jumped directly to the level of a vice captain. Among them, Naruto's pure young spiritual power played a key role. Feijun, who has integrated Naruto's spiritual power, how can the spiritual power in his body not be strong at this time? Therefore, in the near future, Naruto intends to directly arrange Feijun in the Class A class and become Luanju's classmate, so that the two can take care of each other. In his current position as the captain of the 10th Division, it was very easy to arrange a student in the academy. After dealing with this matter, Naruto went to see the progress of the chrysanthemum. Her strength is progressing in an orderly manner. Although her spiritual power is not very strong, she is excellent in all aspects, and she also belongs to the top 10 in the class. Brother Naruto. Seeing Naruto coming over, the little face became excited, and she quickly jumped into his arms and shouted, "Brother Naruto, you have become the captain. It's amazing." Naruto smiled slightly, touched her head and said, "Ranju, you have to work hard. After a while, I can let you join my team and become an official death god." Hearing this, Luanju was overjoyed. "Really? Can I join Brother Naruto's squad?" "Of course, Luanju, you are very good. When you grow up, it is possible to be my vice captain." "Well, then I have to practice harder." Luanju shouted firmly. "Next is the ghost class. I'll go to practice now." After saying that, she ran out excitedly. Looking at her active figure, Naruto's face was full of smiles. 10:59, 3 years. After returning to the team building, Naruto began to practice. After becoming the captain, with his current power, he can get more resources in Jingling Court, which is one of his goals. Just got a full-sex Shikai, of course he has to take the time to break in, to train. There are also more techniques to learn from the Soul Society, to cut fists and walk away ghosts. After all, what you can learn in the academy is limited, and many more advanced skills must be discovered from other aspects. The best way is to study the various classics of Jingling Court in the Soul World, and find out some important things about spiritual power cultivation. It is necessary to collect data. Naruto is now the captain of the 10th division and has the ability to do so. However, now he still lacks some cronies, and it is not good to always do everything by himself. In the 10th team, it is impossible to find such talents for a while, so the most reliable thing at present is to find talents by yourself. He thought of Mebus, the playful girl who had crossed over with him. Now he doesn't know where he went. If he could find her, wouldn't it be better for the two to develop together in Jingling Court? However, he had used some of the power in his hand to send someone to pay attention to her news before, but there is still no news until now. Almost the entire Liuhun Street has been searched, and this girl seems to have disappeared. A month has passed. Naruto finally came out of retreat and practiced. He fully mastered his Shikai power and developed some new abilities of Uzumaki. Of course, this month, Feijun also returned to the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy, and under Naruto's relationship, he entered Class A to study. Silver, Kuchiki Byakuya and others went in to study with her. These are very good people. Of course Naruto knew that Ichimaru Silver and Byakuya were both future captains, but he ignored them for the time being and let them develop. Anyway, what he wanted to pursue was a more powerful force, and it could be said that it had nothing to do with them at all. And Feijun would always write to him these days, in which she told how she missed her, even if it was only a short distance away. Without Naruto by her side, she would still feel lonely and uneasy. Naruto had no choice but to comfort Feijun's reliance, and promised that she would take more time to visit her and Ranju in the academy in the future, and encouraged her to practice more, become a qualified death god, and then enter the 10th division. On this day, after Naruto finished his teamwork and finished his training, he came to see the two of them at the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Along the way, as the captain of the 10th division, countless death gods and students greeted him. Naruto couldn't help sighing secretly. A few months ago, he was still an unknown boy, and entering this Jingling Court was all based on Yi Yi's guarantee and trust. But now, as soon as he turned around, he was already a captain admired by thousands of people. The contrast was so great that it became a legend in the entire Jingling Court. Countless people were talking about Naruto, the newly promoted captain, and countless people admired him for becoming the captain so quickly. At the True Spiritual Academy, Naruto stopped at the door of a classroom. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and several figures ran out from inside. It is Feijun and Ranju. Both had surprises on their faces. They all threw themselves into Naruto's arms, hugged his arms from left to right, and told him how much they missed him. Naruto smiled. How are you two practicing? I'm not here today just to see you, and your cultivation must not be left behind. Yeah, we are all working hard. Brother Naruto, my spiritual pressure is already very strong now. Ranju shouted. And I have also learned a lot of ghost ways. What about you, Feijun? Naruto turned to look at Feijun. That, I'm not very skilled, she said with a slight face. Yuhi. All day long, all she thinks about is the figure of Lord Naruto. How can she cultivate well? Compared with Ranju, she who has just become a Naruto woman has a deep taste in her heart, and Tenten is looking forward to getting along with Naruto-sama day and night. It seems that you really want to be punished. After school today, the 10th division. Naruto looked at her and smiled. Naruto brother, how will you punish Sister Feijun? Please don't be too harsh. Sister Feijun is actually working very hard. Luanju took his hand and shook it. People could not help but laugh secretly. Feijun was Yuhi's face, and her jade face was like a scorching sun. That night, Feijun came to the 10th team. As soon as he entered the house, he was hugged by Naruto. Then the two entered into a tangle. After a lively battle, Naruto hugged Feijun's delicate body and looked at her full face, Yuhi, and couldn't help but say, Feijun, your spiritual power is already strong enough. After you systematically study the knowledge of the academy, I can arrange you here. I am also very short of manpower here. I hope you can share some things for me. Hearing that, Heijen looked at Naruto and nodded and said, well, it's my honor to share the worries of Naruto-sama. I will definitely learn the knowledge as soon as possible, and then come to your side to help you. Well, after a while, let's arrange Luanju too, and we can work together in the future. Naruto smiled and kissed her. Feijen closed her beautiful eyes with a look of anticipation on her face. A year later, Feijen successfully graduated from the academy and entered the 10th team. 2 years later, Luanju also graduated and also entered the 10th division. 3 years. The 10th team, under the leadership of Naruto, although the 10th team did not have much achievements, they were also conscientious and did not make any mistakes. The only thing Naruto cared about was Aizen's actions. In the past 3 years, there have been some cases of missing souls from the Soul Street in the Soul Society. Every time I go to investigate, I can't find out why. Although Jinglingting understood that this was man-made, no one could find out the real culprit behind it. Naruto knew that all this was done by Aizen. But he is also very clear that Aizen's strength is already unfathomable, and it is better not to alarm him at present. Therefore, Naruto has been practicing hard for 3 years, and his spiritual power has become strong enough, more than twice as strong as 3 years ago. However, after 3 years, he still failed to reach the solution. Moreover, more importantly, now that he found that his spiritual power had entered a bottleneck period, it was difficult for him to go further. In this way, is it appropriate to comprehend stronger power? 1060. The Breath of Mebus. In the second squad, Yi is doing Shunpo training with Broken Bee. In the past 3 years, Broken Bee has grown very well, and in the past 3 years, the vice captain Omeiti and Shiji has retired, and Broken Bee has become the vice captain. The two of them finished their training in Shunbu, wiped their sweaty body with a towel, and returned to the room to change into their clothes. Bro, your Shunpo speed is already very fast, and it is about to reach the level of Naruto back then. Yi said with a smile. Broken Bee nodded, and she was very happy to be praised by Lord Yi, but now she is only at the same level as Naruto Uzumaki back then, which made her very unconvinced. But Naruto has made great progress in the past 3 years. If he hadn't understood the solution, he would have surpassed me by a long time. Yi murmured again. Cheeks slightly, looking at Yi Da's mouth and talking about Uzumaki Naruto again. Her heart was full of jealousy. She looked at Yi with a serious face and said, Yi Da, I will definitely surpass Uzumaki Naruto. One day we must defeat him. When Yi heard it, she couldn't help laughing, rubbed her head and said, it's good to have such an idea, but this is very difficult. Just talking is not enough, you have to work hard. Yeah, I see. I will definitely practice harder. Broken Bee's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. In 3 years, after Naruto left the second division, Broken Bee finally reached the position of vice captain with her own efforts, which brought her one step closer to Yaiki, and she still hated Naruto very much. Treats him like a rival in love. Every time she takes her to visit the 10th division at night, she always has a cold face and a very unhappy look. And when she saw Naruto and Gai talking, laughing, or joking, she would always feel a burst of anger in her heart. What's so great? Do you get carried away when you become the captain? At the beginning, it wasn't because of the help of Lord Yi that we achieved our current achievements. To be so disrespectful to Lord Yi. Sooner or later I will surpass you. Lord Yi is mine alone. In Broken Bee's heart, this belief is even stronger. Captain Naruto, there is a situation. In the 10th squad, Naruto was explaining the skills of ghosts with Feijun and Luanju. Suddenly, a familiar spiritual pressure came from the air. Naruto's body shook slightly, and his face suddenly showed joy. At this time, a patrol member just happened to run in and announced loudly, "There is an abnormal spiritual pressure in the west area of Jingling Court." "Well, I see." Naruto nodded and said to Feijun and Luanju, "You guys are staying in the team building, I'll go check the situation." After speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash, and he rushed out of the team building. Along the way, Naruto couldn't help being pleasantly surprised when he felt the familiar Reiatsu. Correct. This familiar Reiatsu is the first-generation Mebus that I have been looking for more than 3 years. Has this girl finally appeared? Really good. I don't know what this girl has done in the past 3 years, this spiritual pressure is so strong. It's getting close to you. Sudden. Naruto frowned again. No, this spiritual pressure seems to be a bit abnormal. What happened to her in the first generation? At this moment, Naruto felt the change in this spiritual force. He couldn't help but muttered, and immediately quickened his pace, speeding up the speed. Raised to the fastest, the figure almost turned into a streamer, rushing to the place where the first generation was. At this time, at the entrance of the west gate of Jingling Court, the guards here have been defeated and lay dying on the ground. Countless Death God team members poured into this area. What happened? Naruto suddenly appeared in the crowd, grabbing a Death God and asking. When the other party saw that it was the captain of the 10th Division, he immediately bowed his head respectfully and replied, "There is a big phantom in front of us that is destroying the Jingling Court. It can release various abilities of water, fire, thunder and lightning. It is simply a monster." Naruto's brows were even more wrinkled, and he hurriedly rushed to the west gate in front of him. In a blink of an eye, the west gate is already in front of you. I saw that the defensive wall at the door had been blasted. Countless gods of death were all forced to dare not step forward. And among the ruins, a figure stood there. It is small and exquisite, but the whole body is covered by a layer of black and white bone, and it is completely impossible to see its internal shape. Even Naruto can only judge from this spiritual pressure that this is the original Mebus. However, at this time, there was a lot of confusion in her spiritual pressure, even with an empty spiritual pressure. Virtualize. Such a word immediately popped out of Naruto's mind. The first generation of Mebus was actually virtualized. What exactly is going on? He hurriedly stepped forward, blocked all the Death God team members behind him, and shouted, "Everyone back up. I'll solve it here." Yes, it's the captain of the 10th Division, Naruto-sama. Since it's Naruto-sama's order, let's withdraw first. Numerous Reaper team members quickly retreated a large distance and looked at Naruto from a distance. At the same time, not far ahead, the figure who was wreaking havoc on the surrounding buildings seemed to be focusing on Naruto. Dark gray pupils, swirling long hair, and the whole body covered with that layer of bone shell, as well as the devilish mask on his face. All of this made Naruto even more convinced that this was a phantom. However, he couldn't understand what this was all about. After disappearing for 3 years, Mebus after reappearing, it would be such a scene. This is a big surprise. However, the most important thing now is to try to control her as much as possible, no matter what the hell is going on, save the first generation first. Just as Naruto was thinking about his coping strategy, Mebus suddenly raised his arm, and a green light condensed in his palm. Boom! In the next instant, the green light turned into a laser, and it shot towards Naruto's body fiercely. Flicker. Naruto wrinkled his brows and shouted in his mouth, "The 81 Binding Dao, Broken Sky." A rectangular transparent barrier appeared in front of Naruto. With a bang, the power of the virtual flash exploded, and a scorching wave of air rushed to the surroundings. 1061. Blurred. However, the power of this phantom flash was blocked by Naruto's Duenkong, which did not hurt him in the slightest. However, when the explosion of the virtual flash just fell, Mebus was already rushing towards Naruto. I saw her raising her hands. A flame suddenly appeared in her left hand, and a piece of ice in her right hand. Then, she slapped her hands on the ground fiercely. Boom, boom. The ground beneath Naruto's feet suddenly spewed out two huge energy Jinchuriki column. A fire Yuhi color, an ice blue, it is the power of ice and fire. Is this magic? Naruto was slightly startled, but he didn't expect that Mebus, who was in a virtual state, would still use magic. It's unbelievable. However, it was too late for him to be surprised. The two energies Jinchuriki column completely submerged his body. Captain! The Shinigami team members behind them cried out anxiously when they saw Naruto in distress. Swish! The next moment, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared behind Mebus. Instant step. Mebus turned around suddenly, and a powerful energy burst out with a bang from his whole body. Naruto had to temporarily avoid the edge and dodge away. This guy's spiritual power is really strong after being emptied. It seems that only the power of Shikai can be used. He thought to himself. Let's dance. Uzumaki. Zanpakuto in Naruto's hands emitted a strong light, and around his body, a violent Uzumaki surged. Spirit Pressure Hurricane. The other captain-level gods of death in Jingling Court sensed this power one after another. Well, it seems that the battle over there is very hot. Captain Yamamoto said lightly to the deputy captain beside him. Captain Yamamoto, why don't you go over there and take a look? Don't worry for the time being. I believe that with the strength of Uzumaki Naruto, this matter can be resolved. In the second division, Yi frowned slightly. What kind of enemy is it that actually released Naruto's spiritual pressure to such a degree? The broken bee on the side suddenly said, Master Yi, let's go over and take a look. Well, even though that guy is already the captain, it still makes people feel uneasy. Really? Yi put on the Captain Yori, and walked away from the team building with Broken Bee. The power of Uzumaki, turn on. Naruto gave a light drink. He mentioned Zanpakuto, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Mebus. After a slight turn, it disappeared again. Mebus looked around, but couldn't catch Naruto's figure. Too fast. Under the full Shikai, Naruto's speed and strength have been greatly improved. Mebus turned around, but Naruto suddenly appeared behind her. Boom. A muffled sound, Zanpakuto's hilt slammed hard on the back of Mebus' neck. Click. I saw that the virtual bone layer covering Mebus on Mebus' neck suddenly shattered. However, with a turn of power, it was quickly repaired. Cut, it's really troublesome. Naruto held the knife in both hands, facing Mebus' body with the back of the knife, and made a strange posture under his feet. Suddenly, his figure suddenly moved, and the sword light in his hand flashed countless rays of light in the air. Uzumaki 7 strikes. The next moment, Naruto stood up. I saw that Mebeston stayed where he was and didn't move. Click, click, click. In a blink of an eye, the bone layers on Mebus' body all shattered into pieces. But, roar. An ear-piercing scream came from Mebus' mouth, with pain and struggle, and a more powerful momentum, and the body of Naruto was violently bounced out. In midair, Naruto's body flickered and he stood still. Sure enough, if you just fight her, it will be difficult to remove her blur. Naruto thought to himself. At this moment, the broken shell on Mebus' body healed again in an instant. And he pounced on Naruto with a stronger force than ever before. The captains from all over the Jingling Court have sensed this powerful spiritual pressure that has risen again. What's the matter? Reiatsu has actually been improved again. This is terrible. Can Uzumaki Naruto handle it? The 8th Division Jingle Chunsui said in distress while drinking tea. Lisa on the side looked anxious. Captain, I said that I should have gone to support him. If Naruto has any other problems, you will be blamed. Aiya, Lisa, you make me sad when you say that. You are my vice captain. Chun Shui scratched his head and cried helplessly. Lisa dashed outside when she mentioned Zanpakuto. Really, Naruto Uzumaki, you are a real nuisance. You've hurt my vice captain. Depressed, Chun Shui had no choice but to get up and dodge out of the team building. 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. Urahara Kazuki, however, had no intention of taking any action there. Although his vice captain Hichiri was very curious about the two powerful Reiatsu that were fighting over there, he still did nothing and continued to do his own experiments. Hey, I said, why do you still have the heart to experiment? Don't you want to join in the fun in that scene? Richiri shouted. In the Japanese market, don't act rashly. I believe that Captain Naruto's strength will definitely be able to resist that guy. Urahara Kazuki continued his experiment. Having said that, he couldn't help showing anxiety on his face. He knew very well that the burst of power that confronted Naruto was exactly the soul's struggle in the process of becoming virtual. Completely transformed into virtual. And that powerful soul, he had also detected it before, but he didn't expect such a change when it appeared again more than 3 years later. In this, who is the troublemaker? All of this cannot be observed from the surface, so what he has to do now is to stay still, so that he can better observe in the dark. Find out the real murderer behind the scenes. At this moment, in a certain underground secret room in Jingling Court, the rows of instruments are constantly flashing light. A Sven man with glasses looked at the message above with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Uzumaki Naruto, this time, how do you deal with it? This is the most satisfying test material so far. 1062, Control. Under the soaring spiritual pressure of Mebus, the surrounding weak gods of death could not get close, and could only watch Naruto and her battle from a distance. However, Naruto is now also in a passive state. Damn, I can't play hard on her, I can't exert my strength at all, and it's very difficult to control her, this is really bad. Naruto stepped aside, exhaled slightly, and muttered. Mebus's incarnation situation is already very urgent. Her current spiritual pressure is skyrocketing wildly, and her own spiritual pressure is being suppressed by a violent force of emptiness. If her body is completely invaded by emptiness, then she will be completely vain. Joke. How can this happen? Naruto is very anxious now. At this moment, Yi appeared in the field with a small bee. Naruto, are you alright? Yi looked at Mebus in surprise, then turned to ask Naruto. I'm fine, don't get close to her. Naruto was slightly startled when he saw the two of them appearing, and after shaking his head, he quickly reminded him. What's wrong? Yi said in surprise. This guy seems to be in a blur. If I don't help you, you can't solve it alone. That's it. Brave bastard. Broken Bee muttered beside him. Naruto frowned and said, no one can approach her except me. Because he thought of Aizen's blurring experiment, if ordinary death god intervenes without authorization, it is likely to be implicated and enter the blurring. A powerful god of death like Yaiki wouldn't be so easily blurred, but it's hard to say what would happen if he was injured. If that happens, it will be really troublesome. Therefore, Naruto decided that it is better to solve it by himself. Seeing his solemn look, Yi stopped intervening. At this time, Mebus, who was in the process of blurring, roared and rushed towards Naruto in an instant. Naruto mentioned Zanpakuto to block it, and there was a strong explosion in the field. Just the spiritual pressure of the two caused the ground of Jingling Court to sink several meters, and the ground was blasted with cracks that spread to all directions. Mebus opened his mouth, and a green energy ball immediately condensed in front of the mask. Flicker. Yi immediately raised his mind while watching the battle, and Broken Bee unconsciously tensed his body. Naruto was held down by Mebus at this time, and he couldn't dodge at all. Looking at the strong energy in front of him, Naruto was slightly anxious. At this moment, there was only a loud bang, and Mebus' body was slammed into the air. Naruto turned his head and looked. Yi. I really can't stand it anymore, Naruto, I can't just watch you get hurt. The Captain Yuri on Yaiki's body was gone, and she was wearing a tight battle uniform, exuding a strong white spiritual power. She entered the instant open directly. Mebus was knocked into the air, and immediately locked the target on Yi. Naruto secretly said that it was not good, but at this moment, Mebus' figure suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Yi. Yi was stunned. She didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast. As soon as I reacted, when I wanted to dodge, I saw Naruto had already rushed over. Stop it for me. Naruto let out a deep shout, and threw Mebis, who was blurring, to the ground. He pressed firmly on her body with one hand, grabbed the mask on her face with the other, and tore it out fiercely. Wake me up, Mebis. He exuded white spiritual power, and the spiritual power entered Mebis' mask and body along his arms. At this moment, Naruto bet all his spiritual pressure. Deep in the soul, the first generation of Mebis is in a panic. There was darkness ahead, and she couldn't see any light. Damn, I can't see the sun suppressed by that power, am I going to die again? She whimpered and squatted in the dark, at a loss. At this moment, a ray of light tore apart the darkness in front of her eyes, landed in front of her, and gradually condensed into a figure. Naruto. The first generation stopped crying. She choked up and looked up at the man in front of her with a face of surprise. With blonde hair and wearing Captain Yori, his body is tall and straight, and his long clothes are fluttering, just like a god. Hey, the first generation, why are you crying like a child again? You are obviously 100 years old, but you are still pretending to be tender in front of me. Naruto looked at her and shouted. Mebis stopped sobbing. She stared blankly at Naruto's figure. An indescribable emotion flooded her heart for a while. Wow! Mebis finally burst into tears and threw himself into Naruto's arms. Naruto hugged her delicate body, and a white light radiated from her body, leading her to break through the darkness and enter the light. Outside world. Naruto's hand finally took off the mask of the original Mebis, revealing the delicate and lovely face below. This face also has a series of complex emotions such as surprise, disbelief and so on. At the same time, all the bone layers on her body disappeared, revealing her original body, but the clothes on her body became a little tattered, obviously suffering a lot. It's finally done. After Naruto took off her mask, he let out a long breath and lifted her up. How did I come here? I was still in Liushin Street before. Mebis completely forgot about the battle with Naruto just now. Naruto sighed. Forget it, I'd better go back with me if I have something to talk about. Now you have caused a lot of trouble, and you have to solve it first. Mebis nodded and took Naruto's hand. At this time, Yi and Sui Feng both opened their mouths wide, looking completely unbelievable. They ran over and asked, Naruto, can't you, there is such a cute girl behind the mask. And you guys seem to know each other. Naruto nodded slightly. Well, this is a long story, I'll tell you later when I go back. After he finished speaking, he took Mebis and left the scene in a flash, followed by Yi and Broken Bee. Until then, Jingle Chunchui and Lisa were able to come to the scene. Seeing the chaotic scene around them and the few Naruto who were leaving, they said with surprise and helplessness, it seems that we are late. Quote. Well, Captain, I'll go to the 10th Division first, and I'll leave the aftermath here to you. Lisa smiled, and then ran in the direction of Naruto and the others. 1063. Conspiracy. In the secret room where Aizen was, he murmured, it's a strange phenomenon, Uzumaki Naruto can actually prevent the ghost from being blurred, which is really surprising. It seems that he has more secrets. Well, it seems that we can't wait any longer. Next, we have to carry out the most critical test. Silver. Yes, Aizen-sama. Prepare the inhalation potion, go to set up the scene, we will start the experiment at night. Inside the 10th squad. Naruto, Yoichi, Broken Bee, Mebis, and Lisa, who was chasing after him, were sitting in the room. Lisa, why are you here too? Naruto said helplessly, looking at Lisa Yazumaru who appeared here with great interest. Lisa heard this, he smiled and said, hey, I came here because I care about you. Really, what's so good about this guy? Shattered Bee muttered, looking at Naruto with a displeased look on his face. Okay, don't look at me like this anymore, I can't stand it anymore. Naruto waved his hand and pulled the first generation Mebis, who was sitting beside him with his little feet kicked, in front of everyone, and introduced, "This is my friend Mebus. I met when I was in the Street of Souls." Mebus also nodded and said to everyone, "Hello, I'm a friend of Naruto. I caused trouble to everyone before, I'm very sorry for that." "Really, Naruto, why didn't you tell me that you have such a friend?" Yi said angrily. Naruto touched his nose. "Before, Mebus and I were separated in Liushin Street, and since then I have been searching secretly and couldn't find her, so I didn't tell you." At this moment, Fei Zhen came over, made tea for everyone, smiled and said, "When I first met Lord Naruto, I knew that Lord Naruto seemed to be looking for friends, but I didn't expect Lord Naruto's friends to be so cute." Mebus was embarrassed by what everyone said. She held Wei Yuhi's cheek and shouted shyly, "Don't praise me like that. People are very shy. Naruto is cold. Pretend to be tender." He glared at her secretly. Afterwards, Naruto randomly made up some things that he and Mebus had met in Liuhun Street, so that they could have a general understanding of Mebus' identity. Yi and others thought Mebus was very cute and liked her simple and casual look very much. Of course, because the blurring before the first generation had already affected Jingling Court, she was bound to be brought back to investigate. However, fortunately, the captain of the second division who was in charge of the investigation, Yi, was here. Seeing the situation of the first generation, she immediately decided to let Naruto look after her and stay in the 10th division for the time being. Of course, Naruto knew that this was the best effort Yoichi could do. In a situation like Mebus, generally speaking, it had to be sent to the Technology Development Bureau to be studied. Therefore, the guarantee of Yaiki and Naruto alone is useless. It is necessary to write a letter to explain the situation to Captain Yamamoto, and let him make a final decision, so that the first generation can finally be safe. Next, after a few people discussed it for a while, Naruto directly wrote a guarantee document, explaining the situation of Mebus, and asked him to present it to Yamamoto, and Yaiki also hurried back to prepare. Seeing that Naruto was busy, Lisa also said goodbye and left. After finishing some things, Naruto pulled Mebus into his room, and set up some ghost barriers outside the door to prevent anyone from entering. He looked at Mebus with a serious face and said, "The first generation, what exactly did you experience before the blurring? There is no one around now, can you tell me about it?" At this time, Mebus finally raised his face, nodded and said, "Naruto, this matter is not an accident to me, it's just that I was negligent. I wanted to play around alone before. I didn't expect the world to be so dangerous for an outsider with no background like me." Naruto was slightly startled. Just heard the first generation solemnly say, "Naruto, we are both in danger now, you know. When I was in Liuhun Street, I once met a death god, and he was obviously eyeing me at that time, but I am the goblin military strategist Mebus. Even if I was eyed, I still have a way to avoid him conspiracy, but in the past 3 years, in the process of secretly fighting with him, I learned about the danger of that death god. He seems to be studying a very dangerous thing that can cause the spiritual body to collapse, and I accidentally fell into his trap, and the power in my body was almost destroyed by the impact of that evil force." Hearing what she said, Naruto was suddenly struck. He nodded and said, "Well, in fact, I understand what you said, and I also know about that death god, but his strength is very strong, and he can't confront it head-on, so I'm quiet. As the captain of this 10th division in Lingting, I will step up my cultivation." Quote. Aizen, all of this, only Aizen can do it. This guy has been secretly studying the experiment of soul strengthening, and he is still secretly studying Bangyu. Well, I didn't expect you to have already noticed that guy, but you have to be careful these days. I also learned that his purpose seems to be related to you. Mebus added again said. "Do you want to deal with me?" Naruto murmured, frowning. Sure enough, if so inferred, the big virtual who suddenly came to the second division to attack him must also be assigned by Aizen. It was not an accident, but a series of conspiracies against him. This is bad. Although Naruto had long realized that the unstable factor of Aizen would definitely affect him, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. In this way, it is also very difficult for me to stay in Jingling Court and cultivate with peace of mind. He thought that as long as he used the great treasure house of Jingling Court and the identity of the 10th team captain, he should be able to settle down temporarily, but he didn't expect that Aizen's work has reached such an urgent level, even the captain of the 10th team. Are you going to start too? He was lost in thought. Fortunately, I have gained a lot of benefits in the Jingling Court in the past 3 years. I have learned a lot of spiritual power application skills, and I have also secretly memorized a lot of techniques in the soul world. If he is really forced to leave Jingling Court, he has enough mental preparation. Thinking of this, he picked up the pen, wrote a few letters, and left them in the room. If you don't do something in advance, it's very disadvantageous. Now that my strength is not enough, I can only temporarily avoid the edge and accumulate strength in secret. 1064. Incident. That night, dark clouds obscured the full moon in the sky. There is a smell of wind and rain in the air. In the quiet courtyard. What's going on? Has there been another case of missing souls in Liuhun Street? Captain Liu Quanxi frowned and scolded in the 9th Division's quarters. Beside him was a pretty and lovely girl with short green hair, blue sunglasses, and a yuhi-colored scarf around her neck, with an innocent look on her face. Captain, are we going to be dispatched now? Quanxi said angrily. Send out immediately. In the past month, there have been cases of missing souls in Liuhun Street. The real culprit behind the scenes, I must find him. The 10th Squad. Naruto is talking to Mebis. After more than 3 years, Mebis is still the same as before, nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is that her Reiatsu at this time has become stronger, and she was blurring before. In this state, that power is so powerful that it even surpasses himself. Now, in normal state, it is still very powerful, and it has reached the level of captain. Also, Mebis doesn't have Zanpakuto yet. I really don't know how she made Reiatsu so strong. From her mouth, Naruto knew that Aizen had been working behind the scenes over the years, monitoring all the characters in the Soul Society. Among them, himself and Mebis were also listed as key observation figures by him. Mebis originally thought that he could play Aizen with his own wisdom, but he didn't expect that he was finally calculated by Aizen. Ooh, Naruto, am I so useless? As a goblin strategist, I actually lost to others in terms of ingenuity. Damn it, Mebis cried sadly as he spoke. With a tearful look. Naruto shook his head helplessly, stepped forward and comforted. Have you seen Aizen's Zanpakuto? The first generation nodded. That's right, the ability of his knife is to completely hypnotize people's spirits, so that everything you see and hear develops according to his arrangement, so you will be calculated by him. Naruto frowned. Road. Ooh, really? Isn't that because of my poor strength? Mebis raised his face and asked. Well, you are very smart. If you rely on pure ingenuity, how can Aizen compare to you? Naruto laughed. Mebis' face turned to Yuhi, and then she burst into a smile. At this moment, the captain hanging on Naruto's waist suddenly sent a message. His face changed slightly. There is a situation. He got up quickly, let Mebis stay here temporarily, and went out. Seeing this, Feigen outside the door hurriedly greeted her. Lord Naruto, what's the matter? Where are you going so late? Hygen, go to the team with me. Captain Yamamoto is sending an urgent order. Naruto pulled her up and left the team building. The dark clouds still shrouded the Jingling Court, and there was a feeling of being out of breath. In the first team hall, gathered together the captain of the 3rd Division, Hoshihashiro Jiro, the 5th Division captain, Hirako Mako, the 7th Division captain Aikawa Rakumu, and the deputy ghost chief, Akita Bagan. Yamamoto looked at the 4 of them and said solemnly, you should have sensed the powerful and unstable Reiatsu on the Liuhun Street. Well, that seems to be the Reiatsu of the Liucha Kensai captain. And his vice captain. The 4 of you go over there to investigate immediately, and make sure to settle the matter. Commander Yamamoto ordered. Yes. Several people nodded and left in an instant. When Naruto arrived, Hiriko Mako and the others had just left. He saw that Captain Yamamoto was still standing there, as if he was waiting for him on purpose. Uzumaki Naruto, is the phantom soul you conquered before, still with you? Naruto was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and then nodded immediately. Yes, she is my friend, and now the blurring has been stopped by me, please be merciful to the captain. I'll talk about this next time. You should have sensed it now. Liu Quanxi's situation is very similar to that of your friend. I asked you to come, hoping that you can try your best to stop him. Hearing this, Naruto frowned. When he came all the way, he had already sensed Kenshi's abnormal spiritual pressure, and it was the blurring. And he still vaguely remembers some of the plots of this part in his mind. It seems that the past captains are almost all blurred. Then, in the past, didn't he also fall into Aizen's trap and become his experimental object? However, since this was an order from Captain Yamamoto, he had no reason to refuse, and could only bite the bullet. However, before that, he had to arrange everything in advance. Yes, I'll go right now. He nodded in response, and left in an instant. Outside, Faye was really waiting for her. Lord Naruto, what's going on? She said with a worried look on her face. Naruto shook his head. There was no time to go into details now. He simply said, Wei-jun, you go back to the 10th division first. Go to my room, and Mebus and Tu bring all the documents I prepared before. Come on, and then wait for me there. Oh right, don't tell anyone about this for the time being, including Ranju. Fei-jun was slightly surprised. Yes, Naruto-sama, I'll do it right now. She responded and quickly disappeared. Naruto rushed towards the location of the incident on Liuhun Street alone. Since Aizen has already started, it is not safe to stay in Jingling Court. Moreover, he already knew that there were traps set up there. Although he agreed to the Yamamoto team to stop Kensai, he would not be really stupid enough to throw himself into the trap. But wanting to escape Aizen's plot, but it's not that easy. Aizen's current strength is incredible. Even if he doesn't enter his trap this time, I'm not sure he will come next time. In this case, you can only leave the Soul realm. In the Soul world, although there is a large environment of Jingling Court that restricts Aizen's behavior, in the dark, no one can stop him. And leaving Jingling Court to come to the world or the virtual circle, isn't it a stronger challenge and a better opportunity for Naruto? Now Naruto, who has fallen into a bottleneck period, needs exactly the feeling of seeking a breakthrough in this crisis. Aizen wants to plot against himself, so why don't he just do it and use his hand to seek better development for himself? Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but smile. He will not be afraid of any challenge. 1065, prepare to evacuate. At the same time, the captain of the 8th Division, Jingle Chunchui, also sensed the abnormality on the Liuhun Street, and he immediately ordered Lisa to go over to observe the situation. The 12th Division, Urahara Kazuki also sent the Vice Captain Hichiri at the same time. They didn't know that what was waiting in front of them was the unknown abyss. Naruto didn't immediately go to Kenshi's place, he went directly to the 2nd Division's Night 1. Yi, of course, also sensed the situation over there, but because several other captains passed by, she did not dispatch. At this time, Naruto's sudden arrival surprised her slightly. Naruto, why are you here? Naruto didn't hesitate and said straight to the point. Yi, I'm afraid I have to leave the Soul Realm, I need your help. What? Yi couldn't help being surprised. Somewhere on Liuhun Street. Abnormal spiritual pressure. The captain of the 9th Division, Liu Quanxi, has been blurred, and white blurred substances are constantly emerging from his body, and his mind has also fallen into a disorder, and the powerful and unstable spiritual pressure is constantly radiating from him. Beside him, the deputy team Chong Nanbai had fallen into a coma, and she was also completely blurred. 99 Binding Dao, forbidden. Yu Jiao Tian Boxuan used a powerful binding Dao move, and immediately completely restrained the virtual fist. Quan Shi's body was suppressed by the powerful blocking ghosts, and he let out a dull roar, but he still couldn't break free. Fortunately, the ghost path of the deputy ghost leader is strong enough. However, just after Quan Shi was subdued, several captains who had gone through a battle suddenly had white blurred substances on their bodies. Several captains have all entered the virtual world. Not only that, Lisa and Hichi, who came over, were all injured by the blurred captains, and they also entered the blurring in an instant. Until this time, Hirako Mako, the only one who had not been injured, was still awake. He ran over to take everyone away, but he was accidentally cut by the blurred Hichiri. Later, he also entered the virtual world. At this point, everyone present has fallen into a virtual state. A figure came out from behind the tree shadow on the side. With a gentle face, it is Aizen. At this moment, only Hirako Mako was still awake. Seeing that it was his vice captain Aizen, he couldn't help but be very angry. Sure enough, it was him. Is it all his fault? He questioned loudly, but in return, Aizen smiled disdainfully. Captain Hirako, isn't it hard to imagine such a scene? There were two people next to him, one was Ichimaru Silver, and the other was Tosenyao. Bastard, how dare you attack the captains? I'm going to kill you. Hirako Mako rushed forward, but was firmly restrained by the emptiness in his body, and more emptiness material emerged from his body, and it was difficult for him to stay awake. Aizen watched the captains, blurring with a cold eye, and smiled at Hirako Mako. Thanks to you for making me the vice captain, I have the opportunity to experiment now. You think you can control me by keeping me around you? Huh, oh, that's a big mistake. Damn. Pingzi Junzi never thought that he would be calculated by Aizen. He thought that he had already sensed Aizen's ambition and controlled him by his side, making him restricted everywhere in the Jingling court. Let him develop secretly, and the result is now. Seeing that Hirako Mako was still awake, fighting against the emptiness in his body, Aizen provoked him again. He, Captain Hirako who thinks he is smart, you didn't choose me, but I chose you. Damn it. Hirako Mako was very unwilling. Under the stimulation of Ku and Aizen, he was finally unable to resist, lost his reason, and was completely controlled by Ku. Aizen looked at the blurred crowd, shook his head, and murmured, among the people present, the most crucial experimental item didn't come. Did I make a mistake in my calculation? Lord Aizen, the Uzumaki Naruto you mentioned, has he already noticed it? Ichimaru Silver asked. My plan is very careful, and he will never find out. If he escapes this time, he will not be so lucky next time. Aizen smiled lightly, as if everything was under the master's control. Among the same. Aizen, sure enough, you are making trouble. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind the three of Aizen. It was Kazuki Urahara and Kishitetsusai who came quickly when they sensed something was wrong. Urahara Kazuki stepped forward. I found out that I did such a thing, you can't escape today. Seeing Kazuki Urahara appear, Aizen couldn't help but frown slightly. To say that the person who can make him fearful in the soul world, except for Captain Yamamoto, is that this strategy is not inferior to his own Urahara Kazuki, and Urahara Kazuki's strength is also unfathomable. With his appearance, Aizen temporarily lost the idea of continuing to observe the experiment, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. The 88th Flying Thunder strikes the Thunder Cannon. Suddenly, a powerful laser cannon shot out from the hands of the Ghost Master holding Retetsusai, and slammed into Aizen's body, trying to leave him behind. The 81 Boundaries, breaking the space. Aizen didn't turn his head back, a tying Dao was used, and a powerful thunderlight was lacing on the defensive wall, but it couldn't penetrate at all. In the blink of an eye, the three of Aizen had disappeared. I didn't expect Aizen to be so powerful. Urahara Kazuki was secretly shocked. Holding Ling Tejai is also unbelievable. As a ghost master, his ghost power can be said to be the strongest, but he doesn't want to be easily stopped by Aizen. Looking at Hirako Mako and the others, Urahara Kazuki frowned. He and Uling Tetsuai looked at each other, and hurriedly stepped forward and took the illusory captains and vice-captains away to deal with them. And at this time, the 46th room in the center suddenly issued an edict to the rest of the 13th guarding team. Urahara Kazuki researched the soul enhancement experiment without authorization, and used the captains and vice-captains as experimental subjects, which has seriously violated the regulations of the Soul Society, and immediately arrested them. That night, after receiving such news, Captain Yamamoto immediately dispatched all the soldiers to arrest him, including himself. Urahara Kazuki didn't expect such a nuisance to emerge at this emergency moment. He was using Bengyu to control the virtual situation of Hirako Mako and several others in the team building, and he had no spare energy to escape. 1066. Seal Collapsing Jade. Just when he was also very anxious, Naruto and Yoichi suddenly appeared in the 12th Division's quarters. Urahara, bring Hirako Mako and the others, and come with me. Yi rushed into Puyuan's house and yelled at him who was using Bengyu. Yichi, Uzumaki Naruto, why are you here? Puyuan couldn't help but be startled. It's too late to go into detail. The Central Office 46 has already issued an order, and Captain Yamamoto has also dispatched himself. We must quickly escape from the Soul Realm, Naruto said to him. Okay, Mr. Taijai, bring someone, let's go now. Yeah, he had already decided to follow Urahara Kazuki's Goroshi Tetsusai, nodded, and picked up Hirako Mako and the others, and they all walked away from the 12th Division. In a hidden location somewhere in Jingling Court, a huge gate of breaking the world opened. In front of this door, Mebus and Feijun were already waiting here, and there were many information books around them. These are the useful materials and techniques that Naruto has recorded in the Jingling Court over the past 3 years. In the future, I can't return to Jingling Court, and I can't consult Jingling Court's books at any time, so I can just rummage through these materials. Seeing this scene, Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Naruto, it seems that you are ready to leave Jingling Court. But there is no need for you to participate in this matter. You just became the captain, so you have to give up all this, don't you regret it? He asked. Naruto smiled lightly. You don't know, Aizen has been eyeing me for a long time. This time he attacked Captain Hirako Mako and the others, and he will attack me sooner or later next time. If I don't leave Soul World, sooner or later I will instead of being framed by him. It's better to take advantage of your incident and leave together, so that we can take care of you in the future. Oh, so it is. Urahara Kazuki suddenly realized. Okay, let's go to the world to hide first, at least Hirako Mako and the others are the first task. Yi said. After that, the group quickly entered the Broken World, passed through the Broken World, and came to the world. At this time, in the Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto and the other captains and team members were vigorously searching for Urahara Kazuki and others. Aizen was also among them. He took the team to search the 10th Division team building first, but found that Naruto in the team building also disappeared. Sure enough, this guy seems to have noticed something, and he ran so fast. He muttered with a slight frown. His research on Naruto is still in the exploratory stage. He originally wanted to try him again through the blurring experiment, but Naruto suddenly disappeared, which made Aizen annoyed. People have already left before the experiment has been done. It seems that they will have to die in the future. On Naruto's side, because of the preparations in advance, although they left in a hurry, fortunately they didn't let Captain Yamamoto catch up. As soon as they arrived in this world, Urahara Kazuki, Naruto Tetsusai, Yoichi, and Naruto joined forces to form a tight barrier to temporarily hide everyone. Then, in the fastest time, treat Hirako Mako and others. In an underground secret room, Naruto is rescuing several captains. After suppressing the blur of the first generation, he found that he had this ability. With the joint efforts of Urahara Kazuki's Bengyu, he firmly controlled the blur of several captains. Busy until the next morning, the situation of several captains and vice-captains finally stabilized. At this time, the hiding of Benyu became a crucial task. Aizen is doing a blur experiment, and Benyu is one of the most important props. After passing this experiment, he will definitely not give up. The Benyu among Urahara Key's assistants, Aizen has been coveting in secret. Of course, Benyu can't let Aizen take it away, so after stabilizing the situation of Hirako Mako and the others, they have to hide. It's just that in the Soul world, there are conditions and equipment, but there is no way in this world, so Naked will definitely be discovered by Aizen. After thinking about it for a while, Urahara Kazuki pulled Yi aside and said something to her with a mysterious face. Yi frowned deeply after hearing this. Urahara, are you sure you want to do this? Yes, it's a big deal, and only you can complete this task. Urahara Kazuki said to her. Yi hesitated for a while, but finally nodded, came to an instrument, turned on the switch, and immediately a door was torn out of the space in front, and he ducked into the door. After Yi left, Urahara Kazuki glanced at Hygiena next to Naruto, and resumed his work. Naruto also frowned, not knowing what mysterious things Urahara Kazuki was doing. After a while, Yi came back here again. But this time, she was holding a baby in her arms. This is... Naruto couldn't help but be stunned, his face full of doubts. What happened to this child? After Yi handed the baby to Urahara, he came to Naruto's side and punched him. What are you thinking? This is not my child. Naruto regained his senses and looked at Urahara, only to see that he put the Benyu on the baby's body and began to perform some special magic rituals. He was horrified. Kuchiki Rukia. No, it should be said to be Feijun's sister. The baby she abandoned. Urahara Kazuki wants to seal Benyu into her body, which means Benyu's first lodger. Naruto turned his head and looked at Feijun. At this moment, Feijun didn't realize anything, she just seemed very curious and worried about the baby who was about to be sealed and collapsed. It seemed that she didn't know that this was her abandoned sister. Naruto's emotions were complicated and he hesitated for a long time, but in the end he didn't reveal it. At this time, as if noticing Naruto's doubts, Urahara explained while operating the seal, Benyu is an extremely unstable substance. Since it was created by me, it seems to have self-awareness, and this baby, at that time it was Benyu's chosen host. I tried to seal Benyu into other souls, but I couldn't do it. At present, the only soul body that can hide Benyu is this baby. However, if Benyu is allowed to enter the baby's body, the baby's mind may be completely controlled by Benyu when it grows up, so I set up another seal outside Benyu, so that it cannot affect the growth of this baby. Urahara Kazuki explained. I see. Only then did Naruto understand why Urahara wanted to seal Benyu into the unremarkable body of Rukia. It turned out that this was Benyu's own choice. However, he also felt that there seemed to be a deeper secret, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. 1067. Hide the world. After the seal was completed, Urahara sent the children back to the Soul Society. After everything is over, wait for Hirako Mako and the others to wake up. Soul World, Jingling Court. Several days have passed. In the Jingling Court, the situation changes. The 13th team of the Guardian, the 6 captains disappeared directly. Almost half of the backbone was lost, which was definitely a big deal for Jingling Court. The captains of the other teams are busy these days. Check it out, check it out, check it out. They searched the Soul Realm over and over, and even went to the Great Spirit Book Corridor to figure out what happened. Urahara Kazuki and others had left the Soul Realm and hid in the present world. Therefore, in the next time, Captain Yamamoto will be responsible for the appointment and stabilization of his duties, and he will send people to the world to track down the whereabouts of the captains. For a while, everyone was busy. Aizen is also busy with the upper level and further preparation experiments, as well as the research and arrangement of the Jingling Court forces, and sending eyeliners to the world to track down Naruto and their whereabouts. Of course, the departure of Naruto and others not only changed the power of Jingling Court, but also affected the emotions of many people. In the past, those gods of death who worshipped their respective captains were more or less hit in their hearts. Among them, the second team, Broken Bee, can be said to be the most serious one. Lord Yi has always been the person she admired the most, but she disappeared in a blink of an eye. Without even saying goodbye, she completely disappeared from her life. What is this? This is abandonment. Moreover, the most unacceptable thing for her was that even the nasty guy Uzumaki Naruto left, and she felt jealous when she thought that Yesuma would be with Uzumaki Naruto in a place she couldn't see in the future. Like going crazy. However, Luanju, who also left Naruto, was in a bad mood, but she did not despair, because Naruto wrote a few letters to her before leaving and put them in her room, while Luanju was in his room. Inside the room, he carefully read the letter left by Naruto. After reading these letters, Luanju's heart could not help but become more determined. In the present world, Urahara Kazuki quickly made a Reiatsu blocking jacket for the captains and vice-captains who had woken up to wear them. If you stay in the underground secret room for a long time and rely on the ghost barrier, you will be discovered by the soul world sooner or later, so the best way is to completely block the spiritual pressure. The Reiatsu blocking jacket that Urahara Kazuki has been researching is a prop that can completely hide Reiatsu. As long as the god of death wears it, as long as he does not actively reveal his spiritual power, other gods of death will not be able to perceive it. Of course, Naruto also wore such a coat, but due to the rush of time, the coats made by Urahara were not very good. After seeing that it was not good, Mebius immediately asked him to make another set of styles. Come out. However, in addition to the coat, there is also a Gi Mukuro, which is more convenient, but the production of this kind of thing involves everyone's privacy, and everyone has not put it on unless it is necessary. After Hirako Mako and the group all put on their coats, they began to discuss with each other in the secret room. Thank you so much this time, Captain Urahara. Kensai thanked him. We are now on the same boat, and what we have to do now is to hide ourselves. Aizen has an absolute advantage in the soul world. If we want to fight against him, we must secretly accumulate strength, and we must wait for a good time. That's it, Urahara Kazuki said. It's really depressing, that villain Aizen. I will hack him to death sooner or later. Hirako Mako was still angry about what happened before. Hey, I'm really sorry for dragging down Captain Yaiki and Captain Naruto. Fengchao Lujiro shook his head and sighed. It's okay, it's an experience to leave the soul realm to live in this world. Yi Yi smiled indifferently. Haha, Captain Yi Yi is really open-minded. Aikawa Luo Wu praised. Naruto looked at the crowd and said, Urahara is right, the most important thing now is to hide, and then each is familiar with the power after the blur, and then find a way to strengthen it. In fact, this is not a bad thing for us. Huh, how do you say it? Pingzi Mako was slightly taken aback. In the Jingling Court, as captains, we are all in the light, and we will be monitored by Aizen at all times, but after leaving the soul realm, Aizen can't always pay attention to our actions, no matter how clever we are. It is equivalent to moving from the light to the dark, and after this incident, he will definitely continue to put more energy on his research and ambition, and we will have more opportunities to make other arrangements in the dark. Prepare for the future rise. Naruto pondered. That's right, but how do we rise? In this world, we are just souls with stronger powers, and we have lost the resources and environment in the 13th division. What can we do here? Quan Chi shook his head helplessly. Don't worry about it, my technology can support all your activities in this world, including training. Of course, the premise is that I have to develop in this world for a period of time and prepare all the material conditions. Urahara Kazuki smiled. At this time, Yu Jiaoshan Bozan also said to everyone, my enchantment can also provide guarantee for everyone's survival and activities in the future. Huh, it seems that our team is perfect. Hirako Mako's face showed a relaxed smile. Well, anyway, the soul world is tired of being bored, and it's not bad to play in this world. Next, Naruto and others began to make various preparations. The current world seems to be a very backward era, but it doesn't matter. There are a lot of technologies in the soul world in Naruto's data, and there is also the genius Urahara Kazuki. Scientists are here, and it is still very simple to temporarily create a base. During this period, Naruto thought about the fact that Hyjin and Mebus will live in this world in the future. In addition to the Reiatsu blocking jacket, they must also have a righteous Mukuro that can be seen by ordinary people, so he did not hesitate. He is right next to Urahara Kazuki as his assistant, and at the same time learns his technique of making Mukuro attentively. Learning this technique has great benefits. He doesn't want Higashi to wear the Mukuro that was manipulated by Urahara in the future. 1068. Enter the virtual circle. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In the past year, Naruto and others had built a huge underground base where they had descended. After a year of virtual training, Hirako Mako and others were almost able to control it at will. And Naruto also learned the skills of making Mukuro by Urahara Kazuki. Not only that, but also learned many other techniques. In particular, he already knew something about soul strengthening. A year later, Naruto felt that his strength could no longer advance an inch. Even with the technical help of Urahara Kazuki, it would be difficult to make progress. The most important thing was that he still couldn't figure it out so far. He has also been communicating with Chennai in his body, but he knows that his current spiritual power and state of mind are still unable to further liberate her power. It stands to reason that Naruto has experienced several worlds, and his state of mind has long been very stable and profound, but Kai-nai said a major reason. That is the inner demon in Naruto. That is virtual. This emptiness was the product formed after the experience of the Phantom Circle at that time. Even China couldn't figure out what it was for a while. In a word, Chennai's power cannot be liberated until she surrenders to that emptiness, and her power is now used to suppress that guy for the time being. No way, it seems that what he needs to overcome most at present is the void in his body. If it can be overcome, Naruto's strength will be elevated to another level. Therefore, after realizing this matter, Naruto bid farewell to everyone and went to the virtual circle to practice. At first, everyone was surprised and couldn't figure out why Naruto went to such a dangerous place to cultivate, but Naruto insisted on going and there was no way. Everyone could only agree. Inside the base, everyone has a separate room. At this moment, Naruto is finishing exercising with Hyjina in the room. Feijun's body was dripping with sweat, and her beautiful eyes looked at him and sighed. Lord Naruto, as soon as you leave this time, I don't know when we can meet again. Feijun, you stay at the base and follow Yi Yi's training. As long as I get a breakthrough, I will come back to see you immediately. Naruto kissed her face over and over again and said softly. Naruto-sama, you can rest assured to practice, everything must be careful, I will always be here waiting for you to come back. Feijun nodded obediently. Although she was reluctant to give up, she also knew that Naruto-sama's cultivation must not be left behind, because only with powerful strength can she leave the present world full of war and return to the soul realm. Compared with the world of corpse and soul, in the eyes of Feijun and the others, it is far less peaceful and beautiful than the world of corpse and soul. Now this place is full of wars and people are struggling to live. It is crueler than the Lusol Street in the Soul Society. Therefore, this year, everyone has not been out in this world to meet ordinary people. After lingering with Feijun for a while, Naruto planned to leave the base. Because he had already said hello and goodbye to others before, he went directly to the control instrument of the Gate of Broken Realm. At this time, everyone has been waiting here to see him off. Naruto, now among us, you are the only one with the strongest potential. There are many dangers in the virtual circle, and life is in danger at any time, but it is also the most training place. I hope you can make breakthroughs there. Urahara Kazuki said. Yeah, I won't come back easily without breaking through to the strongest. Naruto nodded firmly. Hirako Mako said with a smile, work hard, and show us the solution after you practice it. Okay, no problem. Naruto also laughed. At this time, Mebis was sullen and pouted. Naruto, such a fun place, are you really not going to take me with you? Seeing her unhappy look, Naruto didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mebis, I'm not here to play. The virtual circle is very dangerous, and it's very likely that Aizen has already controlled it. It's too dangerous if you go. HMPH, you are obviously underestimating me. Mebis pouted. Naruto is helpless. This girl is really difficult to deal with. He dares to go to the virtual circle to practice alone, because he has the strength of the captain level and the body is not bad, and it is also to cultivate the power of Zanpakuto liberation. And Mebis does not have an undead body like Naruto. Therefore, Naruto would never agree with Mebis to join in the fun. In the virtual circle, there are countless powerful virtual ones, those big virtual ones of the Vastord level, and just one of them can put Mebis at risk. Ignoring Mebis' resentment, Naruto waved to everyone, turned around and jumped into the space crack and into the broken world. Okay, let's work hard to cultivate. In the next time, everyone can't take it lightly. I will always monitor the situation in the corpse and soul world. You can cultivate with confidence. Yi always waved his hands and said. After Naruto left, she was of course worried, but she didn't say anything, but secretly looked forward to what Naruto would look like when he returned, because she believed that Naruto would succeed. In the realm of corpses, Aizen is planning in an orderly manner, arranging and casting nets around the jingling court, looking for what she wants. However, what he didn't expect was that he never found the broken jade in Urahara Key's assistant. Damn, where did that guy hide Benyu? That kind of thing is hard to hide no matter where it is. Aizen frowned and cursed. At this time, Dong Xian was about to come to him and report to him. Lord Aizen, I got the news that Uzumaki Naruto has entered the virtual circle. Humph. As I expected, the plan is to be completed first. This guy is a key experimental figure, so he must be treated with caution. A glimmer of light flashed in Aizen's eyes. Yes, Master Aizen. Dong Xian was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Naruto has come to the virtual circle. Here, he no longer has to hide his spiritual pressure. Although the virtual circle has always been under the surveillance of the soul world, it is a virtual circle after all. Even if the death gods of Jingling Court know that they are here, it will be difficult for them to control their power for a while. Reach in here. Therefore, Naruto can almost flex his muscles in the virtual circle without any scruples. And the various skills and knowledge he had acquired in the soul realm before can also be further Runin training in this place. The virtual circle is his trial ground. 1069, Halibal. A desolate virtual circle, a barren desert in the eye. Naruto was here, as if returning to the scene when he first came here. This time, he also came with the purpose of training himself. It's really nostalgic. Naruto suddenly sighed. It's a pity that this time, Nailu is not by her side, and the next journey will be alone. In this way, Naruto started a big sweep in the virtual circle. With his strength, Shikai's strength is no less than that of the king of the virtual circle, Balagang, and with Zanpakuto's various abilities, in a one-on-one situation, there are hardly any opponents in the virtual circle. And, most importantly, his Zanpakuto can absorb the opponent's energy for his own use after hacking to death, and in constant battles, it will only become stronger and stronger. His strength has also risen in the battle day by day. The original bottleneck was broken again and again, and the spiritual power in the body was improving all the time. I don't know how long it took. Daxu in the virtual circle was beheaded continuously, which finally aroused the anger of Balagang. He began to send out the elite subordinates around him, forming a warband and starting to hunt him down. Under the pursuit of groups of powerful enemies, Naruto lost several times, and only temporarily escaped the pursuit of those Vastord-level Daxu by relying on his immortal body. This day, Naruto just after a round of battle, came to a no-man's land to rest temporarily. There is almost no vegetation in the virtual circle, but there is still food in some places, so Naruto will not be starved to death in the process of wandering around. Just when he sat down and finished eating a fruit, another group of Daxu chased after him. Che, what a relentless pursuit. Naruto finished eating the fruit unhurriedly, stood up, and looked into the air. I saw 4 figures appear there. On the sandy ground at the feet of the 4, a large area of Killian was rushing over. Uzumaki Naruto, you are surrounded, you must die. A cold and arrogant voice came from the air, it was one of the 4. Naruto appeared in front of the 4 in a blink of an eye. Halibel, is that you again? He saw at a glance the person chasing in front of him, it was the 30th blade in the subsequent plot, Tia Halibel. At this time, she has not been broken by Aizen, and she is the strongest general in the Zai Palace other than Balagang. Moreover, her body looks no different from a human being without her face being shattered. With brown skin, a cold and handsome face, blonde hair, and a body that is even hotter than a human woman, there are only some layers of bone covering her private parts, and her hand is holding it. A great sword like a shark. Now she is almost the same as after being broken face and returning to the blade. And these days, she has been in charge of the crusade against Naruto. The 2 sides have gone on for several rounds, but each time Naruto loses. At this time, Halibel's strength has reached the level of Vastord. Although it is a little worse than Naruto after liberation, she still has 3 companions around her. These people are all women and their strength is only Yacho. At the caste level, it stands to reason that Naruto can easily solve it. It's just that the 3 of them will use the fusion summon every time, each splitting an arm, and summoning a huge hybrid beast. Every time they were forced to flee. Hey, if you want to catch me, just beat me first. Naruto pulled out Zanpakuto and entered Shikai directly. Let's dance, Uzumaki. The powerful Reiatsu Uzumaki rose into the sky, and Halibel and her 3 companions hurriedly flew back. Beast God, attack! The 3 people beside Halibel were friends with her since childhood, and they immediately used this powerful trick to attack Naruto. In the face of a mixed beast god, Naruto was very relaxed. He slashed forward fiercely, and in an instant, a blade of light that shot up into the sky shot out and slammed into the mixed beast god. At this time, Halibel lifted the big sword and aimed it at Naruto's body. A Yuhi-colored energy suddenly appeared on her blade, condensed into a bunch, and shot out with a swoosh, forming a side of Yuhi. The energy plane light wave of color, like a long rainbow, bombarded Naruto. Facing her phantom attack, Naruto quickly lifted Zanpakuto to block his chest. Boom! A huge energy blasted over Naruto's Zanpakuto, causing his arms to tremble. Break it for me. Naruto suddenly exerted his strength, and the spiritual pressure all over his body surged out, and he cut the phantom flash away abruptly. Halibel's expression did not change, and the next moment, her figure suddenly rushed towards Naruto. Boom! Slashed with a knife, Naruto blocked it with a knife, and confronted her. Have you not surrendered yet? Halibel stared at him coldly and cried. Naruto ignored her, and after trying to separate her, he laughed and said, you can't beat me yet. Che, what a stubborn guy. Halibel flashed and stood on top of the God of Beasts. The God of Beasts suddenly rushed towards Naruto, waving his huge fists and beating him wildly. Naruto's footsteps made a series of moves, avoiding the attacks of the hybrid beasts again and again. Suddenly, Halibel saw the gap in Naruto's dodge, raised the big sword in his hand, and fell towards him fiercely. Boom! In the sky, as if the huge waves of the Yangtze River were rolling in, when Naruto looked up, he was instantly filled with a huge wave like a tsunami. Broken waterfall. With the power of the powerful waves, the monstrous water flow drowned Naruto in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the waves hit the sand on the ground directly, and in a blink of an eye, a huge puddle was blasted on the ground. Naruto has disappeared. Halibel narrowed his eyes and carefully sensed where Naruto was. Suddenly, she turned around suddenly, raised her sword and slammed it. Boom! With a loud bang, accompanied by a monstrous wave of spiritual power. Naruto's Zanpakuto slashed hard on Hallibal's knife. Humph! With a groan, Hallibal's body fell directly from the head of the beast god, and smashed into the sand, setting off a high sand wave. Beast god. Seeing this, her three companions suddenly roared. The mixed beast god roared wildly, and suddenly a huge phantom flash spewed out of his mouth, and banged on Naruto's body. 1070. Aizen appears. Boom boom boom. Naruto and Hallibal stood in the sand, staring at each other. Evenly matched. Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't expect that after such a period of time, your strength has become stronger again. I will never let you escape this time. Hallibal said coldly. Hey, just talking is not enough, grab me with actual actions. Naruto smiled lightly. The battles this time are all caused by Naruto for the sake of experience. Hallibal's dispatch is only to safeguard the interests of the virtual circle. From the perspective of Hallibal's Kakuzu, Naruto is an intruder and must be caught. Sanctions guy. However, Naruto also has his own reasons why he has to become stronger. Fighting Daxu is his best way of training at present, and of course he will not give up. Do you think I have no second-hand preparations for this time? Hallibal suddenly waved his hand and shouted loudly, are you guys coming out yet? Naruto suddenly shook his body and looked into the sky in shock. The space was torn apart by a rift. Several figures appeared in front of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, long time no see, a smile sounded. Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed, Aizen. How can I rest assured that you have been in the virtual circle for so long? Aizen smiled and wore glasses with a gentle appearance, which made people feel a sense of weakness. Beside him, Ichimaru Silver and Toxin wanted the two of them. I didn't expect Aizen to come to the virtual circle so quickly. Naruto frowned secretly, he couldn't help looking at Hallibal, and asked coldly, the virtual circle actually cooperates with the god of death, is this what Balagang means? That's right, but don't make a mistake, it's not that we cooperate with the god of death, but we allow the god of death to arrest you in the virtual circle. I know that you are a criminal in the god of death. After solving you, we will naturally let the god of death arrest you. Death is gone, Hallibal said lightly. Naruto frowned. Damn, Hallibal doesn't seem to know the danger of Aizen at all, including Balagang. This is too bad, is the virtual circle falling into Aizen's hands so soon? In this way, it will be difficult for me to practice here again in the future. Aizen simply doesn't leave any room for herself. It seems that it is better to retreat first. However, just as Naruto resigned, Hallibal and others had already noticed his thoughts. Don't think about escaping, you can't escape today. Hallibal stepped forward, approaching Naruto, and said proudly, and at the same time the great sword in his hand slashed down, attacking him again. Naruto hurriedly resisted, but he had to dike Aizen on the side, and was forced to retreat by Hallibal for a while. Hallibal, let this guy Aizen enter the virtual circle, you are very wrong. Naruto said while continuing to fight with Hallibal. HMPH, it's a big mistake to let you continue to act recklessly in the virtual circle. Hallibal said coldly. Naruto is helpless, the current Aizen seems to have not revealed anything. No matter what he says, the people in the virtual circle will never believe it. Therefore, he could only fight and retreat, while seeking an opportunity to escape. Aizen always stood in midair, quietly watching Naruto fight, his eyes flickering slightly. Lord Aizen, Uzumaki Naruto is here, do you want to start the experiment? Toxian asked. Aizen waved his hand and smiled lightly. Don't worry, let me see his current strength first. He looked down for a while and watched the battle between Naruto and Hallibal and the hybrid beast god, and suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So that's the case, has the strength improved to this level? The 63rd way of binding, chain lock and bind. Aizen suddenly waved his hand, and instantly a chain composed of spiritual power flew towards where Naruto was. Naruto and Hallibal were fighting in full swing, and Aizen's sudden attack made him instantly alert. He moved his feet, made a sudden step, and quickly dodged to the side. But Hannibal suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Naruto's body, making him unable to escape for a while. Hateful. Stupid woman. Naruto snorted. The next moment, the spiritual chain entangled Naruto from top to bottom in an instant. Aizen's spiritual power is really unfathomable. Naruto tried his best to break free, and Zanpakuto in his hand fell directly to the ground. In a hurry, Naruto immediately asked Kunai to withdraw his power, only to see the Zanpakuto that had fallen turned into a burst of light and flew into Naruto's body. Huh, interesting guy. Seeing this, Aizen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. With a flash, he appeared in front of Naruto in an instant. He smiled faintly. Uzumaki Naruto, you can't escape my palm. Naruto snorted coldly, thinking about countermeasures quickly in his heart. He must not be caught by Aizen, otherwise he will be miserable. Okay, since you've caught Naruto Uzumaki, let's take him back, and don't come back to the virtual circle again. At this time, Hannibal stepped forward and said coldly. Aizen heard the words, but only smiled slightly, turned to look at her and said, why do you want to go back? This time I am here, not just to catch Uzumaki Naruto. Hannibal was taken aback. Snapped. Aizen reached out and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky. The person at the head is a sturdy old man, and there are several other people beside him. And the breath of these people suddenly made Hannibal exclaimed. Lord Balagan, Giles, Nutra. How are you? Aizen-sama. Just when Hannibal was stunned, the colleagues who used to be in the virtual circle actually respectfully paid tribute to Aizen. This scene suddenly made her stay in place, forgetting to react. Looks like you need to calm down. Aizen suddenly threw a small black object at her, and suddenly, a strange space extended from the object, shrouding Hannibal at once. Aizen looked at her with a smile and said, you can calm down in this space first, and you can come out in a few hours. Immediately afterwards, the space returned to calm, and Hannibal had disappeared in place. Lord Hannibal. Several of Hannibal's companions couldn't help shouting, just about to rush over, but were stopped by others. Antefilm bandits. Naruto's eyes couldn't help but condensed. Aizen, this guy, has already conquered the power of Zai Palace so quickly. 1071. Liberation. Take him away. Aizen indifferently ordered to those few broken faces. Yes. Several people stepped forward and came to Naruto's side. Suddenly, Naruto raised his head sharply, and his azure pupils suddenly became red Yuhi. Boom! Immediately, from Naruto's body, an extremely powerful and irritable breath spread out. Wrapped in a violent spiritual pressure, it instantly sent many broken faces around and flew out. What's the matter? Aizen was just about to turn around and leave, but he felt the powerful wave of spiritual energy coming towards him, forcing him to take a step back. Click. The spiritual chain that was wrapped around Naruto before was shattered in an instant, turning into a little bit of light and dissipating. Get out of the way. Aizen hurriedly grabbed Tosenyao and Ichimaru Silver, and left the place in a blink of an eye. Hoo-hoo. Naruto roared wildly in the sky, and the spiritual pressure on his body spread out towards the surroundings along with the countless air and sand waves that were stirred up. Numerous broken faces were directly ejected and stared at him with wide eyes and shocked faces. What's wrong with this guy? What a powerful Reiatsu. A few minutes ago. Naruto's body. Taking back Zanpakuto, Kunai appeared in his conscious space. Naruto, your strength is still unable to fight against Aizen. If you are captured by him, you will suffer, she said to Naruto slightly anxiously. Naruto nodded and pondered, but Aizen's strength is too strong to break free from his shackles. Kina also frowned and pondered. Suddenly, she looked up at Naruto with a solemn look on her face. What's wrong? There is a way, maybe try it. In what way? Kunai said. I originally wanted to use my power to help you get rid of that guy, but now it seems that there is no other way. You can only liberate it and let your own will fight against it. Naruto was taken aback. Do you mean that? Get ready, I'm going to liberate it. Kainai didn't have time to give him any more time to think, so he snorted, and then, Naruto's consciousness space suddenly rang. Ha ha ha, it's finally out. Damn it, it's finally out. With a loud laugh, an identical Naruto appeared in front of him. At this time, Hina disappeared, turned into a Zanpakuto and was held in Naruto's hands. Are you guys my inner demon? Naruto couldn't help but wonder. Haha, what are you talking about demons? I am you, he laughed. Naruto's expression turned cold, and he slashed directly with his knife. He will never forgive this kind of strange guy who appears in his own consciousness space and becomes himself. Yo, very murderous, but can you really beat me? As soon as he stretched out his hand, Naruto's Zanpakuto was simply pinched between his two fingers. Can't move. Naruto was shocked. Who the hell are you? However, he didn't tell the calendar, he just flew a kick and landed on Naruto's stomach. In an instant, Naruto flew out, and his body crossed an infinite distance like a cannonball. Afterwards, he followed for a moment and launched a violent attack on Naruto's whole body. Outside world. At this moment, Naruto's sudden outburst made Aizen, Bromian and others all vigilant. Stop him. Aizen gave an order, and many broken faces immediately rushed up and surrounded Naruto. However, Naruto Kaiyuhi had his eyes closed, and his consciousness had already sunk into his own consciousness space to fight the guy who was liberated by Chennai, and now all the movements are instinctively driving him to complete. When the threat came, Naruto stretched out his hands and suddenly slapped the sand under his feet fiercely. Boom! Jinchuriki column that suddenly rose from their feet. The white light Jinchuriki column soared into the sky, as if it would pierce the entire sky of the virtual circle. When the light Jinchuriki column dissipated, all the broken faces fell to the ground, dying. Including Balagang, all were defeated. In just an instant, he killed everyone. Aizen was shocked. He turned around, pulled out Zanpakuto, and faced Naruto with a dignified look on his face. I didn't expect that you still have such power in your body, it's incredible. He murmured. However, before he could finish speaking, Naruto rushed towards him. On his body, a layer of spiritual armor condensed into essence appeared, which looked like a mighty warrior, and in his hand, a long sword made of spiritual energy appeared. There was a white light all over him, as well as the suffocating Reiatsu. The intensity of this spiritual power is completely different from Yi's instant opening. Iran was secretly surprised. You two, hurry up and move the others away. After completing the task, go directly to the Soul Realm. Aizen quickly ordered Ichimaru Silver and Toxian. The two people who were shocked immediately reacted when they heard the words, and quickly started to act. And Aizen charged towards Naruto with Zanpakuto in hand. Boom! Naruto raised the knife to block it, and Aizen also burst out with a powerful spiritual pressure, which formed a confrontation with Naruto's feint. An invisible air wave spread around, with the two as the center, a monstrous sand wave was suddenly set off on the sand. Boom boom boom. With the constant roar, Naruto, who acted instinctively, started a peak battle with Aizen. The 90 of the destruction, Black Coffin. Aizen dodged away from Naruto and made a direct attack. In an instant, Naruto's body was surrounded by a huge rectangular black energy, and countless black energy swords were inserted into it. Boom! However, Naruto, who was surrounded by it, directly burst out with an extremely strong spiritual pressure, rising into the sky. Instantly broke through the siege of the Black Coffin. The number 90 break that Aizen used was like a piece of paper, and it was immediately destroyed. Immediately afterwards, Naruto flashed. A high sand wave rushed out on the sand, and with infinite momentum, he again slashed at Aizen with the long knife in his hand. Aizen lifted Zanpakuto, and as soon as he resisted it, he was blasted out by the energy long knife in Naruto's hand. Boom! With a loud bang, Aizen's body immediately slammed into the sand dune, setting off a huge wave of wild sand. 1072, force Aizen to retreat. This guy, are you crazy? It doesn't look like a virtual reality, but there is such a powerful force bursting out. Aizen stood up, looking shocked. He lifted Zanpakuto, pointed it at Naruto, and murmured, "Crack it, Kyoko Suzuki." Naruto raised his head and waved his hand directly. Boom. In an instant, a blast of spiritual energy like a gust of wind blasted towards Aizen. Blue Dye's complexion couldn't help but change. What? Even the ability of the mirror and the moon is ineffective against him. Boom. With a loud bang, Aizen was blasted out again by Naruto's spiritual power. What a monster. Aizen glanced at Tosenyao and Ichimaru Silver on the other side, and was slightly relieved to see that the two had already moved the broken faces away. In the next moment, he suddenly exerted his strength, and in a flash, he appeared behind Naruto in an instant, and Kyoka Shueyu slashed out with a knife in his hand. With endless horse training, he slashed at Naruto. However, Naruto's body is simply countless times harder than golden iron, and Aizen's knife did not hurt him at all, and even slashed his body with countless sparks. Naruto turned his head and reached out to hold Aizen's Zanpakuto, and Aizen's complexion changed again. The 33 of the Broken Tao, Blue Fire Pendant. Boom. A white madness shock wave shot out from Aizen's palm, and instantly hit Naruto. Immediately, a huge sand wave exploded on the spot. However, after the dust dissipated, Naruto's body stood still, as if the attack just now had no effect on him. Boom. Afterwards, Naruto simply threw a punch, slamming Aizen's lower abdomen fiercely. Aizen snorted, and her body was knocked out again. Boom. His body has been sliding backwards for several kilometers in the desert, and then it is worthy of a stop. Standing up again, he inevitably had some injuries on his body. It's incredible strength. I was actually injured. Uzumaki Naruto, it's really interesting. Aizen wiped the bloodshot that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, held up his glasses, swiped his arm in the air, and a space crack suddenly appeared, then his body jumped into it and disappeared. See you next time. What an interesting subject. As soon as the voice fell, Aizen had disappeared in the virtual circle. With Aizen's strength at this time, it is still difficult to stop Naruto. He will not be stupid and fall into a crazy Naruto death fight. That will only make him suffer even more. He has already seen that the current Naruto has lost his mind and cannot be viewed with common sense at all. He can only retreat temporarily and leave it for later observation. So, Aizen made a wise choice to leave. After losing the attack target, Naruto erupted with stronger power on the spot, and all the sand on the ground was rolled into the sky by his power, and the spiritual power swept away, forming huge sand pits. Boom boom boom. He unconsciously started bombing and destroying the ground around him, as if he was venting his desire to destroy. And in the body, Naruto and the self who suddenly appeared are still fighting. It's just that Naruto found that with his power, he couldn't fight against the self in front of him at all. That is simply monster-level power. Bang bang bang. Naruto was knocked flying again and again, and countless wounds appeared on his body, as if his mental will was about to be shattered. No. If this continues, this guy will definitely kill him. Naruto gasped for breath, his thoughts turned sharply. Chunai didn't know where to go. After turning into Zanpakuto, he didn't appear anymore. If he joined forces with her, he might be able to kill this guy, but now he's just alone. Do not. Can't rely on Kina. Why ask her for help when you are in trouble? Only rely on your own strength to achieve a real breakthrough. Thinking of this, Naruto clenched the knife in his hand again, and although there was not much strength in his body, he still charged towards the opponent. Yin and Yang, all things, mutually generate and restrain each other. What is the nature of human beings? The root of good and evil, and why? At this time, the guy in front of Naruto spoke slowly. What are you talking about? Naruto pouted. I am you or me, why should we fight? Come on, fall into my arms and become a slave of desire. He opened his arms, and suddenly said such a series of words in his mouth. Disgusting. It's really troublesome. Naruto shouted. Whoever you are, get out of my body. He rushed over again, but was knocked back again. You can't beat me, he said again. Let's dance. Uzumaki. Naruto shouted, and countless spiritual powers condensed on him. Shikai. Immediately afterwards, he threw Zanpakuto in his hand high, and murmured, the power of Uzumaki is activated. Thousands of transformations. Zanpakuto were thrown up in the sky, hanging above his head. Go. Naruto let out a deep drink, and in an instant, countless Zanpakuto formed a rain of swords and bombarded the enemy. This was one of the abilities of Uzumaki after Shikai. Naruto had never used it before, so he had to use it at this time. Boom boom boom. Jianyu fell on him fiercely, drowning his entire being. Naruto stared at the fake in the rain of swords, and suddenly, with a loud explosion, all the Zanpakuto were blown out, recovered and caught by Naruto. But the fake Naruto stood still intact. I said, you can't beat me, he said lightly. Naruto's pupils could not help shrinking. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful, he can't solve it with strength. He jumped up again and fought with him. Fake Naruto saw that he was going to continue, and his face couldn't help showing anger. Don't you understand? You can't kill me. Kai. Naruto's Zanpakuto slashed at the fake Naruto, cutting him in half. Bloodshot. However, the fake Naruto's body suddenly returned to its original state, and the wound on his body seemed to have never appeared. What exactly is going on? Cold sweat broke out on Naruto's face. A completely undead opponent, or exactly the same as himself, how to defeat this guy? He was lost in thought. 1073. Strong. Violent. And outside. Naruto seemed to be exhausted from venting, standing motionless on the spot. His eyes were red. Yuhi. His body was full of spiritual pressure. There was no one around. Aizen had already returned to the soul world. Ichimaru Silver and Toxian wanted to after completing the transportation task. He has already returned, and the surrounding virtual is all captured by the powerful spiritual pressure of Naruto, and he does not dare to approach. Weak and weak, he didn't even dare to approach, otherwise he would be directly shocked to death by Naruto's spiritual pressure. Daxu didn't dare to come here at all. At this moment, a gap was suddenly torn open in the space in front of Naruto, and a figure jumped out of it. Damn, this damn space has trapped me for so long. The person who appeared was Tia Hannibal, who was previously sealed by Aizen into the anti-membrane bandits. She finally broke free, thinking about the previous things. The king of the virtual circle is under the command of Aizen, and the aura on that body has changed, becoming a bit like a god of death, so what happened? She urgently needs to find Aizen and ask what happened. It's just that when she appeared, she didn't find Aizen at all, and even her three companions disappeared. The only one still in front of him is Uzumaki Naruto. Hannibal was slightly surprised. Isn't this guy already caught? What's going on now? Also, what a powerful spiritual pressure. It actually made her feel breathless. Hannibal frowned and approached him cautiously with a big sword in hand. Sudden. Naruto raised his head suddenly, and his red Yuhi-colored eyes shot at her. Hannibal was shocked all over. What kind of look is this? Even though I have seen countless emptiness, I have never felt so many negative emotions. These are pure eyes full of desire. She felt something wrong in her heart, however, before she could react, Naruto appeared in front of her in a flash in the next moment. Hannibal was shocked. She was approached by Naruto before she could even react. In a hurry, she quickly picked up the big sword and slashed towards Naruto's body. However, Naruto just raised his arm slightly, and the front end of her great sword was already caught by him with one hand. Hannibal was startled and struggled hard, but he couldn't shake it as if he had taken root. Then, there was a click. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of Hannibal's great sword. Immediately afterwards, the crack spread infinitely, and finally her entire great sword was shattered into powder. Halibal's hands were empty, staring blankly at Naruto. His own weapon was actually smashed. This is the hardest part of her body since she evolved from ordinary virtual to now. It was actually smashed to pieces by his power. There was a chill in her heart. How powerful does this need to be? She can't imagine. No. There is something wrong with this guy's appearance now, he must retreat first. Halibal immediately realized that the situation was not good, and the next moment, she turned sharply and flew away in the distance. However, just when she was about to escape from this terrifying guy, she felt that her calf was grabbed by a big hand. She was shocked immediately. Damn, what are you doing? Halibal felt that his calf was firmly pinched, and the other leg kicked out fiercely in midair, hitting Naruto's chest. However, Naruto did not move, and the energy armor on his body completely blocked her attack. Immediately afterwards, Naruto pulled hard. Halibal let out a soft cry, his body was pulled back directly, and he fell at Naruto's feet. She looked up at Naruto in horror. Naruto stretched out his hand, and a spiritual energy formed in the palm of his hand. Are you going to die? Halibal couldn't help but despair. Closing her eyes, she waited for the moment of death to come. Boom! A loud bang sounded in her ears, and the next moment, she only felt that her whole body was enveloped in strong energy. She thought she was going to die, but when the energy dissipated, she was extremely shocked to find that all the bone shells originally covered on her body had been shattered into powder. The whole body is cool, and the cold wind whizzes from all over the body, bringing with it an inexplicable feeling. She finally realized what Naruto was going to do, and couldn't help staring at him with wide eyes in horror. On the other hand, Naruto was expressionless, with a primitive desire in his red eyes, bursting out with a terrifying light. He leaned down and roughly pressed her under him. Go away, Halibal yelled. Naruto relied on instinct and let her struggle, his hands slammed, and her legs that were tightly closed were ripped apart. No, Halibal was embarrassed and angry, not expecting this scene at all, and screamed in her mouth. However, there is no one around, and no one will come to rescue her. Naruto ignored any of her screams, lying directly on top of her, his waist sank between her legs. Halibal's body was surging with spiritual pressure, but unfortunately, under the suppression of Naruto, this level of power was like a cockroach shaking a tree, and it was useless. Pain. She raised her head and groaned, and Naruto's body sank suddenly. The brown skin couldn't help shaking, and the slender thighs tightly clamped Naruto's waist, trying to get the foreign body out of the body, but it couldn't be done at all. The blood dripped onto the sand, but Naruto didn't stop, and immediately started up and down. The speed is very fast from the beginning. It hurts, it hurts. Halibal kept shouting, the pain of being pierced by her body, accompanied by the feeling of being played with her body by the enemy, filled her heart with shame. Moreover, the most terrible thing is that she is Shu, an enemy of the god of death, but she is treated like this by a god of death, which makes her extremely angry. However, the Uzumaki Naruto on her body seemed to be unconscious, and all that was revealed in her eyes was that deep desire, which made her not know how to deal with it at all. At this time, Naruto's inner world was still fighting that fake, and he didn't know the situation outside him at all. Halibal could only be held down by Naruto, being pushed in and out of his body over and over again. 1074. Destroy. Feeling the in and out again and again, from the initial pain, to gradually feeling a wonderful feeling that I have never had before. Yuhi dizziness on Halibal's face. What does it feel like? Why is it so strange? Halibal suddenly let out a groan, his hands couldn't help grabbing Naruto's arm, and his body swayed as he went in and out. Hateful. What exactly is going on? This feeling is really disgusting. Halibal's face turned Yuhi, and his whole body began to tremble. This time, it was not trembling with pain, but trembling by that strange, pleasant, indescribable feeling. What? A long groan, she raised her head high and entered an incomparably wonderful feeling. How is this going? It seems that he has arrived in the ideal paradise. Why would he be brought to such a degree by a god of death? Internally, Naruto was still struggling with himself. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked loudly. He rushed over again and again, but was beaten back again and again. Naruto only felt that his spirit was about to collapse. However, there was nothing he could do. The reason why people are people is because they have thoughts, feelings, and the accumulation of thoughts and feelings, which forms the desire and desire of people. I am the desire in your body, he said slowly. The root of desire and desire is it is the root of human beings, so you can't kill me, even if you destroy me countless times, I will reunite countless times and devour you. What kind of desire? What's the root? It's ridiculous. I only admit my own consciousness, and my desire is under my control. What tricks did you come up with? If you want to devour me, I will never let you succeed. Naruto frowned. Hey, stupid person, it is precisely because of your control over me that my current growth is caused. The more suppressed the desire, the more inflated. Now, I already have the power to devour you. Ability. Fake Naruto laughed. It's just a heart demon, it's too early to confuse me. Naruto pouted. Really? Then the game is over. If you don't believe me for a long time, then perish. Fake Naruto raised his hand. Naruto immediately felt that the surrounding space seemed to be squeezed by an infinite pressure, and infinite power was pouring into his body. Naruto only felt that this power was unbelievably powerful, and he couldn't help pouring into his body, and was still destroying his body everywhere, from the outside, from the inside, the ubiquitous Crusher's own spiritual will. Boom! Finally, with a roar, Naruto disappeared into the depths of the consciousness space. In the sand. Hannibal, who was immersed in pleasure, suddenly realized that the Naruto on his body let out a roar. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly left his body, stood up, and a burst of violent spiritual power surged from the entire body. Hannibal, who was covered in yuhi tides all over his body, was thrown away before he could react. Struggling to stand up, she looked at the man in astonishment. I saw that the spiritual power of Naruto has reached an incomparably thick level, and the white spiritual power has been continuously compressed. Space cracks stretched out from around Naruto's body, and even the entire space of the virtual circle was trembling. What the hell is going on with this guy? Hannibal will never forget what happened today. Naruto's face showed a look of pain and struggle. He raised his head and roared. I saw that with him as the center, all the space within tens of meters around it collapsed, forming an empty black hole. It's terrifying, the pure Reiatsu shatters the surrounding space. Hannibal looked at Naruto's eyes full of complexity. Suddenly, Naruto roared, and the whole person suddenly disappeared into the void. The fragmented space in the virtual circle was refilled by the laws of nature and quickly returned to its original state. At this moment, Hannibal only felt lightness all over his body, and the heavy spiritual pressure suppressed on his body completely disappeared. I looked at the bruises all over my body and the traces on my thighs. These were all caused by Uzumaki Naruto's violent process. She bit Kiba, her spiritual power poured out, and immediately covered her naked body with a bone covering. However, the faint pain at the base of her thigh left an indelible mark on her heart. Uzumaki Naruto, no matter what happened to you, I must report this shameful shame. She said secretly, staggering back to the Zai Palace. Next, there are more important things for her to face. And at this time, in the endless void, Naruto's body floated in it. He has lost consciousness, and it seems that only the empty shell of his body is left. I don't know how much time has passed. At the door of Zai Palace, a woman with long green hair came here. Next to her were two grotesque phantoms resembling humanoids. Peishui, was Naruto really caught in the Zai Palace? She asked him softly. According to the rumors, it's true, but now the Zai Palace is under the control of a death god Blue Dye. Do we really want to sneak in? Well, we have to go, we finally got the news of Naruto, how can we give up? The woman said lightly, her tone couldn't hide a trace of excitement. Well, in that case we will definitely follow you. Thank you. No, it's our honor to follow Lord Nailu. Peishui bowed his head and said respectfully. The person is exactly the Nailu that Naruto has been looking for. I didn't expect that she would appear in front of the Zai Palace at this time. If Naruto was here, he would be very excited. Unfortunately, it won't be so perfect. Before that, Nailu had been hiding in the virtual circle, wandering around, and following Naruto's instructions before leaving her. She worked hard to cultivate herself. But she didn't expect that the first time would be 100 years. In 100 years, she met Peishui and Donchaka. They became her followers. They were accompanied by someone along the way. Looking forward to being able to go back to the time when I was with Naruto. This time, after she got the news that Naruto was arrested into the Void Knight Palace, she came here without hesitation, and acted to save Naruto. 1075, 100 years later. 100 years later. Soul World, the virtual circle. All lost any news of Naruto. The present. In the past 100 years, the world has developed very rapidly. The era of war has passed, and now it is a period of peaceful development, with high-rise buildings and continuous traffic on the streets. In a modern atmosphere, a Japanese-style grocery store sits on the edge of a street in Kakuzako. In the grocery store, a young man is drinking tea leisurely. Really, isn't it a little unaccustomed to being peaceful recently? He seemed to be sighing. At this moment, a dark shadow descended from the sky and landed in front of him. Man looked up at her and said slowly, "Have you gone to the virtual circle again?" Yi. The shadow is Yoichi Sefenjin, and the young man is Kazuki Urahara. 100 years later, Yoichi and Urahara Kazuki are still the same as before, as if nothing has changed. However, Yi couldn't hide a trace of sadness on his face. She sighed slightly and said quietly, "I will never give up until there is no result." Hey, really? Urahara Kazuki couldn't help her. In the past 100 years, besides training Hirako Mako and the others, and monitoring the movements of the Soul Society, Yaiki spent the rest of his time traveling around, searching for all Naruto information. However, Naruto suddenly lost any news as he did 200 years ago. Hirako Mako and others had left the Urahara store as early as 100 years ago, and each went to various places in the world to practice and practice. They put on homemade mukuro and blended into the lives of ordinary people. Because they were going to practice separately, everyone learned the technique of making gi mukuro from Urahara, and if there is a problem with the gimukuro in the future, they can replace it at any time. For 100 years, Urahara Kazuki has been staying in the base. Above this underground base, a store is built as a cover. He usually sells ordinary goods, and secretly makes some small inventions, and sells things from the Soul Realm to other gods of death. On the other side of Soul Society, they have long known where Urahara's store is, but every time they try to catch Urahara, they are unsuccessful. After a long time, Soul Society seems to have acquiesced to Urahara Kazuki's presence in this world. Moreover, the masked army formed by Hirako Mako and others has long disappeared, and Yamamoto seems to be unable to change anything about this troublesome situation. In this way, Urahara Kazuki, Sefenjin Yaiki, Hyjin, Mebis, the four settled down in this world. It's just that both Yi and Fei-Gen miss Naruto very much, especially Fei-Gen. Since she lost the news of Naruto, she has also followed Yi to look for the virtual circle in the corpse soul world. Caught by people from the Soul Society. Later, after many unsuccessful searches, Fei-Gen almost went crazy. If Yi hadn't been comforting her and giving her hope, she wouldn't have gone crazy. In the end, she could only paralyze herself with cultivation, and practiced in the training ground made by Urahara under the base all day long. Forget it, Naruto will definitely come back. I'll go check the progress of Fei-Gen's cultivation first. Yi shook his head helplessly, turned and entered the underground secret room. For the past 100 years, Mebus has not worried much about Naruto's disappearance, except for practicing and playing around the world. When Feijun asked her, she just smiled and said, "Naruto won't die so easily, he is very powerful." Then continue her journey, playing around the world while practicing. In the realm of corpses, there has been no news of Naruto for 100 years. They had used technology to find out where Urahara was, and they knew that the masked army was hidden in the world, but the only news about Naruto was not clear at all, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. The person who knows the most about this matter is Aizen. After his battle with Naruto, Naruto lost the news, which once made his plan lost. Fortunately, he later removed the Naruto factor and rearranged the plan. It's just that he never found out where Kazuki Urahara's collapsing jade was. So, without Naruto, the perfect subject, his plans have been hindered until recently. However, the previous outbreak of Naruto made Aizen a little worried. After that time, he wanted to go back to the virtual circle to have a look, but he went back to the virtual circle but lost the news of Naruto. This became a pimple in Aizen's heart, and it couldn't go away. Of course, with the exception of a few people, most of the dead gods in the soul world have almost wiped out Naruto's memory in the past 100 years. 100 years is really a long time. For ordinary people that is a lifetime. Among the gods of death, although it is nothing, but the world has changed over the past century, and many low-level and new gods of death have no impression of Naruto. The appearance of Naruto is like a firework, and after it shines, it falls into silence forever. In the endless void. Of course Naruto didn't really disappear. 100 years later, he is still drifting in the void. The spiritual power in his body has long since disappeared, and his body is as stiff as if it is dead, motionless. Sudden. He opened his eyes slowly. So it is. Is this the so-called human heart? He muttered with a slightly hoarse throat. There seems to be a different dimension around here. Naruto moved his body and suddenly made a loud crackling sound. Why does it feel like I haven't moved my body for a long time? He said to himself. Damn it, space, let's go out and have a look first. I don't know how the battle is going. Reaching out his hand, swiping in the void, a crack appeared in front of him in an instant. With a slight movement, Naruto slipped out of the crack. Black sky, desolate desert. Here, it is still a virtual circle. Naruto frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. Aizen and the others don't know where they went. The surroundings seem to have changed a lot. Has it been a long time? He murmured and looked around again, and when he waved his hand, a ray of light formed, and there was already an extra Zanpakuto in the palm of his hand. And on his body, the coat that can cover the spiritual child is also tattered, and after the spiritual power is turned, it returns to its original state. It looks like things are really bad. 1076. Spiritual Evolution. In the past 100 years, Naruto's experience can only be described as confusion. Back then, his spirit was destroyed by fake Naruto, and his entire body was directly dominated by desire. Inspired by this endless desire, his power was so powerful that he couldn't even bear the space he was in, and he directly entered the different dimension. In this space, his body has always been dominated by desire. Originally, his spirit was crushed by his own desires, and the result would be a walking dead. However, Naruto's body is very special. He has completed the fusion of soul and body, that is to say, as long as the body does not die, the soul will not disappear. Back then, being defeated was just Naruto's spirit. And after this spirit was defeated, Naruto's soul finally woke up completely. It's just that his consciousness space was completely occupied by desire, and it took him 100 years to regain it. In the process, it has to be said that Naruto's own strange ability helped him. The body is immortal, the soul is immortal, the mind breaks down, and desires take possession. However, in the dead end, there is always a silver lining. After the mental breakdown, his soul did not disappear, and he was still fighting against the power of desire. And Naruto's soul is his body. Without the support of spiritual power and spiritual power, it was absolutely impossible to overcome desire. However, he himself has a wonderful power, and in the process he has recondensed his spiritual power and found himself again. It was as if his body itself had a power of regeneration. All the information, memories, and everything that happened, all returned to the way they were. Not only that, the power of desire was gradually assimilated, absorbed, and transformed into his own ability by his body and soul. No, it should be said that this is his ability in itself. In the process, Naruto finally understood. What is desire? What is heart? The birth of the human heart will inevitably generate desires. The power of the heart will increase with the power of desire. And the previous Naruto, of course, had desire in his heart. However, at that time, he always wanted to suppress the desire and prevent it from erupting, and the result was naturally a failure. In fact, the power of the human heart is the power of desire. He has experienced countless worlds, and with this spiritual tempering, he has finally completed the experience of his original heart. Desire is not shameful. Desire is the source of the power of the heart. Along the way, Naruto has always adhered to his original intentions, which are just the values, world outlook and life outlook that he formed temporarily. The true heart is formed by desire. Therefore, in the space of consciousness, Naruto cannot defeat his own desires. Forcibly trying to drive away his own desires, the result is only ashes. And in the past 100 years, through gradual recovery, he finally understood. It is impossible to control desires. The only thing you can do is to accept desires and let your desires become one with yourself. However, in this process, often because the power of desire is very powerful, it will completely swallow up the original will. No matter which one Naruto chooses, he will become a slave of desire. Fortunately, Naruto completed the fusion of body and soul long ago. His last trump card, using this body as the source, reconcentrates the power of the spirit. During the period, it is inevitable to oppose the desire. However, in the process of being swallowed up and destroyed by desire again and again, Naruto's soul gradually realized the essence of desire. Desire is your own heart. This is exactly the same as what desire said to him at the beginning, they are one with each other. However, the stronger the person, the more different things will be derived from the heart, just like the struggle between the id and desire. Originally one, they were separated to engage in opposition. Going back to the origin of the universe, the same is true. The universe that originally erupted from a singularity has formed various planets, spaces, worlds, dimensions, and universes after countless years. And Naruto's mental breakdown this time is not really death and disappearance, but a kind of tempering, a way of breaking and standing. While seeking new life in the destruction, he gradually realized the oneness of id and desire. That is, complete unity with oneself. This is no longer as simple as a spiritual experience, but a spiritual evolution. It can be said that Naruto's current soul and body have entered a completely different level from ordinary people. If the previous Naruto became a god because of his strength, then the current Naruto became a god because of his soul. Because he and ordinary people already have a dimensional difference between their souls. All in all, today's Naruto, integrated with desire, still maintains the original worldview, values, outlook on life, memory, nothing has changed, and is still the original Naruto. The only difference is that his mind has undergone an evolution. This is also a kind of breaking and standing. Spiritually broken and then stand up. Of course, after such a breakthrough, the impact on his external appearance is also very terrifying. Now, the power of desire in his body is completely integrated, and his soul has risen to another dimension, so the Master's spiritual power is naturally very terrifying, and it is almost impossible to measure. Moreover, the power of Kinna in the body has changed, not only because Naruto's spiritual growth has brought her countless benefits, but more importantly, she is now able to completely liberate her power for Naruto to use. That is to say, the current Naruto has mastered the so-called dissolution in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a wave of wild sand and waves suddenly erupted in the virtual circle. Just a slight movement can bring forth infinite power. He looked around and found that there was no one around, and with his current spiritual power, he could easily capture and master the surrounding spiritual pressure. Next, he started the training of stretching his fists and feet. The bones in his body crackled for a while, and the sand dunes in situ were immediately smashed. The ground began to tremble, and the entire virtual circle seemed to be shaken. In the Zai Palace, the broken faces who had been transformed into deification by Lan Ran sensed this breath, and their expressions could not help changing. Hannibal trembled all over, and there was an incomparably complicated look in his eyes. 1077. Hannibal's Fury. Uzumaki Naruto. That's right, this breath is exactly Uzumaki Naruto's. The man who took his body 100 years ago. Hateful, so the damned guy isn't dead. She thought that Uzumaki Naruto, who had no news for 100 years, should have disappeared into space at that time, but she did not expect to reappear 100 years later. Moreover, this breath is stronger than 100 years ago. Even though she has been working hard to cultivate her strength in the past 100 years, she has always dreamed of becoming stronger and stronger, thinking of killing this hateful man. But 100 years later, this man's power is still so powerful, this spiritual pressure breath, it seems that words can no longer describe its horror. What a terrible breath. At this time, the broken faces were having a meeting, and they couldn't help sighing when they felt the breath. Hannibal immediately stood up, greeted his 3 subordinate officers, and rushed towards the place where Naruto's breath was located outside the Zai Palace. Hey, Hannibal, what do you want to do? Number 110 Blades Stark shouted helplessly. HMPH, let her go, that Reiatsu can only be dealt with by Aizen-sama, she is going to die. Number 5 Blade Nutra hummed softly. If Hannibal were to die, the position of the number 310 Blades would be vacant, and he just had a chance to take the position. Let's inform Aizen-sama. Number 4 Blade Ulquiorra said lightly. A familiar aura is coming this way. Naruto, who was wielding his power recklessly, suddenly stopped and muttered, looking in the direction of Zai Palace. Is that Hannibal? It's just that her breath seems to be different from before. He stood quietly in the same place. Since this guy is going to come to the door, let him practice his hands with her. After a while, Hannibal brought 3 subordinate officers to Naruto. The 2 sides stood in the air, looking at each other. Hannibal watched Naruto bite Kiba's teeth and said coldly, "You finally appeared. Uzumaki Naruto. Well, you seem to have become a faceless person." Naruto looked at her strange dress. The tall collar covered half of her face, and the half-length sleeves could barely cover the still towering chest, revealing the smooth, delicate brown skin below the breasts. She also carried a large sword on her back, and her golden hair fluttered. Brilliant. Naruto frowned slightly. Hannibal was not a broken face before, but now he has become a broken face. Could it be that his spiritual evolution lasted for a long time? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "What time is it now?" Hannibal sneered. Did this guy even forget the time? She has never forgotten that every day and night for the past 100 years. She always remembers in her heart the humiliation of being brought to a climax by this damn man. Humph. With a cold snort, Hannibal didn't answer. He took out the big sword on his back and slashed towards Naruto. What an impulsive guy. I'm totally different now than I was back then. Naruto saw her rushing towards her so fast. She didn't dodge or evade. She raised her arm gently, and didn't even pull out Zanpakuto. Swish. The great sword slashed at Naruto with an infinite momentum, as if to cut him in half. With a bang, the big sword fell fiercely on Naruto's arm, and there was a loud noise like a symphony of gold and iron, accompanied by a wave of air, but Naruto was not hurt at all. He smiled faintly and said, "Hannibal, the power has become a lot stronger." With a squeeze of the palm, the blade of the big sword was directly held. Hannibal bit Kiba and earned it, but couldn't move. Hateful. Still so strong. She was shocked, angry and fearful in her heart. How similar this scene was 100 years ago made her look in a trance. After reacting, she was immediately furious. Damn bastard, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Return to the blade. I saw that her great sword suddenly emitted a burst of light, and then a powerful spiritual force burst out from her body. The soaring Reiatsu even formed a real-like light Jinchuriki column, and the wind was surging. The sand waves are monstrous. Naruto looked slightly surprised. More than twice as strong as before. When the spiritual pressure dissipated, the surrounding winds gradually subsided, revealing her figure. The figure is still hot, and the image of hitting the big sword in his hand has also changed into the shape of a shark. The private parts of the body can be covered with some bone breastplates, which is sexy and hot. Well, after returning to the blade, it is very similar to before, but the strength has become many times stronger. Naruto murmured and commented. Feeling his gaze swept across his body, Hannibal suddenly felt a sense of being seen through his whole body. A dizziness flashed across Yuhi's face, and his expression was even more angry. You go to me. Die. Naruto couldn't help being secretly surprised. He didn't understand why she looked so bitter and hated. Although the two sides were enemies, they didn't have to be so bitter, right? He dodged and appeared in front of Hannibal in the next moment. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the big sword she was about to cut, and said, although you have become stronger, you are still far from mine. Where's your opponent? Let's go. With a flick of his arm, he threw her big sword and her body to the ground. Boom. Her figure suddenly fell to the ground like a cannonball, causing a burst of sand and dust with a bang. Naruto shook his head. Hannibal didn't even have the strength to warm himself up. However, just when he thought Hannibal was defeated, he saw her rush up again. His face was full of anger, and his whole body was full of spiritual pressure, as if he was desperate. Yuhi white light suddenly radiated from her body, and a huge and dangerous aura rushed towards her face. Naruto frowned slightly, and suddenly, the voice of Kinai came from his mind. Naruto. Hurry up and stop her, she is going to explode. Naruto looked solemn. If you want to blow yourself up, just kill it. He stretched out his hand, and a white spiritual light suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand. Naruto, no, Kina suddenly shouted. She is your woman. In an instant, Naruto was stunned by Kinai's words. 1078, back to the world. My woman. This sentence was undoubtedly a thunderbolt, which exploded in Naruto's mind, causing his figure to freeze in midair. At this time, before he could think about it, Hannibal in front of him had already rushed up, and she opened her arms and hugged her body tightly. The soft and tender body was clinging to him, and more white light of Yuhi appeared from the whole body. Blow up. Naruto realized that this guy really risked his life, and when he came back to his senses, he quickly stretched out his hand, pressed her smooth lower abdomen, and a powerful spiritual force poured into it. The 99 of the Tao, forbidden. A seal stretched directly from Naruto's palm, spreading all over her body, and in an instant, all the Yuhi white light on her body was suppressed. After a while, the light on Hannibal dissipated, and the whole person languished in Naruto's arms. She was still biting on Kiba, staring at Naruto angrily. Damn, you actually stopped the self-destruction. Naruto gave a wry smile, stretched out his hand on the back of her neck, and Hannibal fainted. At this time, her three subordinate officers were ready, and once again summoned the mixed beast god, rushing to rescue Hannibal. But Naruto has no intention of fighting now. He grabbed Hannibal's waist with one hand and slowly pulled out Zanpakuto with the other. In the next instant, his figure disappeared instantly. Kai. A bloody light splashed up, and the three subordinate officers were shocked. I saw Naruto appearing on the spot again, but the huge body of the mixed beast god collapsed with a bang. From its chest, a huge bloodstain extended all the way to the root of the thigh. One-hit kill. Naruto glanced at them, and put Zanpakuto into the sheath. With a tug of his arm in the air, a space crack suddenly appeared. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he jumped directly into the space and left the virtual circle. Lord Hannibal. The three subordinate officers were in a hurry, but there was nothing they could do. In the present world, Naruto appeared over a bustling city with Hannibal in his arms. He looked around and couldn't help but look surprised. Is this the present world? It seems to have changed a lot. Could it be that the process of his spiritual evolution has passed for a long time? Before he could think about it, he appeared directly above Urahara Kazuki's base, where the ground was covered by a grocery store. Has the base and its surroundings changed a lot? Does it mean that the story has already begun? Naruto dodged and appeared in front of the Urahara store. Yo, there is a guest here, who is it? A lazy male voice sounded, and then, Urahara Kazuki appeared in front of Naruto in a robe and a white and green hat. Urahara Kazuki. Uzumaki. Naruto. The surprised voice sounded, and Urahara Kazuki was immediately overjoyed. Naruto, you are back. This is really amazing. After 100 years, where have you been? Even Kazuki Urahara, who was always calm, couldn't help but get excited. After all, a companion who had been missing for 100 years suddenly appeared in front of him, and a guy who was almost forgotten by others arrived, which was definitely a pleasant surprise. Well, the Reiatsu on your body, I can't even sense it. It looks like your practice has finally paid off. Urahara Kazuki frowned again, looking at Hannibal in Naruto's arms. Also, this is... Let's talk about it in detail later. Let's arrange her first. Where are the others? Naruto walked directly into the back room, guided by Urahara, entered the huge underground base through an underground entrance, and came to himself. In the room, he put Hannibal on the bed, set up several binding paths on her body, and then set up several enchantments around before coming out of the base. At this time, Yi Yi and Fei Zhen, who were in the training ground of the base, also heard the news and ran out. Lord Naruto. As soon as she saw Naruto, Fei Zhen cried out and threw herself into his arms. It's been 100 years. Lord Naruto, you've been gone for 100 years. She cried, tears soaking Naruto's long coat, which made people feel pity. Yi Yi was also excited, and there were faint tears in his eyes. After separating from Fei Zhen, Naruto stepped forward and took the initiative to hug Yaiki. Naruto, just come back. Her delicate body was trembling with excitement, and she tried her best to remain calm, but the trembling voice still revealed her mood at the moment. Sorry, I kept you waiting, Yaiki. Naruto said apologetically. Several hours passed. Naruto, Urahara Kazuki, Yoichi, Hishin, and Goroshi Tetsuai sat around the room. After a long narration, everyone finally knew Naruto's whereabouts this year. It turned out that he entered the alien space and carried out 100 years of experience. No wonder I searched all over the world, and there is no news in the Soul Society and the Void Circle. Everyone was very excited about his return. Especially Fei Zhen. She has been thinking of Naruto day and night for hundreds of years, and she is almost sick of missing her. And Yi Yi, of course, misses him very much. Every time he hopes to find his whereabouts, but every time he returns disappointed, but he never gives up. Now that Naruto is back, Yi Yi's heart is as relaxed as a boulder falls, and the whole person is no longer so frowning. For 100 years, Naruto owed not only time, but also this share of love. This reminded him of Nailu, who was still in the virtual circle. 200 years. Could she have waited so long that she forgot about herself? He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. During this period, Urahara and the others also introduced the current situation to Naruto. Hiriko Mako and others said that it was the experience that left the base, and they have not been in contact for a long time. The Soul Society is still like that. Except for the replacement of the old by a new generation, there has been no major event. And Soul World's pursuit of these people has also become less and less in the past 100 years, and it seems that everyone will be forgotten. In the present world, it has entered a period of rapid development, with high-rise buildings and lights, Yuhi wine green, and wonderful. In addition, Aizen has not moved for a long time after conquering the virtual circle. This made Urahara Kazuki and Yaiki very worried. Not only did they not feel relieved, but they intensified their monitoring of the intelligence of the Soul Society. 1079. Anger and Shame. Several people chatted for a long time, and stopped at dinner time and ate dinner together. After dinner, Naruto went to the underground base, the room that belonged to him. I saw Hannibal lying on his back on the bed, with the shackles set by Naruto on his body. She seemed to have struggled, but now she has given up resistance. Naruto's current strength set the bondage, and she was absolutely unable to break free. Seeing Naruto open the door and come in, she was expressionless, without the slightest surprise on her face, and said lightly, "Why don't you let me die?" Naruto came to the bed, sat down slowly, and looked at her. Hannibal looked at him with a kind of unwillingness and despair. "Hey, Hannibal, I already know about that, sorry." Naruto suddenly bowed his head to her and admitted his mistake. Hannibal was stunned for a moment, looking at Naruto with a sincere look, only sneered. "Why are you apologizing? It doesn't matter to me at all. I'm Shu, you're the god of death, and as an enemy, no matter how humiliated it is, it's not too much. What I'm angry about is that I can't kill you." He opened his mouth and said with a self-deprecating expression on his face. Naruto shook his head secretly, smiling bitterly in his heart. Chennai had already told him everything at the time, and he finally understood how shameful what he did 100 years ago actually gave QJ an enemy and an empty one, which made him feel a strange feeling in his heart. Moreover, what made him even more helpless was that Chennai knew it at the time, but did not come out to remind himself. It has not been said until now, 100 years later. And now, looking at Hannibal's resentful eyes, Naruto is very helpless. No matter whether she is a virtual or a god of death, since she has once been one with herself, she is her own woman. Even if I don't like her in my heart now, I can't ignore her. What is false? What is death? Naruto asked her suddenly. Hannibal was stunned when she heard the words, understanding why he suddenly asked such a strange question. She snorted coldly. Void is void, death is death. It is an opposite existence, so I will definitely kill you. Naruto lowered his head, looked into her eyes, shook his head slightly and said slowly, "You are wrong, Shu and death are the same root." Hannibal's body trembled slightly. "Don't try to convince me with words, you are my enemy." After reacting, she closed her eyes and ignored Naruto. Naruto gave a wry smile. She is really a woman who is incapable of oil and salt. "Kill me." The room was silent for a while, and Hannibal suddenly said, "Shu, who is insulted by a god of death, is no longer qualified to live." Naruto was silent for a while. He suddenly felt very funny and couldn't help laughing. "What? Are you laughing at me for being weak and powerless?" Hannibal said lightly. "No, I'm laughing at your ignorance." Naruto suddenly said, "So what if it's a ghost? What if it's a god of death? They are just creatures in this world. Those who cling to the boundary between the god of nothingness and the god of death are simply naive." He remembered Nailu. When she was in the virtual circle, training with her and experiencing life and death together, he had long ignored each other's identities. At that time, he and Nailu were almost indistinguishable from each other. Compared with Nailu, who is also the 30th blade, Hannibal is simply too much worse. With a wave of his hand, all the restraints on Hannibal disappeared. She jumped up suddenly and looked at Naruto in surprise. "Why is that?" Hannibal frowned at him. "Let's go," Naruto said lightly. "Are you going to let me go?" Hannibal couldn't help stunned. Then an even more indignant anger suddenly appeared on her face. "Do you think that if you let me go, I will be grateful to you? Do you think that if you let me go, I will forget that insult? Do you think that if you let me go, I will not be your enemy? Stop dreaming. I must kill you with my own hands." shouted Hannibal. Naruto waved his hand. You can't kill me, but you are my woman, I won't kill you. Hannibal was shocked again. Then just wait. I will definitely become stronger and come to kill you. She snorted coldly, cut through the space and left. Naruto sighed and leaned on the bed. Really, why didn't you tell me when this happened? In the consciousness space, Naruto complained to the woman in front of him. Woman has long Yuhi-colored hair, which is Uzumaki China. Hearing this, she said with a slight resentment. Really, didn't I say at that time that what would happen after liberation was not even known to me? Besides, you were fighting against desire at that time. If I told you this, how would it be? It won't affect your mood, and if you delay it, you will lose more than you gain. Okay, it looks like I'm blaming you. Naruto reluctantly apologized. It's a lot of trouble right now. How do you pay it back if you owe so much? Kainai rolled his eyes at him. Naruto was slightly embarrassed. At this point, the virtual circle. Aizen had heard the news and took time out to come to Zai Palace, and when he heard the reports of his subordinates, his brows were deeply wrinkled. He looked at the 3 subordinate officers of Hannibal next to him. Are you sure Hannibal was taken away? Yes, Lord Aizen. Lord Hannibal once wanted to kill him by self-destruction, but he stopped her. I think she should have been brought to the world. A subordinate officer replied with his head lowered. Aizen couldn't help but feel a little worried. Uzumaki Naruto was born, and he even captured Hannibal. What is he going to do? Thinking of the powerful power he burst out at the beginning, even he was shocked. At this moment, a figure suddenly entered the door of Zai Palace. Lord Hannibal. The 3 subordinate officers immediately exclaimed in surprise. Have you escaped back? Hannibal lowered her head, her face a little absent-minded. Although she was angry before, she couldn't help but recall what Naruto said along the way. What is false? What is the god of death? Hearing the voice, she raised her head, looked at the 3 subordinate officials, and Aizen in front of her, and immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord Aizen, you are here. Hannibal, how did you get back? Aizen nodded and asked her lightly. Hannibal was shocked. She didn't dare to talk about her situation, so she couldn't help being silent. 1080, you are my woman. What's the matter? Lord Hannibal, why didn't you answer the words of Lord Aizen? The 50th blade Neutra laughed beside her. Hannibal lowered his head. As the 30th blade that Aizen-sama trusted, how could he say such words that were put back? It's also an absolute shame. However, she didn't want to lie. In the end, I had to bow my head and say silently, Master Wei Lanran, he let me back. When Aizen heard the words, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Really? Then you get up. Aizen smiled suddenly. Hannibal couldn't help but froze for a moment, then stood up, moved in his heart. Aizen-sama still seemed to trust him very much. When she returned to the Zai Palace, she found that the entire Zai Palace had changed a lot. Many of them had become broken faces, their strength had soared, and they had attacked her. If Aizen-sama hadn't come to the rescue, he would have already died. Later, in order to repay the kindness of Aizen-sama, she joined him, became a broken face, and climbed up step by step, and finally sat on the seat of the 30 blade. Lord Aizen. As soon as she spoke, she wanted to tell him the ins and outs of the matter and let him have an idea. But she didn't want to, but Aizen suddenly pulled out Zanpakudo, still with a smile on her face, and aimed the blade at her body. Don't move, Aizen said softly. Subconsciously, she wanted to follow Aizen's instructions, but a strong sense of crisis hit her heart. Wrong. Aizen-sama, he wants to kill himself. No, Aizen-sama, listen to my explanation, Hannibal hurriedly said with a burst of sadness in his heart. And several of her subordinate officials also came up to intercede. However, as soon as Aizen released his spiritual pressure, the 3 subordinate officials were immediately crushed to their knees, unable to even get up, let alone speak. Feeling this powerful reiatsu, Hannibal also felt uncomfortable, but her heart was even colder. The original savior, who he trusted in his own wishful thinking, actually wanted to kill himself. She was so sad in her heart that she couldn't help but raised her head, closed her eyes, and stopped resisting. Die or die. He should have died 100 years ago, and the funny thing is that he still lives in disgrace to this day. Aizen didn't say anything, didn't even give a reason why she wanted to kill her, just lifted Zanpakuto and slashed towards Hannibal. Kai. The knife light fell, like a flash of fireworks, and Hannibal seemed to have a kind of relief in his heart, but there seemed to be a kind of regret. Pursue. What are you chasing after? Are you getting stronger step by step just to become stronger than others? Or, to become a superior person, to dominate all things? No, none of these seem to be what I want. So, what are you looking for? What is false? What is the god of death? This doubt was still lingering in her mind. This answer may have to wait until hell to realize it. There was a self-deprecating smile at the corners of her mouth. However, a voice suddenly came from the ear, very familiar. It seemed to be the voice that he wanted to kill day and night. Hee, my woman, do you dare to kill me too? There was domineering in the gentleness, and a trace of anger in the gentleness. Hannibal opened his eyes, and when he entered his eyes, there was the broken golden hair, just like himself. Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Naruto stretched out his hand and held the Zanpakuto that Aizen slashed, stalemate with each other. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, you really have become so strong. A look of surprise flashed in Aizen's eyes, and she said with some fear. Naruto's sudden appearance made Aizen feel both apprehensive and excited. What I am afraid of is his strength, which has grown to such a degree in the past 100 years that even he can clearly see the speed at which he flashed in from outside the Void Night Palace. And the excitement was because the experimental body he had dreamed of had returned. Regarding his experiment, it can finally continue. Naruto smiled faintly, he dodged directly, and got close to Aizen's body, at the same time Zanpakuto was unsheathed at his waist. Swish. Clanging sound was heard, and Aizen suddenly pulled back Zanpakuto in front of him and struck Naruto's Zanpakuto. In an instant, an invisible wave of spiritual pressure rushed towards the surroundings. All the broken faces around couldn't help but change their expressions. Those with weak strength were directly knocked to the ground and couldn't get up. So strong. Everyone looked at Naruto and couldn't help thinking like this. Especially the number 2 Ten Blades Balagang. He had already played against Naruto before, and the two sides were still tied at that time. I didn't expect the current Naruto's strength to be so terrifying. Compared to the shock of the 10 blades, Aizen also frowned. Naruto's strength was much stronger than him when he broke out 100 years ago. After returning, he also practiced hard for a long time. During this period, he continued to use various methods to improve his strength. He thought that he could completely suppress Naruto. His strength is stronger than imagined. Naruto's attack was unsuccessful. Feeling the strength of Aizen's strength, he couldn't help laughing. Come on. Let's fight. Let me see how much strength I have. He is not afraid of Aizen now. The evolution of his mind and the understanding of D's solution have brought his strength to a whole new level. At the beginning, he felt unfathomable Aizen, and now he also wants to fight against it. And killed him. Aizen frowned, and with a wave of his hand, a space suddenly appeared behind him, and the rest of the 10 blades jumped into the space. He smiled lightly. Uzumaki Naruto, your strength is very strong, but now is not the time for us to fight. Let's keep this opportunity. See you next time. Immediately, he also disappeared into the space. Cut, did you run away? You actually hid in a different dimension. Naruto pouted, and he couldn't catch Aizen for the time being, so he could only ignore him for the time being. He can sense that Aizen's strength is already very powerful, and it is not easy for him to defeat him, and if he intends to escape, he really has no way to pursue it. That being the case, it's better to go back first. He turned to look at Hannibal next to him and said, follow me, you are my woman, and no one can take your life in the future. Including yourself. 1081. Complex Heart. Naruto's words kept Hannibal in place. Why did you save me? Because you were my woman. Didn't I say that just now? He asked rhetorically. You. Hannibal looked angry, and wanted to scold something, opened his mouth, but finally turned into a sigh. Okay, come back with me. Naruto said nothing, pulled her up with one hand, swiped in the air with the other, and a crack in the void appeared in front of him. He jumped up and took her into the space. Wait, Lord Hannibal, please don't leave us. At this moment, the three subordinate officers who did not leave with Aizen suddenly shouted. Hannibal's expression was complicated. At this time, she didn't know what to do with herself. She felt the ruthless blow of Aizen, and was rescued by Naruto, the enemy who humiliated her. Her mood at the moment can only be described as complicated. But seeing the three subordinate officers following her own will, she couldn't help but say, bring them along. Naruto glanced at them, but did not close the void crack. The three were overjoyed, and immediately jumped in. However, they were still a little afraid of Naruto, following Hannibal and keeping a certain distance from Naruto. The next moment, a group of people appeared in this world. Naruto said to Hannibal's three subordinate officials, since the three of you are following Hannibal, then you are also following me. Although I will not ask you to do anything in the future, you are not allowed to do anything. Absolutely can't, do you know? Yes, Lord Naruto. After seeing his power, the three of them dared to say no more. Hannibal, don't go back to the virtual circle for the time being, just stay in this world, and I will arrange your accommodation in the past few days. Naruto said to Hannibal, who was in a state of despair. Hannibal nodded slightly. 3 days later. In an ordinary house. The four of Hannibal had already moved in. In 3 days, Hannibal has figured out some things. What have you been after all this time? Since she became Aizen's subordinate, her goal was to help him achieve his goal in return for his life-saving grace, but Aizen's ruthlessness toward herself made her understand that this was just her own wishful thinking. And Uzumaki Naruto, the man who took his body, is also a powerful god of death, but he came to save himself at the last moment. Thinking about it carefully, as the god of death who is opposed to the virtual, it is very rare for him to make such a move. And his sentence, you are my woman, no one can take your life, including yourself, in the future, stayed deep in her heart and became an indelible mark. When she recalled this sentence, she actually found that the things she had always cared about seemed to be very light, and the memories that made her feel ashamed and angry had a feeling of fate. I'm an empty soul, a lost soul, but why do I still feel that my heart is about to beat? Hannibal sat in the room, covering his heart with his hands, and murmured to himself. At this moment, the three subordinate officers came back from outside the house, entered the door, saw Hannibal sitting on the sofa in a daze, and hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Lord Hannibal, what's the matter with you? She regained her senses and said lightly, I'm fine, who are you? I saw that the three of them were carrying various items, clothes, toys, food, and all kinds of new things they had seen in this world. Hoo-hoo, Lord Hannibal, don't be sad, we will always be with you, and you see, this world is not bad, there are many fun things. This dress seems very beautiful. Mila Ross smiled. At this time, Naruto suddenly walked in from outside the door, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the three girls holding various things in their hands. Where did you get these things? He asked, frowning. We bought it. Sun bowed his head. Yes, we bought it with money. Apache also said. Hey, the three of you back down, don't do this kind of sneaky thing in the future. At this time, Hannibal said aloud. Her words immediately embarrassed the three of them. They glanced at Naruto cautiously, and then went back to their rooms. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not being able to discipline them. She suddenly stood up and apologized to Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment, then waved his hand and said, forget it, I know they have just come to the world, and it's okay to do something unethical. I'm here to see you today. Halibel heard the words and said expressionlessly, "What do I do? I'm just your captive. Now I'm homeless, you can do whatever you want." "You are wrong, I said that you are my woman, so I won't turn a blind eye to you, although I lost consciousness that day, but since we are already like that, I will never abandon you," Naruto said to her. "Then abandon me." "No, I'm not yours, I'm just a phantom, you are the god of death, we are enemies, that's all, I've long forgotten about that." Halibel turned his head. "Do not look at him," said. Naruto is helpless. This woman's concept is really persistent, it is simply not worth it. "Forget it, just stay here first. You're right about one thing, you're a phantom, and you will become the target of other gods of death in this world, so I'm going to make a righteous Mukuro for you these few days. It can let you integrate into people's lives." After Naruto finished speaking, he opened the door and left. Yi Mukuro, incorporated into people's lives. Halibel stared at Naruto's departing back, and couldn't help being dazed. At this time, the three subordinate officials came out of the room, and they couldn't help complaining, "Damn Uzumaki Naruto, it's so abominable to keep us locked in this world. Yes, we must find a way to defeat him. Regain our freedom. But back to the virtual circle, we are dead ends. Come on, it's that damn bastard Aizen. Yes, I wish Uzumaki Naruto and Aizen both died. All dead, all dead." They stamped their feet angrily. However, after being angry for a long time, Muraro sighed helplessly, "Forget it, this is still too far for us, let's watch TV first, I found this thing in this world very interesting." 1082, Naruto's change. From the second day, Naruto started the production of Yoshimukuro. Moreover, he also found out that Feijun has never used a righteous Mukuro in the past 100 years, but Tenten is practicing in the base, so he also made a pair for her by the way. This was done because Naruto wanted to move out of the Urahara store base in a few days and find another house nearby. After all, although the base is good, it belongs to Urahara Kazuki after all. In the future, he and Heijun will also be integrated into human life. They will move out of that place temporarily and have a new home. However, Naruto still has to ask Urahara Nishijo about the production of the righteous Mukuro by Halibel and the others. After all, although Shu and Shinigami are two different directions of soul evolution in his opinion, there are also differences between them. And Halibel and her three subordinate officials came to the world to become Naruto's subordinates, so Urahara Kazuki had to know, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Yi was slightly dissatisfied, a little unhappy that he wanted to move out. A day passed, and Naruto finally finished Yoshimukuro. That night, after a busy day, he walked out of the base's laboratory and happened to see Yi standing outside the corridor with his eyes closed. "Naruto, are you finally done?" Yi said after Naruto appeared. Naruto stepped forward and nodded. "It's all done, by the way, shouldn't you also want a pair?" "I don't need it anymore." Yi smiled slightly, and her figure suddenly changed. After the light flashed, she turned into a black cat. She jumped on Naruto's shoulder and said in her original voice, "I can be like this." Naruto couldn't help but stare at her body and exclaimed in admiration, "It's a good technique. Through transformation, you can directly transform the spiritual body into something that ordinary people can see. Is this a technique you developed for Yaiki?" "Of course." The black cat jumped and immediately changed back to her original appearance, with a smile on her face. "I have decided, since you want to integrate into human life, then I will leave with you. Here, how about I move to your place in the future?" Yi, are you serious? Do I look like I'm lying to you? Okay, then I'm very welcome. Naruto also laughed. HMPH, that's not what you think in your heart, right? Yi snorted suddenly and glared at him. "I've heard about you and her from Feijun long ago, what if I went there? Didn't it bother you?" "Ah, so you already know." Naruto couldn't help feeling slightly embarrassed. "It's been 100 years since I practiced together with Feijun Tenten, can you not know? You bastard actually did that kind of thing with Feijun without telling me, do you know how angry I was at that time? Naruto was speechless. Of course he knew in his heart Yi Pair's feelings for him, and he also had a special idea for him, but how could there be a woman in this world who wasn't jealous? Seeing Yi Yi's face full of grievance and resentment at this moment, he stepped forward and gently embraced her in his arms. However, Yi Yi snorted softly, and the figure disappeared in front of him in a flash. Shunbu. Was only one sentence left in the air. After taking advantage of Faye, do you want to take advantage of me? It's not that easy. Let's talk about it when you have the ability to catch up with me. Naruto smiled bitterly, but his heart lit up again. Wasn't Yi Yi implying himself to go down the stairs by saying this? As long as she catches up to her, she can let herself take advantage. As soon as his thoughts changed, Naruto smiled happily again, and immediately, he also disappeared in place. The next moment, there was a sudden exclamation in the air, "Hey! How did you find me? And it's so fast. Even I can't escape." Hee, over the past 100 years, my progress has not been trivial, and now I have completely surpassed you. I saw Naruto wrapping Yi Yi's waist with one hand, and slowly falling from the air. Yi Yi leaned against his arms, his small mouth opened slightly, with a surprised look on his face. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. Yi Yi always thought that he had made great progress in the past 100 years, but he didn't expect his growth to be even more terrifying. The speed just now was beyond her reach. Have I caught you now? Naruto lowered his head, looked at Yi Yi and smiled. Looking at his smiling eyes, Yi Yi couldn't help turning a Yuhi face, and spit softly, "You're amazing." Naruto laughed and suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the face. "Then I'll take advantage of it." A strong masculine breath rushed towards his face. Yi Yi froze in place, looking at his eyes with wide eyes. The strange feeling on her lips made her heart beat suddenly and violently. This guy Naruto actually kissed himself. Yi Yi was surprised and delighted. In fact, if it was the previous Naruto, it would be very difficult for him to make such an initiative to kiss Yaiki. Even if he knew that Yaiki liked him, he also liked Yaiki. However, in the past 100 years, the evolution of his mind has allowed him to see his true heart more clearly while overcoming his own desires. Like is like, feel is feeling, want to kiss her, kiss her. He no longer suppresses his heart and feelings, no longer just passively bears the girl's likes, and sometimes he also takes the initiative to attack. This is a little change after integrating his own desires, and for him, it is also the biggest change. Therefore, knowing that Yi Yi likes him and he likes her, he no longer suppresses his feelings. Since he likes it, he must release it. After kissing Yi Yi, Naruto let go of her tender body, smiled and walked away. Next, he will take Yi Mukuro to the Four of Halibal. Moreover, they are still very unclear about some of the rules and habits of this world, and they have to explain it to them within the past few days. Of course, before that, Naruto had let Hyjin put on the righteous Mukuro, and asked her to help with the next residence. Looking at the back of Naruto leaving, Yi Yi was slightly dazed. She reached out and touched her soft lips and muttered to herself, "Naruto, it seems that you have become my ideal man." 1083. The conspiracy begins. Is this the righteous Mukuro? It's so realistic. Inside the room, 3 of Halibal's subordinate officers replaced the righteous Mukuro given by Naruto, exclaiming in amazement. "Yeah, I feel like I really have a body. Well, but I always feel a little weird in my heart." The 3 of them felt the feeling of their souls entering Yoshimukuro there. Naruto is talking to Halibal. Now your Reiatsu can be concealed to the greatest extent, and this Mukuro is wearing a Reiatsu blocking jacket, which can achieve double protection. I see. Halibal nodded lightly, his face calm. Naruto also instructed, in the future, in your actions in this world, try not to use spiritual power on ordinary people. If I find out that any of you has hurt ordinary people with spiritual power, I will definitely punish you. Of course, if the other party really provokes you, it doesn't matter, but you can't kill people casually, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Here are the laws of the world. You can take a look at them. If you don't violate the law, you can act freely and fight for it. Be an ordinary person. Yeah, Hannibal nodded yes. Her 3 subordinate officials are also respectful and respectful. Okay, I'll tell you later about the other things to pay attention to. I'll find a house nearby to live in these 2 days. You can come to me if you have anything in the future. I'll go first. Naruto finished speaking, turned around and left the house. Yes. After Naruto left, the 3 subordinate officials shouted dissatisfiedly, Uzumaki Naruto is really annoying. Like an old man. It's really annoying. Lord Hannibal, since he said that we can move freely, we will stay away from him in the future. The world is so big, as long as you leave his sight, you will be free in the future. Hannibal frowned slightly when he heard the words. If you want to go, you can go by yourself, I want to live here temporarily. Why is that? No reason, he saved my life from Aizen, so I owe him a favor, so I can't leave for the time being. Well, then we'll listen to you. The 3 of them could only nod in disappointment when they heard this. In this way, the 3 of Hannibal lived in Kakuzako and lived like ordinary people. However, because they usually have to use funds for their daily activities, they have to make money, but Naruto didn't give them money at all, so after thinking for a long time, without violating the laws of the world, Hannibals 3 subordinate officers had no choice but to look for work. A few days later, in a luxurious villa, Naruto tutted in admiration. Feijun, your work efficiency is still very good. S face was filled with Yuhi's compliments, and she said softly with joy in her heart, as long as you like it, Naruto-sama, it's all thanks to Captain Urahara. Well, of course I like it very much. This house is quite big, and there are a lot of rooms. The surrounding environment is not bad. Naruto put his arms around her shoulders and visited the villa that Jin had built. In the present world, it takes a lot of money to buy such a villa, and it is not something that can be bought with money in this empty town. However, fortunately, Urahara had been developing in the world for 100 years before. Although he has been low-key, he has accumulated a little bit of accumulation and background. With his relationship and funds, it is still very simple to get a villa. Well, in that case, let's stay here. Naruto suddenly hugged Feijun's delicate body sideways, making her cry out in surprise. Lord Naruto, what are you doing? She shyly said Yuhi's face, her voice soft as a mosquito. Hey, what do you say I want to do? Naruto broke into the room, threw her on the big bed, separated her thighs, and just about to enter, suddenly frowned. No, Feijun, you are still wearing Mukuro, take it off. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on her body, and Feijun's spiritual body appeared in front of her. She shied Yuhi and looked at Naruto with beautiful eyes like water. I always feel weird when I get on the righteous Mukuro that I made myself, it's better like this. Naruto smiled, and his body pressed down. Naruto-sama, Feijun raised her head and groaned, her face covered with a dazed Yuhi. The body that had been empty for 100 years was finally satisfied at this moment. A battle of the intestines continued directly into the afternoon. Feijun was lying on his chest weakly. Lord Naruto, I'm so happy, Lord Naruto is back with me again. She murmured, her body was still trembling slightly in the afterglow of the high tide, and the snow-white delicate skin was covered with bursts of tempting Yuhi halo. Well, 100 years has really made you wait. Naruto felt pity for letting a girl who had just experienced a woman's happiness wait for her for 100 years. In the past 100 years, she was immersed in all day long. Naruto felt guilty for numbing himself during cultivation, this inner torment and pain. In the future, I will have to compensate Feijun a lot. And at this time, in the Soul Realm. After Aizen took the shamans to avoid Naruto's attack, he has now returned to the 5th division. As the captain, he has known almost everything about the entire Jingling court in the past 100 years. The only thing he cares about now is the Uzumaki Naruto who came out of nowhere. However, at this time, in his secret laboratory, Silver, who had also become captains, were beside him, looking at the rows of instruments in front of him. Lord Eisen, the experiment has been successful. Zubai has been successfully created. Toxian wanted to say. Well, very good, let's prepare for the next experiment. Test, location, Kakuzako. Eisen smiled faintly. Ichimaru Silver was slightly surprised. But Eisen-sama, there is Naruto Uzumaki there. Is it okay to put such an important test item there? Hehe, Silver, don't forget, Uzumaki Naruto is also my test object, but his strength is relatively strong. Eisen said to Ichimaru Silver with a clear heart. Well, it looks like Eisen-sama, what are your plans? Ichimaru Silver laughed. Let's wait and see, Uzumaki Naruto is no match for me. Eisen's eyes shone brightly. 1084. False white comes. It was raining continuously. The weather changes as soon as it changes. Yesterday was a sunny day, but today it has become like this. In the villa, Naruto and Higen had just finished lunch and were watching TV and chatting leisurely. Yi said that she was going to move in tomorrow, and Faye really agreed with her. For 100 years, if Yi hadn't been with her all the time, I'm afraid she would have already collapsed, so for Faye Jen, Yi is also her someone to thank. However, because Yi was about to move in, Faye-jun decided that she could no longer share a room with Naruto. After all, she was too embarrassed to have that kind of thing happen to Naruto in front of Yi. When she brought this up, Naruto shook his head nonchalantly. What does it matter? Didn't Yi already know about our relationship? Well, Naruto-sama, that said, but, I always feel so shy. She said, covering her cheek with Yuhi. She felt that it was impolite to act like Naruto in front of Lord Yi, and, most importantly, she also knew that Lord Yi liked Naruto, so she couldn't do it like that. Stimulate the night a grown man. Seeing that she insisted on doing this, Naruto had no choice but to agree, but it was nothing, anyway, as long as he thought about it, he could just sneak into Faye-jun's room directly. As for Yi, of course, he had to find an opportunity to eat her. In the past 100 years, the many benefits brought by the evolution of the mind still have to be explored for a while, and the next time will be to study and understand one's own power, while relaxing and entertaining. Naruto thought so. Outside the window, it was still raining. Suddenly, there was an unusually large spiritual pressure in the air, and the two who were chatting couldn't help but be startled, and then Naruto's expression became solemn. A powerful guy has appeared. He and Faye-jun looked at each other with surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Faye-jun, you stay at home, I'll take a look. After that, Naruto stood up immediately and said to her. Lord Naruto, I'm going too. Faye-jun shouted. Just don't go, just wait for me at home, darling. Naruto shook his head firmly, and said to her in a soft tone. Well, Faye-jun bowed her head and agreed, although her face was a little disappointed, but her heart was very warm. Naruto-sama was caring about himself, afraid of getting hurt. At the same time, Kakuzako, in another villa. A girl with orange hair looked worried. What's wrong? Really this is, another Sven man with glasses came over and asked. Xiaolong, don't you feel it? There is a very powerful ghost there. The girl is the real D. If Naruto is here, you will be surprised, because this is the mother of the protagonist in the original book, Kurosaki really D. She is the last member of the Kurosaki family. As an orphan, she was adopted as a prospective daughter-in-law by the Ishida family, who are also pure-blooded Quincy family members. At this time, the young man wearing glasses was Ishida Ryujin, the father of Ishida Yulong in the original book. That is, the real D's fiancé at this time. However, although Gen D was adopted by the Ishida family, she did not like Ishida Longshuan, and her relationship with him was at best a friendship. And Longzan did not force it, and maintained this relationship. Hearing Gen D's words, Longzan nodded. I feel it, but it is a very powerful emptiness, and it has its own death to deal with. However, with that level of emptiness, ordinary death gods can't deal with it. I have to go and help. Gen-D retorted. She has a full sense of justice. Even if the Quincy and the god of death are opposites in history, she will not care. Hearing her say this, Long Zhan was also very helpless, shaking his head secretly. At this time, a middle-aged woman came downstairs with a serious face, looked at Gen-D and said, Gen-D, you are not allowed to help. You are a Quincy, a pure-blooded Quincy, as a black the last person in the Chi family. What you have to do is to protect your own blood. If anything happens, your entire family will be destroyed by your hands. Quote. These words, Gen-D naturally heard countless times. She helplessly curled her lips, her face struggling. The middle-aged woman is Long Zhan's mother, and the person who has the most say in the family except Long Zhan's father. Under normal circumstances, Gen-D will not go against her will, even if she wants her to marry Long Zhan in the future. She also recognized it, but this time, she felt that if she refused to save others, she would completely violate her own principles. Although she usually does not go against the wishes of her elders, when it comes to principles, she must insist on herself this time. However, if she said to go now, she would definitely be stopped, so she thought of a way to temporarily nod her head and pretend to be obedient. Well, then do as you wish. Seeing that she finally compromised, Long Zhan's mother nodded with satisfaction, and asked Long Zhan to be optimistic about Gen-D, then turned around and went back to other things. The top of a high-rise building in Kakuzako. Several Death God team members who came to investigate were looking around in horror, and there were several companions beside them who fell in a pool of blood. What should I do? What should I do? That virtual is too powerful. We can't even capture his movements. Again, hold on for a while, the support from the Soul Society is coming soon. Damn, I can't even see the shadow of the enemy. If we don't come to support, we will all die. The surroundings were still cloudy and rainy, and no shadows could be seen, but there was a huge and depressing breath in the air, making people almost breathless. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared here. Ah, it's Captain Yixin of the 10th Division. The 10th Division's feather-knit uniform, tall figure, and square face, is the former vice-captain of Naruto, Zibo Yixin. Now, 100 years have passed, and his strength has grown rapidly. After Naruto left, he successfully became the captain after he realized the understanding. And this time, he immediately came to support the investigation after he got the news of the change in the world. His eyes looked in a certain direction ahead, and at a glance he could see where the enemy was hiding. Swish. The next moment, the figure of the other party suddenly appeared in front of him through the continuous rain. The violent attack came with a bang. 1085, Kurosaki Ma-di. Kai. During the battle, Zibo Ishin suddenly saw a sword light behind him, and blood splashed, staining his captain's robe. Who is it? Who is attacking? Zibo Yixin suddenly shouted, his face full of astonishment. He dodged to the top of the tall building, clutching the wound on his back and gasping for breath. At that moment, someone was definitely attacking from behind, and it was the attack of the god of death. Damn, Zibo was shocked and furious. Unexpectedly, in addition to this strange phantom in front of him, there are other guys hidden beside him. A traitor in death. He didn't see the opponent's figure clearly at all, even if it was a sneak attack, that kind of strength was definitely above his own. Roar. At this time, Shubai attacked him again. Bites Kiba to bring up Zanpakugo, and after Shikai, fights him. It's a pity that the opponent is really too strong. This virtual ghost mixed with the breath of the god of death is completely familiar with the fighting style of the god of death, as well as the fighting skills of the god of death, and his attacks are also very changeable. He glanced at the fallen teammates around him, anxious in his heart. This virtual can also judge the level of spiritual pressure, so as to make a choice. Just directly rushed towards the few people with low spiritual pressure just now, all of a sudden killed several players. At this moment, Naruto was hiding and watching everything in the field. Zibo Yixin didn't see the person who attacked just now, but he saw it clearly. Although the guy tried his best to cover it up and changed his clothes, the faint breath that was exuding was exactly Aizen. Seeing that Zeebo Yixin was almost unable to hold on, Naruto rushed out. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the ground, a girl with orange hair. I saw her stretch out her hands, and a spiritual bow and arrow appeared in her palm. With a swoosh, the spiritual arrow flew towards the void in the air. Not good. Naruto hurriedly accelerated, appeared in front of the bullhead in an instant, and yelled at her, "Hurry back." Since the previous Naruto didn't watch this part of the plot when he was traveling, he didn't know what was going on now. Seeing Aizen appear at this time, he immediately rushed out, just wanting to stop the big virtual. But he saw Aizen's knife light suddenly appear from the side, blocking his way. At this time, his whole body was shrouded in a shadow, and under the shroud of the heavy rain, people could not see his figure clearly, and the momentum on his body was also looming, making it difficult to judge. This guy has done a good job of keeping secrets. Naruto snorted coldly, since this guy jumped out to stop him, let him be exposed. However, just as Naruto was about to make a move, he saw a barrier rising up around the two, completely separating the place from the outside. Cut, it looks like you were ready. Aizen, Naruto snorted coldly. Use the barrier to cover up his whereabouts, so that even if there is a battle here, Kurosaki Isshin from the outside will not be aware of his identity. Uzumaki Naruto, you are not allowed to sabotage this experiment. Aizen smiled faintly. Stop talking nonsense, do you think this barrier can stop me? Naruto flashed and appeared in front of Aizen in an instant. Aizen raised a knife and faced Naruto's attack with a solemn expression. Although I can't stop you, just delaying for a while is enough. Who is that guy just now? Kurosaki Madi couldn't help but be stunned, but when he looked closely, he found that his figure had disappeared in the heavy rain, and a spiritual barrier completely surrounded him. Shiba Isshin was equally astonished, because the voice sounded a little familiar. It seemed to be Captain Uzumaki Naruto when he was the vice captain 100 years ago. Is it him? He even thought that the fleeting figure and voice just now were probably an illusion. Has the man who had disappeared for 100 years reappeared? It made him unbelievable. However, the situation in front of him could no longer allow him to think about it. Because at this time, the bullhead was attracted by Gen D's spiritual arrow, turned his head and stared at her coldly. Yo, monster, come. Really D is not to be outdone. Swish. The next moment, Shubai appeared directly in front of her, so fast that people couldn't react. Gen D was also stunned by the speed, and didn't react for a while. Kai. With a mouth, Mewtwo ruthlessly bit Gen D's shoulder, and the donated blood spurted out. Gen D groaned in pain, but she reached out and grabbed the other's head. Grab you, she said with a cold sweat on her forehead, pretending to be relaxed. In her other hand, a strong spiritual light flashed. Boom. With a loud bang, Niu Taoshu was directly blown to pieces by her spiritual pressure. What? Was killed? Zeebo Yixin was also taken aback by this scene, and he was stunned. At this moment, the barrier shattered with a bang, and Naruto's figure appeared in midair. Due to Aizen's blocking, he had to meet him in the battle. He fought with him for several rounds in an instant. When Aizen suddenly left and disappeared, he realized that it was not good. The girl's body was covered in blood. Damn, Naruto scolded secretly. Damn Aizen, is the purpose of holding him back just to let that Shu complete the attack? This guy, the conspiracy calculation is really in place. He looked at Zeebo Yixin, and before he had time to speak to him, he immediately appeared next to the girl in a flash, picked her up by the waist, and disappeared into the rain in a flash. At this time, Zeebo Yixin finally saw Naruto's figure clearly, and his expression was excited. Yes, it's Captain Naruto. It's really him. I didn't expect him to appear again. At this time, Naruto didn't care how Zeebo would react when he saw him. He only knew that the girl in his arms was in danger. Hey, Who are you? Put me down. Kurosaki Madi was hugged by a strange man, and a strong manly breath came, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He reached out and pushed him, but he couldn't shake it. Don't move, you have been poisoned, I have to treat you quickly. Naruto said with a serious face, and at the same time, he stepped back and accelerated. No, I think I'm fine. It's just an ordinary minor injury. Just go home and bandage it yourself. She resisted. 1086. True D's wound. Naruto could see that something was wrong with that ghost at a glance. From that body, he felt a similar aura to the ghost that attacked him 100 years ago. However, compared to 100 years ago, this ghost was even more dangerous. Although the girl in front of her looked familiar, Naruto didn't think carefully about who she was. He was concerned about her injuries at this time. The virtual body seems to be filled with a kind of toxin. Unlike ordinary virtual, this virtual toxin is more like a counterattack before death. Its powerful aura can even be used by the current Naruto. Perceived in the body. In her blood, there is an evil toxin and power flowing. This is the phantom toxin. However, the girl didn't seem to notice, and even thought it was just an ordinary minor injury. Seeing her resistance, Naruto ignored her struggle and returned to his villa as quickly as possible. At this time, Feijen hurriedly came out. Lord Naruto, who is this? My name is Kurosaki Madi, where is this place? The girl in her arms saw Heijin's introduction. A beautiful girl would always make people feel good, but she had some belief that Naruto was treating her for her. Naruto was taken aback when he heard the name. Is it true, Kurosaki? Your injury needs to be dealt with. He really didn't ask her what the hell was going on. Seeing Naruto holding her back with an urgent look on her face, she hurried to get it out of the medicine cabinet. Naruto asked Gendi to sit on the chair, and asked Heijen to treat her wound. Why did you save me? Gendi asked while receiving the wound treatment. If you want to save it, you can save it. It doesn't need any reason, right? Naruto laughed. What's more, the appearance of that phantom was done by one of my enemies, and it is a matter of course to save you. Well, thank you then. What's your name? Gendi said thanks aloud. At this time, Feijen had already helped her to bandage the wound. Although the wound was still very painful, the injury was already under control. Down. Uzumaki Naruto. In that case, let's start healing. Isn't the wound already treated? Gendi couldn't help but be taken aback. Naruto shook his head. Then the outer wound at this time, your body is now occupied by the virtual toxin, and it must be removed. A pause, Naruto said again. Besides, you are a Quincy, right? Illusory toxins are the most deadly to a Quincy. Don't look like you seem to be okay now. You will appear soon. Uncomfortable reaction, don't you, as a quencher, not aware of this? Gendi lowered his head and said silently, but it's always bad to trouble you. I can go back and find a way to treat it. Speaking of which, as a Quincy master, it is strictly forbidden to have anything to do with the god of death. Naruto is the god of death. As a Quincy master, although she doesn't care much about such regulations, if Longzon's mother finds out, surely there will be a lot of scolding, right? As she was thinking so, the door of the villa was suddenly knocked. Feijen hurriedly stepped forward to open the door. The door opened, and she was slightly taken aback. I saw 3 figures standing there holding umbrellas at the door, with serious expressions on their faces. It was Ishida Ryujin and his mother, as well as their housemaid. Excuse me, is Kurosaki Mayor here? Longzon's mother asked aloud. Yes, who are you? Feijen asked in confusion. We are her family, Longzon's mother said. We are here to pick her up. Oh, so that's how it is. Then please come in first. She was injured a little bit, and Lord Naruto is about to treat her. However, Longzon's mother frowned, but said lightly, no, we won't come in, let Gendi come out. Since she is injured, we will take care of her. Fei was speechless. At this time, Naruto and Shinji came over. Xiaolong, why are you here? Zhendi looked surprised, with a hint of panic in his expression. She was strictly forbidden to go out before, but she ran away secretly. Now that she was injured and found by her family, she would definitely be scolded. Seeing the wound on her shoulder, Longzhan looked worried, and said with concern, Really Di, are you alright? I'm fine, Zhendi replied with a smile. She looked carefully at Longzhan's mother. Longzhan's mother snorted angrily, You still say it's okay. You were injured by Shu, and your Quincy bloodline has been tainted. Why don't you come back quickly? Zhendi lowered her head, knowing that she violated the rules. She could only helplessly walk to the door. At this time, Naruto frowned and said, Do you have a way to cure the toxin of emptiness in her body? Are you the god of death? Longzhan's mother gave him a disgusted look and said lightly, You don't need to worry about it, the Quincy has his own treatment methods. After speaking, Longzhan's mother pulled up Zhendi and left. Zhendi looked back at Naruto and could only leave. Really? I didn't expect the Quincy clan to be involved. Naruto sighed. Kurosaki Madi was originally supposed to be with Shiba, but now it seems that the plot has been completely disrupted. Naruto felt a little complicated for a while. Forget it, no matter what the plot is, as long as he goes according to his own wishes, he murmured. At this time, Longzhan and others who had just left were walking home with Zhendi. At this moment, Zhendi suddenly groaned, and fell on Longzhan's mother as soon as he tilted his body. Really Di, Longzhan couldn't help exclaiming. The poison of emptiness in her body broke out. Longzhan's mother frowned. Then what should I do? Now there is no time to perform the Quincy healing technique. If this continues, her soul will vanish. Longzhan was anxious. Longzhan's mother also frowned. Just now, in front of the two gods of death, Naruto and Feijun, in order to maintain the face of the Quincy, she was honest. Even if Zhendi received their favor, she would never let her. She continued to receive treatment. But now, the toxin of Trudy is attacking too fast, and it is almost too late to rescue, and can only wait for death. Seeing Zhendi's pained face, Longzhan felt very nervous in his heart. Just then, Naruto's voice came from behind. Let me save her. 1087, Treatment. Do you have a way to save her? At this time, Longzhan could no longer care about the relationship between Quincy and the god of death. He seemed to have caught a life-saving straw, grabbing Naruto's shoulder and shouting. Xiaolong, calm down. Longzhan's mother grabbed him. Naruto said lightly, There is a way, but I'm not sure if I can really save her. Xiaolong, let's go back. Quincy must be rescued by the god of death. Longzhan's mother said lightly. No, I have to save her, she is my fiancée. Longzhan, who had always been obedient in the past, disobeyed his mother's order this time. Longzhan's mother was furious, but the expression on her face changed several times, and in the end she could only sigh. Naruto saw that they really seemed to have made a decision, nodded and said, Come to me first. In the villa, Feijun makes tea for everyone. Naruto told them about Zhendi's current injury. The power of the phantom is very strong. Before he finally died, he injected all the power into the body of the real D now. With the power of the real D quencher, he can no longer eliminate this toxin by himself. The god of death and the Quincy are the forces that overcome each other, and the human beings and the void are also forces that overcome each other. And now Zhendi's body resides in the Quincy and the power of the void. The original balance of the soul is destroyed by the addition of the power of the void, and the soul will be annihilated. That is the so-called soul suicide. Soul suicide. Isn't she sure she's dead? It's true. Right now, the two forces in Zhendi's body have fallen into chaos and rampage. If they are not restrained, they will eventually die. However, now I can heal her with my power. Why can you? Longzhan asked in confusion. My current state is not pure death, but half death and half human. The power I have is exactly the opposite of the two powers in Zhendi's body, that is to say, I can use my power to contain her power. In my suppressed state, let the true D restore the balance of the soul on its own. However, this is a very long period of time, and it cannot be cured in a while. Naruto said. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Long Zan immediately made a decision. Well, I'll give her a treatment first. Naruto closed his eyes in front of him, put his hand on Gendi's forehead, and a spiritual power slowly penetrated into her body. Long Zan looked at Naruto anxiously. At this time, the inside of True D's body. The soul wandering in the abyss of darkness and fear is looking for an exit with a helpless face. This is like when the first generation of Mebus was blurred, feeling the dark space in front of him. Even the always optimistic and lively Gendi is desperate. Hey, it looks like she's really going to die. She murmured. In this life, her life was almost completely restrained by her family. She became Long Zan's fiancé, and she was supported like a canary in a cage since she was a child. It is only for the future generations of the Quincy family when he grows up. Of course, she didn't like this kind of life. Although Long Zan was nice, she didn't like him. It was such a painful thing to marry a man she didn't like. She also longs for free love and free marriage, but unfortunately, all of this will no longer be possible in the future. Because it's going to die now. She closed her eyes and waited for the boundless darkness to devour her. At this moment, a gap was torn open in the dark space, and a dazzling light entered the space, which stimulated her to open her eyes in surprise. Into the eye is a tall man, blonde hair, smiling. Is it Uzumaki Naruto? Is that you again? Why did you come here? Are you dying too? Gendi said. Naruto didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can you die? I'm here to save you. Save me. Gendi couldn't help stunned. Yeah, come with me, I'll take you out of here. Naruto stretched out his hand to her and smiled. Really, is it possible? Really D is still a little incredible. He actually came to save himself, at this desperate moment, not Long Zan, not Long Zan's mother, nor anyone else, but this only a guy who has a relationship. She stared blankly at Naruto's sunny smile, as if seeing the hope of life. The next moment, she finally stretched out her jade hand and nodded. As soon as Naruto grasped it, he saw that the state of her soul was naked at the moment, and her slender body was completely displayed in front of him, and he said slightly embarrassedly, "Why are you naked?" I don't know either. Yuhi said, "Can you really take me out?" Of course, if I can't do it, I won't come in. Naruto pulled her hard, pulling her whole body into his arms. The white, tender and smooth body is naked, and it seems to exude a bright light. Naruto hugged her, and a strong light Jinchuriki column radiated from his body, soaring into the sky, tearing apart the boundless darkness. Gradually, the two figures disappeared into the darkness. Outside world. Naruto opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. Lord Naruto, how's it going? Fei-Gen asked with concern. Long Zan also looked at him nervously. It's alright, the first treatment was successful, and it will get better and better in the future. Naruto smiled slightly. At this time, Gendi also slowly opened his beautiful eyes. She seemed to be still immersed in a kind of trance-like spirit. After she opened her eyes and saw Naruto, she finally remembered that she was about to die because of the poison, and it was he who saved her. Thinking of how her soul was naked in front of him, she couldn't help but slap Yuhi. How is it? Really D, how do you feel now? Long Zan saw her face turning Yuhi, and thought it was her situation that happened again and again. Xiaolong, I'm fine, thanks to Naruto. She turned to look at Naruto and said gratefully, "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto waved his hand. "You're welcome, it's just a matter of raising your hand." For him, the treatment of Gendi is different from the treatment of Mebus, Hirako Mako and others, and it takes a little more time, but it is understandable. Judging from the process of his treatment just now, he has full confidence that he can treat her. Cured. 1088. Naruto's ability. Oh, by the way, in the future, as long as Gen D comes over for treatment once a day, it will be fine, but when it will heal, it depends on when she can balance her soul. In the end, I'm just a guide. After the treatment, Naruto said again. Do you need treatment every day? Long Zan was a little dissatisfied with this, and frowned secretly. After all, it was really uncomfortable to let his fiancée Tenten contact a man, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only agree to this. Afterwards, several people left Naruto's villa. Outside the sky, the rain stopped suddenly. Naruto suddenly thought of going for a walk after the rain. However, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of Naruto's house. Hey, Naruto, I heard that you saved a little girl from the Quincy. The voice came. It was Urahara Kazuki. Why are you here? Naruto asked suspiciously. You always go out for anything. Urahara Kazuki entered the room and said with a smile, I'm just wandering around. By the way, after you rescued the Quincy girl, did you feel that your strength has weakened? The strength is weakened. Naruto shook his head. That's not the case. Is that right? Urahara Kazuki looked around Naruto carefully. He was horrified, and finally said suddenly, that's fine, maybe my guess is wrong, then I'll go back and continue. Researched. After saying that, he flashed away and left. Naruto and Feijun looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. Forget it, leave him alone for now, let's go for a walk. Naruto didn't care about him anymore, dragged Feijun and went out. The air after the rain was extraordinarily refreshing, and Feijun and Naruto walked along the river, feeling this rather peaceful moment. Soul Realm. In blue-dyed laboratory. He frowned slightly when he got the information. Although the Phantom was killed by the Quincy in the experiment, it seems that he has obtained more useful information. Aizen-sama, there was an accident in the experiment, why do you still say that? Ichimaru Silver asked. You don't know. Originally, I wanted to test Shushiro's ability, and let him make Shiba's heart vacillate. I also considered the situation that other factors would interfere in the middle. Uzumaki Naruto is also as I expected, however, it was also held back by me as expected. I really didn't expect that the Quincy girl to kill Shubai. Then Aizen-sama, do you need to do the experiment again? No need. Aizen smiled lightly, brows stretched, and seemed to be very happy, because I discovered a more interesting phenomenon, a secret about Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, what's that? Silver, do you remember another girl experiment 100 years ago? I seem to have an impression. At the beginning, I had made her virtual, and wanted to use her to complete the test of strengthening. I didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to kill and stop that girl's incarnation. Since then, I have begun to take another look at Uzumaki Naruto. This ability is beginning to be interesting. Aizen continued. So far, the blurring experiments have been achieved by relying on my collapse jade. To stop the blurring, you must use the collapse jade, but Uzumaki Naruto has it as a special case that he is able to influence other souls with his own power to achieve the purpose of healing. Quote. Ichimaru Silver was taken aback. I see, isn't Uzumaki Naruto's ability similar to Benyu? Yes, so I'm researching what is the root of his ability. Aizen's eyes flashed with light. Through this experiment, I got information, and he used this ability to cure the Quincy. The injury on the girl's body. And most importantly, he did not rely on Urahara Kazuki's technology to complete the treatment alone. I understand, Aizen-sama, so, Uzumaki Naruto does have the ability to change the soul power of others. Ichimaru Silver was slightly surprised. Isn't this power the same as God? The next day, Naruto was having breakfast with Feijun. Of course, last night was another lingering battle, so that Feijun's face became more and more beautiful and radiant in the past 2 days, which was simply charming. At this moment, a black cat on the windowsill jumped in. She sniffed the dishes on the table and landed on Naruto's shoulders. Master Yi. Feijun stood up in a hurry and said hello to the black cat. Hey, it just so happened that I didn't eat breakfast, let's have it together. The black cat made a pleasant female voice, and then changed into a woman. A slightly dark complexion, Yuhi's long purple hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was wearing a black tight-fitting long dress. Feijun, you are so beautiful today. Yi praised Feijun after taking a look at Feijun. Lowered her head immediately, Yuhi raised her face, and panickedly defended, "Oh, how can it be, Yi is the most beautiful." Yi smiled slightly, and looked at Ming Ren secretly, but when he saw that he was looking at his nose was looking at his heart, and he looked like I didn't know anything, he was instantly angry and funny. This guy must have done a lot of shameful things with Feijun at night. Damn. Although she had a smile on her face, she still thought a little sour in her heart. From today onwards, I'm also moving in, so the three of you can live in harmony in the future. After breakfast, she pointedly looked at Naruto and smiled. Of course. Naruto also laughed. Well, by the way, did you prepare my room for me? It's ready, Feijun said, I'll show you. Well, that's fine. The two went upstairs hand in hand. After a while, the two came downstairs, and Yi looked very satisfied. Not bad, Feijun, the room you prepared for me is big enough, and it's well furnished. It's much better than your own, Yi said as he went downstairs. In fact, what she was satisfied with was not the size of the room, nor how it was arranged, but that she knew that Feijun also had her own room, which meant that the three of them would all have a separate room in the future. Although she already knew about the relationship between Higen and Naruto, she would be quite unbearable if they continued like that after she moved in. But the current situation makes her very satisfied. 1089. Move in. In this way, Yi also lived in. That night, Feijun had to sleep separately from Naruto. When Yi was away, she could occupy Naruto, but since Yi was here, she couldn't continue to do that kind of thing with Naruto. After all, she also knew that Lord Yi liked Lord Naruto. The next day, Yi went to the Urahara base and continued to monitor the movement of Jinglingting. After Naruto and Higen finished their meal, Gendi also arrived as scheduled. Of course she came for treatment. However, Naruto saw that she was carrying a large box in her hand. Really D, who are you? Naruto welcomed her into the door, and moved things in for her, looking at her suspiciously and asked. From today onwards, I will live with you. Gendi suddenly smiled and said to him. Naruto couldn't help but stunned. How could the Ishida family agree to such a thing? Well, I brought it up myself, because I'm about to graduate from high school, and I'm going to college in the future. It just so happens that high school and the college I want to study are not far from your neighborhood, and it's very convenient to go back and forth in the future. So I'll stay here with you. Gendi couldn't help but explain when she saw the doubts on Naruto's face. She looked very happy when she finished. She does have reason to be happy. In Ishida's house, as a prospective daughter-in-law, although she was well taken care of, she was also subject to many constraints, and she could not be free in her life. Through this incident, she finally had a reason to move out. Although the reason for coming out was far-fetched, the family still agreed. After listening to her explanation, although Naruto was still a little puzzled, he could only agree with her to move in. Well, as long as your family agrees, I'm so big here, it's okay if you want to live in, and it will be convenient for me to treat you in the future. Naruto nodded. Feijun learned that Gendi was also going to live in. She immediately went to find a room for her to clean up. After a while, the arrangements for Gendi were completed, and Naruto treated her. Because the toxin in her body has stabilized, Naruto only needs to continue to input his own strength to help her suppress it, so it can be done immediately. In a moment, the treatment is over. Thank you, Naruto. Gendi thanked him, and then said cheerfully, I have to go to class these 2 days, because of the injury, I haven't been there for 2 or 3 days, I'll go first. Well, let's go. Naruto nodded, looking at her cheerfully running out the door, a smile appeared on her face. Sister D is really happy. Feijun couldn't help saying. Yeah, of course it is a joy to leave the family that binds her. Freedom is sometimes more important than the so-called power, family, inheritance. Naruto sighed slightly. Naruto-sama, you are not old yet, why are you feeling like an old man? Feijun covered her mouth and chuckled. Hee, Feijun, you actually made fun of me. Didn't I feel uncomfortable with you like that last night? Naruto grabbed her jade hand and pulled her into his arms. Yeah, Naruto-sama, I'm not, please forgive me. Just as Feijun was about to explain, Naruto grabbed the two peaks in front of her chest and rubbed them wantonly. After a while, the sound of wheezing came from the hall. Soul Realm. Zeebo is suffering from a headache. Because at this time, his vice captain, Matsumoto Ranju, had lost his composure. Captain, I have to go to the world. Go now. There was a mature flavor in the crisp voice. 100 years later. Luanju is no longer the little girl she used to be. At this time, she has grown so much that all female death gods are envious. Under the loose military uniform, her body has grown a lot taller, and she has grown a lot, especially the two majestic mountain peaks in front of her chest, as if they were torn out of her clothes, even the way she usually walks. Shaking all the time. Being called a milk cow by other gods of death. Moreover, in addition to her unusually hot body, she has become more beautiful than 100 years ago, with a delicate melon face, a long orange wavy shawl, and a faint beauty mole on the corner of her mouth. A bit charming. At this time, she was looking at Zeebo Yixin with a firm face and made this request. Ranju, there is no sufficient reason, I can't agree with you to go to the world, you have to be clear about the current identity of Captain Naruto. Zeebo said helplessly. No, I'm still going. Even if I'm punished by the Soul Society, I'll go. I won't give up until I see you. Luanju shouted loudly. The person she wanted to see was naturally Naruto. Speaking of which, over the past 100 years, she has missed Naruto no less than Yi and Feijun. In the letter Naruto left her back then, he explained to her that the reason for his departure must be framed by others, and asked her to stay in the Soul realm as an eyeliner for him, help him understand the situation of the Soul realm, and practice hard to improve. Myself, waiting for myself to come back again in the future. So after seeing the message at that time, she was not too excited, but silently performed according to Naruto's words. However, she later learned the news of Naruto's disappearance, which made her heart tighten. For the next 100 years, she has been paying attention to the news of Naruto, but she has not been able to get any news. Although she had always had confidence in Naruto and had always believed that he would appear again, 100 years was too long for her. She has been waiting for Naruto's news, waiting and waiting, it seems that she is about to despair. However, at this moment, Captain Yixin actually brought back the news of Naruto. How could this make her not excited or excited? So, she didn't care about anything immediately. In order to meet Naruto, even if she was punished, she had to leave the Soul Realm. Hey, if you leave Soul World like this, it will affect the entire 10th division. Ranju, even if you want to see Captain Naruto, you have to wait until you have a chance to go again, right? We already know that anyway. He has appeared in Kakuzumaki in the present world, and I will let my subordinates pay more attention to his movements during the mission. Shiba persuaded her wholeheartedly. When Luanju heard the words, although he couldn't hold back the impulse in his heart, he could only do this for the time being. 1090. Lessons. Since Gendi moved in addition to treating her every day, Naruto spent the rest of his time accompanying Higen, going to Urahara's base for research, cultivating his abilities, and taking time to see Hannibal and the others. Yoichi and Urahara already knew about Hannibal. Moreover, Naruto no longer concealed, and he also truthfully told Yaiki and Higen what he had done to Hannibal. In this regard, Feijun didn't feel anything. Anyway, I can't blame Naruto-sama for this. But at night, I felt a little uncomfortable. Although she can understand that he can't be blamed for this, but she always feels uncomfortable. Naruto, this guy has nothing to do with Feijun. and he actually got into the virtual circle, and he also messed up the virtual. This time, Yi was unhappy. After listening to Naruto's narration, he snorted and left. Naruto smiled bitterly at this, and after Feijun's persuasion, he chased out. At this time, he was looking for Yaiki's breath on the road, but she deliberately hid her Reiatsu, and it was really difficult for Naruto to find her for a while. Time passed little by little, and soon it was dusk. Just as he was about to continue his search, a school suddenly appeared in front. Kazako High School is a public school. Isn't this the real D's class? Naruto pondered slightly. A giggling voice came from the school gate. It looks like school is over. Although Naruto's current strength has reached a very strong point, in this world, his appearance can't be seen at all. Now he has reached the realm of returning to nature. Wearing casual clothes and blonde hair, he looked like a handsome young man. Looking at the students and children who came out of the school, Naruto also somewhat missed the era of reading. Wei sighed for a while, and Naruto continued to look for Yaiki. However, just as he passed the school gate, a crisp voice came from behind him, with a hint of surprise. Naruto, are you here to pick me up? Naruto turned around and saw Kurosaki Madi beckoning to him. A decent school sailor uniform, a pair of beautiful legs in white stockings under a short black skirt, a school bag on her shoulders, shoulder-length orange hair, and a look of joy on her face. She just finished class. Ran over immediately after seeing Naruto. Naruto stopped, looking at her lively and energetic look. He couldn't help smiling slightly, and when she came to the front, he shook his head and said, I just passed by here for a while. Since you are out of class, come with me. Oh, when Jendi heard that he was not here to pick her up, she felt a little inexplicable in her heart, but after listening to him, she asked strangely, what's the matter with you, Naruto? Naruto was slightly embarrassed and said, Yi is gone, and the Reiatsu is hidden. Since you're out of school, help me find it. How could someone so old disappear? Did Naruto make her angry? Jendi immediately got up to 8 trigrams, looked at him and asked. It's not important, you should help me find it first. Naruto wiped his sweat secretly and said quickly. Well, that's alright, Jendi knew when he saw what he said, it must be a bit contradictory, but she didn't say anything, just covered her mouth and smiled. Hey, that guy over there, who are you? At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly came from the school gate. Naruto and Jendi both turned their heads to look. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Jendi's pair of eyebrows immediately wrinkled, a trace of disgust flashed on her face, and whispered to Naruto, let's go, don't worry about this shit. People. What's wrong? Did he bully you? Naruto frowned, feeling unhappy all of a sudden. But if you think about it carefully, it is impossible. True D is a Quincy, how could he be bullied by an ordinary person? No, it's just that this guy has been pestering me, and it's annoying to watch. Jendi was a little overjoyed when he saw Naruto's frown. Oh, it turns out to be a suitor of D, Naruto laughed. At this time, the other party had already come over. He was tall and mighty, his face was handsome, and he looked good, and he also had a few younger brothers by his side, and he was full of aura. Taro Wukawa, what are you trying to do? Jendi looked at him and said angrily. Taro Takakawa smiled. Really D, don't do this. I like you very much, don't always be so impersonal. Really D snorted and ignored him. Speaking of which, Jendi has a beautiful appearance and excellent academic performance. Naturally, there are many suitors in the school. Among them, Taro Takakawa is one, but this guy is usually very lecherous and has played with many female students. Of course, D really hates such people, and every time he sees it, he can't help but act. However, this guy also knows that there is a lot of power behind the real D, so he does not dare to use force. Every time he pursues it very politely, but at the same time, he also rejects any male students who appear next to the real D. Jendi once saw that a boy who came to ask himself a question about his studies was beaten and disabled. After the incident, Genji was naturally very angry and hated him even more. And this time, as soon as Genji got out of school, this guy came out, and when he saw Naruto who was close to her, he immediately stared at Naruto viciously. "Hey, where did this guy come from? Who allowed you to be with Genji? Come here," Taro called with a grim expression, pointing at Naruto's nose. Naruto glanced at him, feeling like he was looking at a clown, and said lightly, "Go away." "Oh, you actually told me to get out. Awesome. Do you know who I am? I'm..." Boom. However, before Naruto could finish his words, he punched him directly in the face. Click. With the sound of broken bones, Taro Wechuan let out a miserable cry, and his body fell backwards, falling to the ground and crying while covering his nose. A punch broke the bridge of his nose. This was due to Naruto trying his best to control his own strength, otherwise, even 10,000 lives would not be enough for this guy to fight. "Listen, don't pester Genji in the future, or I will see you hitting you once." Naruto walked in front of him, ignoring the stunned younger brothers, and snorted coldly. 1091. Conquer Night 1. "Let's go, True D." Naruto took True D's hand and left the school gate directly. Today, Naruto was a little upset because of Yaiki's incident. At this time, a guy just came to the door, and it was not bad to relieve him. Genji took a sympathetic look at Taro Takakawa, nodded, and followed Naruto away, feeling very happy for some reason. So, the two began to look for Yi everywhere. After searching for a while, there was no trace of Yi. At this time, there was a gurgling sound from Genji's stomach, and her jade face gave a slight yuhi. "I'm a little hungry, Naruto." "Then let's have something to eat first, and then look for it after eating." Naruto realized that she hadn't eaten after school, so he couldn't help but apologize, and quickly took her to a restaurant to eat. "Yeah, you're a treat," Genji said with a happy smile. "No problem." After eating, it was getting dark. Naruto wanted to continue searching, but he hadn't treated Genji today, so he had to go home first. After returning to the villa, Genji went back to his room to lie down, closed his eyes, and put Naruto's hand on her forehead, and the spiritual power slowly infiltrated. After a while, Naruto withdrew his hand and smiled. "Okay, after the treatment, you can rest well." "Well, thank you," Genji said gratefully. Naruto shook his head, indicating that you are welcome, and then went out of the room. Genji looked at his back with a warm smile on his face. After coming out, Naruto was about to continue looking for Yi, when Fei-Gen ran over and said to Naruto, "Lord Naruto, Lord Yi has already returned." Back. Naruto couldn't help but stunned. "Yeah, you came back just now when you were healing Genji." Naruto heard the words, nodded, and walked directly to Yi's room. At this time, Yi was in the room, lying on the head of the bed, sulking. In fact, she knew that she should not blame Naruto for anything. After all, it was a last resort. This is just out of a woman's natural jealousy, so she will be very upset. "Yi, I'm in." At this time, Naruto's voice sounded, the door opened, and he walked in directly. "Where have you been all day? Why can't I find you everywhere?" Naruto stepped forward and sat beside her bed, watching her with her eyes closed and ignoring her appearance, feeling helpless and a little funny at the same time. "I didn't expect Yi to be so cute when he was jealous. I just went to the Soul Society to investigate something. It's normal that you can't find me." Yi snorted softly and said in a lukewarm voice. "Are you still angry?" Naruto approached her, grabbed her hand and whispered. Yi opened his eyes and felt his hand being grabbed by him, trembled slightly, struggled, wanted to pull away but couldn't do anything, so he could only let him hold, just curled his lips and said, "I can." Not angry. However, even though she said that, her tone was still sour. Naruto was helpless. He thought for a while, and suddenly smiled. "Okay, then you rest well, I'll go to Halibal to see." Letting go, Naruto got up and left the room. Hey, you bastard! A coquettish shout came from behind, and Yi grabbed him from behind at once. Is this how you come to comfort me? Naruto smiled, turned around, hugged her delicate body, and looked down at her eyes full of anger and grievance. Yaiki, who has always been calm and decisive, with a heroic appearance, will also show such an expression. Naruto couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw it. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. Yi trembled slightly, stretched out his hand and pushed him hard, but did not push him away, and finally gave up resistance. A strange feeling came from the bottom of her heart. Gradually, she had a feeling, and dizzy appeared on her dark skin. For a long time, the lips are divided. Naruto looked down at her and said affectionately, "Tonight, be my woman." Yi didn't speak. Her eyes flickered, her face was covered with dizziness. At this moment, her heart was very complicated. Naruto finally said such words to her, which fulfilled her long-cherished wish. To be his woman. This was undoubtedly what Yi wanted, but there seemed to be something missing. This caused her to hesitate a bit. Seeing her like this, Naruto couldn't help frowning a little. He had reached this level, why didn't Yi agree? Does she still have unwillingness in her heart? Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly grabbed her waist and pushed her down on the bed. Yi let out a soft cry. A strong masculine breath came towards her, and Yi's face turned to Yuhi. "Think, what do you want to do?" She, who was usually calm, suddenly panicked at this moment, struggling slightly. This made Naruto burst into laughter. "Really, Yi, aren't you asking this knowingly?" Naruto pressed on her soft tenderness. But, damn it. Yi turned his head away. Yuhi grimaced, suddenly gave up his resistance, closed his beautiful eyes, his eyelashes trembled slightly. Naruto couldn't help lowering his head, began to kiss her face, reached out and untied her long purple ponytail hair, which was scattered. A feeling of Ren-kun picking hits me. Naruto's heartbeat accelerated. Yi was always a strong woman, but when she got to bed, she was so passive. He peeled off her clothes little by little, revealing the dark but delicate and smooth skin inside. Her body is flawless, and her whole body is full of a feeling of fullness and power, but it is not lacking in softness and delicacy, with a combination of rigidity and softness. The next moment, Naruto grabbed her elastic slender legs, sank, and entered deeply. Yi frowned, bit Silver Kiba tightly, opened his beautiful eyes and looked at Naruto. "What a rude way, I didn't even agree with you and came in." "Hey, it's too late to wait until you agree. Anyway, you are destined to be my woman tonight," Naruto said with a smile. His body began to rise and fall. That night, Naruto conquered Yaiki with his actions, and Yaiki finally felt how comfortable it was to be a woman for hundreds of years. She was deeply immersed in the feeling of being conquered by Naruto. 1092. Establish an experimental base. The next day, when I woke up, Yi was still lying in Naruto's arms and refused to get up. Thinking of the madness last night, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Yuhi was dazed by the night, and she became a woman for the first time, and she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. The long purple hair was casually scattered on his shoulders, and hung down, gently resting on Naruto's chest. Her jade face is like Yuhi, and her delicate body is still a little sour because of the carnival last night. "Really, Naruto, you were too intense yesterday, it's my first time." Yi rolled his eyes at him with a charming face. "But yesterday I was enjoying myself so much, I didn't dare to stop," Naruto said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Fuck you, damn bastard." Yi couldn't help but stretched out his hand and slapped him with the jade face he said to Yuhi. Naruto couldn't help laughing. After the two quarreled with each other on the bed for a while, they slowly got up. "Come to the hall. Hijin and Jin-D are having breakfast." When the two of them saw Naruto and Yi coming out, they couldn't help but look at Yuhi, and then they finished eating quickly and left to go to school in a hurry. Naruto and Yi were a little embarrassed, and the two sat down to start their meal. Feijun found out that Naruto-sama was not in the room this morning. She thought she had gone out early, but when she came quietly to the door of Yesuma's room, she found that the two were sleeping together. Of course she knew what it meant. Had breakfast with Gendi, who just woke up. Out of curiosity, she came up to see that scene. Her face turned green, and she looked unhappy throughout the whole breakfast. Faye really saw it, but couldn't say anything. After breakfast, Yi continued to monitor Jingling Court, while Naruto went to Halibal's house to see them. These days, because of the righteous Mukuro that Naruto helped to do, the three subordinate officers of Halibal tried to contact ordinary people, and they also successfully found jobs. Of course, Naruto directly asked Urahara Kazuki to help solve the problem of their identities. In this way, these people are also stabilized in this world. However, they are virtual after all. Although they feel very exciting in this flowery world, they sometimes miss those days in the virtual circle. Although there are dangers everywhere, you are free and not bound by anything. Uzumaki Naruto, didn't I say that you don't have to come to me in the future? Halibal said to him coldly when Naruto entered the room. You are my woman, why can't I come? Naruto said strangely. Although you saved me, I don't admit it's your woman. Halibal snorted coldly with a very cold expression. Naruto sighed. Hey, forget it. I'm not here to discuss this with you today. Even if you admit it or not, there is no room for you to have any objections. Next, I want to ask you to help me complete it. An experiment. Humph. What experiment? Halibal was very unhappy with his words, but because he saved his life, he could only obey him. It's an experiment about the evolution of the soul. If it is successful, it may make the soul more perfect. Naruto smiled and said, for example, you are now mixed with the power of death, but if the experiment is successful, you can even turn your soul power into a god of death. Quote. Really? Halibal was slightly surprised. Of course, but this experiment requires a lot of phantoms as experimental subjects. All you have to do is to help me collect enough phantoms. Humph. Do you want me to use the same kind to experiment with you? I would never do such a thing. Naruto smiled lightly. Don't worry, no matter what the results of the experiment are, I will bury these ghosts, they will be liberated and reincarnated in the next life, and what I need you to catch are those evil spirits that have no self-consciousness. Spirit, the most elementary emptiness. Halibal frowned slightly. Okay, then I promise you, I hope you don't go too far. Halibal thought for a while, and finally agreed. For the virtual, the most common lower-level virtual, it is difficult to generate self-consciousness. They often just brutally devour the same kind and other souls, and there is absolutely no relationship between sympathy and fetters. Therefore, Halibal agreed to Naruto's request to assist him in the experiment. Urahara's base. Naruto began experimental research. In the past 100 years, the evolution of his own soul has made his understanding of the soul and soul reach a level that no one can match. Based on his own perception, Naruto decided to start research on the soul. He knows that the soul, also known as the heart, is the foundation of the way to cultivate strength. And in this world where spiritual power is used everywhere, if you want to gradually master the origin of this world, you have to study the soul. This is different from the previous world. In the past world, almost all of them were comprehending the natural forces of the outside world. In this world, what is more important is the improvement of the mind. No, it should be said that this is another way to become stronger after pursuing external forces. The strengthening of the soul is the most fundamental strengthening. It can only be said that in the past, there was no such opportunity and condition to comprehend and improve the soul, and in this world of death, Naruto got the soil to develop his own soul. But this is not enough. Naruto discovered that there are more and deeper secrets in this world, and the ordinary gods of death have not yet discovered them. And he finally understood why Aizen and Kazuki Urahara wanted to research the substance called collapsing jade. This is an exploration of the origin of this world. From the root, both of them are right. And now, Naruto will also join the ranks. He's going to start exploring too. What is the origin of the so-called world? First of all, he has to start with the most basic experiments, the strengthening of the soul, evolution, transformation, etc. And these must have enough souls as the basis. Naruto didn't want to use ordinary people's souls or the souls of death gods for experiments, so he could only use those ordinary ghosts that had wiped out 2 of them for experiments. Anyway, these virtuals are all objects to be buried in the soul. For him, it is understandable to catch a few for research. 1093. 5 years. Such days lasted for many days. The world is very calm, except for the occasional virtual meeting that disturbs the order in the city. There is no movement in the soul world and the virtual circle. Every day, in addition to the treatment of True D, Naruto and Hannibal do experiments at the Urahara base. However, he felt that Urahara's base was still somewhat limited and could not carry out some more in-depth research. Because the more in-depth research, the more danger will break out, and in this world, once a big danger appears, it will cause countless troubles. Therefore, Naruto is also deciding to set up his own laboratory. He must break away from relying on the Urahara base. After all, some research cannot be known by anyone. However, in the present world, Naruto can't find a better place than the laboratory established by Urahara for the time being, except in the Jingling Garden or the Virtual Circle. But in both places, he was unable to establish an experimental base. At this time, the only way he can think of is to open up space. Create a space of your own. In the previous world, Naruto also had some research and understanding of time and space, but in this world, his understanding of space was also more thorough. The so-called space is actually divided into many different levels. In this world, the imaginary circle, the quartz soul world, and the present world are all in different dimensions, but the quartz soul world and the imaginary circle exist on the basis of the present world. That is to say, although these 3 dimensions are not in the same place, but there is a relationship between them. And the space where Naruto has experienced the world before has absolutely no connection with the space of this world. It can be said that the former is the gap in space, and the latter is the gap between dimensions. Therefore, in the previous world, the space technique that Naruto realized could not be used in this world, because there was a dimensional difference in the power between the 2. However, the only thing that can cross dimensions in time and space is the human soul. Also called the heart. What Naruto wants to study now is not the ordinary time and space technique, but the space based on the soul. In other words, he wants to develop a space that truly belongs to him, a space that is not bound by the rules of the world dimension. Use the power of your own heart to create a personal exclusive space. However, the difficulty of this can also be imagined, and it is not easy to achieve. Therefore, on this basis, he must first rely on the space of this world to build a secret space as a hiding place for the laboratory. Research more deeply, and then develop a real space of your own. In the process, Naruto also believed that he could gradually explore the origin of this world, the essence of Master's world, and finally reach the realm of breaking the space of this world, Master's supreme law of time and space. At that time, he could return to the previous world and travel back and forth at will. Of course, these are still far away, and what he has to do now is to establish his own laboratory first. In the following time, Naruto has been conducting experiments on the soul and the establishment of the laboratory. Hannibal has been assisting him all the time, and occasionally Hygen and Yaiki will come to help. Urahara Kazuki was also very happy after learning that Naruto was also conducting research on the subject, and was willing to share some of his research results with him to explore the origin of the world together. Of course, he also warned Naruto not to do things that violate the bottom line, otherwise, the research will lose its most basic meaning. However, there is no need for him to explain these things. Naruto naturally knows it very well. Otherwise, with his power, he was enough to dominate and despise everything in the previous world, but he still didn't do that kind of slaughtering creatures because of this. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. During the 5-year period, in addition to establishing the laboratory, Naruto had another important thing to do, and that was to go to the virtual circle to find news about Nailu. There has been no news of Nailu for 200 years, and Naruto is now most worried and concerned about her. And now, after 5 years, Naruto's space laboratory has finally been established. This is a huge project. For Naruto, although the laboratory was built on the basis of this world, it also had to rely on his own spiritual power to open it up, and the function of this space was only used to store items and store things. Of course you can also fight in it. However, fighting in this space is no different from the outside world. If the entire space is compared to a house, then the space where Naruto's laboratory is located is equivalent to a small room in the house. In this room, Naruto is not a god, but he can use this space, store items in this space, and pull in things from the outside world. So, for now, this space is only used as an experimental base. Of course, if Naruto can comprehend the space of his own mind, then, in that space, he is an absolute god. In 5 years, Naruto did not find Nailu, the laboratory was established, the experiment was on the right track, and preliminary results were obtained in the research on the soul. On the basis of opening the experimental space, he also developed several space techniques. Laws in a brand new ghost way. Moreover, in the past 5 years, there was still no movement in the Soul Society and the Void Circle, and Hannibal was still lukewarm to Naruto. Except for performing some of his tasks, he was stern to him at other times. Mevis still travels and plays, and only comes back once in 5 years. In the past 5 years is Kurosaki Ma-di. She has successfully graduated from university and participated in the work. The most important thing is that in 5 years, she no longer needs Naruto's treatment, her soul has completely stabilized, and her strength has grown rapidly. Therefore, not long after, she had to marry Ishida Longshuin. Over the years, since Shinji moved into Naruto's house, Shinji has experienced the freedom of a canary after being released from its cage, but this freedom will soon end. Ishida family has given the final notice to Gendi, and they will marry Longzan in half a month. Continue the bloodline of the Quincy family. 1094, Sullen. Naruto came out of the experimental space. He sighed slightly. A previous experiment was still unsuccessful. His experiment was stuck in the stable stage after soul strengthening. Those who have lost consciousness will often become more violent after being strengthened. However, without self-consciousness, they cannot control their own soul stability at all. Therefore, every time it reaches this stage, Naruto will have to bury their souls due to the gradual expansion of his power. It seems that the experiment of strengthening the soul must start from the human body. It is a pity that the conduct of this experiment is contrary to Naruto's principles. He would never catch innocent souls for testing. Don't worry, Naruto, your research on the soul has now caught up with my progress, and soon, there may be an unexpected turn of events. In Kazuki Urahara's store, he was comforting Naruto. Naruto nodded, he naturally knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. By the way, Naruto, in fact, you didn't find it. You are now blindly experimenting with other souls, but you have ignored your own importance. I think you have a magical power that can have a certain impact on the soul. If we start from this aspect, there may be some new results. Urahara Kazuki suggested. Over the years, he has also been observing Naruto. Although he does not conduct various experiments on Naruto like Aizen, he has also concluded some of Naruto's abilities through silent observation. That is what Aizen guessed, Naruto's ability similar to collapsing jade. Urahara's words, Naruto himself has already noticed it. Over the years, he has been doing experiments in order to explore this ability of his own. He felt that this was an ability that surpassed death, void, Quincy, etc. If he studied thoroughly, he would be closer to the origin of the world. Well, I will pay attention to this myself, thank you for your reminder. Naruto said. He got up and left the Urahara store. Over the years, Masako Hirako and these masked legions have never appeared once. At this time, there were occasional correspondence by letters. After learning that Naruto had returned, they were also very excited and decided to come back soon. And Mebis, since she came back once a year ago, has long since disappeared, and mysteriously, she doesn't know what she is playing. Go back to your villa. Living here with Yi Yifei and Gendi. Feijun was already waiting for him at home, preparing the day's dinner for him. The whereabouts are uncertain at night, and there is no need to wait for her to eat. Halibal and her 3 subordinate officers went back to their place to eat and rest, and they had not agreed to live in Naruto's house for 5 years. For this reason, Naruto also proposed many times, but he was rejected by Halibal every time, and later he stopped forcing her. Anyway, she had Tenten by his side, and he believed that one day he would be able to make her obey him. Naruto-sama, you're back. Entering the room, Feijun's gentle and sweet voice rang in his ears. In the past 5 years, she has fully substituted herself into the identity of Naruto's wife and nanny, and she has wholeheartedly thought of him and served him. Looking at Naruto, of course, he could feel the warmth of being cared for, so he was even better for her than for Yaiki. Well, Feijun, isn't Yi back yet? Naruto stepped forward and hugged her tender body. Yeah, Lord Yi always comes back very late every time. Feijun was hugged by him, leaning against his chest and said affectionately. She was wearing a beige apron with a light shirt and shorts inside, and her soft and slender body was in Naruto's arms, and his big hands couldn't help but wander around her. Well, Naruto-sama, don't do this. Let's eat first. Feijun's face slightly yuhi, she said in a coquettish voice, and Gendi just got home. Only then did Naruto stop his actions towards her. The expression on his face became a little helpless, and he asked, is it still like that? Yes. Feijun nodded, looked at Naruto, opened her mouth, and hesitated. Just say what you want, don't worry about it. Naruto looked at her and sat down with her and said. Naruto-sama, I think you need to intervene in the matter of Gendi after all. We all know that Gendi does not want to marry the Ishida Longshuan. Feijun looked serious. Naruto said. After Naruto heard this, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Gendi wants to marry the Ishida family. He really can't intervene in this matter, and there is no reason to intervene. After all, this is something that Gendi and the family have decided before. Just that Gendi has been depressed for the past few days. Because of the marriage, she has not seen a smile all day. Naruto didn't know how to comfort him. To marry into the Ishida family in his heart. For the past 5 years, although Gendi has lived here with Naruto, the relationship between the two has always maintained a distance of friends. Perhaps it is because of the relationship between Yi and Feijun. In addition to receiving Naruto's treatment, Gendi has other times. Apart from study and work, I rarely have contact with him, perhaps for fear of causing a misunderstanding between Yaiki and Feijun. However, there is always a bit of ambiguity between the two. For example, when she broke through the lingering between Naruto and Yaiki or Hijin, she would immediately walk away angrily, but in a blink of an eye, she would be in a mood again. It's getting better, as if he doesn't care about anything. This made Naruto a little elusive. What exactly is Feijun feeling about himself? However, after 5 years of getting along day and night, it is impossible for Naruto to say that he has no feelings for a girl like Gendi. Watching her growth and development as a Tenten, from a young girl to a mature and sexy, Naruto, who has grown up with her, has long known everything about her. Is the most suitable for Naruto and Gendi. Forget it, I'll go see her again. Feijun, you should eat first. Naruto stood up and walked towards Gendi's room. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book, King of Hokage Naruto. 1095, Persuasion. In the real D room. She didn't eat, just lay on the bed with her head covered. As soon as Naruto knocked on the door, she recovered and came to open the door. Seeing Naruto, her eyes lit up slightly, and then she disappeared again. She lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, "Naruto, what's the matter with you?" Seeing her listless look, Naruto couldn't help but say, "Really D, I want to talk to you." Gen-D looked startled. The two sat on the edge of the bed. Gen-D lowered his head, glanced at Naruto slightly, and said slowly, "What are we going to talk about?" "Talk about your marriage." Naruto looked at her and said, "Wedding with Ishida in half a month." Gen-D's body couldn't help shaking. She turned her head and looked at Naruto. "What do you want to say?" When she said this, a trace of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Naruto looked into her eyes and said slowly, "If you don't want to get married, don't get married." Gen-D's body trembled again, and then she suddenly smiled. "Naruto, you can say that. I am very happy, but my wedding with Xiaolong is related to the continuation of the Quincy family. Even if I don't want this, Xiaolong's family will definitely ask me to do it. Besides, I also received a lot of care from them." Quote. Naruto couldn't help frowning when he heard this, "But do you know? According to the family's wishes, if you marry someone you don't like, will you be happy in the future?" Gen-D lowered his head. "Probably not, but what about that? This is my destiny, and no one can change it." In the past, the lively, cheerful, energetic and optimistic Gen-D would actually say such depressing words, which made Naruto suddenly a little angry. Shouldn't she be someone who yearns for freedom and insists on her ideals? Shouldn't she be someone who doesn't bow to fate and has the courage to break through the shackles? Now she is so depressed, so disheartened. What is this like? "I have never believed in fate, etc. It's just the words that the weak often talk about in your mouth. Really D, in my eyes, you are a person who dares to sacrifice even your life. At that time, where did that fearless spirit go?" Naruto turned around and grabbed her shoulders, his blue eyes fixed on her pupils, and he said to her word by word. Gen-D couldn't help being stunned. She stared blankly into Naruto's eyes, and the expression on her face became very complicated. Weak. Really D can't help but think of the past scenes. She never believed in fate, but she had to be bound by fate, so she longed for freedom and unrestrainedness. In her opinion, the injury that day was not a bad thing. If it can't be cured, she will be freed from it, and she will no longer be tortured by fate. However, Naruto appeared in her life. The man who shouldn't be there. He rescued her and brought her out of the darkness of despair. I thought that he would always take her out of the cage of fate. But later, she found out that this was just her own wishful thinking, because there was another woman beside Naruto. She didn't want to disrupt that kind of life between them. She felt that by doing that, she would cause trouble to Naruto. Therefore, although she has always had a good impression of Naruto in her heart, and even begged her family to allow her to live in Naruto's house, she never took that step and failed to express her intentions from beginning to end. Even this vague feeling made Naruto bewildered. Naruto. At this moment, Gen-D suddenly grabbed Naruto's arm and leaned gently into his arms. "Naruto, I love you." She finally gathered up the courage to tell him what she had always kept in her heart. "I've fallen in love with you since the first day I saw you." Gen-D hugged Naruto's waist tightly, as if to integrate himself into his body. She felt that if she didn't speak out at this time, I'm afraid she wouldn't have a chance in the future. Hearing her confession, Naruto was slightly shocked. After a while, a warm smile finally appeared on his face. Hugged her tender body tightly. "Really D, if fate is too heavy, how about I help you break it?" Bowing his head, he whispered in her ear. "Naruto." Gen-D raised his head. His face was already full of surprises. Tears flashed in his beautiful eyes, full of affection. Seeing her emotional appearance, Naruto couldn't help lowering his head and choked her wet soft lips. Gen-D's body was shocked, and his whole body suddenly softened. Leaning against his arms, a pair of slender arms quietly climbed up his neck, and kissed the man he loved deeply. At this moment, the feelings that had accumulated in her heart for 5 years, Gen-D finally broke out. She kissed Naruto recklessly, as if she wanted to vent all her excitement at this moment. I don't know how long it took for the two to separate. Naruto is holding Gendi. Her body is very soft, bumpy, and her figure is perfect. Holding her waist, Naruto's body can't help but feel a desire. Naruto, in half a month, I will go to the wedding, and you must come to pick me up. Gendi sat on his lap and said earnestly, looking into his eyes. Naruto smiled. Definitely. Having already expressed their love to each other, the relationship between Naruto and her has finally been determined. With this relationship, whether it is true or Naruto, there is a kind of motivation. As long as they like each other, everything else is no longer difficult. Yeah, Gendi finally showed a happy smile. At this moment, she made up her mind. She was going to announce to everyone at the wedding that she is Kurosaki, the one she likes is Uzumaki Naruto, and her destiny is only the master in her own hands. Even if she offended the Ishida family because of this, she would not hesitate. When the two came out of the room, Gendi was no longer gloomy, and her face was full of happy expressions. She hugged Naruto's arm, and she leaned on his shoulder like a bird. Feijun, who was eating, couldn't help but be a little surprised to see the two of them in such a situation. Hyjin, I'm sorry, from now on, I'm going to share Naruto with you and Yaiki. Gendi said to Hyjin with a smile. Feijun was stunned. But she quickly reacted, gave him a slight white glance, and said to Naruto with a smile, Lord Naruto, it is your persuasion that is most useful. Naruto laughed. 1096, when a rush marriage is in progress. After half a month. Ishida family. Countless luxury vehicles are parked in front of the villa. As a family of quenchers, they also have very broad personal connections in the present world. Today is very lively and cheerful. Because today is the wedding of Gendi and Longzan. The hall of the villa has been set up as a hall for weddings. Many celebrities came to congratulate. It can be seen that the Ishida family is also a very good existence in this world. And in the center of the hall, with a smile on his face, Longzan was standing beside him with his father and mother, chatting with the many people who came to the wedding. At the back of the hall, Gendi was nervous. She was wearing a white wedding dress, with light makeup on her face, and her perfect figure was like an angel. She kept looking towards the door. Expectantly. At this time, Naruto was at the door of the villa. Really the wedding? He has not received the invitation from the Ishida family, so he can't enter for the time being. However, he knew that Gendi was waiting for him, so he directly passed the security guard at the door and entered the hall, hiding in the crowd, waiting for the start of the wedding. The melodious music sounded, and after almost all the guests were present, the wedding finally began. I saw Gendi and Longzan walking in front of the crowd, and the priest on the side began to take the oath. Mr. Ishida Ryujin, are you willing to marry Miss Kurosaki Makoto and love her for the rest of your life? I do, Longzan said with a smile. Ms. Kurosaki, are you willing to spend the rest of your life with Mr. Ishida Ryujin? I don't want to. In the melodious part of the music, Gendi suddenly announced loudly. At this moment, the audience was shocked. Gendi looked at Longzan apologetically, then turned to look at everyone. She took the microphone in the priest's hand, and said word by word, I, Kurosaki Gendi, do not want to marry Ishida Longzan. Hey, what's going on here? This time, everyone present couldn't help but talk a lot. Longzan stayed there, not knowing how to react, while Longzan's parents were ashen with disbelief. Looking at the scenes around everyone, Gendi's eyes finally fell on Naruto at the end. Following her gaze, everyone turned their heads in unison and looked in the direction of the entrance of the hall. Uzumaki Naruto. With blonde hair, a slender and well-proportioned figure, and a sunny appearance, all the female guests present could not help but shine. Compared with Ishida Longshuin, Naruto is more sunny, unrestrained, full of a mysterious atmosphere, especially the arc on the corner of his mouth, which makes people addicted to him. Today, I came to grab a wedding. Of course, Naruto has to pay attention to his image. He usually wears casual clothes. This time, he specially customized a set of royal robes. Although it looks out of tune with the surrounding environment, the people present in the eyes of the female guests, she is simply the type that is so handsome. Is this handsome guy the reason why the woman regretted her marriage? So handsome. Especially the temperament, it's really attractive. Yeah, if it were me, I would definitely give up everything for such a man. In this scene, Naruto and Genji have already expected it. Reason why they want to do this is to let everyone know that True D is not subject to fate and has an unswerving pursuit of love, which cannot be shaken by anything. I like him. I want to marry him. Genji held the microphone and pointed at Naruto. After saying these words, Longzon couldn't help staggering and almost died of grief, while his parents were trembling with anger, and their spiritual power soared. Naruto stepped forward, although he felt that it was a bit cruel to openly rob someone's fiancé in front of everyone, but he had never experienced such a thing, but he found it interesting. Now, his soul has evolved, and his mentality has also changed. He no longer worries as much as before. Sometimes when he does things, he often does what he wants to do. Sometimes even without a reason. Therefore, robbing a marriage, although it was proposed by Genji, he also enjoys executing it. Stepping forward in the eyes of everyone, he came to Genji step by step, stretched out his hand to grab her arm, and walked directly out of the hall. Behind him, there were only a group of stunned guests and Longzon's parents who were so angry that they almost vomited blood. With an angry snort, Ishida Longshuan's father, Ishida Zongshuan suddenly waved his hand, and all the guests in the hall suddenly fainted to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he stepped out and came directly to the gate, blocking Naruto's way. Stop for me, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto frowned and sighed slightly. Sure enough, robbing a marriage is not that easy. He knew that his actions with Genji had angered the bottom line and reputation of the Ishida family. In this way, it could only turn into hatred. That's right. True D is for. If you want to completely distance yourself from the Ishida family, the best way is to leave in the most extreme way and let Ishida Longshuan give up completely. Although, doing this will lead to hatred, but doing so is also the most efficient way. Otherwise, with Longzon's character, it would not be so easy to give up and be entangled all the time. I really don't want to. Ishida Zongshuan, you should already know the intention of what I did with Genji, right? Naruto stepped forward, looking at the middle-aged man who looked very much like Longzon, and said lightly. HMPH, no matter how you take away the True D, my Ishida family will not allow it. Only the combination of the True D and Longzon can give birth to a pure-blooded Quincy. My Quincy's pure blood must not be destroyed. In your hand. Zongzon stretched out his hand, and a bow of spiritual power appeared in his palm. The arrow of spiritual power is on the string, pointing directly at Naruto. Naruto continued to move forward. Stop for me, Zongzon said coldly, otherwise I will kill you. Naruto stretched out his hand and pulled Genji behind him. Without stopping, he continued to move forward. Anger erupted on Zongzon's face, and with a swoosh, the spiritual arrow finally shot out. At a distance of a few meters, it shot directly into Naruto's throat. Snapped. However, a crisp sound sounded, and Naruto continued to move forward. The spiritual arrow shot directly at his throat, but it suddenly shattered into pieces and disappeared into the air. Totally ineffective. 1097. Take away True D. How is that possible? Zongzon couldn't help being shocked. He knew how powerful his spiritual arrows were. Even a captain-level Reaper wouldn't dare to accept a blow from him. What's more, he was deliberately shooting at his vital parts just now, but he didn't expect that even he not a single hair was hurt. Longzon's mother was also shocked. She appeared beside Zongzon in a flash. Old man, this guy is very strong. Looking at the two of them, Naruto shook his head, and he reached out and threw out a stick made of spiritual power. Zongzon frowned and reached out to catch it. This is an amnestic stick made by me. You can use it to erase all memories of this wedding from the people present. In this way, it will have no effect on your Ishida family's reputation in the world, right? Naruto, speak up. Humph. Do you think you can convince me with this little trick? This wedding is related to the continuation of the pureblood Quincy family. You must not be allowed to destroy it. Uncle, Aunt, I really like Naruto. My behavior at the wedding was indeed a bit reckless. However, I don't like Xiaolong. There is no happiness with him. In my mind, love is better than death. The bloodline of the master is more important. At this time, Jendi stood up and said to Zongzan and his wife. After speaking, she looked firm. Zongzan and his wife almost burst out of anger when they heard that she dared to say such outrageous words. The two stared at Jendi. Are you really going to regret your marriage? Jendi nodded heavily and clenched Naruto's hand. Okay, since that's the case, I won't make it difficult for you. As long as you can defeat the two of us, you can leave. Ishida Zongshuan said. Really, Dee couldn't help but be taken aback. Repenting of marriage, although she insisted on her own mind, in the end, it still hurt the Ishida family, especially Longzan. Although this is a way for Dee really want to distance herself from him, no matter what, she still has it in her heart. A little guilty. And now, she has to fight with her uncle and aunt who adopted her, which makes her unacceptable, because she can't make a move. After all, the two were kind to her. Seeing Jendi's hesitation, Naruto turned his head and said softly to her, I said long ago that the burden is too heavy, and I will help you break it. Now, you don't need to do anything. Leave it to me. Jendi nodded and hid behind Naruto. Naruto stepped forward and looked at Ishida Zongshuan and his wife. Come on, the two of you. He said directly. What an arrogant guy. Zongzan snorted angrily, took out a metal pipe and held it in his hand. With a swoosh, the light suddenly lit up, and a blade of spiritual power suddenly emerged from the metal tube. Longzan's mother also shot. A bow of spiritual power emerged from her hand, and several arrows flew towards Naruto first. Naruto stood still. Let those arrows hit him, but it doesn't work. After the light scattered, Zongzan suddenly appeared behind Naruto and stabbed Naruto with the spirit sword in his hand. Kai. The radiant sword of spiritual power pierced Naruto's body, however, his body turned into a phantom and disappeared. Afterimage. What? With a cry of pain, the next moment, Naruto appeared behind Longzan's mother, and Longzan's mother's body was slowly falling down. Zongzan was startled. He hurriedly came to Longzan's mother's side, picked her up, and found that she had fainted with her eyes closed, and his face suddenly panicked and angry. Damn, what did you do? Naruto shook his head. Don't worry, I just let her faint. You are not my opponent, give up. Zongzan put down Longzan's mother and rushed over again angrily. At the same time, after seeing that his mother was injured, Longzan, who had no time to be sad, finally rushed up, and he also shot. Together with his father, they attacked Naruto's body from left to right. Jendi was a little worried about Naruto, but Naruto's unmoving back made her feel at ease again. He must win. Boom. Sure enough, just when the two of them were about to use their ultimate nirvana, Naruto disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind them. And the two of them also fainted directly to the ground. Before falling into a coma, he still had an expression of shock and disbelief. 3-hand knives. Directly let 3 quintessentials who are comparable to or even exceed the captain's level fall down. This is Naruto's current strength. Unshakable. No longer in charge of the other shocked servants in the house, Naruto took the real D and flew away from here. Go back to your villa. Jendi took off his wedding dress and put on his usual clothes. At this moment, she was like a bird that had been released, with an extremely happy and free laughter on her face. She took Naruto's big hand, and her face was full of smiles from the heart. Really, D, in this way, we will completely offend the Ishida family in the future, although I am not afraid of them, but we usually have to pay attention to them, lest they will retaliate. After the joy, Naruto took the real D and sat down. Come down and say. Well, although this time is a bit selfish and I'm sorry Xiaolong, but at least I'll be completely out of their house in the future, and you have already defeated your uncle and aunt, and you haven't hurt them, and you have given them amnestic tools. I don't think they will come to trouble us unless it is necessary. Gen-D smiled optimistically. Naruto nodded and suddenly smiled and said, Really D, although you left the Ishida family, you will have to join my family in the future, do you really not regret it at all? Gen-D couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. No way, but the four of us should be the only family members, right? 4. Yeah, Feijun, Yi, you, and me. Gen-D looked at him and smiled. Ah, Naruto wiped his sweat secretly and said, there is actually a fifth one in this world. What? Gen-D suddenly stood up, with a look of anger and grievance. Naruto smiled slightly, and hugged her body in his arms, ignoring her struggles, and walked directly into the room. Pressing her under him fiercely, but now is the time that belongs only to you and me. Ah, you bad guy. 1098, Soul Research. And the process of those explanations, Naruto naturally explained one by one with Gen-D on the bed. The love is so strong, the room is full of all kinds of moans. I don't know how long it took before Gen-D lay weakly on Naruto's chest, and bursts of breath came out of his mouth. Now where can she be jealous? The grievances in her heart have long been washed away by the waves of pleasure. After calming down, looking at the gorgeous Rose on the bed, Yuhi's face was full of dizziness. Just like Yoichi Hygiena, she has become Naruto's woman. However, she did not regret it at all. Although she shared Naruto with several other women, she found that as long as she held Naruto and stayed with him like now, she felt very happy. Don't worry about anything else. There is a fascinating aura about him, and staying by his side will make him feel inexplicably calm and happy. Really enjoy this feeling. Soul Realm. In the past 5 years, Naruto has reconnected with Luanju. On the one hand, Yi often secretly monitors the movements here, and on the other hand, Naruto is also learning about the dynamics of the Soul Society through Luanju. However, since Luanju got in touch with Naruto, he has often been pestering him to come and meet in this world, but Naruto has not let her over for the time being, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Captain Aizen. In 5 years, Naruto Uzumaki relied on his own strength to completely stabilize Kurosaki Makoto's soul. In Aizen's laboratory, Tosen looked at Aizen who was playing with some instruments. Said, well, in the past 5 years, through my observation of him, his ability has basically been determined. If my guess is correct, it is very likely that there is Benyu in his body, or Urahara Kazuki has already hid the Benyu in his body. Lan Ran frowned. Then what should we do next? That guy's strength is terrifying. Even Lord Aizen, you. HMPH, don't worry, no matter how strong you are, you're just a warrior. Aizen sneered. Naruto's experiments continue. After listening to Kazuki Urahara's advice, he is now gradually participating in the experiment with his own strength. Inside the space laboratory. Inside a huge glass tube, a man 10 times the size of Naruto stood there. It was roaring in anger, and its thick arms kept hitting the transparent glass, as if it was going to smash the glass tube. Naruto and Hannibal stood in front of it. Prepare to inject the soul booster. He ordered to Hannibal. Yes. Hannibal nodded, and immediately went to the instrument and injected a special drug into the pipe. Hiss. In an instant, inside the glass tube, the virtual body began to change. After another Yuhi light emanated from its body, and the Reiatsu continued to strengthen. Roar roar. Shu let out a painful roar, and bombarded the glass tube with more force. Naruto carefully looked at the various data on the instrument. Suddenly, he shouted to Hannibal again, open the pipe. Hannibal reacted immediately and executed Naruto's order instantly. The pipe opened with a loud bang, and the violent and chaotic Reiatsu rushed out from it. Naruto flashed in front of Dashu. He stretched out his hands, and a white light of spiritual power suddenly flew out of his palms. The light fell on Dashu and directly turned into an aperture, which was set on Shu's body. Shu began to struggle, but was unable to break free from the shackles of Naruto's power. Immediately afterwards, Naruto appeared on the top of Shu's head in a blink of an eye. His hands slammed on its head, and at the same time he shouted, "Build a data analysis line." Halibel heard the words, and immediately operated on the instrument for a while, and then, I saw countless rays of light composed of spiritual suns falling on the virtual body. Above the instrument, rows of complex data graphs suddenly appeared. Naruto closed his eyes and input his own spiritual power into the virtual body. The violent Shu was suddenly shocked, and calmed down from the original state of madness. Halibel's exclamation sounded, "Lord Naruto, the data is stabilizing. The strength of the soul continues to rise. The stability is increasing. The chaotic spiritual power is calming down. The nature of souls is changing. Void souls, 70%. Death souls, 30%. This data is still changing. No, it's impossible. The nature of the soul has been completely subverted. The ghost of the void only occupies 30%. The soul of the god of death occupies 70%. In the laboratory, Halibel sounded a series of exclamations. The soul of the void has completely disappeared. It turned into the soul of death. Halibel stared at the instrument and exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and a powerful spiritual pressure spread out, and I saw that the place where Naruto and the virtual were completely surrounded by a spiritual force Uzumaki. Naked woman was lying at Naruto's feet. Naruto opened his eyes and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Just now, he put his own spiritual power into it wholeheartedly to help him stabilize and transform the power in his body. It's the kind of violent and savage feeling of the virtual, but like an ordinary death god, it has become very calm. At this time, the woman lying under her feet looked like she was 17 or 18 years old. She had nothing to cover her body, and she fully showed her perfect figure. Long black hair, delicate face, and perfect body, it's like a natural fit. Is this the phantom? Halibel also opened his mouth wide, dodged to Naruto's side, and stared at the woman blankly. Did it work? Hearing Halibel's words, Naruto finally came back to his senses. He murmured, the soul that was originally turned into a void, suddenly changed back to the soul of the god of death. This seems to have exceeded the original purpose of the experiment been fulfilled. It's just that this soul seems to be inherently strong. Quote. At this moment, the woman finally opened her eyes faintly. This is, where? 1099, years. Who am I? The results of scientific experiments are often unexpected. And now, Naruto is distressed. Because of the previous experiment, the original ghost was turned into the soul of a beautiful girl. Moreover, this soul is not an ordinary soul, but a powerful soul with a spirit of death. In other words, such a soul cannot be extradited by soul burial, because the essence of her soul is no longer a soul after death, but is equivalent to having a soul after being reborn in the soul world. The mighty soul of death. He and Halibel looked at each other. The woman in front of her looked very beautiful, but she had a blank expression on her face. Her eyes were full of doubts and curiosity, and she had no memory, just like a newborn baby. This is bad. Naruto scratched his head. Halibel took off his overalls and put it on the woman. Naruto pulled her aside and said to her solemnly, Halibel, this guy seems to have no memory at all. His mind is blank. She will ask you to take care of it in the future. When Halibel heard this, his brows could not help frowning. Lord Naruto, I am willing to assist you because you saved me before, but you will never be someone else's nanny. Halibel said calmly. When Naruto heard this, he was greatly distressed. He had to sigh, came to the woman, looked at her for a while and then said, It doesn't matter who you are, from now on, I will give you a name, you can be called Xiaoyi. Little one. The woman tilted her head, looked at Naruto with doubts, and suddenly said, Then, are you my father? Dad. Naruto couldn't help being stunned. Seeing how he was struck by lightning, Hannibal couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, it should be my mother over there, right? A happy smile suddenly appeared on the woman's face. Hannibal's expression froze for a moment, a trace of shame flashed on Yuhi's face, and then he said to her coldly, "If you talk nonsense again, I will kill you." "Yeah, Dad, Mommy is so scary." She was frightened by Hannibal's words for a while. She hid behind Naruto and leaned against his body, her body trembling slightly. Naruto frowned, glared at Hannibal, and quickly smiled to comfort little one. "Okay, little one, we are not your parents, but you can also think of us as your reborn parents. You can follow us in the future." Quote. He stretched out his hand and touched Xiaoyi's head. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Hannibal's face, but when he saw Naruto's gentle touch to Xiaoyi, his mood became complicated again. After the primary one was settled, Naruto and Hannibal left the experimental space. Naruto let out a long sigh and couldn't help saying, "It seems that this kind of experiment can't be carried out casually in the future. The consequences of soul strengthening and transformation are really troublesome. However, this experiment has a lot of insight for me, Hannibal. I will enter the practice in a few days, and then the affairs of the experimental base will be handed over to you." "Yes, Naruto-sama." Hannibal nodded yes. 10 days later, Naruto entered cultivation at the bottom of the experimental space. During the training period, Xiaoyi let Fei Zhen take charge. He only came out once in a while, and every time he made some progress, his understanding of the soul became more and more profound. He has discovered the ability in himself to be able to affect other souls at will. This is the conclusion drawn from the previous events of controlling the fake mask and deifying virtual death. In other words, the power of his soul has become so powerful that it can affect other souls. However, he has not been able to precisely control this influence. He was thinking, if one day, when his own soul can be powerful enough to accurately affect the souls around him, would he not have to do it himself during the battle, just go straight with a single thought and completely obliterate the opponent from the soul? For such a realm, Naruto feels that it is indeed possible to achieve it. Time has passed 10:10, in a blink of an eye, it has been 10 years. In the past 10 years, basically nothing major happened. The only thing Naruto cared about was a crisis that happened during this period. That day, he was shopping with Gendi, who came back from work. When the two came to an unoccupied corner to prepare for some exciting wild battle, Naruto suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation in her soul. At that time, Gendi's expression became sluggish in an instant, and he leaned on Naruto in an extremely weak state. Although Naruto didn't know what happened, he immediately used his means to inject his spiritual power into her body to check the situation. However, it was found that a large part of the Quincy's power in her body suddenly disappeared, which caused the imbalance of various abilities in her body that were originally balanced. However, with the help of Naruto, Gendi also successfully succeeded again. Balance his own abilities, and his strength is restored as before. Although this incident was only a small episode, Naruto was very concerned about it at the time. He immediately launched an investigation secretly and found that this incident was not accidental, but that a distant force of existence was intervening. However, for the time being, he could not find the source of this power. Compared with this, what makes Naruto more concerned is the actual situation of Gendi. She is a Quincy and is also a human being, so she can't be the same as death after hundreds of years, and there is a limit to her lifespan. In the past 10 years, the years have urged her to mature, turning her from a young girl into a sexy MILF in her early 30s. In another 10 years, will the beauty be old? Naruto thought about this, so he had to develop a drug that could keep people young forever. If it really doesn't work, I have to let Gendi give up his body and become a god of death. In this world, for Naruto, the transition between the body and the soul is basically insignificant. Instead, after abandoning the body, people can gain more freedom for a long time. After all, Naruto doesn't want Gendi to grow old, and he also has selfishness. How could he watch her be worn away by time? Therefore, during this period, Naruto's experimental focus has changed from the original soul strengthening to the stage of eternal physical youth. 1100. Admissions Survey. During the 10 years, Naruto finally digested some of the results of the experiment and began to conduct research on drugs to maintain youth in an orderly manner. It's true, although the experiment of soul strengthening has achieved results, unfortunately the research on drugs has not progressed. In the villa, Naruto sighed slightly. Fei-Gen was preparing dinner. Yi hadn't come back yet, only Gendi had just come home from work. She heard Naruto's sigh, stepped forward and pressed his shoulders for him, smiled and said, "It's okay, there is still time anyway, let's ignore this for now, Fei-Gen is already ready, eat and eat." Gendi's character is still as lively and optimistic, which makes Naruto relax. Although the time is tight, Naruto still has a trump card. If he really can't develop a drug during this period, he will have to make Gendi become a god of death. Anyway, now Naruto already has this ability. "By the way, Naruto, how is little one?" Gendi suddenly asked during the meal. "It's still the same, she is now assisting me and Halibal in the research of the experiment," Naruto responded. Is that so? But Xiaoyi is only 10 years old now. I think she should go to school," Gendi suggested. In fact, over the years, Gendi has always wanted to have a child with Naruto, but maybe it is because of the particularity of Naruto's body. Even though he is fierce when making love, making women want to die, but they couldn't get pregnant. Therefore, in the past 10 years, the most regrettable thing in Gendi's heart is that Gendi, as a human being, did not have children and could not become a mother. However, this strong desire to have children makes Gendi pay special attention to Xiaoyi, and often go to Naruto's experimental space to watch Xiaoyi when he is free. For Xiaoyi, who has always been called Naruto's father, Gendi also naturally substituted into her mother's identity. In the end, she simply asked Xiaoyi to call her mother. Go to school. Naruto was stunned when he heard her proposal. This is also true. Although Xiaoyi said that it was just a soul body made by herself, from the moment she made it, she was like her own son and daughter. More should let her mind get more growth. After thinking for a while, Naruto couldn't help but nodded. You were right, really although we have taught Xiaoyi a lot of knowledge, but in terms of personality, she is far from growing up, and it may be a good idea to enter the school. Way. That's great. Why don't you come to my place of work? Gendi jumped up happily. Naruto was stunned. Gendi is a Quincy, she still has an identity, that is, the teacher of Kakuzako Middle School. Moreover, over the years, she has been the goddess in the minds of almost all teachers and students at school, and there has been a time when Gendi was pursued by other male teachers. That's not bad. Originally, I was a little worried about letting her go to school alone. If you are taking care of her at school, I will be relieved, Naruto said. Okay, then it's settled. Gendi smiled happily. Kakuzako Middle School, divided into junior high school and high school, is the best middle school in Kakuzako. Really can teach here, partly because of her strength, partly because of some forces that Naruto has developed in the world over the years. The development of these forces is almost all dependent on the 3 subordinate officials of Halibal. They usually have nothing to do. They started working for others bit by bit, and they have developed their own business systems for more than 10 years. All 3 are growing bigger and bigger in this world. However, they were always Halibal's subordinate officers, and they always had to obey Halibal and Naruto. After sending Xiaoyi to middle school, Naruto continued to develop drugs. Everything went so peacefully. Until one day, something happened that made Naruto also very concerned about it. On the rooftop of the school, D really waited anxiously. The next moment, a figure flashed out. Naruto, you're finally here. Gendi hurriedly stepped forward, took his hand, and said with a serious look, recently, some mysterious characters have appeared in the school, and all of them have been concentrated in my class. Just now, those people were going to bully Xiaoyi. If I hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid Xiaoyi would have been taken away by those people. When Naruto heard this, he immediately frowned. It has been 2 years since Primary 1 went to school. In the past 2 years, Primary 1's study life has been very peaceful. With Gendi's help to watch, she basically will not encounter any trouble. However, these days, it seems to be a little unsettled. The new people in the real D class actually have spiritual pressure on their bodies, and the nature of that spiritual pressure is also elusive. This matter made Gendi very concerned, and she also secretly observed that those few people were paying attention to the little one, and it seemed that they had some kind of intention for her. Even just now, while Gendi was not around, they surrounded Xiaoyi and used all kinds of rhetoric to trick Xiaoyi out of the school. This was clearly a premeditated thing. So, Gendi immediately told Naruto about it. Naruto stopped experimenting for the time being, and came out of the experimental space directly. To deal with this matter, he also handed over the experimental tasks to Hannibal. This matter doesn't seem to be that simple. Naruto pondered slightly. Yes, I also think that this is probably someone's conspiracy against us. We have to find out who is behind it and understand the real purpose behind this conspiracy. Gendi also frowned and said, "Well, it seems that I have to go out in person. I will come to the school in person from tomorrow to observe those guys. We must find out the purpose of the real murderer behind the scenes." Naruto nodded and said, Naruto, are you coming to school?" "Yes, and it has to be arranged in your class." Naruto suddenly smiled and said, "Mr. D, please take care of me in the future." "Disgusting. You are so rude." Seeing the wicked smile on his face, Gendi rolled his eyes at him angrily. "Hey, this is a mission for the purpose of finding out the real murderer behind the scenes. It's impossible not to arrange it like this." Naruto put his arms around her slender waist, kissed her on the face, and immediately disappeared. Only Gendi was left secretly jealous. 1101. Really D teacher. After returning, Naruto contacted the 3 subordinate officers of Hannibal. Among them, Sun happened to have a relationship with Kusako Middle School, so he called her immediately. Sun is in a meeting. With Yi Mukuro, she has been in the society for more than 10 years, and by her own ability, she has become a successful person. Of course, it has completely adapted to the life of this human society. After receiving Naruto's call, Sun immediately stopped and left to answer the phone. "Lord Naruto, do you have any orders?" "Well, Sun, arrange a place for me in the real D.S. class at Kusako Middle School, I'm going to school." Naruto said directly. What? Sun couldn't help but open her mouth wide with a look of surprise on her face. After she reacted, she nodded hurriedly. "Okay, I'll do it right away, you wait a moment." Afterwards, she called directly to contact all parties and began to arrange identities for Naruto. After the arrangement, Naruto changed into a student uniform early the next morning and came to Kakusako Middle School. Naruto used to feel a little emotional about school life, but he didn't expect to come to school again now. Although it was for a mission, it was a nostalgic experience for him. In order to hide people's eyes and ears, Naruto naturally came to school alone, not with Gendi. Of course, although Gendi has been with Naruto over the years, he has not married him, so in the outside world, everyone only knows that Gendi has a mysterious boyfriend, and nothing else is known. This also led to the fact that there were all kinds of rumors about True D in the school. After entering the middle school, Naruto walked along the corridor of the classroom to the door of the classroom where Gendi was. Because Naruto has already been combined with his soul and flesh, he who is immortal and immortal, looks very young now. In the eyes of ordinary people, they simply don't know that he is a godlike character who has experienced several worlds and was once all-powerful. Now, in a school uniform, he looks like a handsome student. Naruto is also in a strange mood. It's been a long time since he came to school. This feeling is really indescribable nostalgia. D, who is lecturing on the podium, soon noticed Naruto's arrival. Naruto stood at the door, with a smile on his lips. He asked politely, "Excuse me, is this the real Teacher D?" Gen-D was taken aback for a moment, seeing him in a school uniform. He really had an indescribably strange feeling. His own man ran to his class wearing a school uniform, and he wanted to show the demeanor of a teacher in front of him. No matter what, she felt weird in her heart. Stunned for a while, Gen-D woke up and responded with a hurried smile. "Oh, I am. You are the new classmate, Uzumaki Naruto." "Yeah, really Teacher D?" Naruto nodded, deliberately biting the word, teacher, very hard. Really D was secretly annoyed, but he had to keep a look on his face that he didn't know him at all, and introduced to everyone, "Classmates, excuse me, now I want to introduce a new classmate, Uzumaki Naruto. He's a transfer student from another place, so everyone should take care of him in the future." "Yes. Really D still has a lot of appeal in the class," boys and girls all responded, giving her enough face. "Then, new classmates, please introduce yourself to everyone in detail," Gen-D said to Naruto with a smile again. Naruto nodded. "Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I usually don't like anything, but I don't have anything to dislike. I have a wide range of hobbies. I hope to get along well in the future." After he finished speaking, he walked directly off the podium and sat down at a seat in the last row of the classroom. The one next to him happened to be the primary one. Yesterday, of course, he also made an explanation with Xiaoyi, and asked her not to reveal her identity, so now that he was by Xiaoyi's side, Xiaoyi was also very well behaved and meticulously fulfilled his words. At this time, after listening to Naruto's introduction, the classmates shouted in dissatisfaction, "What? This self-introduction is not the same." Yes, he looks so handsome, let us know more about it." "Che, I hate this little white face the most. Looks like a beating." Listening to the discussions in the class, Gen-D secretly laughed. Naruto didn't care. He looked around, and through a weak sense of spiritual pressure, he immediately found those special guys. After getting close to their breath, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little startled. Because the spiritual power of these guys is actually very complicated, and there are various types of spiritual pressure mixed in it. "Okay, be quiet, classmates. If you want to know what the new classmate has to say, you can communicate with him more after class. Let's continue the class now." Gen-D clapped his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. After listening to her words, the students immediately calmed down and listened to her lectures carefully. I have to say that really D is still very authoritative. Naruto's first day of school, let's ignore the tasks, let's just experience the feeling of learning in the real D class for the time being. He found that Gen-D's serious appearance in class was simply too beautiful to itch. Looking at it, he was a little fascinated. Lust. Wolf. At this moment, a girl's scolding voice came from the side. Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment, turned his head to look, but found a girl with short black hair sitting on the other side. Seemingly familiar, such a thought flashed in Naruto's mind, but immediately he stopped thinking about it and continued to see the real D. It was quite normal for people around me to have some opinions on me when I first entered the school. As Naruto, who had not experienced ordinary life for a long time, this was a very fresh feeling. And when the girl saw that Naruto didn't care what she said to him, a trace of disgust flashed on her face. The time for one class passed while Naruto looked at Gen-D, and Gen-D's class was also very weird and awkward. Finally got through to the end of class, Gen-D left the classroom quickly. Naruto smiled slightly, stood up and followed out. Just then, a voice suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute, Uzumaki Naruto. 1102. Arasawa Ryuji. Naruto was about to leave and went to Kazuma D to get a good understanding of the student's information. After hearing the voice, he turned his head and looked at the girl who stopped him. My name is Ryazawa Arasawa. I'm new here, are you interested in joining the karate club? She suddenly invited Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but stunned, This name seems to be very familiar. Seemingly seeing Naruto's doubts, Long Gui explained. I am the president of the karate club. If there are new students, I will try my best to draw them into our club. I hope you can come and participate. Naruto finally understood and nodded. Okay, but thank you for your kindness, I'm not interested. Use Longui couldn't help but be speechless, frowning secretly in his heart. If this kind of guy doesn't take him with him and restrain him, he will definitely attack the girls in the class. Once he was not invited, Longui fell into contemplation again. Classmate, if I have nothing to do, I'll go first. Although Naruto thought she looked familiar, he didn't think much about it for a while. After leaving the classroom, he went directly to Gen D's office without waiting for other classmates to come around and contact him. In the office, Gen D smiled and said to him, Naruto, you look too young in your school uniform. I have an illusion. Naruto smiled. He has now reached the realm of immortality, and his physical appearance has remained about 20 years old. As long as he changes his clothes and dresses, he will immediately feel different. After the two said a few words, Naruto asked her for student information in a low voice. The information of those few people is already here. You can take a look first, but I suggest you don't get rid of them for the time being. You have to find out the purpose of the real murderer behind the scenes. Really D handed a bunch of information to he. Naruto stretched out his hand to take it. Don't worry, I know what to do, but in the days to come, I may have to stay at school for a while. Shouldn't it affect your work? It's alright, I feel so exciting to be Naruto's teacher. Gen D laughed softly. At this time, the school bell rang again. Okay, Naruto, you are a student now, hurry up and go to class. Gen D pushed him and said. Naruto smiled slightly, turned and left the office. Hey, really D, who is that student? You seem to know him very well. Is it your son? Asked a female teacher, 8 trigrams. Don't talk nonsense. How could Mr. D really have a son? Immediately, another male teacher came out to accuse her. Ah, I'm sorry. I guess that must be the real D's cousin. The female teacher said again. Gen D just smiled and listened to everyone's discussion without saying anything. During the class, Naruto was looking through the pile of materials. A total of 4 people. 3 men and 1 woman. Moreover, these people are all transfer students, and their grades are just right at the pass line every time. They are usually not high profile, just like ordinary students, they go to get out of class as usual. It's just that these guys are actually paying attention to Xiaoyi secretly, and they have recently begun to act. Naruto would never believe it if there was no one instructed behind it, and he had already guessed who it was in his heart, and the most likely one was that guy Aizen. It's just that he set his target on Xiaoyi. What purpose did he have? Naruto just happened to have entered a bottleneck in the experiment recently. Perhaps by tracking the progress of Aizen's experiment, he can learn some other things and bring him some help. Therefore, he finally thought about entering the school, and then ambush in secret. In fact, he observed the movements of the suspicious persons. In class, after Naruto finished flipping through the materials, he began to quietly observe the suspicious students. The 4 of them all look ordinary and unremarkable. They feel that they are the type that cannot be found if they are thrown into the sea of people. It is precisely because of this that they can better hide themselves. It's a pity that in front of Naruto's powerful strength and soul, the inner nature of these people has long been discovered by him. However, just as Naruto pretended to listen to the class while observing the guys, Arasawa Ryuki suddenly threw a note over. When he opened it, Naruto was taken aback. Uzumaki Naruto, do you have time after school? I have something to talk to you about. Does this girl like her? Have you been pestering yourself since you first came to school? He couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. After school, Naruto should have gone back with Xiaoyi, but in order to hide from others, he went home alone. Under a big tree not far from the school gate, Aizawa Longui stopped Naruto. Naruto looked back at her, slightly helpless and said, "Long Wei, what's the matter with you?" Long Wei heard his impatient tone, his eyebrows wrinkled slightly, then he relaxed again, came to Naruto and said with a smile, "I'm here to invite you to join the karate club. The new classmates are transferring, but they will if you encounter a lot of trouble, you can't do it without learning some techniques for self-defense." After Naruto listened to what she said, he felt more and more that the girl was interested in him, and actually cared about his own situation. Although he felt a little dumbfounded, but because of the mission, of course he couldn't allow her to enter the place. What a waste of time for a karate club, so he could only politely refuse for the time being. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'll go back and think about this matter first." Long Wei heard him say this, but he couldn't do anything for the time being, so he nodded. However, in her heart, because of Naruto's lustful eyes when he looked at Gendi before, he had already been classified as a pervert, so she must properly discipline such perverts. Looking at the back of Naruto leaving, Long Wei secretly made up his mind. Naruto, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. There was a little girl pestering him, and it seemed to be a little troublesome in the future. However, after a day of observation today, he also found that the few students who could do it didn't seem to know him, and didn't pay much attention to his appearance. Their attention was almost all on the little one. 1103, Prince of Tennis. The next day, Naruto continued to come to class. Because Xiaoyi lives in Naruto's villa now, Naruto goes to class with her. Although Xiaoyi is the god of death created by Naruto, in order to live in this world, he also made a pair of righteous Mukuro for her. She looks very youthful and beautiful in a sailor suit and a fluttering short skirt. Originally, she had been helping Naruto handle experiments, but as his assistant, she was completely ignorant of the world. Now, after a year or two of studying at school, she has already learned about human relationships, like a thriving child. Vibrant energy. "Dad, will you always accompany me to class?" Xiaoyi asked happily along the way. Naruto was the first person she saw when she opened her eyes, and she was the one who raised and cared for her all the time. Her feelings for him were really like her parents. Naruto smiled and shook his head. "Little one, you should call my brother in the future, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. For the time being, I will stay by your side and go to school with you." "Yeah, I know, I'll definitely pay attention. But when it's just the two of us, can I call you Dad?" Xiaoyi smiled sweetly. Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly. "All right then, you can do whatever you want." It seems that the word, Dad, cannot be changed. Although Xiaoyi is a soul created by herself, she should have no connection with her at all, but her soul is also produced because of her own power. In a sense, she is indeed like her own child. It's just that Naruto felt a little weird to be called Dad by such a beautiful girl. Hee, Dad is so nice." Xiaoyi hugged Naruto's arm with a look of joy. On the way to school, the two walked. When he came to the school gate, Xiaoyi took the initiative to let go of Naruto's arm and entered the school separately from him. She is still very smart, and she is unswerving in carrying out Naruto's orders. In classrooms. Or really D-class. Naruto watched the situation of the students while admiring the appearance of D's lecture. After a while, Long Wei's note flew over. "Naruto classmate, have you thought about it?" Seeing these words, Naruto's head suddenly froze. After thinking about it, he wrote, "Sorry, classmate Long Wei, I have no plans to join the karate club for the time being. I can only accept your kindness." The note was returned to her. When Long Wei opened it, a hint of anger flashed on his face. He didn't expect this newcomer to be so ignorant, and he wouldn't even be invited by a dignified president. However, Naruto was unwilling to participate. She really had no choice but to give up on this matter. Naruto rejected Long Wei's kindness, but he didn't hate her, he just didn't want to waste time on other things. After class, Naruto found that the suspicious students seemed to have left. He immediately became vigilant and followed quietly. However, 10 minutes after class ended, there was nothing unusual about these guys. It turned out that they just went outside for a walk. No gain, Naruto had to go back to the classroom again. And this class was told to be a physical education class. When Naruto returned to the classroom, most of the students had already changed into their gym uniforms and were ready to go to the playground. Naruto had no choice but to follow the crowd, changed into a sports suit, and walked to the playground. The sportswear of boys and girls is naturally different. The girls wear loose sports clothes on the upper body, and only a pair of bottoming briefs on the lower body, exposing 2 white legs, dangling on the playground, letting the boys' eyes are drawn to the past. This class is a tennis class. Naruto usually doesn't play these sports very much. This time, he suddenly became interested in this scene. After practicing and fighting all the time, Naruto found that his ordinary daily life is really not much fun. These sports that seem very boring to him are not fun to play occasionally. When he stood in the middle of the court and played tennis, no one paid attention at first, until after his opponents were defeated one by one, everyone couldn't help crowding around to watch him play tennis. The girls even came around and shouted excitedly. Wow! It turns out that Uzumaki Naruto is so good at tennis. When Naruto defeated an opponent again, the girls screamed. The speed of the ball just now seemed unpleasant, but the angle was controlled so accurately that the opponent could not parry at all and eventually lost. The Prince of Tennis. When Naruto unknowingly defeated more than a dozen male classmates, the girls in the class couldn't help screaming and cheering. Student Naruto, it's great. A flash of brilliance flashed in Long Gui's eyes. This guy is very fond of Teacher D, but he didn't expect to be very good at tennis. Xiaoyi was very excited and looked at Naruto with admiration. Although these things were easy for her, she still had her eyes full of stars, and she was the most excited to watch Naruto scream. After the gym class, Naruto suddenly got the title of Prince of Tennis. Immediately became popular in the class. After class, some female classmates came to talk to him, and then asked about all kinds of unimportant things, and took the opportunity to get acquainted with him. Long Gui frowned secretly. It's not good to develop like this. If all the girls fell in love with him, wouldn't he have to succeed? Cut. No, you have to teach him a lesson. Long Gui thought to himself. However, Naruto is now self-aware of the hardships. He didn't expect this situation to happen after hitting a few balls without control. Sure enough, you can no longer communicate with ordinary people now. Just when he sighed helplessly, a figure suddenly walked into the classroom, came to Naruto, and asked curiously, "Excuse me, are you a new classmate?" When Naruto looked up, a girl came into view. Real D, a perfect melon-seeded face as white as jade, and her delicate facial features seemed to have been carefully sculpted by God, especially the pair of jade girl peaks on her chest, which is beyond the developmental range of peers, at least D cups. At this time, she was looking at Naruto with a puzzled and curious face, and asked him questions. Inoue Orihime. Naruto immediately recognized this girl, who was one of the heroines in the original novel, with a special ability that could make Aizen admire. 1104. Sudden Attack. Just when Naruto wanted to respond to her, Long Gui suddenly said, "Inoue, his name is Uzumaki Naruto. He came here just yesterday. Are you healed?" Inoue Orihime turned to look at Long Gui, with a warm smile on his face. "Thank you for your concern, Long Gui. I am fine, I took a day off yesterday, and I can come to class today. My classmate just came yesterday, and I wasn't even here, what a pity." "Well, it's fine, you should pay attention in the future. Really, it seems that you have to learn karate, otherwise you can beat yourself back if you are bullied by others." Long Gui stepped forward and said with concern. "It's okay, but is it really okay for someone like me to learn karate?" "I will teach you, absolutely no problem." Long Gui patted her on the shoulder. Naruto is now in deep thought. When he saw Inoue Orihime, he realized that, before he knew it, he had been in the world of the god of death for so long, and he thought the original plot or something was irrelevant. It made him more vigilant. I remember that in the original work, the plot of the God of Death started with the protagonist, a household, when he and Inoue Orihime were both in their first year of high school. And now, because of Naruto's own relationship, Gendi has become his own woman, and Yixin has not come to this world, and no family has been born. However, all of this happened in another way by coincidence. He himself went to school because of Xiaoyi, and he met the plot character Inoue Orihime, and he also remembered that Arasawa Ryuki is also a plot character. 1. Thinking of it this way, will the baby of 100 years ago, Rukia, also appear? In fact, strictly speaking, there is not much conflict of interest between Naruto and Aizen. Aizen is pursuing the limit of power, and Naruto is also pursuing this goal. It can be said that the two have a common goal, which should be easier. Just work together. However, because of Aizen's various calculations on Naruto before, Naruto completely hated him, and this time, the incident of Xiaoyu was probably because of him. If it weren't for Naruto now pursuing a higher realm wholeheartedly, he would have killed Aizen long ago. The reason why he didn't fight with him now is just to use some of his research to provide himself with ideas. If Naruto 100 years ago was purely planned and used by Aizen, then Naruto, who now has the strength in his own experimental space, is using each other with Aizen. Therefore, Naruto doesn't really hope that Aizen will die sooner, because he can also get a lot of useful research results from Aizen. Moreover, Naruto has long known the special ability that he has, and he also vaguely guessed that Aizen used himself as a test object to conduct various conspiracies and tricks to experiment with the purpose of excavating and discovering his own abilities. However, he was actually relying on Aizen's experiment. In the process of being experimented, he was also experiencing the results of the experiment himself, and he conducted more in-depth explorations by himself. However, a heroic figure like Aizen had a long-standing grudge with Naruto, and he had a reason to kill him no matter what. Just when he was in a trance, the class bell finally rang. Inoue Orihime sat in the front row of Naruto and gave him a friendly smile before class. Because she was bullied by other girls before and injured her hand, she went to the hospital for treatment. She took a day off yesterday and did not come to class until today. During the class, Naruto pretended to listen to the class while devoting most of his energy to paying attention to the suspicious students. The content of the class was irrelevant to him. However, he found that Inoue Orihime was very serious in class and took notes. She was indeed a good girl with excellent academic performance. Naruto naturally had a good feeling in his heart. However, at this moment, there was a sudden bang outside the window. I saw that the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor of another teaching building suddenly broke into pieces, and the pieces fell to the ground. The screams of the students sounded from there. The voice directly alerted everyone who was in class here. The students in the class were also amazed. The incident happened suddenly, and they all ran out to the corridor to take a look. The teacher had to temporarily stop the class and run to find out. Naruto frowned slightly. Of course he knew what was going on, and he also saw that this was not a big deal, but that an ordinary virtual suddenly went mad. Since there was no death to deal with it in time, the virtual was destroyed in the madness. Once the glass is removed, it is time to attack ordinary people. This is definitely a dereliction of duty belonging to the God of Death. Naruto came to a no man's land and was about to go over and solve it. However, at this moment, a white spiritual arrow flashed in a flash. Kai. At this moment, the spiritual arrow shot through the virtual mask. Just as Naruto was about to make his move, he immediately stopped and looked at the figure who shot the arrow of spiritual power. This spiritual arrow was the Quincy's trick, but he knew that it was not really fired by D. When his eyes fell on the person who sent the spiritual arrow, he couldn't help but be stunned. Wide-brimmed eyes, long black hair hanging straight down behind him, fair and jade-like melon-seed face, those faint eyebrows knitted together, and a pair of clear eyes revealing an extremely calm and heavy gaze. He was right, this Quincy exterminator was actually a girl. Moreover, she was holding a textbook in her hand. Wearing the school's sailor uniform, She has a slender figure, slender thighs, and a fluttering short skirt. Her temperament is a bit like Ai's Nanao, but she has a hint of maturity and determination in her youth. Naruto was a little confused for a while. There is actually such a Quincy hidden in this school. He had been paying attention to the suspicious students before, and he really hadn't noticed the situation of other people in the school for a while. At this time, Arasawa Ryagui was frowning and looking at there with a look of horror. She seemed to have seen something frightening, and her body trembled slightly. No, it's impossible, I must have read it wrong. Although I can usually see those strange ghosts, how can such monsters appear in reality? I must be dazzled. Absolutely dazzling. Longwei stood there, muttering to himself. 11:05. Attacked again. This incident lasted for a class. When the school's security guards and police came to investigate the situation, but nothing came of it, it became a mysterious topic for the school at this time. However, although the students talked about it with relish, most of them did not take it to heart, because there were no casualties in the incident, but the glass window suddenly shattered, and most people blamed it due to poor construction. Of course, people like Naruto, True D, and the Quincy girl all know the reason for all this. After a brief period of unrest, everyone resumed classes, and there was nothing special until the end of school. After school, when Naruto returned home and chatted with Gen-D about this matter, she couldn't help but look a little unnatural when she mentioned the Quincy girl, and sighed slightly. That Quincy girl is called Ishida Yu. Heart, is Xiaolong's daughter. Naruto couldn't help being stunned, and suddenly realized. For more than 10 years, he has been concentrating on researching experiments and cultivation, but he has neglected the affairs of the Ishida family. He usually leaves it to Fei-Gen and Gen-D to pay attention. He doesn't care about it himself. Longzan also got married and had children, and he gave birth to such an excellent daughter. After the introduction of Gen-D, Naruto finally learned that Longzan was disheartened after being robbed of his marriage, and married the maid beside him, and gave birth to Ishida Yuxin, but the maid who married him was in a few days. He suddenly lost his life a few years ago, and after Gen-D's remarks, he learned that the day the maid died was exactly the moment when Gen-D's power fluctuated erratically. Since Naruto doesn't know the plot of this part, he is also full of doubts. Forget it, the most important thing at the moment is to carry out the task first. I have already handed over the research topic of the elixir to Hannibal. If it can't be researched in the next 3 years, really D, you have to become a god of death. Ready, Naruto said while holding her jade hand, looking at her. Gen-D smiled and nodded. It's okay, as long as I can be with you, it doesn't matter what I do. Naruto was moved when he heard it. He hugged her tender body in his arms, lowered his head and kissed her small mouth fiercely. Naruto. Gen-D also became emotional, twisting slightly against Naruto, catering to him fiercely. The next day, Gen-D went to school early, and she went with Xiaoyi one step after Naruto. When passing a Yuhi green light turn, Naruto, who was chatting and laughing with Xiaoyi, suddenly heard a clear female voice. Naruto classmate. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a girl who was also wearing a school uniform chasing after him at a trot. As she ran, her long orange hair fluttered slightly behind her, and the 2 majestic peaks in front of her chest trembled, as if they were about to pop out at any time. Naruto quickly separated from Xiaoyi, keeping a distance so as not to be found out about their close relationship. It's Inoue, what a coincidence, I met you here, Naruto said with a smile. Yes, Xiaoyi is also there. Naruto, do you often go to school together? Inoue came to Naruto and asked curiously. No, Inoue, Naruto and I met by chance. Xiaoyi hurriedly stood up to explain. Inoue smiled slightly. Well, that's how it is, then let's go to school together. Okay, Xiaoyi nodded with a smile. Well, by the way, Naruto classmate, I want to apologize to you. Inoue suddenly said to him as the 3 of them walked on the road. Why do you say that? Naruto was very puzzled. Because I wasn't there when you came to school that day, I seem to have missed the time to greet you. Inoue said seriously. Naruto couldn't help laughing. She's such a cute girl. It's so cute to apologize for such a thing. What's wrong? Inoue looked at him suspiciously, wondering why he was smiling so happily. It's nothing, nothing. Naruto waved his hand. He couldn't help but pinch her little face and touch her head. Well. When the three of them were talking and laughing, a black shadow suddenly rushed up from behind with a chirping sound. The speed is so fast that it is difficult for ordinary people to react. Naruto immediately noticed the shadow. It was a motorcycle. And the goal of this motorcycle seems to be Xiaoyi. He didn't move, because he sensed what seemed to be strange. The cyclist had an air of confusion. Moreover, even if this motorcycle collided, it would not hurt Xiaoyi at all. However, just at this moment, Inoue also noticed the danger. She turned her head to look, couldn't help but let out an exclamation, then hurriedly rushed over, pushed Xiaoyi away, and her body was exposed. Front of motorcycle. Xiaoyi didn't realize that Inoue would actually do this. The motorcycle she could absolutely handle, but at this time, she seemed to be stunned by Inoue's actions, and stood there without any movement. Naruto frowned, and at the critical moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, pulled Inoue back, hugged the other hand, and brought Xiaoyi over, turning his body slightly, just avoiding the motorcycle's attack. The motorcycle banged away, leaving only a back. Naruto snorted softly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Looking down at the two girls in her arms, Xiaoyi was still in a daze, while Inoue was a little stunned. After realizing that she was being held in Naruto's arms, she hurriedly pushed her away, her jade face slightly yuhi. Ming, classmate Naruto, thank you. She bowed her head and thanked Naruto. Just now, she just instinctively wanted to save Xiaoyi, without thinking about herself at all, and as a result, she was exposed to danger, but fortunately, she was rescued by Naruto in the end, which made her very grateful to Naruto. Welcome. The guy who drives the motorcycle must find him out and teach him a lesson. Naruto smiled and said with a frown. He found that the guy riding the motorcycle, the breath on his body was not one of the four students, but an ordinary human being, but at that moment, he had already noticed that this human being seemed to be controlled by means. It's the same, that's why the attack is made. It seems that we need to be more careful with those students. 1106. Finally shot. This can only be regarded as a small episode, but a sentence from Inoue caught Naruto's attention. She said, I've been injured a lot lately anyway, for no apparent reason. I'm used to it. Naruto couldn't help but think of something. He remembered that in the original plot, Inoue's frequent injuries were not accidental events, but a mischief. In other words, her soul was stronger and easier for ordinary people. Under attack. Really, the current plot has become chaotic. One family is gone, the real D is not dead, and the queer master's family has also become a girl. It seems that we can no longer refer to the original plot in the future. Ming people secretly said in their hearts. The three of them came to school together and started class. Naruto focused his attention on the four students. And those people seemed to have noticed Naruto and looked at him with a strange look. At noon, after eating in the cafeteria, Xiaoyi and Inoue go back to the classroom together. At this moment, the four students suddenly walked towards the two of them. Little one, please wait a moment. Among the four, one of the gentle-looking boys stepped forward and stopped her. Although Xiaoyi had been in contact with them before, he didn't know that they had bad intentions for her. Hearing the words, he asked in doubt, Mr. Maikwan, what's the matter with you? Inoue also showed doubts. These classmates seemed to have contacted Primary One for something last time. One of the girls stood up and said to her affectionately, it's the last time. We want you to join our club and take you on a tour. Do you have time now? Oh, is that the dance club? Although I want to, but I haven't obtained the consent of my family. Xiaoyi replied. It's alright, you can come and visit first, and then think about joining after you go back. The girl said with a smile. Well, that's true, but I'd better let my family know first. Hearing her say this, those few people are not the same, and they can't force her for the time being. The last time they came to invite, they were disturbed by Teacher D. This time, they had to succeed. The death order has been issued over there, and if the task is not completed, he will be severely punished. Student Inoue, then I'll call home and ask, you go back to the classroom first. The young couple said Inoue. Well, then I'll go back first. Inoue nodded and left without doubting him. Xiaoyi came to the corner, took out his mobile phone and called Naruto. The phone was connected. Naruto was standing on the roof somewhere in the school, and he was monitoring everything on Xiaoyi's side. Little one. Dad, my Quan classmates said they want to invite me to join the dance club. I want to go to study, come back and dance for you. Little one asked Naruto expectantly. Okay, you promise them now, go with them to see the situation. Naruto agreed to her. Really? Great, Dad. Xiaoyi jumped up happily immediately. It was really weird that Naruto was yelled at by her father, and after a few more words, he hung up the phone. After a while, after getting Naruto's consent, Xiaoyi immediately agreed to the four and followed them away. Naruto smiled secretly in his heart, these guys are finally going to shoot. He followed them quietly. Along the way, the four of them took Xiaoyi to an abandoned classroom in the school. The classroom is empty. Xiaoyi couldn't help but wonder, what kind of place is this place? It feels so simple. No matter how you look at this place, it doesn't look like a place for a dance club. Don't worry, Xiaoyi classmate, you will be surprised later. The female classmate laughed. Xiaoyi has just come into contact with the world now, and her mind is pure and simple, and she has no idea what is going on in it. Hearing her say this, she is even more curious. In a corner of the abandoned classroom, the four found an entrance to the basement, lifted the floor, and revealed a long corridor in front of them. Then, they walked in with a surprised little one. It's incredible, so the dance club is in such a place. It's amazing, Xiaoyi sighed. The four of them walked all the way down, the entrance to the floor was automatically closed, and lights were lit in the tunnel. This is a long tunnel. Both sides of the tunnel are very neat and clean. The whole group has come to the bottom of the tunnel, and a gate is displayed in front of them. Wow, this is... At the point of entry, Xiaoyi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because in front of you is actually a huge laboratory. Unlike Naruto's laboratory, this laboratory is much smaller, but many of the instruments in it are not even her understanding. Welcome to our experimental base, classmate Xiaoyi. At this moment, the four of them turned around and looked at her with malicious smiles. Little one didn't seem to be aware of the danger, and asked curiously, aren't you going to show me the dance club? Why is this a laboratory? Hey, Xiaoyi classmate, before learning dance, we must have a physical examination on you. One of the little boys said with a smile. Physical examination. Swish. Just when Xiaoyi was puzzled, the four suddenly disappeared in place, and instantly appeared beside Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi froze suddenly. You. However, before she could react, one of them punched her on the body. A bang, Xiaoyi's spirit of death jumped out of the widow Mukuro. Xiaoyi hurriedly stepped aside and looked at the four of them in surprise. You guys, who are you? At this time, she finally realized that something was wrong, and the eyes of the four people looking at her were all full of evil. Tisk tisk tisk, it really is the god of death. Yes, obviously he was originally a phantom, but he shamelessly became a god of death. Xiaoyi didn't understand what they were talking about, and Naruto had never told her those things before. At this time, her heart was full of doubts and shock. What are you talking about? Xiaoyi shouted. The four suddenly laughed out loud. Don't you know anything? Ha ha ha, what a poor fellow. Then let's show you our true colors. 1107. Aizen's research. Kai. The sound of shattering sounded. In Xiaoyi's eyes, he saw that the 4 students' bodies suddenly burst open as if they were torn apart. At the same time, a strong spiritual pressure rushed to the face. Xiaoyi couldn't help but took a few steps backwards, looking at the 4 figures reappearing in the spiritual power with a shocked expression. "Who are you?" she couldn't help exclaiming. "Because the original 4 students have turned into 4 hideous monsters. It can't be said to be a monster, it should be said to be a broken face. Everyone has a hole in their chest, and all kinds of strange and hideous masks are on their heads. Their expressions are terrifying, and their eyes are full of murderous intent." Although Xiaoyi had been working as his assistant under Naruto, he also had some knowledge of Shu and Bromian. At this point, after she was shocked, she immediately reacted. "So that's the case, are you guys bad-faced? Why are you pretending to be human, and what do you want to do to me?" Xiaoyi shouted angrily. "Ha, Pomian. Yes, we are indeed Pomian, but what about you? You're just an idiot. You are lucky enough to become a god of death, and you have the right to yell at us here. Little girl, see clearly, our strength is much stronger than yours." One of them shouted angrily, and immediately came to Xiaoyi and punched her with a bang. Humph! Xiaoyi stepped aside in a blink of an eye, hurriedly stretched out his palm, and snorted softly, 6200 step railing. In an instant, a light rod composed of spiritual power suddenly flashed from his hand, and then quickly threw it towards the 4 of them. The light rod suddenly separated dozens of light rods in midair, and moved towards the 4 at different angles. People flew past. "Che, you really know how to use the God of Death's skills." One of them flashed, suddenly flicked his fingers, and countless fist-sized balls of Yuhi-colored spiritual power emerged from his palms. Void. Although the power is much worse than the virtual flash, the speed is very fast. Boom boom boom. In an instant, all the light rods Xiaoyi used were all blown up, turning into spirits and dissipating in the air. Bitkiba, which is terrible. Although her soul is a god of death, it was not distributed to Zanpakuto, so Naruto has always taught her to fight for nothing and ghosts, but in just a dozen years in 2018, her focus was on experimentation, and she was not concerned with cultivation. Therefore, even though she was fighting together at this time, although her spiritual pressure had reached the level of the vice captain or even above, she was still strong in the face of the siege of these 4 people. There is no catch. Boom. Accidentally, he was knocked out by a punch in a short time, and hit the wall with a bang, knocking the entire wall into a cobweb-like crack. Damn, you guys, what are you trying to do? Xiaoyi covered his stomach, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ha ha ha, what do we want to do? You'll find out later. One of them went to turn on all the instruments in the laboratory. On the screen of the instrument, a figure suddenly appeared. Wearing a pair of glasses, with a gentle face and a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he seems to be in control of the overall situation at any time. Lord Aizen, the experiment has been brought. Please give me instructions. The broken faces greeted him respectfully. Aizen smiled lightly. Very well, it seems that the righteous Mukuro I studied did not expose you. This test item is very important, but I can't let you bring her here for the time being, so you guys will complete the research for me, and start now. I can just see the experimental process. Yes. Several people responded, and one of them took out a syringe, which contained a tube of potion with a black glow. They came to Xiaoyi and said viciously, what if you turned into a god of death? Now we can turn you back into an emptiness. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyi's face was full of doubts and fear, and he didn't know why these guys were so malicious towards him, and he also said that he was a test subject. In fact, these broken faces are very envious of Xiaoyi. They are virtual, but with the help of Aizen-sama, they can only become half-empty and half-dead broken faces, and they know that Xiaoyi is directly from the void to the god of death. It can become the mainstream of this world in an upright manner, and it can destroy the void in an upright manner. Of course they were very dissatisfied and resentful. Oh, it seems that Aizen's research has made progress again. Just as a few people were preparing to inject the medicine into Xiaoyi, a chuckle suddenly sounded. The four of them suddenly looked shocked. Chi-Chi looked in the direction from which the voice came. "Dad," Xiaoyi called out in surprise, and Naruto slowly walked over from the dark. Uzumaki Naruto. The four of them were shocked, and the little pair of his names also puzzled them. Kai. A cold light flashed, and the virtual arm holding the medicine suddenly left the body, and Naruto had already appeared in front of Xiaoyi with Zanpakuto. He reached out and took the syringe that was about to fall to the ground, squeezed it in his hand, looked at it, stretched out his hand, and disappeared directly into the space. "Aizen, I'll accept the results of your research." Naruto looked at him with a smile, seeing that he didn't look at the broken faces. The broken face let out a scream, and he didn't even see Naruto's movements clearly, and he was completely intimidated by this time. "Uzumaki Naruto, did you really enter the research? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the former test product has grown to such a degree now." Aizen frowned, and there was a trace of misunderstanding on his face. But he still maintained a calm mood and smiled. "Aizen, first of all, I want to correct you a little wrong. I'm not your test product, and you are not a qualified scientist, who wants to get close to me if you want to send a few bad faces, who gave you this big confidence, Naruto said to him with a sneer. He, you've won this time. However, my research on the other hand is gradually progressing. You can't beat me, Uzumaki Naruto. With a click, the screen of the instrument is automatically cut off. It seems that Aizen took the initiative to cut off the screen. Naruto smiled lightly. He turned around and crossed the four broken faces, and pulled up Xiaoyi who was sitting on the ground at the corner. "It's over, let's go, Xiaoyi." As for the four confused faces, the entire body was suddenly torn apart, blood sprayed, and immediately turned into fragments of spiritual energy. 11:08. Back to school. After bringing the small area back, Naruto was like taking a leave of absence from school. Because of this incident, the school suddenly lost 4 students, which will definitely cause unnecessary chaos. Therefore, during this period, Naruto directly used the memory modifier developed by himself to modify the memories of the teachers and students of the entire school, and directly remove the existence of the 4 students from everyone's memory. Of course, Xiaoyi, Gendi and others are excluded. In the laboratory, Naruto was doing research with the drug he got from Aizen. Because the mission had ended, the result of the investigation was that Aizen was playing tricks, and because Naruto deliberately delayed the shot at the time, so that the other party could reveal more secrets, he got this drug from Aizen. For Naruto, this is an extremely precious research result. Of course, this incident also had some impact on Xiaoyi, but with Naruto's comfort, she quickly calmed down and continued to go to school. Naruto directly took a leave of absence from the school and studied in the laboratory. Halibal, how is the research on elixir? Naruto asked Halibal about the progress while doing his own experiments. The key part has not been researched yet, and Kazuki Urahara has not received any useful help, she said with a slight frown. Naruto nodded. Continue to work hard. I will stay here to study the experimental results of Aizen these days. Oh, Halibal replied lightly. Naruto glanced at her, put down the instrument in his hand, and suddenly stepped forward and hugged her from behind. Halibal's body trembled slightly. What are you doing? She said coldly, but her tone trembled slightly. Halibal, it's been more than 10 years, why don't you admit that you are my woman? Naruto hugged her tightly. It is said that the more you can't get, the more you want to get it. Of course, Naruto admits that he has this kind of psychology, especially for a woman who has been with him for more than 10 years. Although her identity is false, this lukewarm attitude makes Naruto very uncomfortable. He wrapped his strong arms around her, ignoring her struggles. Lord Naruto, please let me go, I'm going to do an experiment. Halibal said, although he didn't scold him, it was obviously a refusal from him. Naruto sighed slightly. Have you always been concerned about the identity of you and me and the god of death? Halibal's body trembled. Naruto let go of his hand and said, if you really care about this, with my ability, I will be able to turn you into a god of death through experiments soon. It's like the birth of a little one. That kind of experiment is full of too many randomness, I won't accept it. Hannibal said lightly. Really? It seems that you really want to be the god of death. Naruto said suddenly. Humph. Death is just a bunch of hateful guys. Just like you. Hannibal snorted and continued to start the experiment. A week later. In Naruto's space laboratory, there was a sudden explosion. Huh, what a dangerous thing. I didn't expect Aizen's research to have reached this point. Naruto walked out from the explosion. The instrument has been mostly destroyed. Hannibal stood aside with a worried expression on his face. Seeing that he came out of the fire, he was relieved slightly, and his face returned to a cold expression. Hannibal, it seems that the laboratory is going to be rebuilt recently. Naruto said with a wry smile. Just now, Naruto had a breakthrough in the research of Aizen's experimental results. When experimenting on a common phantom, he added the drug that Aizen had developed, and the soul immediately became unstable, and then after he stepped forward to add his own strength, a big explosion suddenly occurred, directly plunging him and most of the instruments into the explosion. Naturally, Naruto will not have any injuries, but the clothes on his body were blown up, but almost all the instruments were destroyed. Seeing the light on his body, Hannibal's face flashed a faint dizzy yuhi, and nodded. I'll leave the reconstruction problem to you. Aizen's research has some results. I have to go and practice it. After Naruto finished speaking, he went straight to the bottom of the space laboratory and began to comprehend the results of this experiment. From Aizen's medicine, Naruto sensed a special power, a power that could change the essence of the soul. If it is said that this is the power of Benyu, then how does Aizen control it? When connected to himself, he also has a power that can interfere with the essence of other souls, but he is unable to control this power. And this experiment, he got some results from Aizen, which made him have some more specific insights about it. The soul is essentially the power of one's own heart. The power of the heart, able to travel through time and space, and across dimensions, can generate countless miracles. How to use it? Naruto tried to use his spiritual power to change the inner soul of external objects. He sat at the bottom of the experimental space, closed his eyes, and fell into meditation. A month later, in school. Little one, I heard that you and Naruto often go to and from school together. He has been on leave for a month, why hasn't he come to class yet? Inoue Orihime asked little one curiously during class. Of course, Xiaoyi knew that Naruto was busy with experiments and cultivation, but she shook her head and smiled and said, I don't know either, it seems that I went abroad for something. Going abroad? Yeah, I don't know when he will come back. Xiaoyi said again. Oh, Inoue Orihime nodded slightly disappointed. However, just as the two were talking, a figure suddenly entered the classroom. Everyone was stunned. Naruto classmate. After being stunned for a while, Inoue couldn't help but stepped forward and said happily, Are you finally here? He seemed very happy in his voice. Looking at her smiling face, Naruto couldn't help laughing happily. Student Inoue still remembers me. I haven't come to class for more than a month. How are you all? Yeah, Naruto-san heard that you went abroad. Where have you been? Inoue kept asking. Ah, this. Naruto glanced at Xiaoyi, who couldn't help but smiled sweetly at him. He hurriedly gave him a haha, and didn't tell her. It's a very interesting country. Next time when you have time I'll take you there. 1109. Observe Inoue. Naruto's return made everyone extremely happy, especially those girls, but they admired him very much as the Prince of Tennis. As soon as Naruto came back, he was immediately surrounded by those students and asked about it. Finally, the bell finally rang, and when it was time for class, he finally took a long breath. Looking at his embarrassed look, Longwei couldn't help but chuckle. More than a month has passed, and now it has entered the final stage. Most of the students in the class are studying intensely. For those 4 classmates who disappeared, because of Naruto's memory tampering, everything was calm. However, Naruto came back after a month's leave, which surprised Xiaoyi too. Because even she didn't know why Naruto suddenly came to school. In fact, Naruto originally didn't want to go to school again, but he was at the bottom of the experimental space, and he had achieved certain results in the experimental research of Aizen, but found that there were some doubts that had not been clarified. To influence and control other things, you must first understand the soul of other things and understand the nature of the soul of other things. This is the conclusion that Naruto has come to after repeated comprehension and practice. Therefore, he first had to go to the perception. However, for a while he was unable to start. However, he remembered a plot in the original book. That's the practice of full presentation. Fullbring is a manifestation of influencing and controlling the souls of others. As far as he knows, in the present world, only Inoue Orihime and Chato Taito have realized the fullbring. And Naruto tried to comprehend and practice the presenting technique, but for the time being there was no way to start. Therefore, he intends to observe the actions of these two people in the present world first, starting from the details, to trace the origin of the complete demonstration technique. That's what he's going to do now. Once successful, he believes that there will definitely be more insights. In his understanding, fullbloom can be said to be very mysterious. It is a technology that can be mastered only by humans, and it can simulate all kinds of strange abilities. He even felt that the group of fullbearers in the original book did not have the essence of the master to the fullbearer, and the current mainstream corpse soul world knows little about this technology and lacks research. That being the case, Naruto, as the pioneer, devoted his energy to researching it. He believes that the results will never let him down. A class passed, and during the end of get out of class, someone sent a message to ask Naruto to go to the office. When he came to the office, he immediately knew that D really had brought him over. "Mr. D, what's the matter with me?" Naruto asked with a smile on his lips. Gen-D gave him a sullen look, pulled him to sit down, and asked in a low voice, "Naruto, why did you suddenly come to class again without notifying me?" "Hey, I'm a student, of course I'm coming to class, how about it? Is this a surprise?" Naruto chuckled. "I'm not happy, but I'm shocked," Gen-D said angrily. In the last mission, the memory tampering was not comprehensive. Some people have noticed the disappearance of those 4 guys. This time you are here again. School, what happened again? It's okay, it's okay. After I came to school this time, I basically looked forward to it for a long time. However, it's normal to miss something last time. It's just that the words of a few people won't cause any fluctuations, so don't worry too much. Well, that's good, Gen-D asked with a smile. I'll ask you about other things when you go back. Now you have to make up for the missed courses for a month. She suddenly took out a pile of documents and handed it to Naruto, with a naughty smile on her face. Naruto couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Mr. D, do you want me to finish all the homework?" "Yeah, classmate Naruto, now you're a student," Gen-D said with a smile. "Well, since it's Teacher D's order, I can't do anything about it." Naruto took over a bunch of homework, and suddenly stretched out his hand and squeezed her chest while others weren't paying attention. A soft cry, Yuhi's face immediately stunned Yuhi. She hurriedly covered her mouth and stared at Naruto in shock and shame. "This is the office. Naruto, this guy is too bad. It's like this in a public place. Hateful." Her heart could not help beating nervously. Naruto smiled, holding a pile of homework, turned to leave the office, and returned to the classroom. In the classroom, Naruto was still sitting in the seat between Xiaoyi and Long Gui, with Inoue in the front row. Seeing Naruto come back with a lot of homework, Inoue couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. "Naruto classmate, the teacher gave you so much homework. Have you finished it?" She turned her head and asked him worriedly. "It's alright, it's just trivial." Naruto felt that she was cute and considerate, and waved his hand with a smile. At this time, the little one on the side couldn't help but say, "If Naruto can't finish it, I can help." What a nice kid. Hearing this, Naruto thought to himself, but he naturally has countless ways to solve this kind of thing. The purpose of his coming to school now is to observe Inoue Orihime. Chadu Taihu doesn't seem to be in this class yet. So, after a day's class, Naruto patronized and paid attention to Inoue Orihime's movements. The cultivation and awakening of full display is not so easy to achieve, and Naruto himself can't master it now. So I can only rely on Inoue Orihime to awaken by himself. After school, Naruto was going to go back with Xiaoyi, but then he deliberately let her go first, and he followed Inoue unhurriedly, and only went home after knowing the specific location of her house. Since you want to observe a person, of course you have to make various arrangements, including understanding her clothing, food and daily life, study life, and so on. Moreover, these things must be observed by him in order to obtain useful things and information for him. However, under the premise of observing her, he must not disturb her, otherwise Naruto's power will intervene too much. It is very likely that it will have a bad effect on her full show awakening. 11:10. Inoue's invitation. Such days continued for several weeks. Final exams are coming. Everyone has entered an intense learning phase. And Naruto, who has been observing Inoue, has become very familiar with her now, and usually has become very good friends with Xiaoyi and Longwei. Of course, Longwei was very unhappy with Naruto after his previous invitation to Naruto to join the karate club was unsuccessful. Although he was very good with Xiaoyi and Inoue, he was always looking for faults with Naruto and confronted him tit for tat. Moreover, she has been talking ill of Naruto in Inoue's ear recently. During lunch, Longwei and Inoue ate together, and she said, "Inoue, you have to be careful about that guy Naruto, I saw him looking at you recently. Maybe there is something wrong with him." "Oh, purpose. Ah, Naruto classmate has been looking at me." Inoue looked surprised. She didn't know that Naruto had to observe her every move when he had the chance to observe her. The human Longwei noticed something strange. Yes, today's boys, many are curious about girls. Sometimes they can't control it, but it can cause very troublesome things, so you have to be careful about Inoue. Longwei's kind intentions reminded her. Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, Miss Ben must expose your satyr nature. Longwei thought to himself. However, Inoue's jade face was slightly yuhi, a little shy and a little expectant. "Oh, classmate Naruto has been looking at me, why is he looking at me? Could it be? No, you can't think about that kind of thing." Inoue's heart suddenly jumped. And Naruto didn't even know that Longwei spoke ill of himself. He was having lunch with Xiaoyi, and the two were chatting and laughing, and they seemed very close. Of course, this kind of intimacy may seem ambiguous to outsiders, but Naruto knows that this is only because of the special relationship between himself and Xiaoyi. "Xiaoyi, I have prepared the review materials for the final exam." After lunch, Naruto went for a walk alone, and Inoue Orihime ran over, handed a pile of materials in his hand to Xiaoyi, and smiled. "Well, thank you, Inoue-san," Xiaoyi said gratefully. "Well, I also prepared a copy for Naruto, where is he?" Inoue looked around. "Well, he went out after dinner with me just now. I don't know. I'll give it to him when he comes back." "All right then." During the afternoon class, Naruto received a pile of review materials that Inoue gave him. Looking at the well-organized and beautifully handwritten information, Naruto couldn't help but smile. She is really a lovely and pleasant girl. "Ah, by the way, Naruto classmate, I will stay at the school tonight to clean up, and then I have to check the materials in the library. It is estimated that I will be able to go back very late. I am a little scared by myself, can you stay with me? Shall we go back together?" Inoue said with an expectant smile on his face. "Oh, that's fine, I'm happy to accept it." Naruto laughed. This is a good opportunity to get along with Inoue, and it's also very useful for his own observation. Then it's settled. Will you wait for me in the library after school? After Naruto's answer, Inoue immediately seemed very happy. Since the last time Naruto helped her once, she had developed a subtle affection for Naruto, and Longwei's words during the previous lunch did not arouse her disgust for Naruto. On the contrary, she felt more towards him. I was looking forward to it, so when I thought that I wanted to go back alone, I wanted Naruto to send her off. I have to say, the girl's mind is really subtle and difficult to understand. After school, after learning that Naruto was going to stay and go back with Inoue, Shai could only go home alone. After staying in the classroom for a while, Longwei also left quickly. Naruto had nothing to do for the time being, and it happened that Inoue was cleaning again, so he went up to help her clean up. Let someone who used to be the god of the world, now a peerless powerhouse among the gods of death, help an ordinary little girl to clean up. If people know this, it will definitely be shocking. But Naruto didn't care, and Inoue didn't know Naruto's identity. After the two cleaned up the classroom, they went to the library together. Because of the need to check and organize library materials, Naruto simply helped her to complete it. In the library, it was quiet and silent, only the sound of the two turning over the books from time to time, but it seemed even more quiet at this time. Unconsciously, both of them seemed to be immersed in this peaceful atmosphere. The task was not completed until it was almost dark. The two walked out of the library and smiled at each other. Naruto-san, thank you so much today. If it wasn't for your help, I might have gone back later. Inoue Orihime smiled at him. Naruto shook his head and said no. It's getting late now, I'll take you home, Naruto said to her as the two walked out of the school gate. Inoue took a step closer to him, walked beside him, and marched side by side with him. It is indeed dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night, so even if Naruto has no original purpose to observe her, he will agree to send her back. Along the way, the two walked while chatting. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the door of Inoue's house. When he saw that the lights in Inoue's house were all off, Naruto remembered that this girl seemed to be an orphan since she was a child, and now she lives alone during school. This made him suddenly feel a little sympathetic to her. A girl living at home alone, without the company of her relatives, would definitely be lonely and scared, right? Just thinking about this, Inoue's voice suddenly sounded in my ear. Naruto classmate, I haven't eaten since it was so late. I invite you to eat at home. The dishes I cook are delicious. Do you want to invite me to your house? Naruto was slightly taken aback. Although he felt that it was inappropriate for a big man to go to a single girl's house, he was happy to accept it. After all, this was a good opportunity to observe and understand her up close. Yeah, you've helped me so much, of course I want to repay you. Please eat the food I made myself. Inoue took his arm in anticipation. 11:11. Go to Inoue's house. Naruto followed her into her house. The house looks a bit old, but the rooms inside are very neatly organized, with a little bit of antique elegance. It seems that Inoue's usual life is very regular. It was also the first time that Inoue had let a boy come to her house. Of course, she knew that bringing a boy home was a bad thing, but she believed in Naruto. Although Longwei had reminded her, she still felt that Naruto was a very good person. A good boy, and he has helped him so much. No matter what, he should be invited in for a treat. Taking off his shoes at the entrance, Inoue led Naruto to the living room. There was an old TV in the living room, and Inoue was a little embarrassed about the shabby house, but she still smiled and turned on the TV for Naruto to let him watch TV. Naruto knew that she was the only one in her family, and it was not bad to be able to take care of the family so well, and he also heard that Inoue often went to work on weekends to make money. Such a hard-working girl is really adorable. However, although Naruto really wanted to use his relationship to help her improve her life, he forcibly held back in order not to affect her future development. After all, the awakening of full bloom is not that easy. If you want to get something, you have to go through some hardships. If Inoe's life has been very comfortable and carefree since she was a child, maybe she won't become Wanxian surgeon. Therefore, Naruto can only be her bystander now, and an ordinary friend. Giving some help in the little things can bring us closer, but it won't affect her overall development. Naruto, please wait a moment, I'll make something delicious for you right away. Inoue seemed very happy, because she used to cook and eat by herself, and no one shared the fruits of her labor with her. She sits at home with her and eats like a family. Now, although Naruto is only her classmate, she feels that Naruto is helpful, and his cheerful and gentle appearance is very approachable, which makes her trust Naruto invisibly, and will never think that he is that kind of bad person. She put on a white apron and turned around and entered the kitchen to get busy. Naruto looked at her back in the living room and couldn't help but smile. After a while, Inoue had completed the work, and she came to the living room with a plate of strange things, her face full of smiles. Hee hee, alright, this is simmered sweet potato. I usually like to eat it. Please try it too, Naruto classmate. She came to Naruto and sat down, and put a plate of simmered sweet potatoes on the table. There is still yellow grease on it. Is this butter? Naruto couldn't help but stunned. Butter combined with simmering sweet potatoes, this taste is really unique. Yes, it's delicious. But it's a bit strange that other students don't seem to like it very much. But I believe that Naruto-san will like it, right? Inoue looked at him expectantly and said, blinking his clear and beautiful eyes, making it difficult for people to refuse. Naruto lost his appetite as soon as he smelled that strange smell. He suddenly remembered that Inoue seemed to be a guy with a strange taste in the original book. Oops. Naruto was sweating coldly. Naruto classmate. Seeing Naruto's slow start, Inoue tilted his head and looked at him with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Do you think I'm doing a bad job? Her expression was very dejected. Woohoo, but I think this is delicious. Naruto hurriedly said. No need, I'll eat. He couldn't stand such a cute girl looking sad and about to cry. Hee hee, it's really delicious. Inoue immediately became happy again, and then sat opposite Naruto, with a pair of jade arms supporting his chin, staring at Naruto without blinking, watching him eat. Inoue, you can go and prepare other meals first, I'll finish it soon. Naruto said with sweat on his forehead. Well, I want to see you finish eating. It feels so fulfilling. Inoue's stubbornness made Naruto lament. He had no choice but to scoop up a spoonful and swallow the strange substance mixed with the simmering sweet potato and butter into his belly. How is it? Inoue asked looking at him expectantly. Naruto's face was full of smiles. Very good. Wow, really, that's great, I thought everyone had different tastes from me. It turns out that classmate Naruto also likes my taste. Inoue couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly. She quickly pushed all the food to be in front of Naruto. Give him all to eat. You can eat more if it's delicious. Yeah, Naruto smiled and nodded, eating all the simmering sweet potatoes in a big mouthful. After eating, Naruto watched Inoue clear the table, and when she was done, he opened his mouth to say goodbye. It's already late. I should go back. Thank you for your hospitality today, Inoue-kun. Inoue was stunned, looked at the clock on the wall, and found that it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, it was really bad for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. Although Inoue believed in Naruto very much, he couldn't continue. Stay. Well, then I'll take you off. Inoue took off his apron, sent Naruto to the door, and watched him leave. After Naruto completely disappeared into the depths of the night, Inoue closed the door and returned home. Looking at the empty living room and the TV still showing funny programs, a faint look of loss and loneliness appeared on his face. She raised her head, looked at the portrait of a young man hanging on the wall, and couldn't help but muttered, "Brother, did you see it? Classmate Naruto, he is very gentle. You can accompany me to eat the dishes I made. It feels really good to watch TV with me." Quote. The portrait seemed to be smiling at her, and Inoue also smiled happily. "Brother, I'm doing well now, you don't have to worry about me over there." On the other hand, Naruto walked a short distance away with an extremely tangled expression on his face. After bending over and retching for a while, he finally got up in a cold sweat. "It's really scary. Next time, I won't dare to eat anything made by Inoue. It's worse than poison. Even his extremely powerful death god can hardly stand it. This is really amazing." 11-12. Stalker. Since Naruto went to Inoue's house once, his relationship with Inoue has gotten better and better, and they often go to school together. As for Inoue's friend, Arasawa Ryuki looked at him, but it was a little awkward. Usually Inoue had a good relationship with him, but after persuading her, she not only stayed away from Naruto, but even got closer to him. This made her very helpless, but she couldn't do anything to Naruto. No, Naruto must be a gentle beast. The look in the eyes of the real teacher D last time can't be faked. Long Gui thought to himself, he must expose his true face. After school, Naruto and Koichi took Inoue home and went home together. At this moment, Naruto suddenly said to Xiaoyi, "Go home first, I have something to deal with." Dad, won't you go back with me?" Xiaoyi was a little surprised. "Well, you go back first, I have something to do." Naruto nodded. When Xiaoyi saw that he was indeed in trouble, he nodded obediently and went back alone. A slight smile appeared on Naruto's mouth, and he turned a corner at the intersection ahead and walked in the other direction. When he came to an alley, Naruto suddenly stopped. "Really, what's the matter with you after being with you for so long?" "Classmate Long Gui." He turned his head, looked at the entrance of the alley, and smiled lightly. As soon as the voice fell, a figure walked out with a slightly panicked look on his face. Black broken hair, white shirt, beige short skirt, lively and full of vigor, it is Yuzawa Longui. At this time, she was carrying a school bag, and it seemed that she had caught up with Naruto right after school. "I didn't follow you, I just dropped by." Naruto discovered Long Gui's whereabouts, looking very embarrassed, and quickly explained in a panic. But she didn't believe such a lousy excuse. Seeing her embarrassed look for a while, Naruto smiled lightly. "Long Gui, it seems that you have always had some opinions on me, and you still followed me today. Tell me, is it because I rejected your offer? An invitation?" Naruto felt that maybe it was because he rejected her that she held a grudge. He didn't have time to participate in the karate club's affairs at the time, but now it doesn't matter. Since this girl is upset with herself because of this, she can only promise her to reduce the trouble. "Long Gui, I didn't promise you to join the karate club last time, this time." He was about to discuss it with her, but he didn't want to talk, and Long Gui interrupted him. "It's definitely not because of that. Anyway, I'm just stopping by, believe it or not. By the way, Inoue and I are very good friends. I know that she is a very gentle girl. If I find out that you are bullying her, I will definitely not forgive you." After speaking, Long Gui snorted softly and turned away. Naruto scratched his head and couldn't help but feel a little inexplicable. What is this girl talking about? Of course he wouldn't bully Inoue. How could he treat himself like a big pervert? Well, is there any misunderstanding in this? With doubts, Naruto walked home. School life is always so boring, but recently because of the final exams, everyone is reading their homework very seriously. Gen D is also busy. Not only does he have to be very serious in class, but he also tries his best to help students correct their homework during class. Only Naruto has nothing to do, wandering around, and the appearance of Yuzai wandering makes people anxious for her. "Naruto classmate, you can't be like this. If you don't do well in the final exam, you will be thrown out next semester." Inoue often reminded him like this, making Naruto feel that he didn't know what to say. "I don't care about my grades, but Inoue is worried for myself. She is really a gentle and lovely girl." On the other hand, Long Gui frowned slightly and looked at the two of them. After school, Naruto had planned to go home with Shaoichi and Inoue. At this moment, Genji suddenly stopped him, with a strange look on his face. Mr. D, what's the matter? Because there were still many students around, Naruto still called her teacher. Naruto, come here, I have something to discuss with you. Genji said with a smile. When Naruto saw that she had something to do, he didn't go home to tell him, but he was going to discuss it now. He felt a little strange in his heart. After saying goodbye to Xiaoyi and Inoue, he left with Genji. However, just after the two left, a figure suddenly followed quietly. It was none other than Longui Yuzawa. HMPH, I finally got a chance. Uzumaki Naruto, you'd better not do too much to your teacher. Otherwise, a sneer appeared on her face. When Naruto followed Genji to another corridor, he had already noticed the little tail behind him. And Genji looked at each other, and the two knew it well. At a corner, Naruto suddenly disappeared. And Longui followed here, looking at the empty corridor. There was no place to hide around. She suddenly felt strange. The two of them disappeared inexplicably. How is this going? Curious, she searched for a long time but couldn't find the two of them. And on the roof of the teaching building in the distance, Naruto and Shinji appear here. Naruto, Longui is probably following you, right? What's the matter, have you offended her? Genji asked him curiously. Naruto shook his head. I don't know either, forget it, leave him alone, what happened to you? In such a hurry. Genji heard the words and sighed. Do you remember that Quincy girl? Xiaolong's child. Ishida Yuxin. Naruto was taken aback. Yeah, this child is very observant. She noticed me when I secretly used my spiritual power at school. Later, she finally saw through my identity and said she wanted me to meet her. Genji sighed helplessly. Hey, I didn't want to have anything to do with the Ishida family anymore, but I can't refuse this child for no reason. Naruto, what should I do?